light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You about for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broken. Can't lie, it's a trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nag, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Reason it was so abrupt, I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty muy bien. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG, I'm the GM, go ahead, copyright it to him, go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made do brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know is there a reason it was so abrupt. I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
I'll be on the drums.
Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no
got a job, but she rockin' ball me. Yeah, I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the cut.
Solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó agua en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenía un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted? Yeah.
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top. One up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the
Que
top.
no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie. Así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Yo le oh, be on the drums, on the drums, on the drums. Yeah, Paulo Londra. Big ligas, los mayores, Cristo Man, yeah, Leones con flow, I'll be on the drums.
Hip hop ain't really this for me. Little bell for the homies. Got a little green ball to beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Kelby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping.
ML Bot Ball here on this lovely Saturday. Starting off, we got the San Francisco Giants against the San Diego Padres. San Francisco Giants, the home team, dropped the first of this series 4-3. 23 combined hits between the teams. And today we got a nice pitching matchup. We got Drew Smyly on the bump for the Giants, and we got Chris Paddack on the mound for the Padres. I am joined here by Kyle DeSantis. And Kyle, what are you looking forward to this game, or what are you looking for in general?
I know one thing you mentioned yesterday, that all of the hits combined between both the teams, with only 7 runs, I believe, with over 20 hits. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with both teams' abilities to produce in runners in scoring position when they're on. I'm wondering if that wasn't the case yesterday. Maybe it could be the case today where it switches around. An interesting matchup, though, for the pitchers. Drew Smyly was signed by San Francisco to a 1-year contract, I believe a minor league deal or something along the lines in January, but he's found himself into the rotation. You see his stats there, the 4 pitches in his repertoire: fastball, curveball, cutter, and a changeup. Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah, Smyly has been around the league, and he's on the Giants this year, and the team's is lacking some talent position. So Smyly was able to make it to the big leagues, and you can see a little bit, they have a lot of great hitters, but you could see a little bit of erosion of depth when you get to the bench, when you get to the bullpen. Padres in not as much of a similar situation, but they do have a lot of guys also who are young and some guys who signed minor league deals on their team now. See the pitchers. Drew Smyly is hot for the Giants. He's been pitching well as of late, and you also got Tony Watson, their closer. He's also been hot as of late. Meanwhile, Jeff Samardzija and Kevin Gausman, even though Gausman pitched yesterday, they're both cold. And Cueto's had a very good season, though, for the Giants. Get a little bit back to his ace form.
As we see Tony Watson here, 20 out of 26 in save opportunities. See again the starting five by the Giants, led by Johnny Cueto, the righty. 4 righties to 1 lefty. Smyly, the lone lefty. He's starting today against the Padres. Got the win yesterday, 4-3. Gonna go to Oracle Park soon, I hope, and I think it's gonna be a good matchup to lead off the day of Bop-Ball with the All-Star Weekend, or All-Star Week, if you can call it, flying over the corner.
Yes, it will be. And you see Chris Paddack having a similar season to his rookie year. The record doesn't really show for it, but having a good year all around. Similar ERA, a little bit worse whip, a pretty good strikeout to walk ratio, not as good as last year, but still pitching pretty good. Don't think he'll be on an innings limit this year like he was last year. So he's in prime to have a pretty nice season for the Padres as we're about to get started here on ML Bop-Ball. See, the Padres are 4th in the NL West and the Giants are 5th. Both teams pretty far out of the playoff contention. His Padres have a slight chance that they can make a little bit of a run in the second half, but kind of expected to see at least the Giants in last. Padres has some potential, but have disappointed this season in the NL West. It's really a 2-team race right now between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. Padres do have interestingly enough, they're 500 on the road, so it's more at home they struggle. And Giants, not great record at home or away. That's not a great season overall. This game will be at Oracle Park in beautiful San Francisco.
Interesting you bring that up about the Padres. As you mentioned, it is kind of unique. It's usually the other way around for most teams where they are better at home, but when they get on the road, it could be a bit more shaky, they swivel around the 500 mark. Now today, Padres are on the road, Oracle Park. 20th year. It opened in 2000. We're gonna have a good game today.
Looks like we'll have clear skies out there. It is San Francisco. It is pretty warm out for these teams, and as you see, their rankings pretty low overall. I guess the best is the Padres are top 10 in strikeouts, but everything else basically 20th or lower, or around 20th or lower for both teams. Going to get started here. Padres, Giants, and first game of a great slate of games today. A lot of great pitching matchups going on today as the Giants are about to take the field and Drew Smyly about to get on the bump. Not a full capacity here, but still a good amount of fans here at Oracle Park. See Smyly stats this season: 3-10, but 3.71 ERA, has a 121 whip and about a little over 3 strikeouts per walk. And I guess the ERA is not really, the record's pretty bad, but the ERA is not terrible for his record as Fernando Tatis Jr. steps in.
I agree with you with how Smyly's ERA might not show it. You saw his walk to strikeout ratio. It's on the better side for starters.
1-0. Tatis steps in there, takes ball 1. Tatis Jr., one of the standouts last season for this Padres team. Traded from the White Sox to the Padres in a trade for James Shield in 2016, and I'm sure the Padres are happy they made that trade as this pitch comes in, and it is low, ball 2.
Shields, he was on the Padres. I know one of the main things that he might be remembered in that organization, Bartolo Colon home run. You remember it, I remember it, we all remember it. Shield was on the pitcher's mound when did that up for Bartolo Colon when the impossible happened at that point.
As you see, As you see, 51 degrees here. Actually pretty cool for a game here. But it's 2-1 to Tatis. Fouled off the last pitch. This pitch is strike on the lower part of the plate. 2-2 count now for Smyly.
Also got for the weather there. Obviously, McCovey Cove, maybe the water's coming in the area.
As that ball is looped to right field, and it drops for a hit. Pablo Sandoval could not get to it, as Tatis Jr. gets a leadoff hit. And another hit on the season, as you see. It's off the inside part of the bat, and right over the first baseman's head.
Right over Sandoval's head. Sandoval not exactly the speediest of players. You got to wonder if had someone besides Sandoval at first today, that catch could have been made and Tatis could have been out. We've had one out here. Pham up at the plate.
Yeah, Brandon Belt used to play first, but now he's in left field for them as, Pham is up and got traded from the Cardinals to the Rays and now on the Padres as he gets hit by a curveball. Doesn't look intentional there, but Smyly lost control at first and second. Yeah, hit him luckily on the back.
There was wasn't any bad feelings or any anger on Pham's face. It was just more of a take your base. Cosmer, former Royal, on that 2015 team when they won the World Series against the Mets. Now up first and second, still no outs in the top of the first.
And Hosmer signed an 8-year, $144 million contract with the Padres in 2018. Padres hoping he lives up to that. They have a few big contracts on the team, him and Machado. As that ball is flown out to center, and that will be caught by Yastrzemski. And there's a tag by Tatis, and he just makes it into third, just under the tag.
The third baseman, number 13.
Now runners on the corner, sometimes a sac fly in that scenario. Good work. Work again. Here's Machado today in up spot. In with runners on the corners. Yeah, Machado's not going to be going for a bunt here, definitely to score the run. Machado, one of the best hitters in the league, signed a big $300 million contract with the Padres. 4-time All-Star, 2-time Gold Glove winner, and overall amazing athlete. Pitch from Smyly is low, ball 1. See, last 3 games, 3 RBIs from Machado, so doing pretty good as of late. Machado was mainly in the American League with the Orioles, then obviously traded to the Dodgers at trade deadline, and now, after that season, I believe 2018, the Dodgers into the World Series, he was the final out, swinging strikeout from Joe Kelly. He signed with the Padres, he's been there ever since. Pitch is high and inside, ball 2. And Machado got criticized a lot in that World Series, being called Johnny Hustle, because of the fact that he didn't run out some plays. I think it's an unfair moniker to give him. I think he works very hard at his profession. I think just a few select plays that people selected, as that ball is in there for strike 2. Well, if it's just a Machado, I'm sure, why hasn't that nickname been given to other players where I'm sure they haven't hustled as well, or they're not necessarily the person to hustle the most? I'm surprised that name isn't more widely used. Is that pitch out there? Good, Pham's still on. Yeah, and I think some players are unfairly criticized. I think Machado, just because of the fact that he was going to command this big deal, traded for a lot, as that pitch is swung on and fouled off down the right field line into the stands. 2-2 count remains. Spot here for the Padres. Also, that top of the order, the pitch out there. They are all on fire, so there's a way to tag the Giants for runs. There's a time to tag them for runs. Be right here, right now. Padres have a lot of great hitters throughout their lineup, as that pitch is just low, ball 3. And Jurickson Profar on deck had a great game yesterday, so if you want Machado here, it's not an easy hitter coming up. 3-2 is swung on and fouled back again, and we'll have 3-2 again. Farr did have a home run yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to happen if Machado walks, but down just that momentum. Ball fouled off. Another foul ball by Machado. It seems like he's just fighting off Smyly here, not timing up anything as of yet. The runners in the corners mind that. 1 out still. And another one
fouled off. It'll remain 3-2 with the runners on the corners and 1 out. Smyly working here to get that second out of the inning. Pitch is outside, ball 4. Machado worked the walk.
Trying to get that outer half of the play, or at least Smyly was. You can get the call. Bases are loaded for Profar today in the left field position. He can play many positions and all around the diamond. Bringing left field today.
As you see, he's fourth in the second base all-star vote in the NL, even though he's playing left field today. He's a switch hitter. Played for Texas, now on the Padres. Was traded for Austin Allen and a player to be named later or cash considerations. And you see he's top on the Padres in RBIs. Pitch is swung and fouled off. It was a ball, but he fouled it off, and now it is 0-2 count on Profar. Smyly with the pitch, and it is fouled off there by Profar.
The Dodgers have been, or not the Dodgers, wow. Padres gotten some men on. They've had longer at bats. Smyly's pitch count starting to get up here, still the first inning.
That ball is fouled off. Yeah, he had after the first 2 hitters, or first 3 hitters, he had like 7 or 8 pitches, but now he's already up to the 20s, and he's still only 1 out in the inning. He has to hope for a double play here so he doesn't have as many pitches. As the 0-2 comes in, and another foul ball. Smyly, I'm sure he's getting frustrated, all these foul balls off him.
Yeah, for sure.
That pitch is a ball inside and low, not really a competitive pitch. Change up, ball 1. And on their feet here in Oracle Park. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, swinging, and 2 outs, and Smyly 1 out away from getting out of this almost disastrous first inning.
In some cases, or at least in this case, double play could have been the best bet, but a strikeout will do as well. And pressure on Brian Dozier. The base is loaded, but only 2 outs. If chopped grounder, be over.
Brian Dozier, been around the league for a while, most notably with the Twins, but signed a minor league contract the Padres season, but called up to the big league and having a pretty nice season, batting in the 6th hole, as that ball is outside 1-1. Dozier was 1 for 3 yesterday with a run, a walk, and a strikeout. So one of the contributors yesterday to the Padres series opening victory. That pitch is just outside, ball 2. Smyly sweating out there.
He also had that fastball, tried to get Machado fastball on that outer half of the plate. He didn't get the call, so it didn't walk in. The base was loaded. Sometimes that's happened.
Pitch is fouled off again. Another foul this inning, although that one wasn't with 2 strikes, but another strike. I don't think the umpire is really squeezing Smyly. I think he's just a little bit frustrated. He hasn't been able to get these guys out quicker, almost up to 30 pitches. As this pitch is grounded to third and thrown on to first to Sandoval, and that will put the inning away. The Padres leave 3 runners on, but scored none. We head to the bottom of the first. 0-0 here on ML Bot Ball. Chris Paddack stepping in, 5-5 of the season, 3.23 ERA, already at over 100 innings, and whip a little worse than last year, but still good amount of strikeouts, walk ratio, and still the Padres ace on their staff, despite the fact that they do have a few guys who have stepped up this season, as Brandon Crawford steps into the box.
Crawford was on the 2012 and 2014 Giants teams. They ended up winning the World Series both those years. So a 2-time All-Star. And he was with Team USA in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. And the Team USA finally the gold, the WBC title.
Yeah, and Crawford, one of the few guys that were still around from that last World Series team, so that ball is swung on for strike 2. You still got Posey, you still got Pence. He just came back. You still got a few guys, but not a lot of guys left. And Crawford, one of the holdovers, as he's down 0-2 against Paddack.
1 ball,
Ball
2 strikes.
low and outside, ball 1.
Also got Brandon Belt and Pablo Sandoval that were from those World Series winning teams on the lineup. A lot of those guys still have been the starters. They might be getting near the older years, might be not necessarily in their prime, but still produce enough to be in this Giants team and this Giants lineup.
That ball is grounded to first and dropped by the first baseman, and Crawford beats it out at first. Lagged a little bit for me, so I didn't get to see that full play. Looks like Hosmer bobbled that a little and Loud, and Paddack wasn't quick enough to get base. Allowed Crawford for a hit as Evan Longoria steps in. Probably the best Rays player of all time right now.
I can agree with you. The Rays are one of the newer franchises in the MLB. If you're thinking of all-time best, I think he could be up there.
Yeah, I mean, you got a few guys. You got a guy like Paul Crawford. You got B.J. Upton. You got Pena. But Longoria seems to have been consistently with them. I mean, it's kind of weird when they got rid of him. But the Rays are still good, and Longoria is on the back half square as that ball is grounded to short, bobbled, but they still turn to Longoria, not the fastest guy, and he had to get the 2 outs he needs. Another bobble though by this Padres defense.
The 2 bobbles for them this inning. One time it hasn't gone their way, and the other time, either way, they were still able to get it done. Yastrzemski going to step in, looking for that number 20 home run on the year. Career high so far at 19. Second year with the Giants.
And I don't know. I'm confused why I would say high. He did have 21 home runs last year, but he will get his career high easily.
Yeah, definitely. It's my bad.
Yeah, it wasn't your bad. The game just, I think the statistician for MLB The Show messed it up. But he led the team, tied for the team lead in home runs last year, and he only played a little over 100 games. So he's one of the young bright players for the Giants as that ball, even the count 1-1.
He tied. He had, I believe, 21 last year. And Pilar was the other teammate that he tied to lead. And with Pilar, obviously, gone with the traded away or signed with the Red Sox. Either way, he's in Boston on the other side of the U.S. in a different league.
And that pitch by Paddack just inside 3-1. And you see on deck Hunter Pence if Yastrzemski was to walk here or get on with a hit. The 3-1 is swung on and hit far, but foul. Yastrzemski, the grandson of Carl Yastrzemski, the Red Sox legend. His father also played in the minor leagues but never made it to the big show. That ball is fouled off on 3-2.
For one thing, if you gotta live up to a legacy, I don't know if you will live up to that legacy, but that last name, Yastrzemski, some perks for sure.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows his dad's nickname, or his grandpa's nickname, even if there aren't Red Sox fans, Yaz. That ball is swung on and lined to left for a base hit. That will look like a double into the left field corner, beats the shift, and Yastrzemski is on with 2 outs.
Piece of hitting, 3-2 count. Opposite field. Yastrzemski's more of a pull hitter either way. That down the third base line. The double. Yastrzemski is 23rd on the season. The right fielder, Hunter Pence, is going to step in.
And Pence, one of the other holdovers, he made the All-Star team for the Texas Rangers last year as a designated hitter and signed a 1-year deal with the Giants to come back to his old team. And you see his numbers not too great on the year, but still a dangerous hitter with the Giants.
That's a ball.
That one is low for ball 1.
By that lefty-righty split, definitely a better hitter against righties. Either way, a righty and Chris Paddack's on the mound today. Could be good news for Pence.
And that ball just in there for a strike. Looked a little bit off the zone, but the umpire gave Paddack the call. Ball grounded onto first, and Hosmer will take it himself for the third out of the inning. And the Giants get 2 guys on, but a double play ruins one, and the third out ruins another. And we head to the top of the second, 0-0 the score.
Leading off for the Padres, the right fielder, number 4, Will
Myers stepping in here. 204, 7 home runs, 19 RBIs in the season. Not a great year. Padres did have high expectations for him, but last year he struggled, and this year he's struggling as well.
Yeah, Myers bit on the struggling side, barely hitting over 200. A few homers, not as many as had in previous years. Former All-Star and former 2013 American League Rookie of the Year. Back, it was with Tampa Bay. From here to San Diego in 2014.
Yeah, it's weird. He had the Rookie of the Year, but he didn't have great numbers. I guess that year he didn't have a lot of great rookies up. But he did have a 290 average that year, which was nice. So that ball is in for strike 2. Smyly swung on and missed by Myers. Strikeout on a 90-mile-per-hour fastball. Smyly's second strikeout of the day.
Good one where he got Padres swinging as well. He got Profar last inning. Off this inning, got Will Myers.
Now you got the catcher, Luis Campusano, up, and he's splits the catcher position with Austin Hedges, and due to Francisco Mejia getting hurt, that's why Luis got called up to the big show.
One ball, 1 strike.
1-1.
If you're up in that AAA, AA, even could be single A level, if you're producing and the team up above ends up having an injury concern, be surprised as in Pusano, where you end up getting called up, getting some ups here in the show.
That ball grounded to Longoria, and he fires onto first for the second out of the inning. And yeah, the Padres have a lot of catchers, a lot of guys who were top prospects. Campusano, number 4 prospect going. Padres number 4 prospect going this season. Mejia used to be a top prospect. Hedges used to be a top prospect. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that in future years. As pitcher Chris Paddack, not a great average on the season. Most pitchers don't have one, but he skies that one out to right. Hence will be under that one and make the play. A quick, painless inning for Drew Smyly as we head to the bottom of the second, with 5, 6, and 7 for the Giants coming right up.
leading up for the Giants,
Pablo Sandoval Kung Fu Panda, as he has been dubbed, back with the Giants. Was with the Red Sox, had a big contract, did not live up to it, and now kind of had a little bit of a resurgence back with the Giants. See a very good average on the season for him.
Up in the 330s, near 340. Panda pitch almost getting out of the park, and the Covey Cove.
Yeah, and Sandoval gained a lot of popularity during the 2012 World Series. Was this World Series MVP. Kind of became very popular in the culture, and that's the big reason he got that contract. There's a second of it, 2 All-Star appearances, as he fouls that one off for strike 2. O2 pitch from Paddack is swung on and missed. A high pitch, but Sandoval was chasing as Paddack gets his first strikeout on the day.
Pretty simple there, simple fundamentals. A high fastball. If he chases, he chases. Sandoval this time. The bait. Up, 1 down right now. The bottom of the second. Buster Posey. Dish now.
Posey, great career for the Giants, but a little bit seems to be on the decline of his career. Catcher owes a tough position, a big wear and tear, and Posey still putting up decent numbers, but not the offense producer he used to be. Pitch is high for ball 1.
Posey, a former batting champion, also a 6-time All-Star. So with the 2010-12 2012 and 14 Giants teams that ended up winning World Series championships, bringing them back to the Bay Area.
That pitch is swung on and missed by Posey. Paddack's second straight strikeout. He has 2 outs on the inning. Brandon Belt, a long-time Giant, steps in playing left field, even though his more natural position is first. But due to Sandoval being on the team, he now is playing the outfield and playing a few other positions. That ball's fouled off.
Looking for number career home run. 135 on 134. One more run. Little milestone. It's not 100 or 200 by any means, but still pretty good considering in the MLB and you stay there for a long time.
The count is 1-2.
Ball is swung on and missed. Strike 2. Paddack looking for getting the triple. 3 strikeouts in the inning. And here's the pitch. Fouled off right in front of the catcher. Belt, nicknamed Baby Giraffe, a little pretty tall player. That pitch is fouled off again. Paddack with the 1-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. And another foul ball. Belt fighting off Paddack in this at-bat. Again with the 1-2. And Belt takes it inside, ball 2. Pitches and Belt fouls it off again. His 4th foul ball of this at-bat. He's tough here.
Had a 21 pitch at bat before. That was the MLB record for most pitches seen in an at bat there today after that.
And Paddack gets the triple, or the turkey, as you can call it. 3 strikeouts on the inning, strikes out the side, and we head to the top of the 3rd. Still 0-0 score.
Leading off for San Diego,
Tatis Jr. gets stepped into the box again.
Fernando Tatis Jr.
That ball high and inside, but called a strike. Tatis Jr. signed out of the Dominican Republic, one of the many great international players in the MLB.
1-0.
And he's also the youngest Padre to play on opening day, 20 years and 85 days old. How's that one off there on third base line?
Yeah, Tatis Jr., very young. He was, he was during the Rookie of the Year voting last year, and that ball is grounded to third, and Longoria will take it and fire on to Sandoval for the first out of the inning.
The center fielder, number 28.
See the standings of the NL West. You see Arizona up, Los Angeles struggling as of lately, 3.5 games back, and Colorado, San Diego, San Francisco pretty far back. Still have a long way to go. If you make a run of games, maybe you could get back into contention, but it's really a 2-team race for the NL West right now. Tommy Pham steps in, take strike 1 on the lower half of the plate. See his last 3 games, 400 average, so hitting very well as of late.
Ball down.
Ball low, ball 1.
Getting that 400 average in the past few games could be doing wonders for his batting average, trying to get to 240.
Yeah, and Pham he's tied for the second in the NL in triples with 5, which makes sense. He's a pretty fast guy and he can hit pretty well. Doing pretty good for the Padres, but not a high batting average as he swings and misses for strike 2. 2-2 count here on Tommy Pham.
Pham was way early on that curveball. I might be sitting fastball here.
That's possible, but he does hold off here on the off-speed pitch. So works it to 3-2 as Eric Hosmer, the Wizard of Oz, on deck. Pitch from Smyly, and swung on and missed. 3rd strikeout of the day for Smyly, and it's 2 outs here in the 3rd.
The first baseman.
Well, And wanted a fastball. He got it. Right by him. Third strikeout for Smyly. Third swinging. Hosmer steps in for his second at bat.
Hosmer drives that one out to right field, and it drops in front of Kent. A 2-out single, right on that one. Very aggressive in that at bat.
Now batter, third baseman, Manny.
First pitch swinging. Machado, he walked in the first. That had the bases loaded in the first. Obviously, the Padres got no runs out of it. Another chance to get some runs on this time for San Diego.
Yeah, Machado, not great numbers this year. Only 8 home runs, 35 RBIs. Not a great average. Still a great hitter. Interesting baseball connection. His wife is a sister of Yonder Alonso. Alonso, another player in MLB, one of the better players. Interesting connection there as that pitch is called for a strike on the lower half of the zone.
About Machado not doing too good. His last few games, he's been picking it up. I believe in the last 9, his average up in the 400s. So maybe it could be starting to turn it around for Machado as we get closer and closer. Right on. Going. All-star break.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Pitch is high, ball 1. Yeah, Machado, he has those stretches where he looks like one of the best hitters in baseball, but he needs to put it together for a little longer this season to be worth that value he's getting in that contract. As that Machado almost offers at that one, but decides to take it, and it's 2-1 now.
Swing there. Machado didn't go over. He held off in time.
2-1 pitch and a strike. Machado takes that one. 2-2 count now. Smyly already over 50 pitches in the game.
I wonder if Smyly's going to try and blow it by Machado like he did Pham earlier in the inning.
Smyly not high velocity, but if he picks it up enough, he could. As that ball is chopped onto third, Urena will take it, and he'll throw it onto first to Sandoval, just beating Machado for the end of the inning. Padres get one batter on, but leave him stranded there as it remains 0-0 into the bottom of the third here. As Mauricio Dubon is up for the Giants, their second baseman. One of the newer guys on the Giants, usually bats at the bottom of the lineup. He was part of a trade where the Giants traded away Drew Pomeranz to the Padres, so it's possible they get a matchup later this game. Pomeranz in the Padres bullpen, so they may get a matchup against each other. That pitch is in there for a strike.
Interesting for Dubon, he became a Giants fan and will wear Brandon Crawford jerseys to Giants games. He was in attendance for that Game 5, the 2014 NLCS against St. Louis, where Travis Ishikawa had that walk-off homer on the upper deck on third base line.
And yeah, you said Dubon, big fan of Crawford. Now he gets to flip to him for double play, so I'm sure he's very happy about that. And, he's on a team where he had an idol on them. That ball is way outside for ball 1.
It's always interesting when you see these players where they end up playing for teams that they grew up rooting for. I know Garrett Cole was a Yankees fan growing up, and obviously now he is Bronx.
I got the count, 2-2.
Example there. Yeah, they may be a fan of the team, but once you get drafted or traded by someone, you're now a fan of that team. Like, the Yankees drafted Wells. He was a Red Sox fan. Now he's a Yankees fan. You see the old picture of Judge in a Red Sox jersey? I don't even know if he's a Red Sox fan, but he's now a Yankee fan. He's on the team. That pitch is fouled off on the 2-2 pitch.
It's one of those unwritten rules where you don't necessarily know about it, but once you get drafted, if there are any biases that you have drafted to a rival, you have to immediately become a fan, as it popped up there.
Hosmer will get under that one for the out. I mean, I haven't heard of a situation where a player wants to get traded because it's like they hate the team so much. It could happen, but they'll take the team that they get drafted on. They'll be a fan of that. I mean, as a fan, you kind of want them to be a fan of your team growing up, but you'll say talent matters over everything. As Drew Smyly tries to get a hit here for his cause. 139 average in the season, not bad for a pitcher. Let's still it's a pitcher, so it's not going to hit much usually.
Nope, that's off the
So
plate.
ball 2-0. Paddack getting behind here on the pitcher.
Another thing that I just kind of thought about, where it's like if you like a certain team and get drafted to the rival, a team picked on you in the draft because they want and they're giving you a chance. So you follow that, you want to support them later on down the line.
As that ball is popped up and it will be caught by the Padres catcher, Capusano. Hard name to say. 2 outs on the inning as the top of the Giants lineup will get up the second time this game. Brendan Crawford in here, the Giants shortstop. We just mentioned him earlier. Ball right down the middle and called for a strike. Ball is grounded onto first, and Hosmer will take it for the out. And that's the end of the third inning. And still a 0-0 game. Maybe a pitcher's duel right now. As we head to the fourth inning, you got Profar and Dozier coming up for the Padres as Smyly gets into his fourth inning of work.
The 5, 6, and 7 of this Padres lineup, starting with the left fielder Jerkson Profar, second baseman Dozier to follow, and then the fielder Myers, the 7th slot.
Nope, that's inside.
And that pitch is inside, and Profar a switch hitter, so depending on who's pitching, he'll go on a certain side of the plate. So Smyly's a lefty. He's going to the right side of the plate, but if you have a righty, he'll probably go to the left side. So may switch sides later in this game.
Nope, that's down.
Ball is low, ball 2. One is fouled to the right side into the stands, and Profar, when he entered the league, he was the youngest player in the MLB, but he did have some setbacks. He missed 2 seasons for shoulder surgery, so big road bump in his career. But now he's back, and he's in the middle of the Padres lineup.
Going to produce here in a full count.
He is, and he fouls it off. Still has another chance to produce. Just gets a piece of it there.
Getting close now. You're in a 3-2 count. This looks close. If I'm Profar, I'm swinging at it.
And Profar does swing at that one. Looked like it was right on the edge of the zone. Another foul ball here. Smyly, lots of foul balls. I didn't keep track, but probably over 10 so far in this game. So another foul ball.
Another 8-pitch at bat in this game. Smyly's up to 60 pitches.
And another foul ball here. Smyly not able to put away Profar here.
Just going to be number 10.
That ball grounded to short, and Crawford will take it, and he'll throw to first and get Profar for the first out of the inning.
The batter
Long at bat there for both hitter and batter. Now one out.
One out. You see Dozier stepping in, and an All-Star 2015, a Gold Glove winner in 2017, and he also had a 2020 season, which is pretty impressive. Always impressive when you get that both that power and that speed. Pitch from Smyly is fouled off. Evens count at 1-1.
Interesting, ever since that first inning where both teams got runners on and in scoring position, offenses haven't really been up to par with that inning.
Ball just fouled down the line. As you see, Smyly splits on the day in terms of strikes. Ball 44 strikes, 21 balls, 65 pitches in total.
Here.
And that ball down the line, Sandoval makes an athletic play and easily gets to first to beat Dozier. 2 outs the inning and Kung Fu Panda with some agility there.
Be easily a single, maybe a double if it kept on going. They've all got the stop. Myers now.
Yeah,
Go.
Myers, a All-Star in 2016, also was in the Home Run Derby when it was at the Padres Stadium, and got out in the first round. But you know, the guy for that team, I'm sure the fans were rooting him on a lot. And you know, his numbers just declined recently. Not playing. Used to play first. Now with Hosmer signing, he's playing other positions. He's athletic enough to play the outfield, but his natural position was first before. That's hit. Swung on a miss. 3 outs in the inning. Smyly just fooled Myers there as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Still a 0-0 game. See Evan Longoria up for the Giants, and the Giants, acquired him. And they also acquired McCutcheon. They acquired a few veterans, and it didn't work out for the team, though. They hoped to make another run, and they just ended up below 500. A lot of injuries as well that affected them. And Longoria's still on this team, though, and still a productive hitter for them. He's also of Mexican and Ukrainian descent. Not a lot of players we see from Ukraine or from Ukrainian descent. Longoria, one of those guys. That ball hits off Paddack, and will he get Longoria first? And he just gets Longoria first. A quick throw there and recovers and beats him by half a step. Shaking his head on the mound.
It's looking like, nah, I think he's waving off the medical attention. Yes, he's going to stay in for this game with Yastrzemski, doubled in the first at the plate.
So I've been a jinx for pitchers. I've had like 3 pitchers injured in my 7 or 8 games done, so thank God. Paddack staying in. He's a very competitive guy.
Well,
yeah, that ball strike he's done seeing.
Fun when you're doing a game and anyone gets injured to that matter up.
Yeah, and then you also have all these notes on the starting pitcher, and then you get this long reliever in, which you don't have as much notes on, but you gotta roll with the punches, as they say. So that ball is hit into the left field for a base hit, and we'll see if he's gonna get 2. It looks like he is. Yastrzemski with a double. I believe it's a second on the day. 1 out hit, beats the shift again, hits it into left field.
Second time the shift's put on him. Second time he swings against it. Onto left field, not down the line. Either way, doesn't matter because he finds himself back where he was in the first, standing on second base. Pence up at the plate.
And you wonder if they'll shift on Yastrzemski next at bat. He's beaten it twice, so maybe they change it, or maybe they're, the numbers will still say we should shift on him. He's, law averages, he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it right into the shift next time. It's 0-1 on Pence. Good pitch. Called a strike on the corner.
Yeah, the Pisano, the catcher, he loved that location there. Hit right back at his pitcher, Paddack.
0-2 here. Caught looking. Not sure he's looking at there, but curveball hangs in the zone, gets on the lower part of the plate, and freezes heads there. Second out of the inning.
Strikeout, looking for strikeout since the second when he struck out that side. This time in curveball, Pence using like a statue. Outs now for Sandoval.
Sandoval struck out in the second inning and takes a strike there. And Sandoval, nice athletic play last inning. Did have that play on that single, I believe it was in first or second, where he kind of couldn't get to that ball, but made up for it with that nice play on the could have been a double as he flies that ball out to right, and Myers will get under that one for the third out of the inning. Still a scoreless game as we head with the bottom of the Padres lineup coming up. Had to get out of the inning despite another double from Yastrzemski. Adi Watney reminds you that we are raising money this week for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. As you may know, we do this all for free. We do this, but we also do this for a charitable cause. So if you could donate to NAMI, that would be great. We do different charities every week, and NAMI is this week's one. This catcher comes in. Campusano, 2 for 4 last game. One of his better games of the season. He only has a 204 average right now. 200 average. That ball is swung and hit hard to second, but Dubone will get that and throw it onto first and Sandoval. First out of the inning.
The pitcher, Chris Paddack.
The first pitch swinging there. The Padres, it worked out in Hosmer's favor, didn't work out in Campusano's favor.
Paddack comes up. You see his numbers are below 200 OPS as that ball's flied onto right, and Pence with a nice running play. Big ground to cover on right, and Pence very familiar with this ballpark and makes the play for the second half of the inning.
Fernando Tatis.
Well, Paddack, as he steps in, Paddack, not necessarily the best hitter for a pitcher, but with at bats, he's going out to right, and he's shown that he can somewhat on the ball.
And sometimes a pitcher will kind of ease back on a starting pitcher hitting. So, maybe you get a little bit better pitches, and maybe that helps. And they used to obviously hit when they were younger, and they just switched to pitcher, and they hadn't done it for a while, and, haven't progressed. Still going to hit. It's 2-0 on Tatis. That pitch in the air. And pops up to third, and Longoria will be under it for the third out of the inning. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Still a 0-0 game here on ML Bot Ball. We got some great games coming up today. We got the Mets against the Marlins. Rick Porcello against Jose Urena. Justin Rock and Big Fun will be on the call. We got Toronto, the Blue Jays against the Twins. Hyunjin Ryu and Jake Odorizzi. We have Jake Dean and EB from Toronto on the call. We got Texas, New York. You got Yankees ace Garrett Cole against Lynn. Arizona against Chicago, the White Sox. You got Merrill Kelly versus Dave Dunning. And, of course, Arizona, so Duggo is going to be on the call. And he's going to be with Frango Mint. And you got the Dodgers and the Angels, a rivalry matchup in LA. Kershaw, Ohtani, 2 great pitchers. Aiden Blank and Eddie McCarthy will be on that call as Buster Posey steps in here for his second at-bat of the game.
The game I'm looking forward to today, it's that matchup between the Dodgers and the Angels. It's Clayton Kershaw versus Shohei Ohtani for that pitcher's matchup. It'll be a sight to see, a sight to watch.
Definitely, and not sure. It is not in the Dodger Stadium, or else you'd have Ohtani hit, but still a great pitching matchup there. And 2 pretty good teams. Dodgers the better team, but Angels still competing in the West. 1-2 on Posey.
The Angels, for the times in their season, they're there. They're not on the bad side, but they're not in the playoff contenders. They're kind of in that mediocrity level.
As that ball is popped onto first, and Hosmer will make the play. And it seems we have a trivia discussion of the day in the chat. 4 players for the Giants, San Francisco, and New York who have hit 300-plus homers for the franchise. I believe I know at least 2. I think 2 are pretty obvious. Actually, I have 4 guesses, but I'm going to let the Twitch chat decide, or Discord chat decide what it is. As Brendan Belt steps in. Low and go ball.
Take one of the easier ones out.
And that ball beats the shift and grounded on the third base side, normally where the shortstop may be. In there for it. Belt does not try to go to second. Not very fast, and the left field is by it. See, nice opposite field hitting for him.
Padre can learn. Third time, second batter that's done it. Yastrzemski's done it twice. The shift has to help them, and it's harmed them actually in the process of this game. And it's a close game, still 0-0.
Yeah, and they beat the Shift, but still the numbers will say it should shift. I know people critics of the Shift will say, "Oh, look at this play. That's why the Shift is bad." But yeah, I mean, this game, it looks like it's not working out for the Padres, but next game might work out perfectly for them. So you just never know. You can't predict baseball, Susan. That's what Don Sterling always says. It's 0-2 on DeBone.
Ball.
That pitch just misses there. I'm sure Paddack wanted that one, 1-2.
Interesting. I think he had a pitch in that same location and was called a strike earlier.
Maybe some inconsistencies from the umpire back there, as that pitch is just fouled off. Just gets a piece of that one to keep alive, 1-2. That pitch swung on a miss, a high pitch, but swung to Bone protecting, and he swings, and Paddack's 5th strikeout on the day. 2 innings in a row with at least 1 strikeout. 2 outs here.
Smyly.
You're going to have Smyly, the pitcher. Pitcher matchup right here.
Called for a strike. Smyly, you think Smyly will hit it farther than Paddack did this last at bat?
That's a great question. Both of them have gotten contact and have gotten the ball in the air. But I think Paddack's got this one earlier. Pitch was pitted. Side corner. 2.
2, and Paddack about to make it out of this inning if he can get a strike here. But that one fouled off by Smyly, hanging in there tough. And Paddack also above 70 pitches. We talked about Smyly pitching up, but Paddack also getting up there. Pitch from Paddack. And that one is fouled off again. Remains 0-2.
It was a good change of speeds. Went from the fastball to the curveball. Which one he's going to go for.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Inside for a ball, 1-2. Nice, good eye there. Not swinging there. Ball is popped up. And nice play there by Machado. A running play. Showing his athleticism there at third. See hit to the hit back of him, but Machado just gets in front of the dugout to end the inning. And we head to the top of the 6th. Still a 0-0 game.
Leading off for San Diego.
Tommy Pham steps in for his 3rd at bat of the game.
Tommy Pham.
To get on base, but when he does get on base, really good runner. The highest stolen base percentage in 2019 was 25 for 29 for 86.2%.
And he's in center field today, but he did lead left fielders in fielding percentage 1,000%. So a little bit surprising he's not playing that position, but he can play around the outfield. A young stud athlete gets that ball inside 3-0. Smyly down in the count as Eric Hosmer's on deck.
Hosmer had a hit earlier as well.
Nope, that's down.
Ball low, ball 4, and he starts a leadoff walk 4 balls in a row as you got the middle of the order for the Padres coming up. Maybe some trouble Smyly there.
4-pitch walk. Though Hosmer hasn't performed at rate he's had in past years, still should be taken seriously as a threat. And in a big spot here, 0-0. He's trying to give.
And a rare bunt for Hosmer, and it does work. He gets the runner to second, and then out at first. You got the pretty fast Pham on the base, so he's gonna get there on any decent bunt, and moves the runner over for Machado.
You don't see that too often, but this case, he just decided to go it out or try it out. Hosmer did his job. He's getting a few pats on the back when he gets back to the dugout.
1-0.
Ball 1-0. You see Machado, not great numbers with runners in scoring position, but a lot of luck factor in numbers of runners in scoring position.
Okay.
That ball, that pickoff did not work.
And I'm making a mental note, or having a mental note of how speedy he is on those base paths.
And that ball fly deep to center, and Yastrzemski will be under it. And not tacking to third is Bam. And main two, I think, didn't really make sense for him to make the third out at third. May have made it in there safe if he tried, though. Profar gets up.
The trivia has been answered in the Twitch chat. Mike, you got 3 of the 4. If you want me to say the final
Yeah, of course.
answer to that. Mel Ott.
Yeah, I wasn't alive when he played, obviously, as that ball's grounded to first, grounded to second, and thrown on to first to get out of the inning. Yeah, no, the Giant, it was obviously Bonds. I knew it was Bonds, McCovey, and Mays, because they had so many home runs. I didn't know the last one, though, and nice job getting hot for JMR 0305, although there was a little bit of a hint there by the big guy, 73. Crawford gets up, third time up, top of the order for the Giants. And that ball swung deep, and he's waving it fair, and it is gone into the right field stands, and Crawford breaks the tie at 0. Solo home run, his 8th on the year. 1-0 Giants, and fans are ecstatic out there.
See, Crawford, and that high five from Longoria pulled it for sure on the first base line. So much he pulled it. Knew it had the distance, just had to wave it fair. To McCovey Cove it goes. 0 Giants.
Crawford, not known for his power, but got it there. Got enough of it there as Longoria stepped in, and Paddack concedes the first run of this low-scoring game. Ball low, ball 1. As the lefty Drew Pomeranz and the righty Luis Perdomo in the bullpen for the Padres. Both guys can go with a couple of innings. If Paddack gets some more trouble here.
Sure.
Pitch.
The count is 1-2.
It's 1-2. I'm sure that we're gonna have Paddack go through this inning at least. Don't know. This might be.
One swung on and missed. 6 strikeout a day. 3rd straight inning with a strikeout. And nice recovery there by Paddack.
I'm just gonna finish my thought. I think they're gonna keep Paddack through this inning. Pitched a good game. That his offense isn't there to back him up.
Ball 1.
Yeah, it's always difficult for a pitcher. I mean, DeGrom faced that for basically 2 years, especially the first year he won Cy Young. His offense was not providing for him, and he got losses even though pitching a great game. And happened to Paddack today. Smyly pitching very good after that very tough first inning. Paddack, still a great game for him, though.
He has pitched the gem so far, that lone home run being the heading factor so far. He's pitched well, has, I believe, up to 6 strikeouts, looking for number 7 here against Yastrzemski.
Looking for that strikeout. Yastrzemski looking for his 3rd double on the day. That ball is outside, 2-2 on a 91-mile-per-hour fastball. Pitch low and inside, ball 3, and Hunter Pence on deck. Has a few opportunities with Yastrzemski on base. It hasn't converted so far. Three and 2 pitch is in there. Strike 3. A nasty pitch by Paddack. And no chance for Yastrzemski, and 2 outs in the inning.
Paddack, even though he had that home run, he's been showing off today. That's number 7 strikeouts this game. He's got a few swinging, got a few looking. Only shown that he can pitch.
That's a ball.
His offense, as I mentioned before, hasn't really been there to support him.
Hence up the 4-hitter. Surprisingly, he's not a very fast guy, but he's tied for 4th in triples in the NL and still playing that right field position despite that kind of weird right field that the Giants have. And 1-1 pitch from Paddack. It's swung on and missed. Nice change up there by Paddack.
Used to change his speeds.
Ball, that's upstairs.
That pitch is pretty high. Paddack up to 89 pitches. Going to pass 90 with this one. Caught looking again. His second strikeout looking up the day. But as you saw earlier this inning, Crawford with the blast. Put the Giants up 1-0. And we head to the top of the 7th. And Giants up 1-0. Brian Dozier steps in there.
The second baseman, Brian Dozier.
Two groundouts on the day for him. You see a pretty nice OPS, 800. Not going to be tops in the league, but pretty good for a 6-hitter and a guy who signed a minor league contract this season. Outside ball 1. You see the Giants starting to warm up some guys. Danny Jimenez and Garcia in the bullpen, a righty and a lefty for the Giants. In case Smyly gets in trouble here, he's already up to 84 pitches. That pitch is high fly to center field, and Tremsey will get under that one for the first out of the inning.
Right fielder, Will Myers.
Will Myers up again, trying to avoid the hat trick here. 2 strikeouts already today.
I apologize for not being as responsive. I know recently what just got announced. You're gonna hear about it soon. Minor League All-Star Game broadcasters have been sent out. Who's Urena? I know we're gonna hear about that more soon. It's an update. The minor league games, those broadcast teams are set.
That pitch is a strike, and don't need to apologize there. And actually, in between innings, I'd love for you to announce that. I'd love for the fans to see, the great broadcasters we have in line for the minor league All-Star Game. We also have a lot of great ones for the All-Star Game, the Home Run Derby, every game, honestly. Great broadcasters everywhere.
Yeah, this Ball is a good place where I've got to meet and work with a bunch of people. The broadcast, it's been fun making these connections and fun calling games with them on the air here, wherever you're listening from this.
Yeah, and more reps could never hurt, and obviously you get to learn from some guys who are even working in the minor leagues or working in the major leagues. So that's even better because you get to see people who have made it and kind of hone some skills from them, as that ball's fouled off 2-2 here on Myers. Low ball 3, works with 3-2 count, and you see Campusano on deck, below 200 now after not getting any hits today. Looking to get off the schneid here when he gets up.
No, ball 4.
That ball high, ball 4.
Close pitch. Smyly not too happy about it. As you see his line here, 6 1/3. Only 2 hits, 3 walks, and 4 Ks. Had a pretty good start. We haven't really talked about it being a good start, considering he had those high pitch counts. He had, I believe, in the first inning, almost up to 30 pitches, but definitely held his own, and he's done it in a silent way.
And Campusano up the 3rd time today. And I guess because it is I don't think we're gonna have Shark here today, so I'm gonna sing Take This Bowl Game, and then Kyle, if you want, you could give the who we got broadcasting some of these All-Star Game festivities. I know you probably have more access to it.
Yeah, that's all good. It's all fine for me.
Yeah, so Smyly already he's up to the mid-90s in pitches. I don't know how much longer he's going to go here. Ball strike on the upper part of the zone. Smyly has a 1-2 count on the catcher. Swung on and missed. Smyly's 5th strikeout of the day. A ball, but swung there. 2 outs on the inning.
Guess you got him chasing low. Sano gone fishing as we see a pinch hitter here.
Number 7.
Correct. Lagares.
And it is
Juan Lagares.
this former Met, a great defensive outfielder. The Mets had to use him last year due to injuries and due to his great defense. Pinch hitting here for the Padres, and Padres looking to try to even up the game here, or at least get it to the top of the lineup.
All today we're going to see from Paddack. He had a great start. Now it's just waiting the offense to finally break through if they can. They gave up 1 run. It was on that Crawford home run.
Oh, that was very weird there by Lagares.
Very late swing. Harris had something similar where he tried to check a swing, but
That's a ball.
away. Oh, now 1-2. Number 100 for Smyly coming up. Looks like this is going to be his last batter or be his last inning.
Ball grounded through the first and second baseman for a hit. Placed perfectly by Lagares, and now it's first and second with 2 outs at the top of the Padres lineup coming up.
The shortstop, Fernando.
Oh, inside. Lagares had to slice at it. Past Sandoval. Second baseman Dubon. And first and second for Tatis.
1 for 3 on the day. He had a single in the first, but the last 2 at bats he hasn't done anything. As Smyly stays out there, he's already over 100 pitches. You saw the Giants had 2 guys warmed up, so if he gets a hit here or gets walked here, probably going to be taken out of the game.
Look out, 1-1.
Swung on a miss, a high 80s fastball, one of the slowest fastballs we've seen from Smyly today. Called strike 1 and 2 here. Nearly out of this inning. Big pitch here. And swung on and missed by Tatis. Smyly gets out of the inning, gets out of the 7th. And we're into the 7th inning stretch. 1-0 Giants. And now it's time for Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Pomeranz is into pitch. Witness that while singing. Pomeranz used to be a starter, now a reliever. He's in the first of a 4-year, $34 million deal with the Padres.
I'm going to go down the list for the announcing crews for the AA All-Star Games. Are going to be on Wednesday, next Wednesday, the 14th. 15, we're going to have the Texas League. That's going to be EB from Toronto. Hines AS on the call. Scheme at 2. They follow the same schedule of games at 12:15, 2:45, and 5:30, similar to what we see in normal bop ball. Southern League at 2. It's a 3-man booth, or people in that booth. It's Charlotte, TARDIS 16, and Cole Ringazine, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. If not, I'm gonna, I don't know, whatever. We're gonna go for the Eastern League now, 3:45, still AA for Collie and Tim Moore. the AAA All-Star Game, 5:30 that night, 3-man booth, Mike Koski, special effects, and Mr. 3. It's this Wednesday on ML Ball.
Great crews there, and we have so many great announcers. I'm excited to hear EV's call. EV it's definitely been one of the people that I've definitely leaned on for some support in this, because I definitely have a little less experience than some of the guys here. As we see, the fly out to the first, out of the inning to center field. Now Buster Posey up, the Giants catcher. That ball's popped up to first, and Hosmer's going to run, and he is going to get it to the second out of the inning.
The left fielder, number 9, Brandon Belt.
Brandon Belt steps in, 1 for 2 on the day, got a single in his last at bat, and third time around, but first one against Pomeranz. Other two were against Paddack.
The count.
Well, never really gotten the upper hand against Pomeranz. You see that 0 for 9 career Y is off of him. 3 strikeouts to go as well.
1-1.
And that ball's low 1-1. I wonder how many bats there was last season, because Pomeranz before was on the Sox, and he was on the Brewers last year, though. So I'm guessing a lot of those were last year. I'm not sure if he was on before the Sox Pomeranz, so maybe he was also on an NL team then.
Yeah. B.
Nope. 1-2 pitch, high ball 2. So that's a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. Pomeranz still with a lot of velocity, even at the later stages of his career. Another high one, but fouled off by Belt.
And 2 now. Bouts. Under the 7th.
And that ball, another foul ball. We're seeing a lot of foul balls this game. Still some strikeouts, but lots of working the counts and fouling off 2 strikes. Another foul ball by Belt. Ball is swung on and missed by Belt. Pomeranz quickly gets through the bottom of the 7th, and I just saw the chat. Pomeranz was a former Padre before being shipped down in the tournament, so that's why he has all those at bats. It's the same division. As I see a double switch here by Kapler. Not sure who's in.
Thinking it's going to be the pitcher or new pitcher in. Smyly, yes, new pitcher here. Anthony Jimenez and pinch hitter in that pitcher slot. Later on down the line. That's what I'm thinking this double switch is going for. That's what I've seen double switches in ball. That's usually what they're for. I'm just going by past experience for that one.
Yeah, and if someone could tell us in the Twitch chat who it was, because we are not able to hear the game audio. Oh, looks like they have another pitcher now coming in, because Jimenez got injured on the first pitch, clutching his elbow. Hopefully it's nothing too bad. Hopefully it's only day to day, but now another reliever is going to have to come in for the Giants. It looks like Billy Hamilton's in left, the speedy outfielder in that double switch. But Jimenez is going to have to be removed from the game. And I'm not sure who's going to come in now. They had another guy warming up last inning. It looks like that. Yes, he will come in.
Lynn Garcia.
Yes, nicknamed the Marlin, probably when he was on the Marlins, claimed off waivers by the Giants, and setup man for them, surprisingly, despite the fact that he was claimed off waivers. Usually don't see a guy have that big of a role, but pretty good this season.
Done pretty good this season. The last season, yes, you mentioned in February, picked off of waivers. 2019, he held opponents scoreless in 45 of his 53 outings. That might have roll in having that setup role here in San Francisco.
And yeah, very good numbers this year. And a lefty, always valuable, as you saw earlier. Tony Watson, the Giants closer, warming up, so maybe he'll go for more than a 3-out save if the Padres start getting runners on this inning, as that ball's fouled off there. And that one popped up to second, and Bone will get under that one for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, the first baseman.
See, Smyly's line on the day. 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. Or sorry, 6 strikeouts and 3 walks. And very good game by Smyly. Overachieved, definitely.
Is how we kind of followed the scenario where we had earlier at the game. We saw his stats, we saw that record. It might not be the best record, but have other good stats pitching wise, and he showed it today for sure.
Yes, he did. And lefty seemed to fool the Padres hitters, except for that first inning. But after they were relatively quiet, had a few runners on, but nothing too serious. And Garcia's behind 2-0 now, 3-0 on Hosmer, and his ever dangerous Manny Machado on deck. That pitch, ball 4 here. Runner on for Machado is 1 out here in the 8th.
For the Padres, the third baseman, Manny
Machado over 2. He walked in the first. You know, Paddack's in that dugout just waiting. Waiting. Not that long now, but it might seem like a long time. Waiting for some sort of offense from his teammates. It happened right now? Who knows?
Yeah, it'll be a little devastating. He only gave up 1 run. Had a great game overall. That ball's foul to the third base side. Didn't get out of play.
Another thing to keep in mind. First, the Padres had the bases loaded. They got no run from it.
Ball 2. I got 2-1 the count.
And that ball in there. Now, that was a ball, but so 2-1 here on Machado. Another time he's gotten behind, and I don't think Hosmer will be stealing from first, but still probably will be able to score on a gapper. A pitch right down the middle, but fouled off by Machado. Maybe looking for off speed there. Two and 2 to Machado. And another foul ball. So many foul balls here. Should have kept tallies. But fouled off again for the 2 and 2. So he's setting up high, and it is thrown high, but too high for Machado. And he'll work at 3 and 2. Jorks and Profar on deck if Machado does not hit into double play here.
Before I had that homer yesterday as well.
And the pitch is swung on, hit deep to left, but Belt is under it, and he'll make the catch.
The bat.
The left fielder, number 10.
Sorry, excuse me, that was Hamilton out there. I forgot about the double switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention
Pitcher.
please. Now pitching for
Last time I showed it in now, but Benson, one of the best relievers, a veteran in the league, a former Philly, a couple former Phillies in this game, and coming in here to try to clean up the damage.
Vincent, also born and raised in Poway, California. It is located in San Diego. It's just another thing where it's a California-born player in the MLB. Though he's not quite at San Diego or on San Diego, he's staying in his home state, the Giants.
Fouled off by Profar, and yeah, and also another guy, Vincent, who signed a minor league contract, a veteran, but some teams are looking for younger players, more controllable players, so he's signed a minor league contract, but now in the big leagues and a middle relief pitcher for them. That pitch is swung on a miss, 0-2. Vincent, a little bit of a funky delivery. The pitch, Profar almost swung there, but did not high.
This ball was up near his head in terms of how high it was. Near him, I had that same height.
See if he goes to the same place here. No, it's a low pitch, but fouled off there by Profar. Stays in this one. Still got Still got Hosmer at first. And the pitch, did he go? He did not. 2-2 there. A competitive pitch, but Profar did not go around.
Be the big play of the day or big matchup of the day for the Padres.
And that pitch grounded to first and just gets under Hosmer's legs, and there for a 2-out single by Profar. Thought that was actually going to hit Hosmer to end the inning, but Hosmer with a nice athletic jump.
Ryan Dozier.
Yeah, we see that replay here. Hosmer did get over it. Certainly the fate of Padres, although they still have another chance after this inning, lies on the second baseman, Brian Dozier, who's quiet today.
And the Padres not pinch running for Hosmer, despite the fact he got a runner in position. Hosmer, one of the better hitters. I'm not sure if they took him out, who they'd really bring on off the bench. They don't really have a backup first baseman. Maybe a catch. Maybe they could move Campusano to there and put Hedges in, but Hosmer staying at second, as you got Dozier in there with a big at-bat here for Padres.
Right in his wheelhouse. Inside, fouled it off.
It's just outside for a ball. Out of there, almost looked like a slider.
Yeah, had that same movement.
And 1-1, low ball 2. And there is an empty base at third, but you want to get out of this inning, even though Myers has struggled today.
Don't want to give anyone any more opportunities. Want to end it right here.
That ball fouled off on the lower outside corner. 2-2, and Vincent 1 out, 1 strike away, as you see fans are on their feet here in Oracle Park. And that swung on and missed, and gets out of the inning. And a clutch pitching performance there by Vincent, and strikes out Dozier. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Still 1-0 Giants.
Leading up for the Giants.
DeBone up again for the Giants. 0-2 on the day. Strikeout, a pop out. And Billy Hamilton will be next. He got some speed at the bottom of the order now. That pitch hit foul down the left field line.
And still have the lead. They wouldn't mind tacking on a run or 2 more. Still pretty close.
Pitch 0-2. Pomeranz in for a second inning of work. He used to be a starter, so he could go a few innings and they're down, so they don't need to put in another reliever.
I got the count 1-2.
That pitch a ball, 1-2. Fouled off again. Count remains 1-2 for DuBone. The pitch. And a ball 2-2. Almost hit DuBone, but didn't even try to get out of the way of that one.
Ooh. That was close. Hold the ball.
Yeah. DeBone took it there, and as we said, Billy Hamilton on deck after that double swift. And a ball there for DeBone. We'll see what Hamilton does there. He could run for a hit. He has a little bit of pop, but not much. That's the reason why he's on the bench. If he could hit, he would definitely be playing because he has maybe the fastest guy in the league. But DeBone out first, no outs. Hamilton up, then the top of the lineup for the Giants. Giants threatening for more here to break this game open a little bit.
Ball. Count 1-0.
No to the speedy Billy Hamilton. Be at that exact level when he broke through into the majors. Reds. Be still on that base path. These just to be reckoned with.
Ball inside.
Ball 2-0, and Hamilton, even though he's in the lineup against lefties usually, so it made sense to sit him today because you got a righty pitcher, but Pomeranz is a lefty, so now it makes sense that you put him in the game, and 7-11 on stolen base attempts this season, so not as many because he hasn't played as much, but still swiping some bases as that pitch. Ball 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2, 2-2 count now on Hamilton. Pitch outside, 3-2. In danger of walking another batter this inning, and Brandon Crawford, the Giants' first hitter on deck. He had a home run last game to give the Giants this 1-0 lead.
Outer half of the plate.
And that one on the outer half plate, but a strike and swung on a miss by Hamilton on a nice cutter by Pomeranz. First out of the inning.
Shortstop, Brandon Crawford.
Cutter by him. And a miss from Hamilton. This is going to be Crawford. He has the lone run, or is responsible for the lone run that the Giants have used today on that home run earlier on. Swinging for it again, but that changes speeds. Caught him with nothing but air.
Couple curve there by Pomeranz. Maybe expecting another pitch, so he swung a little bit out ahead of that. Crawford a single also, so 2 for 3 on the day. A nice day for him. As that ball is popped up to third, not a home run here, and that would be out by Machado for the second out of the inning.
Now batting, the third baseman, Evan Longoria.
And Longoria gets up 0 for 3 on the game. He struck out last at bat. Runner on first, 2 outs, and Devone may get stranded here if Longoria can't come through right now, but last inning, 2 out singles by both teams, so maybe another one here.
1-0.
High ball 1.
Two balls, no strikes.
Ball 2. Not 2 uncompetitive pitches there. From Pomeranz, that is swung and driven into the gap for a hit. He'll be cut off by Myers. We'll see if they send the runner. They do, and he won't even make a throw. And the Giants are up 2-0. A clutch 2-out hit by Longoria, a 2-out double, and the Giants lead 2-0. His 16th on the year.
Opposite field. Right past second baseman Dozier. For 2-0, Yastrzemski's had 2 doubles today. Swing of the bat, it could be 4-0 on the bottom of the 8th. Carrying on, start of the 9th.
Yeah, and you saw in that replay, 4:15 in that right center thing. So even though it was cut off before the wall, that would be right at the wall in a lot of other stadiums, and able to score there as that ball is hit sharply to shortstop. But nice play by Tatis Jr. Saves the run there, but not before Longoria hits a double and scores Devone, and the Giants lead 2-0 as they head to the 9th with presumably Tony Watson coming into the game.
Your attention, please. Now,
Lead. Predicted it.
56.
Me Watson. Secured in his ERA. Don't look for how he's done. He's only 20 for 26 in save opportunities.
Leading off with the Padres.
We're all-star. 7, 8, and 9. Padres.
And a little bit of a bust to the siding for the Giants. I mean, you see his ERA. Still converted a lot of saves, but not what you wanted a closer. You want it to be under 3, maybe even under 2 if you're lucky. But 5.50 something. They may switch it by the end of the year, even though no one's as high paid as Watson among that reliever. Maybe no one probably paid as high.
Ball 1.
That ball low and inside, 1-1.
Inside.
Another one inside, 2-1, and Myers up again, 0 for 2 on the day, and he signed a 6-year, $83 million extension in 2017. It was the year after he was an All-Star, and it showed a lot of promise, and it still shows a lot of promise there. It's still pretty young, so got a long way to go, but not a great game, not a great season, and 2-2 again, may strike out for the 3rd time today. And he does. Swing and a miss on the changeup. That'll be the first out of the inning.
The strikeout for Myers, all three swinging. A low breaking ball. Myers not happy. I'm sure he's not happy with his performance today. For 3, he's had a walk. Besides that, more outs now. Pisano up at the dish.
Pisano up and below 200 average. Surprisingly, I believe it should his OBS 309. Maybe that's a 209. But if it says 309, that's pretty high compared to his average. But Pisano 0 for 3 on the day after going 2 for 4 yesterday. Empty bases, no guys on this time for him. As Watson deals, and that ball is grounded hard down the left field line, but foul. And the Padres will be pinch hitting, obviously. Pitcher spot coming up next. Not sure who they'll bring in. I guess it's going to be Cordero or maybe Garcia, but we'll see. As second strikeout of the inning, and Campusano goes down swinging. Second strikeout swinging for Watson this inning.
The track here, outside sinker, got him to chase. Gonna see a pinch hitter for the final opportunity for the Padres. I believe that's Garcia. It is.
It is, and below 200 average on the season. But that's put him here. 2 for 5 yesterday, though. Had a very good game. Not in the lineup today, though. And his grandfather was part of the Padres big league staff at one point, and also managed a minor league team. That's an interesting fact. Want to know here on Garcia. Strike right down the middle. 1-1.
Garcia actually playing for a hometown team. He's a San Diego native.
And swung on a miss. A ball outside, but got swinging on the slider. 1-2, and Watson, the final out of the game. Giants fans on their feet here at Oracle Park. And here's the pitch. And it is hit into right field for a base hit. And a 2-out hit by Garcia just out the outfield glove of Dubon. And the Padres are staying alive here.
Located pitch by Watson. Either way, Garcia. Got enough wood on it. But into right center. You got this top of the lineup. You got Tatis Jr. now. Tying run up the plate.
0-1.
Yeah, and probably one of the guys you want most up with, last out of the game. Their first hitter in the lineup. 1 for 4 today with a single. And if he gets a hit, you also got a lot of other good guys behind him. So
As well on
that's a bad swing there, low, and it squirts away from Posley, but Garcia obviously stays there. Don't want to make the last out at second. Giants fans on their feet. 0-2 pitch to Tatis. And just outside 1-2.
At outside half the plate. No one's gotten calls all night.
That is true. And the 1-2 pitch, and grounded to short, and through for a hit. I thought Crawford was going to have that, but 2-out single by Tatis. I'm not sure. I have to see the replay there. I thought that was right to him.
Yeah, it was a grounder. Crawford deciding not to go for it. I'm sure if he dove, he would have made that play.
Yeah, Crawford maybe not a little bit off his normal position, and he was going to the other side as the pitch was happening to cover second as Tommy Pham gets up, hit by a pitch and blocked, and 0 for 2 on the day though, but gotten on twice, and big spot here. Watson has struggled this season. He looked great on the first 2 batters, looked good up to 2 strikes in the third batter, but now 2 guys on. That pitch in there for a strike, 0-1.
It's a confidence booster for Watson. Was he the catcher, giving him the nod as well. Needed that one after those last 2 at-bats. Pure against Pham. Pham, that is.
And Pham, the first player of Vietnamese sent to play in MLB since Danny Gray, since that pitch is a ball 1-1.
He's taking a breather here. In this inning, he's almost up to 20 pitches. Little to keep in mind. I don't know if it'll affect if still 2 outs, so we'll keep him in.
swung on a miss, the low pitch, but now Watson up to 2 strikes again. And you wonder if he does end up losing this batter, which pitching coach comes out. The Giants have 2 hitting coaches for some reason. Part of Kapler's strategy, I guess. But the 1-2 pitch, Giants fans on their feet for the 3rd time today. And swung on and missed. And Watson gets out of the jam. And the Giants will win this game 2-0. A strikeout. Struck out 3 batters this inning. 2 hits in between the 2nd and 3rd out. Giants take the 2nd game of the series for a 2-0 victory.
Yep, the Giants lost by 1 run yesterday. Ended up winning by 2 and kept Padres. Well, it's not as many hits, nearly not as many hits as before yesterday, but different result. Giants get the win at home. Watson's going to get his 21st save on the year. Smyly gets the win. Paddack, he only gave up 1 run. And with the loss, player of the game, Smyly had 7 innings of 3-hit baseball, strikeouts to go along with 3 walks.
Yeah, and makes sense for him to get player of the game. You know, Crawford did have that home run, but I think Smyly was overall the best performer by the Giants today. And the Giants, the final line, 0 runs, 6 hits, and 0 errors for the Padres. 2 runs, 6 hits, 0 errors for the Giants. And Smyly with the win. Paddack with the unfortunate loss for him, and Tony Watson with the nail-biting save. And the Giants win the 2nd game. A little bit surprising. Padres had their ace, had an opportunity to take the 2nd game, but you see the lines for them. Giants, Crawford had the home run. He also had another hit. Yastrzemski, 2 doubles, wasn't able to get driven in. Longoria had the clutch double to get it to 2-run game. Dubone, despite going 0 for 2, did score a run. And then for the Padres, Hosmer got on twice at Pete, 2 for 5. We go to the highlights of the game. As you see in the bottom of the 6th, first action, Crawford with a home run into right, just fair, and right into that kind of short stands there. Opened the scoring for the Giants. And Paddack, nice strikeout on Pence, and just caught him frozen. You see an emphatic call by the umpire there. And Smyly also an amazing day, and got Tatis Jr. chasing on a fastball for a strikeout, and Smyly pumped up there. And then Dozier with 2 guys on, and he strikes out. A big strikeout there for Vincent. And then Longoria with the 2-out double to right. And that scored Dubone, and that ended up making it 2-0. And that ended up being the final score there. See, Myers can pick that one up as Watson closed it out. 3 strikeouts, 2 guys on, and ends the game. Myers struck out chasing a changeup for the 1st out. And then Campusano struck out. And it looked like he had it easy there. It was 2 strikes. But then 2 guys got on. But then struck out the final batter of the game. Struck out Tommy Pham to end this one. Final score 2-0 Giants. And on Bothball, we got the next game today will be the New York Mets against the Miami Marlins. Both teams in the bottom of the NL East. Rick Porcello, Jose Urena. Just to keep fun on the call. We do got a little time until the 2nd game, so. But you see the line. Garcia was 1 for 1. Lagarza 1 for 1. They both got hits at pinch hitting. And what are your takeaways from this game, Kyle?
Both of these teams, they're not necessarily at the top, or they're at the bottom of their division in the NL West. It makes it a close matchup. Yesterday, the Padres edged Giants out 4-3. Giants, the script, edged the Padres out, score 2-0. And this is a good matchup. This has been a good matchup. You don't necessarily think of it because you just see, oh, it's 2 of the bottom teams in a division. They're pretty close to, if not equals, in terms of output and their playing abilities. Showed that the past 2 games, and I'm sure showed again continue playing. I believe they have a game tomorrow if possible. I doubt it's saying, for me, they're both teams that are really close to each other. As you see, Andy Jimenez, he had that injury earlier on, elbow tightness, going to be out for a day or two. So it wasn't too serious of an injury. Sounded interesting.
Didn't look like it was going to be too bad based on the report of it, but you never know with these injuries. Smyly moved to 4-10, still a bad record, but still good pitching. And Paddack moves to 5-6, a little bit undeserved 5-6. You see a couple other games today, a lot of rivalry games, a lot of interdivisional matchups. As
the Mets lineup here.
Yeah, it's the Marlins and Mets are going to get underway. McNeil, you still see a lot of hitters for them, but just everything's gone wrong, it seems, for them. Injuries to starting staff. Syndergaard's hurt, or Syndergaard was going to be hurt with Tommy John, so it made sense, not pitching. But then a couple other starters pitching got hurt. You had to kind of use some guys that were supposed to be more long relief guys in the bullpen for pitching. See McNeil, still a 320 average though. He was up in the league last season in average and hitting for some power.
Obviously, we got Alonso. And for power, 22 home runs so far. Conforto's a bit cold. Slot today, Robbie Cano. He's on a bit of a hot streak. It's going to be interesting to see if he can or how he will make an impact on this next game, Mets and Miami Marlins. He can produce right now for the Mets, it would be a good point.
Yeah, Conforto is only a 200 average there, but he still has 22 home runs. So going to end up with probably 30-something on the year, unless he gets very cold or very hot. Get to the 40s. Cespedes back, finally, but having a god-awful season. That's the honest way to put it. Used to be a star of the league, but struggling this year in his first year back, fully at least. As you see Robbie Cano hot. 17 home runs this season, 36 RBIs, a 262 average. A veteran, but still very good. As we are joined by Big Fun in the booth, and Big Fun will be one of the people calling this second game. We have Justin Rock, and CJ Rock is here as well. So, how are you guys doing today?
Quite all right. Going to get a look at the bottom of the National League East. A couple of potential sellers this month.
Yes, it will be. And first to the bottom of the NL West, now the bottom of the NL East. And I am going to sign off here. Wonderful game with Kyle DeSantis, and a great game there, 2-0, as we start the Mets and Marlins game very shortly with Big Fun and J-Rock on the call. Thank you, guys.
Fun. Have fun, guys. Call.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Kyle. Well done on the Padres and Giants broadcast that just wrapped up. The Giants taking the second game of that series 2-0. Justin Rock, Big Fun, Eric Garment with you here for the Mets and the Marlins coming up in just a matter of moments, scheduled for a 2 p.m. first pitch. And Eric, how you doing on this Saturday afternoon?
I'm doing quite all right here in the real world of New York. It's gray and rainy, so to have the escape of hot ball in Miami is a very nice thing to have on a wet Saturday.
Yeah, it has been an ugly couple of days here in the Northeast. I'm just on the other side of the bridge, New Jersey, and a tropical storm, was it Faye or whatever the name of it was, that I didn't know about until yesterday morning when I looked at the forecast. It has been raining. It has been gross in the New York area the last few days, but luckily this contest taking place in Miami for this one. The Mets taking the opening game of the series last night, 5-4, and these two teams, as you just mentioned, towards the bottom of the National League East and really out of the playoff hunt. But Eric, it looks like these two teams could be big sellers coming up in the next couple of days and weeks, with a trade deadline coming up at the end of July.
Yeah, I do have some insight as to some rumors regarding both of these clubs. I'll hang on to it till game time so we don't run out of stuff to talk about. But both teams definitely more firmly on the seller side of things. Sometimes a team like the Mets or the Marlins that's approaching 500, close to 500, you think about maybe doing a soft buy or a stand pat. You don't try and go anywhere. You just see if the guys that you have are going to ride you to the promised land of the playoffs. But you take a look at the National League. It is so top heavy. You know, coming into today, just in the National League East alone, you got the Nats at 59-36. You got the Braves 55-40. You know, that is already enough of an impediment. But then you look at the two teams in the wild card that are ahead of everybody else. Of course, the Braves right now in that number 2 wild card spot, because you got the Reds 57-37, and then right behind them, it's the Dodgers at 53-42. And that's it. Those are the 6 teams above 500 at the start of play today in the National League. So it's not really an inviting chase to try and make. The Marlins, 10.5 back of that second wild card spot coming into play today. They're behind the Phillies, game back of them. They're 8.5 back of the Dodgers. So it could be a situation here in the National League, unless the Phillies or Marlins, maybe the Rockies go on a run. Those are the teams that are all 10.5 back or fewer. Mets are 13.5 back of Atlanta, and then you look at the National League Central, for example. The Cardinals, Brewers, and Pirates just completely fallen off, 16, 17, and 24.5 back of that second wildcard spot, respectively. It could be a very top-heavy National League this year, and just 6 teams for 5 spots.
I was going to say that 6 teams for 5 spots looks to be the case at the moment. The Phillies, as you mentioned, 7.5 back of the Dodgers, and the Dodgers team on the outside looking in right now. It's kind of interesting to see how they're all bunched up, but you do bring up a good point about the National League West and the Rockies. Even though they are 10.5 back, tied with the Marlins, the National League wild card hunt, they have the added benefit of probably the closest race in the National League right now in terms of the division. The Diamondbacks just 3.5 up on the Dodgers and 12 up on the Rockies in the division. So there is a chance out there in the National League West for things to shake up a little bit, but it has been a very top-heavy National League, and to some extent the American League as well. As you look over to the other side of things with the Rays 4 back of the Indians for the second wild card spot, and then the Astros, the second closest at 9 games back. So all in all, between the two leagues, it really seems like it's been very top-heavy on both sides in 2020. I'll be very curious to see how these next few weeks, Eric, really shake out in terms of team rosters, the trade deadline, and potential minor league movement as well.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting race, other than the American League Central, which is 3 teams up there, the White Sox and Twins just about tied, Twins with a couple extra games played, Indians 2.5 back of them. But you look at the AL West, and no one is really out of it yet. Coming into play today, A's 4 up on Houston, 7 up on the Angels, 8 on the Rangers, and 11.5 on the Mariners. Now, the Mariners probably not going to have the stuff to get there in 2020. The Astros have been talking about making some moves. Angels, interestingly, made a move that was kind of it helped their catching situation, hurt their bullpen a little bit. They sent Hansel Robles to the Atlanta Braves, got back Alex Jackson to catch alongside Jason Castro. So an interesting move from the Angels. If they go on a hot streak, same with the Astros, same with the Rangers, they could catch the A's in a couple of weeks. And as a Met fan myself, I forget your base affiliation, but any lead in 2 weeks is no safe bet.
That is for sure. And to look at some of the numbers here for the hits allowed in the National League, the Marlins and the Mets just about ready to get underway out at Marlins Park in Miami on this Saturday afternoon. Game 2 of our busy slate of contests on Saturday of MLB Bot Ball, as ready for the All-Star break coming up at the end of tomorrow. The Mets at 41-53, the Marlins at 44-50. Don Mattingly sending the right-hander Jose Urena mound this afternoon. He's a really interesting guy. Young starters had a fantastic season at this point for Miami, Eric. Look at those numbers, top 10 of the National League in ERA and WHIP.
He has been really fantastic. He's got one more year of control after this, so if someone were potentially to come calling to the Marlins about Urena, because they do have Sixto Sanchez in the bullpen right now as the long reliever from that JT Realmuto trade, it would take quite a lot to get Urena, but someone could do it for the right price.
A team like the Marlins, who are trying to garner as much young talent as they can, possibly parlay Urena into something nice down the road as a swing and a miss from Rosario, and we're underway right on time at 2 Eastern.
First pitch, 4-10.
As the righty Urena kicks and fires, the 0-1 is grounded towards first, and easy play for Aguilar, who will step on the bag. So 2 pitches and 1 out. We are underway in Miami.
The third baseman.
Look at this Marlins roster. Might get shaken up in the near future, but kind of the home for unwanted veterans. You look at guys like Jonathan Villar, Jesus Aguilar, Corey Dickerson, just a handful of names who have had pretty solid years here in Miami. The pitching's been great, just the offense hasn't picked them up.
It'll be interesting to see how that develops, and maybe somebody tries to buy low on those guys, as Jeff McNeil has hit very well for New York, comes through on the third pitch of the day and snaps the base hit into center.
Yeah, McNeil has just been consistent all year for the Mets. Top 5 in average. Did slump a little bit a few weeks ago, but gotten himself back up and running.
Here is the red-hot Pete Alonso for New York. Alonso at 245, 22 homers, 63 RBIs. Alonso homered the Mets' 1-run win last night in Miami. As the 1-0 from Urena is on the outside corner for a strike. It's 1-1.
Yeah, Alonso also with home runs in both games in the Bronx. A little 2-game Subway Series action. Mets got swept in the 2 games, but Alonso getting the bat going has to be encouraging for himself and for the Mets.
Alonso, that batting average a little bit lower than what you would have expected. It's his second season as a swing and a miss there. It's 1-2, but it's maybe not totally unexpected. Alonso hit for maybe a higher average than people anticipated in his rookie campaign. That's outside 2-2, but the power numbers are beginning to back to where we would expect it to be for Pete Alonso, and it could be primed for a big second half for the Mets as Urena sets for a 2-2. A pitch in the dirt, count runs full, and job holding at first base there from Jeff McNeil.
That's a pitch that Alonso's been swinging at a lot all year, so a good eye from the sophomore to hold back on that slider in the dirt.
The 3-2 pitch, and he blows a fastball by him. 96 at the knees. Strikeout for Urena, and there's 2 down, here in the first.
And that's a great pitch from Urena. You get the sideline off by going in the dirt away on 2-2. You get a guy thinking you're going to go back to that same kind of pitch, a slider diving away, and you just blow a fastball right by him.
Here is Michael Conforto, and he takes a strike. His 0-1. It's been a confusing year for Conforto, hitting at 202. Power has still been good, 22 homers and 55 driven in. The 0-1 is swung on and belted in the air to right, back to the track at the wall, and all they can do is turn and watch that one become a souvenir. Michael Conforto showing off that power, and he puts it into the seats. Give New York a 2-0 lead here in the top of the first.
And you're right on it, Justin. It has been a confusing year for Michael Conforto. The average is barely over the Mendoza line, but with that homer, he leads the Mets in home runs. He's second in RBI. The counting numbers just don't seem to follow through in terms of the slash lines.
It's been a tough year for him in terms of consistency with average, but delivers there as Yoenis Cespedes trying to get his average on the north side of the Mendoza line. He comes through with a base hit. And the Mets now with 1 on, 2 out. Runs already in, and here's Robinson Cano.
Yeah, Cespedes, who started ice cold back in May, has just seen that average go up, 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 and up. You know, you look at it coming into play, 196. You think he's doing terribly, but you got to look at the underlying numbers, see that he just did not have it when he came back. Maybe that ankle was still bothering him. Maybe he rushed it back, or maybe the Mets rushed him back. And now he's finally settling in, getting himself comfortable as we're about to hit the break.
First pitch in at the knees for a strike to Cano, 0-1. This one grounded softly to first. Aguilar decides to go the long way to second. Luckily for him, it pays off and the side retired, but the Mets score twice on this home run by Conforto at the end of a half. It's New York 2, and the Marlins coming to bat.
I don't think I've ever seen someone make that play. What a strange choice.
That is a very questionable decision from Aguilar. I wish I could say that is not the first time. I wish I could say that was the first time I've seen it, but I did see it, I want to say, in a game last year in the minor leagues in the Florida State League, high A ball. Somebody, I can't remember the exact specifics, but I remember somebody doing something like that and in the booth going, just what was that guy thinking? I'm confused, as here is Rick Porcello taking the mound for New York this afternoon as Jonathan Villar digs in. First pitch swinging, lifts one into right center field, and that one will drop in for a hit in front of Nimmo. The Marlins have the leadoff man on after one pitch.
And that's got to be encouraging for the suitors for Jonathan Villar, just on this one-year deal with Miami after he was non-tendered by Baltimore. Multiple teams expressing interest in Jonathan Villar. I'm sure a lot of scouts hanging out behind the dish here at Marlins Park, getting a look at Jonathan Villar, getting a look at the fish tanks.
Villar, not only has he been great with his speed, as we've always seen throughout the years, fourth in the National League stolen bases, but the power for Villar this year has also been a factor. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Villar picking up numbers a little more remembering of Brett Gardner in terms of mid-teens to now looking where he is at right now, near the 20 home run plateau in early July. Be a fantastic power year for Villar, and added benefit to getting him at the deadline as a pitch out there. It's 1-1.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see a guy at the top of an order leading a club in home runs, but Jonathan Villar's doing it. He's got 16 ahead of Corey Dickerson with 15, then Jesus Aguilar and Isan Diaz with 13 each.
I was going to say, who would have thought on July the 11th, look at this Marlins roster, and with Brian Anderson, Corey Dickerson, Jesus Aguilar, and Isan Diaz, that it would be Jonathan Villar leading the team in home runs, as the 2-1 to Anderson is hit in the air to left center field. Cespedes going back, he'll make the catch, and Villar will retreat back to first base, one away.
And Porcello is a guy that the Mets obviously brought in before 2020, hoping he would have a bit of a career resurgence and help guide them towards the postseason. Obviously, it looks like the postseason not going to happen for the Mets, and that resurgence hasn't come for Porcello. He's pitched better since returning to the rotation, but overall, the numbers for Porcello are just not befitting of a former Cy Young winner. 3-10, the 5.84 ERA heading into this one.
Hey, you would have figured Porcello's numbers would have gone up this season in a positive way, moving from the American League to the National League, but that has not been the case, at least to this point, as Dickerson fouls it off. It's 1-1. Porcello reaching that 3-10 record of 5.84 ERA, 109 hits allowed in 91 innings, and even more alarming, just 31 walks and 50 strikeouts those 91 innings. So he has not been able to put the ball by hitters throughout the course of the season, and has been giving up a lot of hits and a lot of base runners as see him try and keep Villar honest.
Yeah, he threw a shutout for the Mets back in April, and it seemed like, there you go, that's a great pitch to get the strikeout as Villar will steal the base. I think that is number 20 for Villar on the year.
It is, so Villar moves into scoring position, 2 out for Aguilar.
But getting back to Rick Porcello and the struggles he's had, the other guy the Mets brought in on a one-year bounce-back contract, Michael Wacha, has had a much better year. It has that ERA around 3.5. The record is a little bit funky. It's 8-9, but it's not really his own fault. Sometimes, the Mets bullpen's blown it for him. He hasn't gotten the run support, very reminiscent of, the struggles that Jacob deGrom runs into on occasion. And Wacha's another guy, like Villar, who is standing on second base. Wacha's had some trade interest as well.
I was going to say, Wacha's on a short-term contract as well with New York after having his tenure with St. Louis come to an end as this one finds the hole on the right side. Base hit. VR coming to the plate. The throw by Conforto not in time. Aguilar trying to advance on the throw home. He is tossed out at second to end the inning, but the Marlins get a run back. The pair of hits after one in Miami. It's 2-1 Mets. A lot of action in that first inning. The Mets scoring 2 on a home run by Conforto. And Aguilar driving in a run before being thrown out on the bases, bring an end to the first. It'll be Ramos followed by Nimmo, and then the pitcher's spot, Porcello, are in the top of the second inning as the first pitch from Urena outside. 1-0 to Ramos. Justin Rock, Eric Garment with you here for some bat ball on a Saturday afternoon as the 1-0 to Wilson shatters his bat. And that'll be a foul ball. It's 1-1 as Wilson shaking off the stings.
Yeah, you never love to get that one way in on the hands. If you're going to break a bat, break it on something away out the barrel, or it's a bat that's already ready to splinter. You're going to need a pitch or two to get yourself comfortable in the box again after that vibration up the arms.
That was one of the things I learned in baseball after I've been out of playing the game for a while, is now they have, especially at the professional level, as Ramos takes a strike 2 and 2, they have these little rubber things now that they can put around their thumb to hold on the bat so that their hands don't hurt, especially in the early portion of the season when it's cold outside in the Northeast. Those vibrations don't come back and really screw up your hands for the rest of the at-bat and potentially have it carry on out with you onto the field as Ramos takes high for ball 4, and he's on to lead off the second.
Well, it sounds like a little bit of a shock absorber thing. Seems like something somebody should have come up with a long time ago.
That was the amazing thing, was like seeing that in the minor leagues for the first time and then wondering, is like, or did I never see that, or how is that not a thing growing up? I spent so many times at batting cages and in pro shops like that would have things of that ilk, but I guess was either past my pay grade or past my time as Brandon Nimmo takes a ball, and the Mets some patience here to start the second inning. That's one of the things, Eric, the Mets have done well this year. They've got 3 guys in the top 10 in the National League in walks, and Nimmo is one of them. He takes a strike, it's 1-1.
Yeah, they've been great at getting guys on base. It's been getting the guys on base to come around and score where they've had their troubles. A lot of guys left on base for the Mets in 2020.
That has been a big issue for them for just 2020, but for a number of years now, as that one fouled away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 on, nobody out in the second inning. As the 1-2 is a little jammer into shallow left. Out there is Chisholm, and he'll make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Jazz Chisholm, you see out there playing short, getting the chance with Miguel Rojas going down with a fractured arm. Rojas should be back in a couple of weeks, but Chisholm has more than held his own out there, and it'll be interesting to see what the Marlins, who are kind of planning for 2021 and beyond, do at the shortstop position.
That is an interesting point you bring up there as Porcello lays a bunt down. First base side, Urena goes to second for 1, and not in time the relay to first. I thought Urena was a little slow there on the throw to second base and wasn't going to have a play, but good throw, able to get the runner going to second base, and Wilson Ramos.
Yeah, and that's always the trouble when you're bunting with a guy like Porcello and a guy like Ramos on the base pads. If you really don't lay down a perfect bunt, Wilson Ramos is just going to get yourself thrown out, and you're not really going to gain anything by doing it. Almost better to try swinging away, maybe a flop one in for a cheap base hit if you're a pitcher.
Bring up Ahmed Rosario as he takes low 1-0, although sad way. Ramos so slow, the Mets may be better off with Rick Porcello on the bases as opposed to Ramos, as that hanger is fouled off. It's 1-1.
I mean, yeah, in the same way that you might rather have David Ortiz running instead of Mo Vaughn.
Well, it depends whether or not there's a cheeseburger on second base. Mo might beat David then. That one's low, 2 balls and 1 strike.
In the end of Mo Vaughn's career was just one of the strangest ways to walk off for the last time. I'll tell you about it after this. Diving play.
Hooper into right field, and a great effort out there from Brian Anderson, but unable to haul it in, and Rosario safely with a base hit, and the Mets have 2 on, 2 out, and now here comes McNeil.
Nice piece of hitting from Rosario, and good effort by Anderson. Good job to get the glove on it at least, because if you miss that, even with Porcello running, that should score him. Rosario would end up with a triple, maybe an inside the Parker, depending on where it rolls.
As McNeil takes down an inside ball and 1 strike. McNeil singled and scored back in the opening inning. It's a 2-1 advantage on a Conforto home run a frame ago, as that one in for a strike 1-1. And you're talking about Vaughn and the end of his career, and that 2002 team, they signed him and Roberto Alomar, I remember. And that was going to be the big piece to get them over the top, those 2 guys. And boy, were they really over the hill by the time that 2002 season rolled around. As 1-2 coming to Jeff. That one grounded to right side, fielded by Aguilar, and he'll beat him to the bag in the inning. Mets get 2 base runners, but can't push anything across with 3 1.5. New York 2, Miami 1. Bottom of the second inning at Marlins Park. Miami, Diaz, Ramirez, and Alfaro, the 3 scheduled to bat against Porcello here in the bottom of the second inning. The Marlins 1 run coming on an Aguilar base hit. As Diaz takes low, it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, Diaz, a guy who came up last year, had a pretty solid rookie campaign. Now is breaking out and a surprising power candidate, too.
As Diaz takes high, 2 balls and no strikes. Diaz, one of my favorite moments of last season, and it involved the Mets. It was at Citi Field in Queens. This is a fly ball in the center. Ball makes the catch for the opening out. Diaz was at the plate, and they were interviewing his dad while he was batting in his major league debut. It was the 2nd or 3rd at bat. While they're interviewing Papa Diaz, Isan hits a home run to center field, and a reporter just left the microphone in front of his face and let Dad go nuts for the entirety of his trip around the bases. It was a great, great moment. It's a happenstance opportunity for the Marlins broadcast crew, but it couldn't have worked out better. As you see Ramirez take a strike, it's 1-1.
I love stuff like that. You think about, there's so many times when a guy in his debut gets a home run. I think Eddie Rosario from Minnesota, same piece of luck. I don't think his family was being interviewed, but the cameras were on him. I think his first at bat, he hit a home run. Everybody was videotaping it, and the reaction was just remarkable.
This one dunks in for a base hit to left field. Harold Ramirez, who's on the start in in center field the last few days with John Birdie unavailable to a little bruise. He's done a nice job filling in that center field role for Miami the last few days, as now here's Alfaro. Take a strike, it's 0-1.
Yeah, a lot of interesting outfield talent in the Miami system, not just at the major league level. You've got Ramirez here, you've got Corey Dickerson, who's solid, you got Brian Anderson out there and right, but a lot of prospect talent coming through the pipes.
Jesus Sanchez was a guy that Rays fans were very high on coming up through their system. They acquired him in the deal that sent Anderson to Tampa Bay along with Aguilar last season. Actually, no, that was a different trade. I stand corrected, but Ryan Stanek also came over to Miami in that trade. But it was an interesting move. They picked up him from the Rays, and the other interesting name they picked up, sort of a corner infield, outfield bat, in Lewin Diaz, who was a Twins prospect, as there's a strikeout for Porcello. Nasty breaking ball. Put away Alfaro.
Yeah, the trade of Nick Anderson obviously has not panned out great for the Marlins so far. Anderson holding down that closer's role in Tampa Bay. But you've got Jesus Sanchez, you've got J.J. Bleday, recent top pick for the Marlins. You also got Javar Encarnacion down at Jacksonville. So there is a lot of interesting stuff happening in the Marlins outfield in the minors, and depending on how the trade deadline goes, some of that minor league talent could become major league talent. Jesus Sanchez was up for a little bit earlier this year, had a couple cups of coffee, didn't get a lot of playing time, so he's back at Wichita, kind of get himself more accustomed to everyday play.
This is the first year the Marlins have their AAA affiliate, Wichita, Kansas, as here is one of those young prospects in Jazz Chisholm, the number 5 prospect in the Marlins system according to Baseball America, the number 97 prospect all of baseball according to that same publication, as that's outside 3-1. And mentioned all this outfield talent, and there's a lot of really interesting prospects with top in that Marlins system. We talked about Lewin Diaz, Gerard Encarnacion is another option there as Chisholm takes a ball inside. So walk to Chisholm, so 2 on and 2 out. But it was interesting. I was reading from Baseball America. They voted him as the best power bat in their minor league system coming into the 2020 campaign. So that is high praise considering how much other talent they have in terms of power. That system is now, here's Urena with 2 on and 2 out. And a miss at a high fastball. It's 0-1.
I don't think Porcello is too bothered walking Chisholm there, because now even though you got 2 guys on, you get to face Urena. You know, this is the guy that you want up at the plate if you're going to face a National League lineup.
That one in there for a strike as well, 0-2. Although he misses the opportunity to face Urena to lead off the next inning, but he has no problem dispatching him on 3 pitches. Stranded a couple men on base. We are through 2 in Miami. The Mets in front by a run, 2-1. The top of the third here in Miami. The Mets and the Marlins. New York a 2-1 lead. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 up for the Mets in this inning. Alonso, Conforto, and Cespedes. Alonso took out his first time up. He has homered, though, each of the last 3 games for the Mets. And the first pitch from Urena is fouled away. It is 0-1.
I also just want to appreciate the ML Botball Twitch account calling me out in the chat because I am calling a Mets game that does not have Corey Oswalt starting it.
This one fouled away 0-2. Yeah, me and Big Fun did one other Mets game together earlier this season against the Padres, and sure enough, Corey Oswalt was starting that day for New York, and you had already mentioned you had done a bunch of games in a row with him on the mound as Alonso ground out to third for the opening out of the inning. When was the last time you called a Mets game, Eric, without Oswalt on the bump for the Amazons?
Well, fortunately, it was this past Tuesday. I was on the call for Game 1 of 2 between the Mets and Yankees. I missed Oswalt by a day, got Michael Wacha instead.
You sort of sandwiched in between Oswalt starts, although Mets got the call for the Mets the other day, Miami. But chance to see some other arms in the Mets rotation as here's Conforto taking low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. As you see the shift employed there by Mattingly.
And no surprise, you look at the way Mike Conforto swung the bat his first time up, pull, and Urena's pitching him to hit into that side of the field.
Conforto, a 2-run home run in the opening inning, giving New York a 2-0 lead at the time. Conforto his 23rd home run of the season, as the 1-1 is fouled away. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Conforto, a guy whose batting average should be way higher than what it is at the low 200s, as the 1-2 offering is a weird hack, and somehow that ball gets about 250 feet out into right field on what could only be described as a self-defensive swing at the former Oregon State Beaver.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange swing from Conforto, but it's been a strange season for him overall. So coming up with some funky hack is pretty on brand for Michael Conforto in 2020.
Here is Cespedes, who singled his first time. He takes a little bit low, 1-0. I mean, I've seen that swing so often in this game, and I've seen it make contact. I've just never seen it make contact with that type of swing go that far into the outfield. that one, I mean, was solid 200, 250 feet out there to right field on a swing that was as haphazard as they come, as the count now 2-1 on Cespedes.
You just chalk it up to the natural power of Michael Conforto. He's the kind of guy that you can just, kind of flick the wrists and put one over the fence.
And that's a different kind of flicking of the wrist from Cespedes as he tries to kick out a couple of noggins on the Marlins. Unfortunately, no Luis Guillorme available in the dugout, I guess, for Miami, as the count now full 3-2.
That's one of my favorite highlight clips.
It was an absolutely unbelievable moment as this one lined to the center. Another hit for Cespedes, so could be above that Mendoza marker at the end of the day today. So inning continues now for Cano. But I think, if I remember correctly, I was watching that live spring training game, first day to field in Port St. Lucie, and it was just a bat went flying, and Guillorme, with everybody that Mets dugout scattering, just stood there and held up his hand and caught the bat without flinching, as a great piece of base running there from Cespedes, advancing on a pitch in the dirt to move into scoring position.
Yeah, you see Alfaro tries to get in front of it, gets the body down, but doesn't really get the glove lined up right. It looks like it kicks off the edge of his glove and his right thigh, just trickles away enough. And Yoenis Cespedes has always been an aggressive base runner. No surprise that he's looking for any sort of opportunity to move up there.
1-0, and that one drops in for a strike, 1-1. Cespedes has always been an aggressive base runner, and he was able to read that ball well, and a great jump, and able to beat the throw from Alfaro, as that one outside 2-1. No easy task. Alfaro, best arms behind the plate in the National League.
Yeah, and Alfaro's the guy that just needs the bat to catch up. He was, a key part of that JT Real Muto trade. Multiple guys coming from Philadelphia to Miami in it, but Alfaro was the big prize, and the Marlins put a lot of stock in him, and, especially as a catcher, you need time to develop. Marlins going to need him to develop maybe a little bit faster. If they're trying to restock their team, get ready for a potential run in 2021 or 22.
The Marlins got a lot of knocks for their deals after Derek Jeter and company took over control of that franchise, as that one's low 3-2. But they have developed some more talents. We've seen some guys in their system, particularly a guy you mentioned earlier, Gerard Encarnacion, who blew up last year. The Marlins went from low A to double A by the end of the season. It's a name that not many people are all that aware of going into the 2019 campaign. So even though the trade hasn't quite worked out as they had hoped with Alfaro's development, guys like Sixto Sanchez have come through, as this is a piece of coming through here, as this one finds a hole down the right field line, scoring Cespedes. That great piece of base running ends up helping out New York. They'll credit an error on Aguilar. The Mets take a 3-1 lead on some defensive mistakes by Miami.
Yeah, off the bat, looked like that could have been a base hit Aguilar with just a slow reaction time, but you see there, just kind of pulled up on it, and, that really should be a play to make. So, unearned run there for Urena, and anything else that happens, and they're not going to be tagged against Urena, but it's got to be tough for Aguilar. That's a pretty routine play. You should be making that.
I guarantee if you ask Jesus in the dugout after the game whether or not he should have made that play, he'd say yes, as Ramos fouls it away. It's 1-1. Mets, though, do get that run. Back ahead by a pair, and Cespedes, a 2-out single, moved to second on a wild pitch, and then scores on an error as Ramos, a jam shot to second. Easy play for Diaz, and the side retired here in the third, but the Mets get a run on a hit. And one error at the end of 2.5. It's the Mets 3 and the Marlins 1 here on ML Ball. Bottom of the third inning in the 3:05. Jonathan VR, Brian Anderson, Corey Dickerson. Three scheduled to bat for the Marlins as trail by a pair, trying to avoid dropping the first two games of this series as VR swings at the first pitch and grounds it to second, and Cano, an easy play. One pitch, one out here in the third.
The right fielder,
Porcello just
number
one pitch,
15.
one out against a guy like VR who's had himself a very good year. Now, Porcello hasn't necessarily had the opportunity to pitch with many leads this year, and that's partly his own fault. He's had terrible starts. His last time out, he didn't get out of the second inning, but now you got the chance to pitch with a lead, do the best you can with it.
This one grounded to third, and how about 2 pitches, 2 outs? Brian Anderson with another weak ground ball, and it couldn't have been a better start for New York. To begin the bottom of the third, as now here's Dickerson.
And you got to imagine Dickerson has been given the edict to just stand there like a statue, bat on the shoulder, do not take a swing, do not risk getting out of this inning in 3 pitches.
And Porcello foolishly obliges him with a ball as that misses outside 1-0. Looked like Dickerson was taking all the way. The righty comes home and Dickerson takes high. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Dickerson, another addition from Miami, a former Tampa Bay Ray. Guy who could potentially be in another city by next month, as this a fly ball out in the center, and opposed to a 3-pitch inning, it's a 4-pitch inning as the side retired. We go to the 4th inning in Miami. It's the Mets 3, Marlins 1, as we turn the play-by-play duties over to my partner in crime this afternoon, Eric Garner.
Thank you very much, Justin. And here at Major League Ball, we are all doing this for charity. We want to remind you that we are raising money this week for NYM MIA, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NYM MIA is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. And a big thank you to the Derek WW in the chat for donating to NYM MIA earlier this afternoon during the Padres and Giants game. Roll on to the 4th inning here in Miami. 8-9-1 for the Mets. Brandon Nimmo takes a strike from Urena, popped out to short his first time up. Mets looking to extend this lead. Jose Urena looking to keep things the way they are. Pitch count not where he'd want it to be, though, as this one is grounded towards Chisholm at short, bends down, scoops it up, makes the toss, nearly pulls Aguilar off the bag, but it is in time. Aguilar keeps the toe on for the first out.
Marlins defense has been a little suspect here this afternoon. Saw it cost them a run in the 3rd inning, and very nearly Aguilar costing them another out here in the 4th, as now here's the soft-hitting Porcello.
Porcello, his first time up, tried to sacrifice Wilson Ramos over with a bunt, ended up bunting into a 1-6 fielder's choice. First pitch swinging, floated into left field. Easy play for Dickerson. A couple of quick outs for Jose Urena here in the 4th. That's to start their 3rd trip through the order, though, as Ahmed Rosario will come up. Rosario grounded out to first to lead off the game. Singled in the 2nd inning with a couple outs, but didn't go any further than that. That was his first hit of this weekend series to close out the first half of the season.
Rosario, you like to see that batting average right around that 300 marker. That's the kind of progress the Mets want to see from Ahmed at the course of this 2020 season. Steady improvement with the bat. And can keep that average right around where it is right now till the end of the season. The Mets will be happy.
So it's grounded weakly up the line. It's going to trickle foul. And another positive the Mets have seen out of Ahmed Rosario this year. You didn't see it a lot before. He's turned himself into a bit more of a base stealer here in 2020. 1-1 pitch misses low and away, 2-1. 12 for 17. Obviously, as you get more accustomed to trying to steal bases, trying to take that extra base, you're going to get yourself thrown out. But not really a guy who was considered as a base-stealing threat recently, as this one's grounded weakly. Back to Urena, flings it over sidearm to Aguilar. That'll do it for the Mets in the top of the 4th. 1-2-3. Middle of 4 at Marlins Park. Still Mets 3, Marlins 1. Bottom of the 4th inning now. Middle of the Miami order due up. It'll be Aguilar, Diaz, and Ramirez. Aguilar responsible for the Marlins' only run. Had an RBI single with 2 outs in the 1st, but got himself thrown out in the very unconventional 9-2-6 putout as he swings through that two-seamer, flying away 0-1.
Just another one of the Marlins' mishaps here in the early going today. It's cost him in that rally.
That fastball is also away. Aguilar holds back this time 1-1. And I don't know about you, but first inning, you're a guy like Jesus Aguilar, you don't run well. I think you got to consider getting thrown out at second there to end that inning, a bit of a toot land.
That is definitely one of those ideas, and get why he did go to second base on that ball, going all the way through towards home plate, but with his lack of speed, not worth the risk, especially considering he was right where some of the good bats coming up in the order.
Weak chopper, and that one is fielded nicely by Cano, makes the jump throw, and you talk about the lack of speed for Jesus Aguilar, really shows there. Pretty much any other major leaguer is going to turn that into a cheap hit. But Robinson Cano still good with the glove and the arm as he gets older. He maybe didn't need to go with the flair of the jump throw to get Aguilar, but either way, it's a ground out for the first out of the inning. Here's Isan Diaz.
I'm going to say, Cano so rarely goes for the jump, always likes to go for sort of that under the armpit sidearm type throw that makes look so casual.
You don't necessarily need to make that throw a little bit special or a little bit fancy as the 1-0 pitch to Diaz misses 2-0, but there have been some remarkable plays on weak choppers like that. I first think of Chicago White Sox Tadahito Iguchi, pretty much flat to the ground. I don't know if you know the play I'm talking about.
I do not. I remember Tadahito Iguchi on the White Sox, but I cannot remember the play that you are referencing, and I'm kind of embarrassed about that since I spent a lot of time watching baseball highlights.
That's a fastball over for a strike count, now 3-1. I'll send it to you after, but basically, Iguchi makes a throw where his legs are further in the air than his upper body.
I found the video in short order on YouTube.
There you go, as Diaz works a walk. Second walk issued by Porcello gives the Marlins a one-out base runner for Harold Ramirez, who singled in the second.
Happened on April 15th, 2006.
Quite the play, right?
Oh, absolutely absurd play. Yeah, he is. There is not a portion of his body on the surface of the ground as he is making that quite awkward throw.
Yeah, but he made it anyway and sent Hawk Harrelson into quite the tizzy. That's fouled off by Ramirez, 1-1. I do love a great baseball highlight. Swung on and missed in the dirt. Nice pick by Ramos. Throws down just to keep Diaz tight to first. Count now 1-2. Here's that pitch from Porcello. Goes off speed with the curve. Flown out to right by Ramirez. Making the catch is Conforto. Diaz retreats. There's 2 outs. One of my all-time favorite highlight calls is the, which year was it? 2014, Game 5 between the Blue Jays and Rangers with the crazy 7th inning.
Oh, with the Jose Bautista bat flip?
Yeah, I think that was 2015. Yeah, that's 2015.
Yeah, because they played the Royals that year.
Yeah,
in the American League Championship.
2016 was the Encarnacion walk-off against the Orioles in the wild card game. But that Kenny Albert call where he just stops talking right before the home run horn goes, it's just pure perfection. 2-0 to Alfaro at the knees for a strike, 2-1.
So funny. I don't remember what I was doing then. I remember that home run happening, but for whatever reason, I don't remember Kenny's call all that well. And luckily, I actually grew up in the same town Kenny lived in, and I've had a chance to speak and pick Kenny's brain on multiple occasions. But I don't remember what exactly else was going on at that time, but I just don't remember his call vividly, though I remember that highlight very well.
Alfaro goes down swinging for the second time in this one. Porcello works around the one-out walk, And nothing more. After 4, Mets 3, Marlins 1. Roll on to the 5th. Eliezer Hernandez and the Rule 5 pick Sterling Sharp getting up behind Jose Urena. Surely Don Mattingly is going to hope that Urena can get through this 5th inning as he is due up 2nd in the bottom half of the inning. It'll be McNeil, Alonso, and Conforto. And the first pitch is outside. I've actually watched the video enough to, I had to think about it. I'm not going to try and do a Kenny Albert impression. No, I can't do it. I think word for word, it's Bautista with a drive, deep left field, no doubt about it. And then it's just the horn and everything going completely insane outside 2-0. And now that 2-0 is in there for a strike, grooved over by Urena, 2-1.
And that's such a huge thing that so many people that aren't in the broadcast industry don't always recognize, but the ability to shut up big moments is a huge facet of what you do, because you want the crowd to also part of setting the scene, and what Kenny did extremely well that night in Toronto.
Neal works himself a leadoff walk to start the 5th inning. He'll bring up Pete Alonso, 0 for 2, strikeout and a ground out. You see Urena a little bit frustrated with himself as he just threw his 69th pitch. Pitch number 69 is brought to you by Childish Humor. You are never too old for childish humor. I don't do a lot of fake ad reads, but that sure is one of them.
I was going to say, what are their sponsorship opportunities like? A phone call?
Yeah, you make a phone call to Moe's Bar and you ask for IC Wiener.
Do I have to do it in my voice, or do I have to do it in Bart Simpson's?
Oh, no, you can do it in your own. Here's the 0-1 from Urena to Alonso.
Nope.
That's up high, 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Neal leads off of first. Mets with the 3-1 lead here in the top of the 5th. Check swing, but a strike anyway. Good off speed from Urena with the inside curveball at the knees, tying up Alonso.
Speaking of highlights, one of the weird things, and I don't know if you noticed this, but for whatever reason, Don Mattingly was trending on Twitter today, and I still don't know why.
Yeah, I also don't know why. I didn't catch that. Sometimes names will just start trending for no reason across all sorts of pop culture. I'll see actors, wrestlers, athletes, their names are trending, and it's you click and there's no clear reason. Nothing that seems to have happened. It just seems to have happened naturally. Now the 2-2 from Urena to Alonso, swung on and missed. There's that pitch that has been giving Pete Alonso fits all year. The slider from the right-hander down and away gives Urena his 2nd strikeout, both of Alonso.
It has not been a lot of punch-outs for Jose this afternoon, but has had one common victim, and it's been the polar bear. And kicking pitch has been the issue both times.
Here's Michael Conforto, homered in the 1st inning, gave the Mets a 2-0 lead at the time. Stuart McNeil takes a fastball inside for a strike, 0-1. Urena a little bit uncommon in that he doesn't usually use a 4-seamer, relies on that 2-seam action.
And more of a guy using his movement than necessarily pure velocity to overpower hitters.
Well, you see that doesn't struggle for velocity, runs that 2-seamer up to 97, high in the zone, 1-1 pitch now. Curveball grounded sharply to the right side through the infield that was set up in double play depth. McNeil moves up to 2nd, and it'll give the Mets 2 runners on for Yoenis Cespedes, who's 2 for 2.
You see the benefit for Conforto there, no shift with the runner on first base. Able to hit it exactly where the second baseman would have been playing. The base has been empty.
Here is Cespedes, 2 for 2, 4 for 6 with his first triple on the season. Got that last night. That's a strike, slider over. And there you go. You see Yoenis Cespedes, that live average finally over 200. That's got to feel great for him.
Always happy to see it on the upside of the Mendoza line. He's just got to keep it there.
That one scuffed foul back to the screen. Count 0-2. McNeil on 2nd, Conforto on 1st. Mets looking to add to their 3-1 lead here in the top of the 5th. Urena deals. It's low, 1-2. But although both of these teams are not looking like potential contenders here in 2020, always good to pick up a little bit of momentum heading into that break. You want to feel good. 1-2. This one's ground to the right side. Aguilar goes to Chisholm. Return throw is in time to Urena. 3-6-1 double play rolled up by the Marlins. Gets him out of the top of the fifth. We're halfway home at Marlins Park. Mets 3, Marlins 1. It'll be 8, 9, and 1 for the Marlins here in the bottom of the fifth. The big fund, Eric Garment, Justin Rock here with you from Marlins Park. Game 2 of 7 in your Saturday Major League ball action. Got a lot of great games coming up for you after this. We're going to give you a couple games out of the American League. It'll be Blue Jays visiting the Twins, followed by the Rangers at the Yankees. And then a couple of interleague affairs. The D-backs visit the White Sox. And then the Freeway Series, Dodgers in Anaheim to take on the Angels. Clayton Kershaw, Shohei Ohtani in the 9 p.m. Eastern slot. That is a beautiful matchup. And we'll close it out in the AL West with A's and the Mariners. First pitch swinging, Chisholm laces one into right field for a base hit. Chaz Chisholm has reached base both times he's come to the plate today.
Owen's beginning to have more success. Just the second time today they've put leadoff men on base, but out of trouble. And so was the next question was what were they going to do with Jose Urena, and it looks like they're going to pull the plug and give a pinch hit.
Yeah, a little bit interesting for Mattingly going to a pinch hitter here in the fifth, considering that John Birdie is day-to-day with that bruised shin. But Garrett Cooper will hit for Urena here in the fifth as the Marlins try and take advantage of the leadoff hitter. Urena's day is done. Now the 0-1. Way upstairs, 1-1.
To the final line for Urena, 5 innings. This one giving up 3 runs, 2 earned on 6 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts.
A pretty pedestrian start for Urena. Not anything terrible, just the 2 earned, 3 allowed. As this one is hit into the glove of Alonso. Assisted double play. Pete Alonso picks Garrett Cooper's liner out of the air, slaps the tag on Jazz Chisholm, diving back just like that. 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth. Great defensive play from Pete Alonso.
Great defensive play by Pete, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. That ball may have found him more than he found it. He turned it into a double play and a great way to erase that leadoff base runner.
First pitch from Porcello to VR. Big bender catches the inside corner. 0-1. You look at the pitch count for Porcello, just about to hit 60 himself. So he's been pretty economical. 0-1, a fastball right over for a strike. 0-2. Despite that ball-to-strike ratio, kind of ugly if you think about it. Just 35 strikes to 25 balls, but he's 1 strike away from getting out of the fifth with a 2-run lead.
Ball 1. I got the count.
That one misses 1 and 2.
And it's been a large benefit of plays like we just saw. Making mistakes, walking some guys, falling behind some hitters, but line drive double plays like you just had will help Boyan see that wacky pitch count.
A little inside-out swing from VR off the inside of the bat. Trickles into left field under the gloves of McNeil and Rosario. Seconding it for VR. Gives the Marlins a 2-out base runner.
Good piece of hitting by Jonathan. Outside part of the plate. Where it came from, and now give Ian Anderson a chance, although he's been quiet today. He's 0 for 2.
First a pickoff move. Diving back is VR safely. VR did steal his 20th base of the season back in the first inning. Helped facilitate him coming around to score on the Aguilar single. Now finally the first pitch is over for a strike. 0-1 to Brian Anderson. Anderson, part of this recent crop of guys who've come up across a lot of major league teams. They come up playing one position, and then all of a sudden they find themselves having to get very accustomed to something else very new very quickly. Think about Jeff McNeil, a guy who played a lot of second base. All of a sudden he's playing third, left, right, and doing it quite well. Another pickoff move sends VR back. Anderson the same way. Came up as an infielder, mostly a third baseman. Now he's the regular right fielder for Miami.
We've seen this happen more and more frequently, even with the guy on first base as well. Jonathan VR came up as a shortstop, has moved around quite a bit in terms of his positions. Ian Happ with the Chicago Cubs was originally a second baseman college and has played a lot of outfield, has also seen some time at third. And so it's become more commonplace trying to find guys who are more capable and willing to play multiple positions.
Yeah, you think about the Mets before 2019, there was even talk they would consider trying out Ahmed Rosario in center field. 2-1 pitch to Anderson is grounded weakly to the right side, but it's going to get past Robinson Cano, who is playing closer to the bag at second, so back-to-back 2-out hits will bring Jeremy Hefner out for a chat with Rick Porcello.
We'll see what the Mets try and do here with that bullpen, potentially getting ready. Porcello, the pitch count very manageable, but has been a little more hittable over the last couple innings. And dangerous bat and Corey Dickerson stepping in.
Dickerson 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. First pitch fouls it off, kind of reached for that two-seamer. Good late action, darting that away from the barrel of Corey Dickerson, just able to flick it off the end, 0-1. Yar on second, Anderson on first, 0-1 pitch. Popped up weakly behind short, moving back. Rosario makes the catch, puts it in his pocket to end the inning. So 3 singles in the 5th inning for the Marlins, but they leave 2 on base and cannot score a run after 5. Mets 3, Marlins 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
New pitcher for the Miami Marlins will be Eliezer Hernandez, making his 21st appearance on the year. Pretty solid stuff from Hernandez, 2.42 ERA. Average against righties, lefties, pretty balanced.
Leading off for the Mets.
He will get to face Cano, Ramos, and Nimmo.
Yeah, he's been a nice surprise for the Marlins in their bullpen this year. One of the guys with a sub-3 earned run average, and has done a good job limiting the walks as well, just 8 walks to 22 strikeouts.
First pitch to Robinson Cano, lined past first, foul, 0-1. So the question will be asked, if the Mets do bring Rick Porcello in theory to the plate here in the 6th inning, you're Luis Rojas, do you turn to the pinch hitter, as that one just misses 1-1, as Porcello did get knocked around a little bit during the 5th.
It'll be an interesting question for Rojas. I think it'll depend on what the situation is on the base paths.
Cano flies that one to left center field. Good job by Dickerson getting over to make the catch for the first down.
The catcher, number 40.
There's a man in scoring position. Chance to add to their lead. I don't think you can afford to pass up that opportunity right now. However, if there may be just a man on first base and 2 outs, you not want to burn a bullpen arm just for the sake of trying to keep the inning going.
First pitch, a strike to Ramos, especially because Mets starter Steven Matz, though he did pick up the win last night, only went 5. Mets going to Wilson, Sewald, Lugo, and Betances to get him through the back 4 innings of last night's win. Here's the 0-1 to Ramos. This one is hit towards right center field. Heading over for it is Anderson. He's going to have to play it on a hop. Wilson Ramos gets himself a hit, his first of the day. He's now been on twice, and that will bring up Brandon Nimmo.
That's with their 7th hit of the afternoon, and to now maybe add some insurance, and the decision will depend on what Nimmo does here, whether or not Porcello stays in the game.
Hernandez with a straight change over the heart. Nimmo looking heat. Just watches that 81-mile-an-hour changeup go over for a strike. Nimmo just hoping to stay out of the double play, keep this inning moving. The 0-1. Outside with fastball, 1-1. Working quickly, Hernandez deals, fouled off to the left side by Nimmo, 1-2. Nimmo has been solid for the Mets at the bottom of the order, but like Pete Alonso, struggling with the strikeouts, triple digits coming into today, 104. Make it 105 as he goes down on the change. Swings over the top of it. First strikeout for Hernandez. And we'll see what Luis Rojas does with the pitcher spot.
Great pitch there by Hernandez with 2 strikes to get Nimmo out in front. As we mentioned, that decision, and they will stay with Porcello.
Rojas, in theory, going to give Porcello at least the start of the 6th. First pitch to Porcello. Check swing for a strike. Porcello does have a home run to his credit this year.
It's amazing. And Porcello, guy who has never really had to hit in his career, coming into 2020, spent his entire career in the American League with Detroit and Boston.
Now the 0-1. Check swing foul. 0-2.
Well, he hasn't hit since his days as a high schooler in Morristown, New Jersey at Seton Hall Prep.
That one's way inside. 1-2. So about the two slowest guys you could think of for the Mets involved offensively here right now. Ramos on first. 1-2 to Porcello. Is swung on and missed in the dirt. Alfaro pops up, completes the play by throwing down to Jesus Aguilar. And Eliezer Hernandez works around the 1-out single to move us along to the bottom of the 6th inning. Mets still leading the Marlins here on Major League Ball 3-1.
Leading off for the Marlins.
So 4, 5, and 6 once again for the Marlins. Aguilar, Diaz, and Ramirez. To face Rick Porcello, who is just at 68 pitches through 5. First pitch, a fastball high for a strike. 0-1. The big fun to Eric Gar- Justin Rock here with you. Game 2 of 7 on Major League Ball here today. The 0-1 pitch is just upstairs. 1-1.
With this 2-1 game, be interesting to see what the Mets decide to do with their bullpen. Whether or not, we saw Porcello hit. How long is the leash, though, for Rick? And is there anybody warming up? And will anybody be warming up in the bullpen?
A good question as Aguilar scoots that one under the glove of Alonso down the right line, but it's just going to be a long single. The leaden feet of Jesus Aguilar holding him to first base, as it'll bring up Isan Diaz now with a man on and nobody out. First pitch outside, 1-0. Got some exciting stuff coming up for you on Major League Ball Twitch channel this week. We've got the Futures game. We've got the Home Run Derby. We've got the All-Star game, which I'm very honored to have been selected as part of the All-Star game broadcast team. Here's the 1-0. This one is hit by Diaz. Looked like it was knocked down by Alonso. Made the play to first base. The return throw pulls Porcello off, though.
That was a lost play.
Yeah, lost sight on that one. So a good throw from Alonso to Rosario. Diaz was going to beat it out anyway, although the return throw from Rosario did pull Porcello off the bag. So scored as a fielder's choice 3-6. That puts Diaz on first, replacing Aguilar. 1 out for Harold Ramirez.
That's where the benefit of having Aguilar as the base runner. It's New York, as Alonso would have had no chance if pretty much anyone else in this Miami lineup trying to go first to second there.
That one's high, 1-0. So continuing our All-Star Week advertisement, we're going to be running all of the minor league All-Star games that we can. AAA All-Star game, Texas League, Southern League, Eastern League, 1-0 pitch, low and away, 2-0. And for the first time on Major League Ball, we will feature user-controlled content. Some of our broadcasters, myself included, will be playing an MLB The Show Diamond Dynasty tournament. That one's in there, 2-1. We've got a 12-man field, so we'll have the first round as well as some Play Now exhibition games on Monday. We'll have the quarterfinals on Tuesday and the semis and final on Wednesday. So a lot of fun stuff on deck for the Major League Ball Twitch channel this week. 2-1 pitch to Ramirez. A strike, 2-2.
It'll be fun to see how these All-Star games and festivities break out. Run Derby, of course, on a Monday night as well. And then, of course, getting back into the swing of things towards the end of next week in the second half 2020 campaign.
2-2 to Ramirez, hit to the right side and through for a base hit. So once again, Rick Porcello taken advantage of to the right side with a runner on. That is Ramirez's second hit of the day. Moves Diaz up to second base. And with Alfaro up, this could be the last batter for Porcello if that one wasn't it. Now Alfaro, a tough guy to double up. Very good speed for a catcher.
Nope. Ball one.
Count 1-0.
It'll be curious to see what the Mets do here. Edwin Diaz, Brad Brock are up and throwing for the Mets. Porcello now is going to have 8 hits in this one.
1-0. Up and inside, Porcello behind Alfaro, 2-0, getting himself into more and more danger. Pitch count up to 81 now, the end of the rope. Closing in on Rick Porcello, he's behind Alfaro, 3-0 now.
And a young hitter in Jazz Chisholm being on deck, who's had a very good start to his major league career.
Big 3-0 pitch from Porcello. Inside ball for a 4-pitch walk to Alfaro, loads the bases, and it is going to be Porcello to face the rookie Jazz Chisholm.
Questionable decision. You saw Justin Wilson just get up and throwing in the Mets bullpen for a lefty arm, but sticking with the starter in Porcello.
Yeah, you think with the Chisholm due up as part of this, once you get past Ramirez and Alfaro, you've got the lefty Chisholm. You'd want to have Wilson ready, but only getting up now, so not ready to go. 6 straight balls thrown by Porcello, 4 straight to Alfaro, and now 2 to Chisholm to open this at bat. Wheels coming off for Rick Porcello here in the bottom of the 6th.
And that ball to strike ratio right around 1-1 for the night. That is not how you draw it up.
Big swing and a miss, though. Curveball, a pitch to hit for Chisholm, but he swung over the top of it, 2-1. So you see Diaz on third, Ramirez on second, Alfaro on first, 1 out, bottom 6. Rick Porcello trying to hold this 3-1 lead, but misses with a fastball, count 3-1, and nowhere for Jazz Chisholm to go. So this is a huge pitch for Porcello, arguably the last one he could throw if Chisholm gets a hold of one.
Gotta get this one over the plate, can't force in a run.
3-1 pitch from Porcello. Fouled off, so the count 3-2. Big foul ball induced by Porcello there. Now he's going to have to face Chisholm with a full count. 3-2 pitch. Fouled off, will do another. And now even if Porcello is able to get through Chisholm with an out, that doesn't end the inning. Might see a reliever for the pinch hitter. Unless it's a double play. Another 3-2. Misses. Ball for RBI walk for Jazz Chisholm. Makes it 3-2. Everybody moves up 90 feet. And that may very well spell the end of the day for Rick Porcello.
Yeah, brutal couple of innings for Porcello, and indeed it is the end of his rope, as Luis Rojas has seen enough.
Rojas takes the ball from Porcello after 90 pitches even. Porcello does leave in a winning position, but he's going to need whoever comes on to get out of a huge mess. Bases loaded, 1 out, and it is going to be Sugar. Edwin Diaz called upon to come into this game and try and get out of it with no further damage.
Diaz out of that closer's role now for New York, but has had a bounce-back season, that ERA back under 3, and has an electric fastball. That was always the case still last year despite the woes. He tries to find a way to tiptoe out of some serious issues. New York here in the 6th is a pinch hitter, and Matt Kemp digging it.
First pitch to Kemp, a fastball high, 1-0. Kemp coming up a little while ago for the Marlins to be a bench bat out of the outfield. Just 8 for 23, does have a homer and 5 RBI. 1-0 from Diaz. Inside 2-0, and this was part of the problem for Diaz. A pitcher who's always been viewed as a guy who loves to come in with a clean inning, has to come in with the bases loaded and just a 1-run lead. Now the 2-0 to Kemp. In there for a strike. Big pitch for Diaz, 2-1.
And the Mets' problems this inning in the last few innings, just continually falling behind hitters, and especially had this issue here in this 6th inning with on base and with the bases loaded.
Now the 2-1 from Diaz. This one is hit towards left field. Moving back is Cespedes, makes the catch, but tagging up at third and scoring is Ramirez. So that will give Rick Porcello no more shot at a win. It gets Jose Urena off the hook, ties the game at 3, and it'll bring up Jonathan Villar with 2 on and 2 out.
It was a hard line drive, and Cespedes going away from home plate back into his left, really unable to get much behind that throw. An easy tag, and the Marlins able to draw even really without the benefit of any loud base hits.
First pitch to VR, a fastball low, 1-0. So Kemp, the first batter out of 6 in this inning that did not reach base one way or another. Now the 1-0. Big swing by VR, but just kind of yanks it foul, 1-1. Went down to a knee, he got that far in front of it. Yard 2 for 3. Couple of singles, a stolen base, and a run scored back in the first. 1-1. Just getting the zone is Diaz. VR not loving that strike call.
Thought that one was going to tail a little bit inside, but getting the benefit of the doubt from the home plate umpire.
Now the 1-2. Way inside with the slider. 2-2. Tried to come in the front door. Ended up going all the way through to the backyard. Diaz checks second. Brings home a 2-2 to VR. Popped up behind the plate. Out of the crouch is Ramos. Makes the catch. That'll do it. So Edwin Diaz does allow one inherited score, but does get the Mets out of the inning tied. Through 6, it's Mets 3, Miami 3. You're watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv, and I'm going to turn it back over to Ron.
Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate it. As the Marlins take another call to the bullpen, it will be the right-hander Emi Garcia on in relief of Eliezer Hernandez, who is on the bump to get the Marlins through the 6th inning, as it'll be the top of the order for New York. It'll be Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso. As first time since this game had gotten underway, the Mets even with their opponents, as the first pitch from Garcia to Rosario is in for a strike. It's 0-1. Rosario 1 for 3 in this ball game with a base hit. This one fouled away, and he's quickly behind. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The final line for Eliezer Hernandez today. 1 inning. Give up no runs on 1 hit, no walks. Struck out 2. Rosario takes that one at the knees, and he's down on 3 pitches here to start the 7th.
And conversely, the final line for Rick Porcello, 5 1/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks. This one is going to be all on the bullpens. Porcello and Urena will both get no decisions here.
It'll be no decisions aplenty as Jeff McNeil swings and grounds one fair down the left field line and rolling towards the wall. They'll throw it back in, not before McNeil ends up at second with a 1-out double.
The first baseman.
24th double on the season for McNeil, and that is why he has quickly established himself as one of the best all-around hitters, in not just in the National League, but across Major League Baseball. He can go anywhere, anytime. He can pull it, he can push it, he can shoot it down the line, and he can just get himself into scoring position just like that and give the Mets a prime chance to take the lead back in this one.
Great opportunity for Alonso. Happy he doesn't have to face Starter and Urena again. He's 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. Heidi Garcia fires, and the first pitch is a slider in for a strike. It's 0-1. Garcia, ERA just under 4 at 3.94. Walks, 32 strikeouts in 32 innings. Played with John Mattingly with the Dodgers for a number of years. This is his first year in Miami as finds the zone. It's 0-2. And Stanek, Sterling, Sharp. Righties up and throwing for Miami in their bullpen. He's tied it with 2 runs in the 6th. 0-2 to Alonso, and that fastball from Garcia misses up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Michael Conforto driven in 2 of the Mets' 3 runs, waiting on deck.
Big spot for Alonso here. Got to make some good contact.
Put the ball in play, and he does not, as another fastball is poured by him. This one at 94. Down now in the 7th.
And that's just been it for Alonso. He has just found himself on the end of multiple sombrero days this season. Bit of a sophomore slump, even with the 22 home runs, leads the team in RBI. Average is okay, as Conforto is going to draw the intentional pass here.
Interesting decision here made by Mattingly to intentionally walk Conforto, bring up the right-handed batter in Cespedes and set up a force around the infield.
The left fielder.
Yeah, doing it against a guy like Yoenis Cespedes, who, everybody knows Yoenis Cespedes changed the game with one swing. Did ground into that double play in the fifth, but a couple of singles before that.
Has had some success this afternoon, has had a good series. As he takes inside 1-0. Cespedes last night 4 with a run scored and that first triple of this season. You mentioned earlier, Eric. That's 1-run victory. 1-0 from Garcia, and Cespedes. This is the high fastball, can't connect. It's 1-1.
Yeah, it'd be real hard for anybody to connect on that. Forget Yoenis Cespedes. Tough for like John Rauch to connect on that.
Hey, up there.
Rauch? I don't remember.
I think it was John Rauch back. I think that was the pronunciation. That was one of my favorite moments in a broadcast booth. Is that one is high 2-1. Bird driving around. It was like the late 2000s. It was the Yankees-Twins game. John Rauch had come on for the Twins, and on the Yankees radio network, Susan Waldman goes, and here is John Rauch as this one, Cespedes delivers over the head of Dickerson. 1 run is in. Here comes the second run. Conforto to the plate. He will score standing up. The decision to intentionally walk Conforto does not pay off as Cespedes delivers a 2-run double, and the Mets regain the lead. It's 5-3.
Of all the dramatic things, Yoenis Cespedes, a guy who has been struggling all year, even though the average is coming up, he hasn't been the same guy that he's been in his previous years with the Mets. That has got to be a huge hit for Cespedes and for the whole Mets dugout.
Cano gets under this one in a shallow right, coming on Anderson to put it away and retire the side, but not before the Mets back for 2 runs on 2 hits, and they leave 1 man aboard. It's time to get up and stretch in Miami. It's 5, Marlins 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Now, the Mets making a call to the bullpen here. They will bring in the right-hander Brad Brock, take over for Edwin Diaz, who got the Mets out of that 6th inning. The game's still tied as who will face Anderson, Dickerson, and Aguilar, 2, 3, and 4 in the Marlins lineup.
I don't know. I just tried to tie in your Susan Waldman thing.
Yeah. Well, going back to the John Rauch thing, as that one high and inside 1-0. Susan Waldman was giving the scouting report for Rauch coming into that game against the Yankees when he was pitching for Minnesota, and goes, here comes John Rauch, who's got a fastball in the mid to low to high 90s. That one is on the inside corner, strike 1-1.
That is.
And it was just one of those, like, you looked around and it was like, what? You could have just said 90s, but okay. That one just a bit inside 2-1.
Well, you want to just, eliminate 90, period, from that conversation. Just 91 to 99, clearly. It's in the 90s. It's not 90.
It's somewhere in that neighborhood. It's somewhere down that street. As the 2-1 coming from Brock to Anderson. That one in there for a strike 2-2. Interesting baseball news outside of the bot ball world this afternoon, one of which has come out last couple of minutes. And this is from 22 minutes ago, involving the New York Yankees, Aroldis Chapman, the Yankees closer. Going outside now, 3-2 to Anderson, has tested positive for COVID-19. He has been experiencing mild symptoms and won't be in camp for the Yankees for the foreseeable future. So that rather breaking news today in the non-bot ball world. As Anderson stays alive, it's still 3-2, so that's pretty significant. The New York Yankees, one of the biggest names to have tested positive for these rounds of testing, is a great pitch there. A changeup from Brock freezes Anderson for the first out.
Great pitch from Brock there on 3-2, going with a changeup inside. Bit of a risky pitch. Clearly Anderson not looking. But just touching on that piece of news, you got to imagine that is going to knock Chapman out of the early part of the season. Well, going on that COVID IL, and I think it's going to take him 14 days of self-isolation. That's going to get you to, at a minimum, the 25th of July, which is just after the season's going to get underway. And he's going to have to ramp back up as well, let alone he's going to need to test negative twice.
It's negative twice, and also considering the fact that he is experiencing some symptoms, and you just don't know how his body, as compared to others, will respond after the fact, and how long it will take him to get his full strength back, because obviously Chapman's ability to throw hard and use his pure brute strength to his advantage, part of why he's successful, as Corey Dickerson on an 0-2 pitch to the opposite field, and the Marlins bring the tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the 7th.
Now batting.
A good piece of hitting by Dickerson, as you see there, up to a 10-game hit streak going the other way. A little inside-out swing. Pitch that was inside near the shins. Actually a little bit higher up, closer to the knees on that first. But a good piece of hitting either way.
Here is Jesus Aguilar. It's 2 for 3 for singles and an RBI this afternoon in the 0-1. Now it's 0-1 as he pumps the first pitch by Aguilar.
You think about a guy like the Kansas City Royals catcher, Cam Gallagher. He tested positive and he played in an intra-squad game yesterday. So it's going to raise a whole host of questions for the Royals.
That was the other really interesting thing, was seeing he played recently in an intra-squad game as Brock issues another strike. It's 0-2 now to Aguilar. And does that mean the Royals will now have to quarantine a large chunk of players who played and were around Gallagher during that game earlier in the week? Is this a ground ball to second? Could be two. Cano to Rosario to Alonso. 6-3 twin killing. And the Mets work out of trouble in the 7th. We are through 7. We're in Miami. Mets lead at 5-3.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Marlins.
The call to the bullpen for Miami. As we go to the top of the 8th inning, it will be the right-hander Sterling Sharp, the Rule 5 draftee, coming on to take over for Garcia.
Leading off with the Mets.
Jimmy Garcia in that 7th inning, just the 1 inning pitched, couple of hits, couple earned runs, the intentional walk issued to Michael Conforto with 2 outs and a base open, proving to be very damaging for Garcia as he could not retire Cespedes. Did have a couple of Ks though.
1-0.
Here's the first pitch from Sterling Sharp, misses outside to Wilson Ramos, 1-0. Wilson 1 for 2, has walked and singled today as he takes outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Sharp, former standout at Eastern Michigan University, as well as Drury University in Missouri, former draftee of the Washington Nationals 2016 before the Marlins took him in the Rule 5. Is this one a gapper? The left center field off the bat of Ramos. See if that one speed will halt him from getting a double. Not this time. He's in there with a leadoff extra base hit.
Good piece of hitting for Ramos, shooting it into the gap. Tough for Wilson Ramos to get those doubles, but when he puts them down in the gap like that, as he is wont to do, as you see his 11th double on the season, he can get himself going. He gets that head of steam. He can get himself moving. And now he's in position to extend this Mets lead. Stanek and Conley getting loose.
Base hit from Ramos. 19th extra base hit of the season is now Nimmo. He's in and he takes a ball 1-0. Nimmo 0 for 3 today. Out swinging his last time up in the 6th. 1-0 from the right-hander, and this one fouled away. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Nimmo's one of my favorite baseball stories, and because his story is so unique in how he got to the major leagues and just professional baseball as a whole. He's a kid who grew up in Wyoming, and Wyoming is a state that does not have interscholastic baseball. One's fouled away 1-2, and what that means is there was no high school baseball for Nimmo to play. So he was playing predominantly on AAU travel teams over the summer, and that's how he got found. So the first guys to ever be drafted in the first round never played a single inning of real legitimate high school baseball. Now here he is, the everyday center fielder for the Mets, as he pops up this 1-2. And an easy play made at third by VR for the first down of the 8th.
That just goes to show the raw talent Brandon Nimmo had to not have the opportunity to play proper high school baseball, just had to play trample ball as Eduardo Nunez will get the call to be a pinch hitter here in the 8th for the Mets. And not only parlay that into being a first-round pick, parlay that into developing well enough to be an everyday major leaguer.
Here is Eduardo Nunez. First pitch swinging, ground ball to third. An easy play made by Villar. Nunez, his appearance in this ball game will be as short as it can possibly be. One pitch and go back to grabbing his seat on the bench. And now here's a Rosario.
That's the only way it could be short of be if you're a pinch hitter with 2 outs, a runner on, and a runner on gets himself picked off before a pitch comes into you.
Yeah, that's the only way. That one is low, 1-0 to Rosario as Nunez wasted no time reclaiming his spot next to the Gatorade cooler. One inside, 2 balls and no strikes.
He's got post-game reservations out in the Clevelander, maybe.
Maybe going to rave before this one is over. Is this a roller to short? Up there by Chisholm and a nice backhand scoop on the tail end by Aguilar. Tire the side. Mets get a leadoff double, but don't do anything with it. You head to the bottom of the 8th. Marlins still trail by 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Part of the bullpen for New York once again, as we saw Nunez pinch hit for Brad Brock, and that means it's time for Rob Gesellman to make an appearance out of the bullpen, his 18th of the year.
Yeah, Gesellman was down at Syracuse for a fair while. Had a rough start to the year. Mets decided to give Paul Sewald a shot back at the beginning of May. Came up when Cespedes did, and now the struggles of Jerry's Familia accepting an assignment to Syracuse to try and work out his struggles. Had an ERA close to 9 when he got optioned, and Gesellman is back in the Major League pen as a result.
1-0 to Diaz, ground ball through the box and into center field, a base hit. Just like that, Miami's going to bring the tying run to the plate here in the 8th inning.
You saw Seth Lugo, the more common setup man, Dylan Betances, both getting loose. So if Gesellman sees things go poorly, I'd only get to see him for 3 batters in this one.
Here is Harold Ramirez. He's had a good game, 2 for 3 with a pair of knocks and a run scored. Takes a strike. It is 0-1. Gesellman in the appearance here to start the 8th. Lugo did pitch yesterday through a scoreless inning. Mets 1-run win. 0-1 pitch from Robert, and that one fouled up the third base line. Quickly jumps ahead of the Marlins center fielder, 0-2.
Mets did have the benefit of an off day Thursday after finishing up a long stand in New York with the 2 games against the Yankees Tuesday and Wednesday.
2 outside, 1-2. Hit on Monday at home against San Diego before that 2-game series Tuesday, Wednesday in the Bronx before Thursday's off day. There's another breaking ball low. Balls and 2 strikes now. Righty's 2-2 pitch. This one off the hands into left field. Going back Cespedes, and he makes the catch over his shoulder. The first out. A great play by Cespedes. Take away extra bases.
Great play from Cespedes out there, and that is why he is still considered a high-level defensive outfielder. Maybe he doesn't have the same speed that he used to have when he broke into the league, or even in it. But still, he has that defensive acuity. Great reaction time. Still has that cannon arm out there, and showed the reaction time there, getting back on that fly ball from Ramirez.
Jorge Alfaro takes outside, ball 1. Jorge, listen, this one walked his last time to drive, or rather set up that situation where a run was driven in on a walk. As he waves and misses, it's 1-1. With a 5-3 lead here in the 8th. This is a double play, ground ball to short. Rosario to Cano, a jump throw to Alonso, and another twin killing doctored up by this Mets pitching staff. We move to the 9th, and still in front by a pair, 5-3. Like it'll be double switch time for the Marlins. as
I
Sterling
think
Sharpsay is done.
Your attention,
I
please.
think I can tell you exactly what's going to happen because Alfaro just
Now pitching and batting in the seventh.
with a short bench on the pitcher spot due up initially second in the bottom of the ninth. It sure looked like Francisco Cervelli coming to catch and hit ninth with Adam Conley going to come in and pitch and bat in the seventh spot. I would bet a lot of money on that.
We will leave Eric for the time being until he is proven otherwise. Ryan Stanek, Brandon Kinsler in the bullpen for Miami. Just in case things get hairy with Conley here in the ninth as the 1-0 to McNeil. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. It's with a 5-3 lead and taking the advantage in the top of the seventh on a 2-run double. The bat of Yoenis Cespedes. The Mets 2-0 after a half on a Conforto home run. Marlins pulled to within 1 on an Aguilar single. So would make it 3-1 in the third on an error. The Marlins would tie it in the sixth on a bases-loaded walk to Chisholm. A sacrifice fly. The bat of Matt Kemp as McNeil fouls off another. It's 2-2.
And thanks to EBTO in the Twitch chat confirming that it is indeed Francisco Cervelli in the game.
That one is outside, ball 3. So means the Marlins in their half of the ninth will have Chisholm, Cervelli, and VR, presumably against the closer Dellin Betances. Off pitch, low ball 4, and McNeil begins the ninth with a free pass.
This could give Betances a break should they push a couple more runs across here in the ninth. Maybe even one. Maybe with a 3-run lead, consider it enough to give somebody like Seth Lugo a shot at the save. Maybe Justin Wilson, although he pitched yesterday, if you get a shot as well.
Too many guys outside of Betances with saves this year. Is this one a base hit in the center? The bat of Alonso, he's off the schneid, no longer hitless. The Mets trying to add some insurance here, have 2 on and nobody out.
That's got to feel great for Alonso after a tough 0 for 4 with 3 Ks to pick up a single in the ninth, especially moving Jeff McNeil up. Extra productive hit. Mets trying to add some insurance.
Porto has been a guy who's been a producer tonight. We'll look back to the first inning. This party started with a long home run off the facade of the upper deck. Porto was intentionally walked his last time up. Or the Mets scored 2 on the Cespedes double, and he takes outside from Conley. Is 1-0. He has yet to get a base hit against the southpaw. The 1-0 on the inner half, 1-1.
Good pitching sequence from Conley there, going way outside with the breaking pitch and then coming back to the inside corner with a fastball, getting Conforto off balance.
He's had some issues with base runners this year, as that's outside 2-1 now on Michael. Conley, 43 hits, 17 walks at 60 base runners. 31 in the third innings, as that one on the inner half, 2-2.
Hey, Conley just pitching Conforto outside inside, goes with the changeup. Gotta expect we might see him go back outside here 2-2.
2 pitch, ground ball right side and through the infield, a base hit. Perfectly placed between Aguilar and Diaz. No chance for McNeil to score from second. The bases are loaded with nobody out, thanks to a walk in back-to-back singles.
Conley was trying to go outside again. You saw Cervelli kind of shift to his left as that set up, but he missed the spot and got too much of the plate.
Now he falls behind Cespedes, 1-0. You look at this Mets lineup. Ability to go righty, lefty, righty. Really throwing some wrenches into what Don Mattingly may want to do with his bullpen here is the 1-0 for a strike.
1-1.
That's his last time up with that gap double, scoring 2 in an opportunity to really blow it open.
1-1, ground ball back to the mound. Conley to the plate for 1. Back to first, double play. 1, 2, 3, you score it. And what a play by the Marlins for the first 2 outs of the ninth.
Yeah, that is a great defensive play. Great reaction from Adam Conley on the mound. A rare double play, the 1, 2, 3, but when you see it turned like that, you know, that is a pitcher's dream with the bases loaded, whether it's no outs or 1 out. You got a shot like that.
Now a lefty at the plate in Cano, a dribbler in front of the plate. Conley spins and fires to get him and end the inning. Adam Conley doing it himself defensively to avert trouble in the 9th. Last chance for Miami when we return down by a pick.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Mets.
With the lead still at 2, the Mets will bring in right-hander Dellin Betances to try and close it out for his 18th save and 21 tries.
Betances picking up the save last night, did allow a run in the process.
The shortstop.
In a 5-3 game and made it 5-4 before the final buzzer sounded as Jazz Chisholm is off and takes a strike from Betances.
How about Adam Conley, though? Doing it all himself, gets himself into trouble, bases loaded, no out, induces the 1-2-3 double play, and then the 1-3 ground out. I mean, Adam Conley just all jacked up in the dugout after that one.
Absolutely a marvelous job defensively, helping out his own cause as a filthy knuckle curve. As Chisholm and Knotts, it's 0-2. Roddy Betances deals, and a good pitch. And an equally good take from Chisholm to lay off 1-2. Righty comes home and he pumps the heater by him. 97 above the letters, 1 down for the 9th.
Up next for the Marlins.
It's going to bring up Cervelli getting his first at-bat. And this is kind of where letting a guy who's just kind of hurt day-to-day in the National League bite you. You probably would have wanted to stick with Alfaro, go to John Birdie here. But with only 2 healthy guys left on the bench in Cervelli and Matt Joyce, tough call for Don Mattingly what to do with this second spot here in the bottom of the 9th. Opts to bring in Cervelli, who will just leave Matt Joyce as the last healthy bat should things continue.
Look at the numbers for Cervelli in limited time. Has been quite good, hitting at .338, the 0-1. And that one in there for a strike, 0-2. Only .338, a homer, 9 RBIs in 30 games. 0-2 from Betances, and another knuckle curve. He has relied on that a lot in the early going of this outing. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another 1-2, got him swinging. This time the slurve had Cervelli fishing, and the Mets are 1 out away from winning the series.
Great pitch sequencing from Betances there on the 0-2, went in the dirt and then comes back with the pitch high and away, diving out of the zone. And no chance for Cervelli. Like you said, Justin, not a lot of playing time. Still a little bit cold. Sometimes you just can't do anything with those pitches.
Are just trying to get on and let the tying run at least get a chance to bat in the 9th as Betances is down 1-0. And Anderson would represent the tying run in the on-deck circle. Are 2 for 4 with a couple of singles. All righty deals the 1-0, and VR able to lay off. Go ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. This one grounded foul down the first base line. Just barely kicking to the right of the square, so it's 2-1. One in at the knees for a strike, and the Mets are 1 strike away from victory.
That's a tough take from VR. That's a pitch you need to be on top of, especially when you're trailing in the bottom of the 9th.
Especially when you're a speed guy who can get on using your legs. Instead, he tries to go power and pops it up. And Nimmo camping under it with 2 hands. Makes the catch, and as Howie Rose would say, you can put it in the books. As the New York Mets take the first 2 games of this series going into the All-Star break against Miami. They take this one by a final of 5-3.
Edwin Diaz picking up the win for the Mets. Came on with the bases loaded. 1 out in the 6th inning. Did allow an inherited run to score that game up. But got himself 2 outs. Mets in the 7th picking up 2 runs. Thanks to the questionable decision to intentionally walk Matthew Porta with first base open, 2 outs. Yoenis Cespedes makes the Marlins pay with that 2-run double. That would be all the Mets would need.
The Mets ran into some control issues in that 6th inning. They really opened the door for Miami, but the Bats able to do enough in this one as they defeat Miami 5-3. Diaz the win, improved to 4-1. The loss to Emi Garcia drops to 2-4. Betances, his 18th save. The Mets 5 runs on 12 hits, no errors. They left 10 this afternoon. The Marlins 3 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. They stranded 7 as we just about get ready to look through the highlights in this one, but big performances from guys today, Eric. We're hitting right below, right at 200 as we see one of them get the party started back in the first. That was Conforto. His 2-run shot made it 2-0 after 3 batters.
Yeah, Conforto and Cespedes today both coming through big for the Mets. Conforto going 3 for 4 with that big home run in the first, and also inadvertent big part of this out here is that was that 9-2-6. Here things started to go bad for Rick Porcello. That was the end of his day. Jazz Chisholm with the bases loaded.
And that was the end of it. Then Edwin Diaz came in, and Matt Kemp gave this one a ride, and it was actually not a terrible catch out there and left by Cespedes to prevent any further damage. That tied it at 3, the bottom of the 6th inning, but would not stay tied for very long because in the top of the 7th with 2 on and 2 out, Cespedes came through with the biggest hit of the day.
Yeah, doubled the left field gap, and great base running by Michael Conforto on his horse from contact. Made it home without a throw, and that was a huge one for the Mets.
Marlins would threaten in the bottom of the 7th, but with 1 on and 1 out, it's inning-ending double play really helped key the Mets bullpen. They got a lot of ground balls and a lot of double plays today.
Yeah, 3 double plays in total. Here's another one in the bottom of the 8th off the bat of Alfaro after Diaz got on with a leadoff single. Ramirez flew out, but another 6-4-3. That was the second ground ball double play, in addition to the line-out double play off the bat of Garrett Cooper in the 5th.
And in the 9th inning, Dellin Betances came on and shut the door. He blew away Jazz Chisholm, and then he put away Francisco Cervelli for the 2nd out, and ultimately got that lazy fly ball to center from Jonathan Villar to the capper on this one as the Mets won 5-4 in Miami yesterday, win this one by a final tally of 5-3 against the Marlins as they will go for the sweep tomorrow afternoon. It'll be Jacob deGrom. Get that last start going into the All-Star break up against Jordan Yamamoto, and talked a lot about this, Eric. Big fun about the Mets and teams trying to go into the All-Star break feeling good, even though season hasn't gone exactly the way they had planned, and the Mets on the precipice of doing exactly that.
Yeah, and even if you're a team like the Mets and you've just been sitting at the bottom of the division all year, any sort of progress you can make is going to feel good. The Mets don't have the stuff to fully catch the Marlins and surpass them before the break, but a 3-game weekend sweep of Miami before hitting this break, ride that into the break, maybe is trying to, talk some things out with some trades. There's some rumors that the Mets might be in some talks with a few teams. Like I said earlier, Michael Wacha's a name that's come up. But even if you're starting to trade guys away, you can still use wins, you can still use positive development to be a new benchmark for the season if you're not going to make the playoffs.
That's another interesting question with a game like Cespedes had today. Maybe he percolates some interest and adds some extra young firepower to this blossoming young Mets roster in the future, as well as his contract that he signed a few years ago nearing its end here in 2020 as the Mets take this one by a final 5-3. We are now joined in the booth by our broadcasters for the game following us this afternoon, the Twins and the Blue Jays. Jake Dean, Evie from Toronto. It'll be Hyunjin Ryu for Toronto, Jake Odorizzi for Minnesota. Jake, Evie, how you guys doing this afternoon?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm just excited for this pitching matchup we got coming up. I mean, it should be a good one. The Twins offense wasn't there yesterday against the 5th man in this Toronto rotation, and now they have to face Ryu. So it should just be an interesting game to see how this series kind of ends out here on a great note before the All-Star break.
Before we turn the reins over to Jake and EB, and say our last goodbyes. Eric and I, my next broadcast to be determined. We will see how the schedule works out, but want to listen to Eric Garment again. Big fun. You'll be able to catch him on the All-Star game right here on the Botball Twitch channel. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, it gets underway. He'll be on innings 6 through the end with Mike A. and the Jinx, Duggo, Cookie Eater, and you'll hear in this ball game Jake Dean. I have the call for innings 1 through 5. Should be a fun one for you guys coming up. All-Star weekend, All-Star week. Well, the next few days, what should fans, Eric, be expecting for this All-Star coming up and all these festivities?
Yeah, talked about it during the game. We're going to do a lot of fun stuff, though. We've got the Futures game on deck. We've got, of course, the Home Run Derby should be a blast. Of course, the Major League All-Star game. We've got Minor League All-Star games. And mentioned it during the game, but our first user-controlled content. We're going to be having a broadcaster tournament of Diamond Dynasty teams, as well as a couple of exhibition games on Monday. And we are going to be having our Botball calling the broadcaster tournament. People will not be calling their own games. They'll be playing against each other. But it should be a blast to kind of call ourselves doing a little bit of work.
Awesome stuff coming up this week, so be sure to pay attention. All our social media channels, you see them on the bottom of your screen, Twitter, Instagram, and Reddit, as well as website mlbotball.com as well. Be sure to also throw in some donations to NYMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary this year, so if you have some extra money to help people in need during this time, a very worthy cause. Throughout the course of this week and throughout the course of this weekend. Before we say our last goodbyes, Eric, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, just always a pleasure to work with you in the booth here, Justin. Very glad that my booth situation was much more beneficial than it was the last time we did this, and also very pleased that it didn't turn into a bloodbath and a 12-run loss for the Mets.
This was a fun one, an exciting game all the way down to the final out. Some good offense, some good defense. I bet Jake and EB are going to have a very similar experience for the next couple hours with the Blue Jays and the Twins, two teams heading in the American League playoff hunt. Blue Jays trying to stay in the 500 race. The Twins for the best record in all of baseball. Jake Odorizzi on the mound against a potential AL Cy Young Award candidate in Hyunjin Ryu. So that being the case, for the Big Fund, Eric Garment, I'm Justin Rock saying so long. Our broadcast, the Mets beat the Marlins 5-3. We now hand the reins over to Jake and EB for the Twins and the Blue Jays.
Well, thank you, and indeed, we are going to have a great matchup here today as the team from up north heads to not that much further south in Minnesota. The series currently tied 1-1. Yesterday was a fantastic game. Matt Shoemaker on the mound for the Blue Jays, and he threw an absolute gem. The Blue Jays ended up taking it 5-2 on the strength of their third and seventh inning onslaughts, and today we'll see what Jake Odorizzi can do, trying to pitch a little better than Jose Barrios yesterday. What you looking for in today's game, EB?
Well, I hope the Blue Jays can continue to put up some runs, and I hope Ryu continues his good run. He's now the leader in the American League in wins and ERA, so hopefully he can have another good game today before the All-Star game and lead these Blue Jays to another win and a series lead, 2-1.
All right, well, we are just moments from getting underway here. Like Justin kind of mentioned, these Twins really killing it so far this season. 61-35 is their record. They currently have the top slot in the American League wild card race, as those Chicago White Sox currently just edging them out in the divisional race. But these Blue Jays aren't out of it just yet. They're only 11 games back right now of the Twins, trying to get, or I think that should be 10 games back, trying to get a little bit closer here today with yet another win against this squad. I guess we're checking out Jake Odorizzi's pitching stats. 8-5 record so far this season, 3.93 ERA, a solid whip. And, would be a good person to get you a win on any given day, except for the fact that he has to face the giant that is Ryu.
Yeah, and he has given the Blue Jays fits in the past. So if the good Odorizzi shows up, you see these strikeouts there, 108 in 103 innings. He could probably rack up some strikeouts against this Blue Jays lineup, which you see the batting average of 246. They haven't really lit the world on fire, to put it nicely.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it. Even yesterday when, they got the bases loaded in multiple situations, they just couldn't connect on all of those opportunities. They came away with the win anyway, but definitely could have been a lot better offensively for the Blue Jays in those clutch situations yesterday. So we'll see what they do from Target Field here today, one of the newer stadiums in the major leagues.
And by the way, I do want to point out that geographically, Minnesota is north of Toronto. So actually, the Blue Jays are going north for this series.
So we're not we the north today. We're we the slightly souther.
There we go.
Yeah. And we get a quick look at some recent transactions for these Twins. You saw Thorpe actually come into the game yesterday from the bullpen. He came up on just the 10th, just yesterday, from AAA Rochester. We also briefly got to see the new addition to the Blue Jays pen. That'd be Justin Miller, who came up for Thornton. The Blue Jays trying to get to 500 today, though, at 47 and 48. The Twins far beyond 500.
Yeah, they're right up there in the American League Central race. Actually, the White Sox had a chance to take sole possession of first place yesterday, but they could not defeat your Diamondbacks. So I think it's a tie now for first in the Central by like maybe percentage points or something like that.
It is indeed. Yeah, the White Sox have it just barely on percentage points, but that Arizona White Sox series is going to continue later today here on Bop Ball in the 7:15 Eastern time slot. So if you're interested in that very tight AL Central race, we'll have the rest of it for you here today on Bop Ball, as the first pitch from Odorizzi is a ball just a bit low.
Odorizzi bounced around a little bit. He was drafted by the Brewers, then he was sent to the Royals, then to the Rays, and then to the Twins, so he's been around quite a bit.
Bo Bichette, though, has not been around a bit. He's been a Blue Jay through and through. One of the great young options for this squad out there playing shortstop. Doing much better than his other two young counterparts on this team, Vlad Guerrero and Kevon Biggio, so far this season.
Yeah, 277, pretty good average on this squad.
Has on-base percentage north of 330. Definitely has brought in some home runs and some RBIs from that top slot, and in the 20s in doubles, but that's not going to be anything. Just an easy pop fly to first there. Miguel Sano quickly under it.
So that would put Bichette maybe about third in the Twins lineup in terms of batting average, 277. They got guys over 300 and over 340. So.
Oh, he wouldn't even be third in this lineup. He'd be like sixth.
Yeah, so it's quite the difference.
Yeah, the Twins leading in a lot of offensive categories. I think they're second in most offensive categories in the AL, third or fourth in the major leagues as a whole. The one thing they don't do well on offense is steal bases, but you don't have to when your whole team just hits dingers all day long.
Yeah, the only guy who could probably steal some bags is Byron Buxton, but he's not getting on base often enough to do so.
Yeah, he does have 14 stolen bases on the season, but like you said, his contact numbers way down from what we're used to for Byron, and kind of makes it hard to steal bases when you're not on the bases to steal. As it's the 1-2 count here to Guerrero Jr. That's going to be a bit low from Odorizzi. That curveball there, really slow. One of those slow curves, 74 miles an hour. I was talking about it yesterday. That's just got to be weird to swing at when you're used to 95.
And you see Vladdy swung there at 93, down and away for the strikeout. Of course, Vladdy in the real world is not going to be a third baseman anymore, but a first baseman. And this man will play third.
Yeah, Travis Shaw had a good game yesterday.
0-1's the count.
Made some nice defensive plays, was useful offensively as well. Really, yesterday was just a great game for these Blue Jays. Did not expect Shoemaker to come in and pitch that well. Did not expect the bullpen to hold it together. And, you know, and there was a couple times where it looked like the Twins might have it. There was a bases-loaded situation. There was runners towards the end of the game. But the Blue Jays held on. It was good to see. Good to see them maybe get some momentum heading into this break.
Yeah, it was very nice to see, and you thought it would be a lopsided pitching matchup with Twins #1 Barrios going, but he didn't look all particularly sharp while he was in there, so the Blue Jays took advantage.
Yeah, he just threw a lot of pinches yesterday. We'll see if Odorizzi is going to do much the same, as that's hit to Sano. Sano makes a great play over there at first, scored that 3 unassisted, and the Blue Jays are done here in the top of the first. We head to the bottom. It's still nothing. No hits, nothing going for the Jays. We'll see what the Twins can do against the ace Hyunjin Ryu. What's the scoop on Ryu so far, EB?
Well, look at those numbers. 12-3, that leads the American League. Tied for first overall in the majors with your boy Madison Bumgarner over there in Arizona. And he's the leader in the ERA in the American League, looking to continue that. I would assume he'd be the starter for the AL in the All-Star game on Tuesday.
Well, we'll see. I'll be calling that game with Duggo and Cookie to start it off, and then we'll hand it over to the likes of PK and the Jinx and a few others to call the +6 inning portion as we head into these all-star festivities. But we still got a baseball game here today as Max Kepler comes up to lead it off. Hyunjin Ryu throws 2 balls to start, so the count's 2-0.
Still want to get ahead of these hitters and throw strikes.
Yeah, Kepler, one of those guys, though, with just an absolutely bonkers on-base percentage for this squad. Getting on base right around a clip of .375, which, man, that's good. There's a couple guys on this squad with a near 400 on-base percentage, but I think I would settle for 370.
I would probably take most of these guys on the Blue Jays, to be honest with you.
That one's going to be ripped out to left center, and no! So they can't get to it. It's a ground rule double for Max Kepler to start off the game. And, man, that just hung up there so long. I kind of expected somebody in the outfield to get to it, but neither Gurriel Jr. nor Grichuk in left and center are able to handle.
I thought that might be gone off the bat, but it's just bounced off the wall, and Ryu puts a runner in scoring position to lead off the game, so he's going to have to buckle down here.
Which will bring up Jorge Polanco. Didn't have the greatest game yesterday. Not much going in his offensive game, as his average is now dipped slightly below the 300 mark. Polanco from the Dominican Republic, a shortstop here for these Twins. Having a relatively solid season. The contact numbers are there. The home runs are there. 18 so far this season. And the 1-2 from Ryu's hit over to third. Vlad fields that. Throw on to Shaw is in time for the first out there.
He can play third base, no problem.
Batting third, the catcher.
Yeah, I think the move for Vlad over to first/DH is just to get him to focus a little bit more on his power hitting. And I guess leave Shaw to do more of the defensive training, footwork, and practice. We'll see how it works in the real world, but right now we have what could be the best player on this Twin squad. I know it's weird to think of the catcher as your best player, but oh my, Mitch Garver's having himself a season. He had a great day yesterday, now hitting nearly 350, the on-base percentage nearly 430, and 25 home runs, over 60 RBIs. I mean, there's just not enough that I can say about how good Garver's season has been.
Having an excellent year, and he had a great day on Thursday also. He was the player of the game in that Twins victory on Thursday night in the opener of the series. He does go around there, so that'll be a strikeout.
Yeah, kind of uncharacteristic for Garver, but good to see Ryu able to battle back after giving up that leadoff double. That'll now bring up the cleanup man, the one with the most RBIs, the nicest amount of RBIs, 69 for Nelson Cruz, the designated hitter.
The ageless wonder, Nelson Cruz. He's still going strong at age 40. He turned 40 just about 11 days ago.
Good for Nelson.
Yeah, good for him. See that changeup? Ryu throws a lot of those changeups to get outs.
Ooh, gets lucky there as that changeup's called a strike. It looked like it was a bit on the inside of the plate, but Blue behind home says no, that's a strike. So call it 1-2 as the pitch comes in, and the swing and miss by Nelson Cruz. So Ryu gives up the leadoff double to start off the inning, but then cleans it up, no problem. It's 0-0 here after one from target field. Hernandez, Tellez, Gurriel Jr. to start it off for the Jays.
Let's see if the Blue Jays can do something here. You see Teoscar, more home runs against righties, but much lower batting average. And 242 overall. Still in the cleanup spot for these Blue Jays.
Man, Nelson Cruz is making $12 million a year at age 40 and to play baseball. That's just impressive.
I'd sign up for that, except I can't really do what he does, so.
I mean, I'd sign up for... I'd play DH for the Twins for free if they wanted me to. You know, they can offer me anytime. I'll be waiting. I'll be hanging out. As it's now a 1-2 count to Teoscar Hernandez. He was a big part of the offensive output yesterday. Fouls that one off there on the splitter from Odorizzi.
Elevated splitter. That was an interesting choice of a pitch.
Yeah, it seems like the bomb ball pitchers like to elevate some of those splitters, and you're just kind of you're confused. Cutters and splitters, I usually think lower part of the zone, maybe a bit outside, not high in center, but
yeah.
That one gets the K, though. Wow, the four-seam fastball about a few inches above the zone, and Hernandez just bit hard. Nothing going there.
That's what I remember Odorizzi doing when he was with the Rays. He would throw that high fastball, and most of the time the Blue Jays would swing and miss at it, just like that.
Well, now it's Rowdy Tellez, who didn't have a great game yesterday, but did hit a ground ball that was able to score one of the Toronto Blue Jays runs. He himself got out at first, but runner came in from third to score, so I guess some good situational hitting from Rowdy yesterday. That ball's hit against the shift, but the play is made easily over there at third by Donaldson, and the second out is retired.
He had quite some time to get Rowdy over there. It doesn't run particularly well.
So now we'll see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He's playing in left field for these Jays this season. Leading the team in home runs. Has brought some great power in the middle of this lineup. On base percentage, not exactly where you want it. Could probably use a few more walks, a little more patience at the plate. But when he does get a hold of a piece of leather, he takes it on out of here with ease.
Tried to do that there. And again, another elevated fastball.
Instead, though, it's just a strike. So the count's 2-1. Pitch into the plate. Swung on as well. Was that swung on? I'm not sure. Either way, it's a called strike. Doesn't matter. The cutter finally put in the low spot by Odorizzi, and it works. 2-2.
Full count. 3-2.
A little bit too low that time. That'll be a ball. Full count now. Ooh, that ball's elevated out to right field. Unfortunately, it's not going to get far enough. Max Kepler underneath it. He was busy yesterday with these fly balls from the Jays and gets one here in the top of the second. Odorizzi continues to deal. We'll see Rosario, Donaldson, and Arraez up for the Twins.
Leading off for the Twins.
Here's Rosario here with 26 home runs already. The up and down this lineup is quite dangerous, except maybe for Byron Buxton down the number 9 spot, but not a lot of easy outs here.
Now, the craziest thing is even like Miguel Sano in the 8 spot, only hitting around 254, 253, but his on-base percentage is nearly 350. And even with 119 Ks, he's got that sky-high on-base percentage. So these Twins just know how to get on base and put pressure on opposing pitchers. Quite like that, as it'll be a single into left. Eddie Rosario is on base. Now it'll be up to first baseman Josh Donaldson.
Donaldson, of course, the former Blue Jay. Spent last year with Atlanta, but really struggling recently, as you can see, 2 for 20. Signed a big free agent contract with these Twins. So far, pretty good defense, but hasn't done too much with the bat.
Yeah, and part of that is his 88 strikeouts to roughly 35 balls right now for Josh Donaldson. So, not really a great ratio there.
That's Bolton.
Had a very good year with Atlanta last year, so that taking a bet on himself for 1 year worked out for him and got this nice contract with the Twins.
Right now, I guess if you're the Twins, you just appreciate the defense because it's not like you need the offense.
Yeah, I think he's kind of lucky that he hasn't done much with the bat, but everyone around him is tearing the cover off the ball, so probably could give him a pass. And nice to see Ryu getting a strike in there, because 225, you don't want to walk him.
So it's a 3-1 count from Ryu to Donaldson. The pitch in is swung on, and that's hit hard, but down the line, foul. So the count's now full. Payoff pitch. That's also going to be fouled off. And that was really the story of the game yesterday for both Barrios and Shoemaker. They just got foul ball after foul ball, but Ryu knows how to make people miss. That's his 3rd K of the game already, getting Donaldson on the swing and miss.
There's another change-up. That's what he used to strike out Garver last inning, and change-up down and in. Donaldson way out in front. And now we bring up Arraez, who's doesn't hit for power, but he's a very tough out usually.
That ball's going to be hit out to left field. Yeah, it gets down. And, wow, that really lagged out for me. But the runner has to hold that second there. So, like you said, he finds a way to get onto the base paths. And now Ryu's got to deal a little bit with this bottom of the order. It's not like they're all just easy pushover outs. Miguel Sano, the first baseman, like we said, great on-base percentage, great average the last few games, so that'll buckle down here if you're Ryu and get an out.
Absolutely. You have to try to get a double play or a strikeout. That's not going to do. That's not going to happen. Still load the bases, so more trouble here for Ryu.
Now if you're Ryu, maybe you're thinking about the double play ball unless you can get yourself a nice easy strikeout.
It's going to be hard to double up Byron Buxton.
That is true, although Byron Buxton has one of the most interesting stealing lines for this season. He has 14 stolen bases, but simultaneously he's been caught stealing 7 times. So that's not really a great ratio for someone as fast as he is.
And he did have a triple yesterday and also had an RBI, as we see here.
It was his first triple of the season, which is rather surprising for a guy with his kind of wheels. Just hit it out to the gap in the left center and did not look back. Yu gets the low fastball in for the second strike, so it'll be a 1-2 count. A strikeout here would be huge. And he gets it. Byron Buxton goes down on the changeup. Man, they just can't see Ryu's changeup today, but nobody really can. As that's going to be K number 4 on the day for Hyunjin. And that's what he needed to do. Now with 2 down, you got a lot more options to get out of this without giving up a run.
Yeah, we take a hit. Of course, Kepler doubled his first time up, so no easy out. They used to complain about Kepler, he can't hit lefties, but I think he's figured it out the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, whatever he's figured out, he should go teach that to all his teammates because he's having a fantastic year. Playing great defense and right, like I said earlier, too. As that one looks like it's going to go off the wall. That should at least be 2 runs, if not more. It is 2 runs, so there's now runners on second and third. Max Kepler doing Max Kepler things, his second double of the day. Scores 2 for the Twins, and they've already matched their run total from yesterday.
It's like I said, he's figured it out against lefties right off the wall, and that was his 30th double. And now the Blue Jays are down a couple of runs.
Yeah, disappointing start to this game for Ryu. Looked like Shoemaker yesterday was in a lot more control than Ryu looks today with this Twins lineup. But at the same time, it's just kind of a matter of time before the Twins start, piling together those hits as it goes behind the plate, but the runners will not advance. Danny Jansen gets to it quickly.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try to score there, but luckily for the Blue Jays, they did not try that.
Well, it's a 2-1 count here to Jorge Polanco, who's 0 for 1.
You had 8 shutout innings on Monday in Boston. Not off to the greatest start here today.
That'll be hit over to the first base side. 2-2 count. Big spot here for Ryu. Needs to get out of this without giving up any more damage. And he does. The changeup in there for the strikeout. That's number 5 on the day. But the Twins strike for 2 runs on the Max Kepler double to right. It's 2-0 Minnesota after the second inning. And while Heidi Watney gives us some nice silent analysis here, do want to remind everyone about the great things we have coming up for you this next week. Tomorrow, Sunday, July 12th, we will have some games for you, but most importantly, Aiden Blanc, Eddie, and Zoe Alter there on the MLB Futures game for Monday. We got some of the first games in our broadcaster tournament, along with the MLB Home Run Derby and Bot Ball tonight for the Tuesday slate, which is really the fun one. We're going to have broadcaster tournament. We're going to have the pregame show with Aiden and Eddie for Bot Ball tonight, and then we got the All-Star game itself. So it should just be a good weekend of Bot Ball festivities. Grichuk hits that one deep. It's gone! That's a home run for the Jays. They get one back there. 383 feet on out of here. Grichuk's 12th shot of the year. Solo shot, unfortunately, but the Jays will take it.
Sure. Get on the board. Chip into this Minnesota lead. Good start here.
Well, there's a little bit of excitement there, but back to the discussion of the All-Star game, EB. If I'm not wrong, we'll be seeing you on one of the minor league All-Star games as well on Wednesday, calling one of the AA All-Star games with Hines.
Yeah, we got the Texas League, the AA League. Should be very interesting. Seeing some future prospects, current prospects, future MLB stars, hopefully. Looking forward to that one. Meanwhile, I did post a trivia question that the big guy sent me. He can't be there in person today, so he sent in the question. What 5 Minnesota Twins had at least one season of 200 or more hits, excluding the original Washington Senators? So he knew you and I were on the call, so he didn't give us a Blue Jays question.
Yeah, I don't know Twins history, so this one's gonna be a little rough for me, but that's okay. Talk about roughness. It's been a rough season for Cavan Biggio. I don't know what really has gone wrong with his contact numbers. He's supposed to be a guy who can get on base and compete with his legs. A solid defender, but that 196 average from your second baseman, that hurts.
Yeah, not good. He's putting up a nice at bat here. Usually goes down to 3 pitches or so. But too many strikeouts, not a lot of walks, and below the Mendoza line. So rough year. And there's another strikeout.
Yeah, now slugging below the 400 mark. It's just really not going Biggio's way, which is a bummer for this young core here in Toronto. You could say that Guerrero Jr., Biggio, and Bichette are kind of the next generation for Toronto fans, and really hoping to see them grow this season. But it seems like Guerrero and Biggio have both kind of regressed here in bot ball. Bichette less so, but it's not the most heartening that Biggio can't get on base and Guerrero seems to have lost his home run power.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what exactly happened, why the bot ball world doesn't like these guys.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Well, at least it liked Danny Jansen's hold up there on the curveball far outside. Not sure what he saw on that pitch, but he stays alive. 1-2. Ooh, that was clobbered. The jump at the wall. Oh my!
This is the second time he's done that in this series. He did that on Thursday too.
Wow. Well, Danny Jansen almost had his 5th home run in 6 games. Instead, that is just stolen. That was mean by Eddie Rosario out there in left field. You gotta respect the hops there, but sorry, Danny. That deserved to be out of here. The game should have been tied, but Eddie Rosario doing some game-saving stuff for these Twins. That might go down as the play of the game, even if these Twins lose.
I'm putting a star next to that one.
0-2.
That one is cut on by Bo Bichette, so the count quickly 0-2 here. Odorizzi lucky to still have the lead.
1-2.
Lucky not to peg Bichette there.
Yeah, Rosario did the same thing in game 1 of the series. I don't even remember who he robbed, but very, very similar play. So we'll see Randall Grichuk with a home run that made this a 1-run game. Almost 2, but no.
No siree, but Hyunjin Ryu has a little bit more breathing room now. Still finds himself trailing, but if he can get it back together, the Blue Jays are very much in this one here. He's thrown 40 through 2 innings, so I'd like to see Ryu get a little bit more efficient. But part of that might be just not loading the bases this time.
Yeah, that would help, I think.
It's funny how that helps, you know? It's the first pitch to Mitch Garver, the catcher, is a strike. The second one is as well. So it looks like Ryu's really had Garver's number here today, which is surprising given how well Mitch has been playing all season as he takes that cutter for a ball.
This could very well be a battery in the All-Star game. Ryu on the mound and Garver behind the plate.
In fact, if it's not, I got some questions for the All-Star determinations.
I would too.
And it's a good battle here. Garver been able to foul a couple off. We'll see what Ryu goes with.
I got the count. 2-2.
Tries to throw one high, and Garver is not biting on that four-seamer. Maybe just trying to set him up with something high, go with a changeup low.
We got 3-2.
Well, he does, but it doesn't work, so full count here. Ooh, the cutter gets Garver. His second strikeout of the day. Ryu's sixth. And that was just a nice piece of pitching right there from Hyunjin.
With an elevated cutter, I guess by the end of the day, Garver would prefer to catch Ryu rather than hit him. See Nelson Cruz. I hope he stays at the nicest number of RBIs until the series concludes tomorrow.
Yeah, let him finish that up after the All-Star break, because he takes a cut there, it looks like.
But they say he held up, so...
Right, well, I guess it's a 1-1 count. I don't agree with that. It looks like the intent was definitely to swing there, and even if you want to go by the, not the rule, but the kind of rule of thumb, the breaking the plane, I definitely think he did that, and he hits that one through the right side of the infield for a single. So, not an RBI, but a hit there.
Another hit for the Twins. So, Ryu faced the Red Sox last time, as I mentioned, but that is not as good an offensive team as the Twins are. It's a much tougher lineup.
Yeah, well, Ryu struggled with it so far, giving up quite a few hits. The walks haven't been a problem at all for Ryu. It's just been the fact that these Twins have been able to make hard contact. Eddie Rosario, one of those guys, had a single and eventually came around to score after Max Kepler's double. He now has a chance here to advance the base runner from first. It's an 0-1 count. He swings on that, fouls it off, the changeup. And come on, Twitch chat, anybody got guesses on our trivia question here today? So that's a bad strikeout for... Oh, sorry, I don't know what he was going for there. That's strikeout number 7 for Ryu.
There's another changeup.
Yeah, but it was almost in the dirt, and Rosario swinging at about, like, waist level. Not really sure what he saw there. That changeup working well. But to remind everyone, our trivia question here today, what 5 Twins had at least one season of 200 or more hits, excluding the original Washington Senators? I'm going to put my first guess in.
Tommy. Tommy is incorrect.
Really?
Yeah.
Guess he was more of a power guy. That looks like it'll be in time. It will to get Cruz at second. The fielder's choice ends the inning for the Twins. They still lead it by 1 through 3, but Guerrero, Shaw, and Hernandez trying to change that in the top of the 4th for the Jays.
Or as the big guy would say, no to Tommy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he gave me the 5. I probably would have known 3 of these, I think.
That one's going to be fouled off. 0-1 now to Guerrero Jr. I mean, one of them's got to be Paul Molitor, right?
You got it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's the most obvious one.
Former Blue Jay as well, so yeah, he's the one I always guess because he played for both these teams, and he's a local guy from St. Paul, Minnesota. So.
Well, it's a 1-2 count from Odorizzi to Guerrero Jr. as we keep pushing on here in Minnesota. Guerrero hits that up the middle, but it's no, Arias won't get to it. He will? Wow, that looked like a tie at first, but The slow speed of Guerrero Jr. gets to him, and he's not able to turn that into an infield single, so there'll be one down here in the top of the fourth.
I see Saray, 33, guessing Herbeck. And no Herbeck. Yeah, I thought Vladdy might have an infield hit, but then I remembered he doesn't really run all that well, to put it mildly. So, nice play there by Arias.
That's a ball.
I mean, I don't know if it was a nice play by Arias or he just got bailed out by the lack of speed down the first base line, because it seemed like something he should have been able to pick up on the kind of the first pass, but it just hit his glove and bounced a little bit away. I guess good play to keep it in front of him as Shaw swings through that one, 1-1 count.
Now, if Buxton is running, he beats it out, but not Vladdy.
I think if most people are running on the Blue Jays lineup, they could figure that one out. I mean, even Danny Jansen might be able to get down that line. But Vladdy beaten by just a couple milliseconds there.
That's ball 3.
So the pitch from Odorizzi goes high to Shaw. The count's now 3-1. A good hitter's count with Teoscar Hernandez on deck.
Ball 4, take the base.
And that'll be good for ball 4. So a free pass on balls for Shaw there.
The right fielder,
Bringing up Teoscar.
Hernandez.
Oscar struck out his first time up, but he does have some power, and he's hit most of his home runs against righties. Doesn't hit for average against them, but can hit the ball out of the ballpark. Blue Jays could use that right now.
We could use that indeed. That's going to go low, but no, it's going to be blocked there by Garver. Good play there to make sure it's in front of him. No chance for Shaw to advance to second.
Look out, 21.
Bad swing and a miss there by Teoscar. And that ball's fouled off.
Let's see what he goes with here. Does he try the elevated fastball again, or something else?
I think the elevated fastball makes the most sense, and he does go with it, but it doesn't work out there. Teoscar's able to hold off. It's just a couple inches too high. So now it's a 2-2 count. The pitch into the plate, and that'll be outside as well. So all of a sudden here, Odorizzi with a little bit of control issues. Issued the walk to Shaw. Now at a full count here to Teoscar. That ball's lifted, left center, going back, it's gone! Teoscar Hernandez with a 2-run home run. This time, Eddie Rosario can't do anything about it. He can't steal from us. It's 418 feet, 103.4 miles per hour off the bat. And the Blue Jays back into the lead here. It's 3-2 Toronto.
What a nice swing. I said he had power, and there we go. Straight away center field, 417 feet. See Buxton racing. Yeah, they would have had to be in the seats if they wanted to catch that one.
Number 44.
And with that, Teoscar now joins the team lead for home runs with Gurriel. And Eby, you called that one too. Yeah. You were like, now wouldn't be a nice time for a home run. Teoscar was like, well, if Eby's asking for it, we gotta make some things happen here.
Yeah, Saray's a White Sox fan. We're trying to help you out here, but you got to help yourself, too.
Hey, don't help yourself. My D-backs need some dubs as Tellez hits that one out to left field. Rosario underneath it for the second out.
All the White Sox fans will be Blue Jays fans coming out of the All-Star break because the Blue Jays play the Cleveland Indians next weekend. So we'll have a lot of fans in the Central these 2 weekends.
And I think the Jays, though, would be happy to start playing outside of the AL Central, given just how good the division's been all season.
0-1.
Three of the best teams in the American League, all in one division. It'll be a fun race down towards the end of this season, even though the Indians kind of feel like they've dropped back a bit. They're just 2.5 games out of the Twins and the White Sox.
They picked up some ground yesterday because they defeated the Kansas City Royals after both the Twins and the White Sox lost. It's going to be a very interesting race to see what these three teams do to get better.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you have like the three arguably best teams in the AL at the top of that division, but then you have by and far two of the worst teams in the entire major leagues as well. So it's just one heck of a top-heavy division, as that's hit out to Max Kepler, but not before Teoscar Hernandez gives the Jays the lead. We're midway through the 4th inning here. It's 3-2 Toronto.
Yeah, you think with the Twins, the White Sox, and the Indians playing the Tigers and the Royals 19 times all season, it's an opportunity to beat up on those teams. Although the Twins did lose 2-3 to Kansas City in the previous series, so it's not guaranteed. But most likely they have the advantage.
Even with the Royals getting 2 out of 3, they're still a cool, clean 26.5 games back right now. So, they're really in it.
Yeah, they're in the race for the first overall draft pick, I would say. Here's Luis Arraez, who I think his nickname translates to the watering can or something like that, because he can spray the ball all over the ballpark, as we saw in his first bat when he had that bloop single the other way.
Yes, indeed. His nickname is La Regadera, which is a sprinkler. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah. That's for our Espanol chat in the Discord, if you're...
claro que sí, señores. Muy divertido.
In Canada took French, so Spanish is not my forte.
In fact, for any of you watching that have not yet joined on the Discord, as Vladdy tries to block that one, he'll block it from the outfield, but not in time to get the out, so that'll be an infield single. Check out the link in the Twitch chat there if you want to join us, talk to us more. Hang out with your favorite broadcasters, get live updates on trades, whatever it may be. We've got a great community here on the Botball Discord. And with that, would also like to remind everyone that we're raising money for NAMI this week, the National Alliance for Mental Illness, one of the largest grassroots organizations working to provide resources to those with various mental illnesses. And they're a great charity, a great cause. And we want to thank Derek for donating earlier today during our stream.
Indeed, and if you can, please do donate. You can see the link below the stream, or you can type in !donate in the Twitch chat and you'll get the link.
But right now, it's Hyunjin Ryu versus Miguel Sano. It's a 3-1 count. We'll see what Ryu goes with here. Goes with a nice fastball there, gets the swing and miss from Sano, so the count's gone full now.
Strikeout and double play would be huge.
Indeed. Instead, we're going to get a pop fly out to center field. Grichuk going back on the warning track, but able to track that one down for the first out of the inning. That was almost dangerous, but Ryu bailed out by a couple feet there.
Yeah, and we see the league leaders in wins. Ryu at the top there at 12th. Zach Plesac, Andrew Heaney in second. And you see some of the White Sox there. And I know that Matt Bum over there in the National League has 12 as well, so he's going to try and make it 13. I think tomorrow is when we pick it next.
And well, Mad Bum, Mason Saunders having himself a great season in the NL. Although right now, I think in the AL, Hyunjin Ryu would have to be my pick for the Cy Young Award winner. He's been absolutely fantastic for these Jays. What a great pickup in the offseason.
Yeah, he's been everything that they've imagined he would be so far. He's been trying to get Byron Buxton. I would love a double play here because Kepler has already doubled twice, so I'd rather not see him come up again this inning.
Well, we're going to get the strikeout instead of Byron Buxton. That's Ryu's 8th of the day through just 3 2/3.
I think he had, I don't remember if it was 11 or 12 in Boston the other day through 8 innings. So he's definitely been racking up those strikeouts, but he has not been able to figure out Mr. Kepler.
Oh, Mr. Kepler, much like Johan, has been hitting things to space, but that time he hits it right on over to Teoscar Hernandez in right field, and that'll be the 3rd out. So we're through 4 here from Target Field. Ryu starting to get into a rhythm. The Jays offense came alive. It's 3-2.
Leading off for Toronto, the center fielder, Randall.
Now Randall Grichuk back up to the plate. Back in the 3rd, he hit a solo shot that started off the scoring for Toronto. And that solo shot right now is the difference in this ball game as he takes a curveball high up in the zone for a strike.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Splitter misses. So we'll see what Odorizzi goes with now.
We got 2 balls, 1 strike.
I think he thought that high fastball would be the move again, but Grichuk able to expertly hold off there. Not able to hold off that one, though. There was a bit on the inside. I don't think he could have done much if he even got it into the field of play. And did he just throw his bat? No, he broke his bat.
Yeah, he got in his kitchen, as they say. Way in his kitchen.
Once a 2-2 count, he's still alive. And he hits that one over to short. That should be an easy play for Polanco, and it is, so 1 down.
The batter, number 8, second baseman, Kevin.
Odorizzi is going to try to settle down here. He hasn't pitched too poorly, but he does find himself down a run, and he's got the 8 and 9 hitters now, so on paper he should be able to get out of this unscathed.
Yeah, Odorizzi's actually pitched rather well today. It's just been the long ball that's kind of troubled him, and the 2 occasions, Teoscar Hernandez 2-run shot, Randall Grichuk's 1-run shot. But getting Kevin Biggio out has not been a tall task for anybody really this season, so if you're Jake Odorizzi, you probably just try and attack the zone here.
Yeah, if you attack the zone, you don't have to... if you get ahead, you don't have to throw him strikes because he'll get himself out most of the time, like in his first at-bat.
He's able to hold off that one. I think most people would be able to. That curveball missed badly. But that one's going to be fouled behind the plate. Garver's there for it. The pop out taken in easily, and that's out number 2.
Biggio's misery continues, but hopefully maybe a few days off after tomorrow will help him. Maybe he'll set his mind straight or something. I don't know. Danny Jansen almost hit a home run his last time up, but Rosario decided to take it away. He's down the count here 0-2.
Nope, I'm scared.
Doesn't chase that one. The cutter from Odorizzi.
Jansen got robbed earlier in the game of that home run, White on the wall. But now he finds himself in a 2-2 count.
I think Odorizzi wanted that last pitch called a strike. It was pretty close. He didn't get the call, so he's a little upset with umpire there.
I got 3 and 2.
So it'll be a 2-out walk to Danny Jansen. Not exactly what you want to do, walking the number 9 man, but Odorizzi does that.
Bo Bichette.
I'll bring up Bo Bichette for 2 today.
Ooh, Bichette takes a hack there, but not able to catch up to that one.
Yeah, see, Mo pointed out that there's a bit of a bug on the side screen. There's no pitching matchups. So, that was a nice play, line right to Donaldson. I do remember that the next game we have is Texas and the Rangers, and it's going to be Lanston and Garrett Cole.
And not sure who's going tonight for Arizona or Chicago, but that'll be the 7:15 game. In the 9 p.m. Eastern time slot, it'll be Aiden Blanc and Eddie McCarthy with the series of LA.
Yeah, that's Ohtani and Kershaw in that game. I remember that one. So.
Ooh, that one's going to be a fun one then.
I know that Dane Dunning is pitching for the White Sox. Don't remember who's pitching for Arizona.
I want to say Gallon, but I could be wrong.
Gallon was yesterday, so
yeah. So maybe Kelly then, if Mad
I think
Bum.
it might be Mel Kelly.
Yeah.
And then we have the A's and the Mariners. I don't remember who's pitching in that one. You're the A's guy, but I don't know if you remember.
No idea.
As Polanco goes down, strikes.
That lineup isn't even exactly in that great of an order. Somehow Mike Fiers is the opening day pitcher, despite being the lowest ranked starter in the rotation.
Yeah, Mad Bum and Gio, I think, is tomorrow's matchup. I don't think we have the schedule for tomorrow yet, so I'm sure it'll be on because almost every Diamondbacks game is on ML Ball, so look out for the schedule for tomorrow a bit later. The Jays and the Twins may very well be on tomorrow. Fourth game of the series. I'd like to see that.
That ball's going to be hit to second base. Biggio underneath it, and he's there rather quickly for the out. So 2 down now. Ryu at 75 pitches, but holding himself firm. Has the opportunity to qualify for the win with just 1 more out.
So far, he's gotten Garver all 3 times, so that's nice to see. Here's the boomstick.
Nelson Cruz, like we talked about, continues to hit well in his 40-year-old season, continues to make some dough, as he's now behind 0-2. And you look at that balls-to-strike ratio today for Hyunjin Ryu. It's pretty solid, pretty much where you want it to be. He's been able to get a lot of Ks because of his ability to control his pitches.
Like that, he hasn't issued a walk yet.
And the changeup's really been working for him today. I mean, that's normally his main pitch, but it's really proven effective so far against these Twins hitters.
One
1-2 pitch is just a bit inside. 2-2. And a bad swing. Oof. Throw on from Jansen to Shaw. Gets it on the drop, 3rd strike. That'll be another K for Ryu. And the end of the 5th inning here from Minnesota. It's 3-2 Toronto. Despite the fact that Toronto only has 2 hits and Minnesota has 7.
And we see pitching change. Michael Pineda banished to the bullpen after you see he appeared in 5 games, made 5 starts. It didn't go so well for him. Righties really hitting him hard. So Odorizzi only lasts 5 innings. I'm a little surprised. He didn't do all that poorly. Pineda, the former Mariner and Yankee,
Oh, that's too high.
is going to face at least 2 right-handed bats here in this inning. Guerrero being the first one. We know the ML Ball managers' love for the long reliever, so we could see Pineda out there for a while.
Yeah, but we also have seen ML ball managers put their long relievers in and then immediately pinch hit for them, which is one of the more confusing managerial decisions I've seen in a while.
Yeah. But yeah, in the American League, they don't have that. So they have the luxury of leaving the long reliever in until he really allows the other team to blow things open.
Yeah, it's like some of those NL ball managers think they're playing out there in the AL. They're like, hey, wasn't there something about a universal DH? Ooh, as Vlad's going to go down on strikes, Pineda gets his first challenge of the game.
Number 6, Travis.
Righty's hitting 340 against him, but not this righty, so average will go down.
That'll bring up Travis Shaw. He scored one of the runs after walking earlier, being hit home by Teoscar.
That was one of the hits, and the other was the other home run, Richard Cat. So it's hard to win games with only 2 hits.
But right now, the Toronto Blue Jays finding a way. That one comes in, and that's going to be hit against the shift. I don't know if that'll be 2 or not. No, it is cut off, so it'll just be 1 for Shaw, but a good way to just hit against that shift. Hit them where they aren't.
Yeah, if you want them to stop shifting on you, then just hit where they ain't. And there's the single. Again, faster runner might make it to second, but we're not blessed with speed on this Blue Jays lineup, so he has to settle for a single. And here is that Teoscar home run that went to straightaway center field.
Yeah, that was a beaut right there. Just kind of dropped in that bullpen. We'd love to see another one.
Yeah, let's see if it works. Last time I said a home run would be great here, and he hit one. So let's see if we
See
can.
if he likes me as much as he likes you.
There we go. Yeah. There's no reason not to like you. You're such a fan of Canada.
So that one's going to be outside again. Well, Teoscar can't hit home runs if Pineda just keeps throwing sliders about 5 feet off the plate.
No, inside.
That's going to miss too. So Pineda struggling a little bit with his control against Teoscar. Maybe he's just nervous that Teoscar is going to take him for a ride, but he's got to be careful here with the 3-0 count. Don't want to leave something over the plate.
So he just walks him on 4 pitches.
That'll do.
See, Teoscar likes you, but I guess Pineda doesn't, so because he wouldn't let him hit a home run.
Well, now we'll see Shaw at second, Hernandez at first, Rowdy Tellez up to bat, but Tellez really hasn't been getting it done in clutch situations the last couple of days. Not one of the better offensive options in terms of, a big bat here in this lineup.
There was a point in the season where he had the best average in the lineup. He's dipped off in recent weeks, and you saw the numbers there. Just 205 with runners in scoring position.
But at least he can take pitches outside there. 1-1 is the count on the changeup from Pineda, who readjusts his hat, tries to look back in, refocus himself. As that one's going to be hit out there into the outfield. The run comes home and safe.
Yes.
Yeah, the tag not made by Garver, so that's going to be an RBI single for Rowdy Tellez. Put some respect on his name now. He proved us wrong. He can get it done.
There we go.
And that'll bring up Lourdes Gurriel Jr. who still has a runner in scoring position. Another single should score another run.
I don't know what he was trying to do with that slider. I guess launch it somewhere, but
Instead, he's going to just launch Pineda's count here. Finds himself quickly down in the hole 0-2, so swung at the slider way outside. Decided not to swing at the pitch right over the heart of the plate.
I think he wanted to swing at that slider, but he thought better of it. So I don't blame Pineda for trying because he scored the first one.
Yeah, can't make the same mistake twice, guys. I'm sorry. 1-2 count to Gurriel Jr. Runners at first and second. One down. That ball is hit well, but hit right to Buxton in center, and the throw into third is right on the line. So the runners won't advance despite the speed that you have there at second, and there's now 2 down.
And we'll be up to Grichuk, who... Hey, we're going to get a replay of his home run, too, in the third inning.
Nice piece of hitting by Grichuk here. Like we said earlier, it led off the scoring for these Jays, and it was kind of an important moment because Ryu had just given up those 2 runs, and it wasn't feeling good. If you're a Toronto fan, you're like, if Ryu's not doing it, it's not like our bullpen's going to be much better. But Grichuk hitting that home run kind of balanced the emotions, buoyed some Toronto momentum, and they were able to get themselves back into this one, get the lead back from these Twins.
And then it went from excitement to disappointment because Jansen got robbed. But very quickly, the next inning, we were excited again after Teoscar hit the go-ahead home run.
We'll see what Grichuk does here with 2 down, runner in scoring position, as he takes another pitch inside. Pineda now thrown 11 balls to just 11 strikes.
Very poor ratio of balls to strikes. So we'll see how long he even stays out there.
Oh, gets a cut from Grichuk, who misses on that changeup. That would have been a pitch to drive. Instead, it's a 2-2 count now. Grichuk's got to defend the plate. Would really like to see another single here. An extra run would mean a lot for the Toronto lead. Instead, we're going to see the K. Pineda gets it done, but not before the Jays bring across a run on Rowdy Telez's single. It's 4-2 Toronto midway through the 6th.
Leading off for the Twins,
And to give y'all a full rundown of the minor league all-star games coming up, those will all be on Wednesday, July 15th. Like we mentioned earlier, EB and Hines going to be calling the first one, the Texas League game. Then from Chase Field, we get the Southern League game, Charlotte, Tardis, and Cole on that call in the 2 p.m. slot on Wednesday. Then Mark Colley, Tim Moore taking the Eastern League, or at least I think that's what EL stands for, in the 3:45 slot.
That's what the Blue Jays is.
Yeah, before finally McCoskey, Special Effects, and P. Mister take the AAA game as that goes all the way to the warning track, but it is caught. Man, that gave me a little bit of a scare, but needed about 3 more feet.
Every fly ball is scary, especially when these Twins hit them.
Yeah, because everyone on this team has at least like 15 home runs. Like, even their worst power hitters are like, yeah, I hit more home runs than your team does.
Just Arias has 2 and Buxton has 4. But everybody else, even Donaldson, is not hitting for average. He's in double digits already. And when we used to play for the Blue Jays and he would come to this ballpark, he would launch baseballs out of here. So he's always scary at bat.
Rosario and Cruz are closing in on 30 home runs already. Garver's not too far behind them. So when you got 3 guys already past the mid-20s mark in home runs, and it's not even the All-Star break yet, your team's hitting for some power.
Yeah, they called themselves the Bomba Squad last year, so they can definitely hit for power.
Now, I remember, I believe Crone, if I wasn't mistaken, was a big part of that Twins power last year. He's not with the team anymore, but Injin Ryu gets the K there.
And we see the ERA leaders. He's right at the top there. Kenta Maeda, tomorrow's starter, is there in the third spot. Garrett Cole will be in the next game among the leaders, but Ryu stands at the top.
He doesn't just stand at the top. He's at the top, and then everyone else is about halfway down the mountain, currently leading the ERA race by 0.4. That's
Yarbrough for a while had the lead, but he had a couple of starts that didn't go his way, so he's now in second.
Hopefully Ryu's start today keeps going his way as that ball's fouled off. Just needs one more out to get through the 6th inning here and might be able to then come out and pitch part of the 7th. Because, you know, we've been talking about it. The Blue Jays bullpen leaves a lot to be desired on most days as Bichette's able to get that pop fly. So that'll end the 6th inning here, 2/3 of the way done from target field. It's a 2-run lead for the Blue Jays. Biggio going to be the first up to bat against Tyler Clippard, the new relief pitcher here for the Twins. 2.84 ERA, great average against. And just another solid option for this Twins squad that's every position I feel like they got depth.
Yeah, Clippard's been around a long time. He's played for a lot of teams. I mentioned my trivia from earlier. I guess Maurer was the only one we guessed. And Clippard could be a trivia question. Just name all the teams he's played for.
I can't.
Well, yeah, I think I might be able to. The Blue Jays are one of them, and Arizona, he also played there. He's not too happy with the umpire, I think, calling those first 2 pitches balls.
You know, the only other person I might be able to guess for the trivia question, did Kirby Puckett, I'm assuming, at some point hit 200 home runs? Or not 200 home runs, 200 hits?
You got it, yeah. Kirby Puckett is 2 of 5. So we have Molitor, we have Puckett. There are 3 others.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're too early for me to really know in Twins history.
And there's a leadoff walk, so Biggio walks on 4 pitches, and Clippard is not very happy.
And in case you're just joining us here, the story of the game so far, Max Kepler hit an early RBI double that brought 2 runs across in the 2nd versus Ryu, but then Toronto's really battled back with the long ball. Grichuk and Teoscar Hernandez, and in the last inning, Rowdy Tellez was able to single home another run, bringing us to our 4-2 score here in the top of the 7th. Danny Jansen, the guy at the plate now, was robbed of a home run on a jumping play by Eddie Rosario. He fouls that one down the third base line, finds himself down 0-2. It's a tie series so far between these 2 American League teams. Jay's trying to hold on for a series win, but that ball is going to be caught for an out. Nothing going on Danny Jansen's at bat as Sano shows a little bit of agility over there at first.
And there is one more game tomorrow, so they have to win today and tomorrow to win 3 or 4. But we'll see if this one ends their way. We still have 9 outs to get, and it's not an easy Minnesota team.
That is very fair, as Bo Bichette's been an easier out today than he was yesterday, 0 for 3.
Clipper throws a lot of those change-up splitters. There's another change-up there.
Yeah, that was a good pitch to drive. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much underneath it, not enough out. Byron Buxton throws in. I don't know where that throw was going to, though, as Garver has to come nearly 2/3 up the way to first base in order to corral that one. Looks like Buxton just missed his cutoff man.
Yeah, very much missed the cutoff man, and it's a good thing Garver was there to pick it up, or Biggio might have gone to second.
1-0 count to Vlad. The pitch comes in and it's fouled back. 1-1. That one's going to be loosely grounded. You could call that pretty much a swinging bunt. And that'll be enough to finish off the inning. Clifford looks cool, calm, and collected here in his part of the 7th. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Toronto still up by 2 from target field.
Stretch time, but I won't sing for you. We'll just pretend that we have stretch. Just a minute.
No, yeah, we're not going to do that. Justin Miller, the recent call-up for Toronto, got back up with the team just this week. He's played in 6 major league games so far this season. We'll see what he can provide here in the bottom of the 7th. His first task going to be first baseman Miguel Sano.
So were you just 6 innings? I gotta admit I didn't catch the pitch count, but I probably would have left him out there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I would have too. He was just about at 90 pitches, but can't question what Montoyo does now. He's already made the call. As you see, a righty and a lefty now up in the Jays bullpen. So maybe it's a very short leash here on Justin Miller. His second pitch, that slider, just a bit outside. It's a really closed-off stance. You see, he kind of points that front foot nearly backwards. Sano drives that one up. Coming in is Teoscar Hernandez from right, and he'll find his way underneath it for the out.
Miller had some success in Buffalo, leading to the call-up. Trent Thornton was not having a lot of success, so here's an opportunity for Miller to stick with the big club.
Indeed, the big beard trying to stick with the big club. Man with much...
A couple of the younger pitchers the Blue Jays were counting on have not had good major league seasons, like Thornton, Baraki, so changes needed to be made.
Yeah, like I said, the young guard really hasn't impressed very much here for the Jays this season. Some of their like trusty veteran signings really have. But yeah, that kind of like freshman sophomore class really looks like they just didn't put in the work during the off season. We mentioned Cavan Biggio, we mentioned Thornton, we mentioned Baraki, but even Vlad Guerrero Jr., like we said, not getting the home runs. So, maybe the development staff needs a little bit of turnover themselves here in the bot ball universe. But right now, it's Justin Miller facing Byron Buxton, and he's got him in a pitcher's count. It's 1-2.
It's like a collective sophomore slump here for these Blue Jays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not senioritis. It's the slump, as that's going to be called a strike. They said he went around, so Buxton down on strikes once again. Justin Miller looking good so far here against this Twins lineup, but he now has to face the ever-feared Max Kepler. He's got 2 doubles on the day and 2 RBIs, both of the RBIs for the Twins.
Very dangerous hitter, and now he's got a righty to face, so probably even more dangerous.
That first pitch just a bit outside, 1-0. That ball flared out to the gap. That should be yet another double because, why not?
Yeah. As Max Kepler hits doubles. Maybe that should be his introduction. My name is Max Kepler, and I hit doubles.
Yeah, he now has over 30 doubles on the season. So, he knows how to get 2 baggers, we can tell you that. Not as many home runs, though.
I could probably get a 2-bagger from that pitch.
Just flare the bat out there and hope for the best. Jorge Polanco, the shortstop, now comes up with a runner in scoring position. But so far, it's been a rough day for Polanco, 0 for 3 with that strikeout. .1-0 count here. Finds its way into the zone there. 1-1 on that 4-seamer there. About 96 miles an hour. That's hit out and going to be caught very easily by Kavan Biggio. Miller gets through the inning without much harm. He does give up the double to Kepler, but nothing going for the Twins. We're through 7. It's still 4-2 Toronto, despite the Minnesota Twins literally doubling the hits of the Blue Jays.
Doubling in more than one sense of the word, as Travis Shaw will try to maybe get something going here, add some insurance.
Well, he swings on that first pitch, that splitter low, and I think he's lucky that didn't go fair, because that would have been a harmless ground ball. Instead, he goes foul.
I got the count. 0-2.
Shaw's really putting some cuts in.
Clippard loves throwing that splitter.
Pretty good attendance here for a day game in Minnesota. It's a nice weekend matchup right before the All-Star break. So, you know, the Twins fans packing it in.
A lot of Canadians usually come to Target Field when the Blue Jays play.
I got the count. 2-2.
Well, Shaw's now taken 2 balls, so it's a 2-2 count. We'll see what Clippard goes with here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the splitter again. Instead, he goes high. And now it's a full count to Shaw. That was a 2-seamer that Clippard threw. And the foul.
And the changeup, yeah, he loves that off-speed stuff.
That somehow avoids everyone in the shift, gets all the way to the wall. That could be a double for Shaw. And it will be. The slide in there in time. An excellent piece of hitting for Travis to lead off the inning. His 17th two-bagger of the season.
He's been on base 3 times now. He's walked, he's singled, double, he's scored a couple of runs. Love to see him score a 3rd one.
Yeah, and I mean, just a perfect hit right there for the leadoff here in this inning. Now you got 3 outs to get him just 2 bases up. So, you know, 2 sac flies will do it. A single here would really be big, and Teoscar Hernandez already has a home run on his day, so let's see if he can just maybe hit one out there deep.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Ooh, takes a cut. He was trying on that changeup, but swings over the top of it. The count's now 1-2.
Way too many big swings like that. You got to try to just move the runner over.
Yeah, I don't see why the last couple of innings it seemed like the Jays have really been trying to hit the home run ball. Like you said, you just kind of want to string together a few hits, maybe get 1 run across. 1 run should really give you most of the space you need, especially with Giles in the back of that bullpen. But I guess Teoscar's like, I already hit 1 deep today. I want to hit another over the wall.
Yeah, I'm the cleanup hitter. I gotta hit home runs all the time. But even a cleanup hitter can do the right thing and just try to move the runner to 3rd.
Cleanup hitter can just do what he's supposed to do and clean up the base paths. Like, you don't have to be perfection. Don't have to be the 3 true outcome kind of guy. You just need to play situational baseball here. You got the lead. It's late. Clippard's been, you know, not the greatest control-wise, but end up taking a walk there, so the 2 big cuts don't come back to hurt him. But now the double play is in order, so we'll see what Rowdy Tellez does. His last time up, though, had a single and an RBI. Single here would be plenty helpful for this squad.
See, TC is trying to put a hex on the Blue Jays again. Tried that yesterday, too.
Ooh, that one down there low, the changeup. 0-1.
Teoscar's really had a 3 true outcome day. Strikeout, a home run, and 2 walks.
Oh, you love to see it. The analytics junkies are like, hey, see, we told you. I'm like, I miss National League style play. As Tellez swings at that one. Not really sure what he saw in that pitch, but the count goes to 1-2. That one's going to be hit up the middle. It's a single. Will they send the runner? The answer is no. So the bases are loaded. Nobody's out. And if you are the Blue Jays, you have to score at least one. Probably should score at least two here. But that's just a big-time piece of clutch hitting by Rowdy Tellez.
That will end the day for Tyler Clipper to bring in Corey Guerin here. Pitched yesterday. And he's going to inherit a mess. He's going to try to strand these runners. Clipper only pitched one inning, and he's responsible for all three of these base runners.
Yeah, and even a double play ball here would get the job done in terms of scoring the run, but hopefully Lourdes has something a little more productive in mind.
He is due, I'd say. He's 0 for 3. Hit it to outfielders all 3 times.
Well, a hit to an outfielder here should score the run from third, so that would be acceptable. And that might... No, that's probably not going to do it. Too close. Indeed. So all the runners going to have to go back. Unproductive out there.
Aggressive first pitch swinging.
Yeah, I liked it at first. I thought it had enough distance, but Buxton had to come in real close to second base there. And now it'll be up to Grichuk, who hit that home run, but again, just need a ball deep.
He's just 1 for 7 in his career against Corey Guerin. He's another guy who's bounced around quite a bit in his career.
Ooh, how did that not hit Grichuk?
That was almost an RBI the painful way. I'm surprised it didn't get him. Slider up and in.
We'll see if Guerin has a little bit more control here. Does not want to give up a 3-0 count. And, oh my, Grichuk swings at that one. It was definitely outside, but Grichuk went around, and it's a 2-1 count. Swings on that one, too. Oh, Grichuk had himself in such a great position and then just kind of wastes it by going after both of those pitches.
Oh, boy.
Well, now Blue Jays need a hit, a walk, a something to even get a run out of this bases loaded situation. I really expected with Gurriel and Grichuk up that one of them would be able to get a deep enough fly ball. Rather disappointed, but Corey Guerin getting the job done so far for the Twins.
Now Biggio will try to deliver. Hasn't really done that so far this year. But, I mean, the Blue Jays stranded the bases loaded twice yesterday, so it can be very frustrating.
Yeah, but it's most frustrating when you get the bases loaded with nobody out. Because honestly, almost any type of contact in those situations can get it done. The only thing that doesn't is a really shallow pop-out or a K. And they managed to do both of those. That one's taken down the line. It's hit hard, but it's hit foul. So Biggio now at risk of striking out. Well, at least he doesn't take a cut there. 2-2. This is probably the biggest at-bat of the game right here. A run or two would really solidify the Blue Jays' position. An out here would be an absolute miracle for the Twins. And would still put them within striking distance. Just 2 runs that they need in these last 2 innings. And there you go. Blue Jays just stranded 3 runners. Oh my. Bases loaded, nobody out does not come to mean any runs for Toronto. They still have their 2-run lead, but man, that's got to be disappointing.
That's Blue Jays baseball for you. Here's Anthony Bass coming in now. 0-3-8 against righties, but lefties, oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy is right, but we saw him yesterday, and he ended up pitching all right for this squad.
I believe he's going to face the same 3 he faced yesterday here. Garver, Cruz, and Rosario.
In fact, he will. So Mitch Garver, not having the greatest day, has those 2 strikeouts and that pop-out back in the 5th. Ooh. Right in the top of the zone there by Bass. That's strike 1.
Outside, that's a ball.
1-1, just outside.
Anthony Bass picked up from the Seattle Mariners in the offseason. He's also bounced around quite a bit. Both these bullpens are guys who have really been around different places in recent years.
Journeyman bullpens in essence, as it's 1-2 from Bass. The pitch in is going to be a miss, high and outside. So now the count's gone to 2-2. Love to see Bass attack here. And, well, he attacks a little bit too hard, and Mitch Garver does what he's been doing all season long and just cranks that ball out of here in target field. 418 feet. That's home run number 26 on the season. My.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. What's the analysis here? You have a guy down 2 strikes. You should put him away and not give up a blast like that.
Yeah, just don't leave one out over the plate like that.
Yeah,
But,
and if you have bases loaded, you should tack on. I mean, that's basically the story right now.
yeah, well, the Twins trying to make a late comeback here. They're now just down a run. And Bass still has to get through the middle of this order. Cruz, Rosario, and Donaldson now.
Now back, the designated hitter, Nelson.
That ball goes high, 1-0. Come on, Anthony.
Nope.
Now looks like Bass might be a little shaken up by that home run. Those 2 pitches not very competitive.
Easy takes for Cruz.
Cruz is one of those veteran presences. You want to make him work for it there, but not doing so far. 3-0 count. Well, finally gets a strike, throws one over the plate there, and that 4-seamer. But, this game was going along in perfect time for, my work schedule. I thought we were going to get a Jays win, get out of here all nice and quick, and instead now, Bass struggling a bit, gives up the leadoff home run to Garver. Now trying to work against Cruz, but able to get it back to a full count.
This is where I really don't like the 3-batter minimum, because if the guy you're bringing in doesn't have it that day and it's a close game like this, you're in trouble.
Well, that's hit right back at Bass. Fields it. Takes forever to throw, but finally does and gets the out.
Luckily for him, the boomstick is not blessed with a lot of speed in his legs. His bat's a different story. But
and probably doesn't help to be 40 trying to sprint down that line either.
Yeah.
And that'll bring up Eddie Rosario. He's 1 for 3 on the day, has a single and a run. Also robbed a home run at the wall, which that robbery of a home run is becoming ever more important here in this now just 1-run ball game.
And pretty good numbers here for him, too, against Anthony Bass. And as we mentioned, the lefties have really been hitting him hard.
Oh, that's low.
The falling behind every hitter is not a good recipe for success. That's for sure. That's the 2-0 count. Big swing there from Rosario. And that's the first strike.
Bass throws in, misses that time. Like we said, Donaldson over there on deck. Arias after him. You know, if you can get Rosario here, Donaldson's not a hard out comparatively in this lineup, but he loses Rosario on the walk. So now there'll be a runner at first.
So Donaldson coming up 0 for 3. It's batting .223. On paper, a more favorable matchup for Bass, but well, we're still happy with Carver. Really could have taken him out if he wanted, since he's faced 3 batters and throws a strike there.
I think maybe give him the chance against the righty Donaldson, especially with how well he's been playing against them. And maybe if he messes up here, you go to someone like Pannone before bringing in Giles for the 9th. Oh, beautiful double play ball. Can it be? No, he doesn't get it. Still will get 1 there at first, so the runner advances to second. I thought that was the way out of the inning for the Jays, alas. Not meant to be.
No, not quite, but at least you have an out, and then, yeah, they will go with Thomas Pannone to face the Sprinkler.
La Regadera! Thomas Pannone in here, 2.89 ERA. The average is pretty average, but a lot of walks compared to his strikeouts there. So with Pannone, you just hope he has the control. When he does, he's rather effective. And we see La Regadera at the plate, runner at second. That's the tying run. Luis himself is the go-ahead run. But there are 2 down here, so a big spot for Pannone. As we near 50 viewers here on the stream, want to welcome you all. It's been a great game here today between these Twins and Blue Jays.
2-0 count. Hard to face the lefty. You gotta get him out.
Ooh, that's hit, and that's going to make it through the infield. Do they send the runner to home? They do indeed, and oh my. It's now a tie ball game. And, oof.
Indeed. Came in to get the lefty and couldn't do it. Fell behind, and yeah, this guy scares me. I know he doesn't have the power, but he just sprinkles the ball yet again. He's got 3 signals today, and now Pannone has to face at least 1 more batter in the inning, and it's going to be a powerful right-handed bat.
Well, that's just a bit outside, 1-0. Known fires in high again, so 2-0 here. Gave up that single that tied the game, but now has just got to buckle down and try and get this 3rd out. It's been a rough 8th inning for the bullpen here, and man, that's why you almost wanted Ryu to stay in for that 7th. Only have to do 1 inning of the bullpen because
yeah, I really am surprised that Ryu was taken out of the game after 6 innings. It was just not really a reason to do it.
swung on and missed, so the count's now 2-2. But even if he gets a no here, the damage has pretty much been done. High, 3-2, so the count's gone full. Byron Buxton, probably the easiest out on deck. You got to get through Sano first. And he gets it.
Fortunately, after the damage was already done.
Well, now it's a 4-4 game after 8. The Minnesota Twins tack on 2 to tie this one up. And, all right, final inning. It's a tie game. Anyone could win this. First, we start off with catcher Danny Jansen for the Jays.
Number 9.
Boy, Guerin's going to stay out there. He got out of that bases-loaded jam, which, of course, right now looms large in this game because Blue Jays couldn't score, and then the Twins came right back to tie it.
Ooh, just a bit low there.
It's going to be 9-1-2 here for the Blue Jays. So somebody get on base and see what we can do.
It's 2-1 here from Corey Guerin to Danny Jansen. Top 9 tie ball game. And it's just a bit outside. 3-1 now. Bo Bichette's on deck. Vlad Guerrero would be after, and then Travis Shaw. Ooh, that one's fouled down the line. Full count.
Not a bad order for the Blue Jays if they get something going.
Oh, that one's hit deep, deep, deep. Left field, going back. He doesn't get it. It's a home run. Danny Jansen not robbed this time. The home runs keep coming for the Toronto catcher as of late. His 12th of the season. And a huge, huge one. I thought Rosario was going to rob him again.
I thought so too. I thought he was going to catch that one too. And he made the attempt and the effort and almost got it, but this time it was just out of his reach.
Well, there we go, EB. I was a little bit down after that 8th inning, but maybe Giles still has a chance now with what Jansen's just given the Blue Jays. A gift, a gift, a gift. Thank you, Corey Guerin.
That will end the day for him. Tyler Duffy coming in now. So I guess Guerin just felt bad about letting Clippers runners score, but he came out for another inning and he said, you know what, I'll just give it up myself. Top of the order will face Tyler Duffy here. Big swing there.
Bo Bichette's like, hey, we got the lead now. It's time to just swing like crazy.
See ball, swing no matter what.
See ball, hit ball. Well, I mean, we're not wrong. He continues to swing.
Tyler Duffy's found some success out of the bullpen. He was a starter early on in his career. He made his major league debut as a starter against the Blue Jays.
That's hit to third. The throw over to first in plenty of time. Good play by Josh Donaldson to record the first out here in the 9th.
August of 2015, Josh Donaldson was on the Blue Jays, and basically Duffy was tipping his pitches, and Encarnacion, Bautista, Donaldson, they all figured him out pretty quickly, and they knocked him around. Eventually, he made it to the bullpen, and it's done a nice job here for these Twins.
That one just a bit outside. Vlad holds off on the 4-seamer there, so the count will be 1-0. So that swung on, fouled down the line, 2-1. So now Guerrero trying to chase a couple pitches too.
Yeah, the 2-0 count, so he decided to swing it whatever. Then he had a 2-1 count, he decided to swing it whatever.
2-2 into the plate. Ooh,
swinging.
Okay. That one you gotta swing at. You gotta protect the plate. I can see it. And that'll be the K there. Nice four-seamer by Duffy. Retires Vlad. Blue Jays only
went up as a reliever. I don't remember him throwing that hard as a starter.
Yeah, you know, maybe just can put a little bit more extra energy into his pitches since he doesn't have to throw as long.
Go out for an inning and air it out. So he's had success as a reliever. It's gotten 2 outs, so Shaw will try to continue his good day. He's been on base 3 times.
Strike there, though. 1-1. And another swing and a miss. Strike 2, 1-2. All right, well, Duffy kind of rotating between a close fastball and a faraway slider. See what he throws here. He gets the strikeout. Shaw goes down, but not before the Blue Jays get the run they need on Danny Jansen's home run to left. It's 5-4 Blue Jays. We head to the bottom of the 9th. The lead very much in the balance here. Ken Giles, the best closer, one might say, in the American League, gets another shot here today. 25 for 27, 1.76 ERA.
Picked up the save yesterday, but he had 3 runs to work with. And it's going to be 9-1-2. So Buxton, and then Mr. Doubles, and then Polanco. Mr. Doubles being Kepler, of course.
That one going to be pushed foul over there on the play by Guerrero. So it's an 0-1 count.
It's a good thing that he pushed it foul, because if that's fair, he's on there at first with a bunt base hit.
Yeah, Byron Buxton, the forever speedy Byron Buxton. Tries to bunt again, but that's going to go as a strike there. Misplayed by Buxton. So I think he was just trying to get on, maybe then steal into scoring position. Instead, though, he finds himself down in the hole, 0-2.
If you're Giles, you have to get him out here and not give him the opportunity to get out first.
Ooh, and the K. So there's 1 down. Giles just needs 2 more to get out of this one.
Mr. Buxton will go to the dugout and try the golden sombrero today. Going for 4 punch-outs.
See, the golden sombrero sounds too cool, though, for a 4 strikeout. Like, I want golden sombrero.
Yeah, it's cool, but not in baseball, so...
Well, Max Kepler's been cool here today. 3 for 4 with all those doubles.
Yeah, he really likes hitting doubles, so... Dangerous hitter here.
Takes the first pitch outside, 1-0. Ooh, they say he went around. Counts now even, 1-1. 97 miles an hour on the gas by Giles.
They call him 100 Miles Giles.
He gets another one there. Giles throwing well so far.
Fastball slider. He went with the slider there.
Yeah, like the combos that he's been putting into place, and getting Max Kepler out here would be huge. Jorge Polanco's been an easier out here today for sure. He's going to throw that one a bit high.
Trying the elevated fastball, not quite. Doesn't like the baseball. He's going to get another one.
All right, 2-2 count to Kepler. Giles readies himself once again, kind of lets that arm hang, looks in for the call, gets it from Danny Jansen, and he's ready to go. To the plate. And it's swung and missed. It's a strikeout there for Giles, and they're just 1 out away from taking this ball game.
Dialed it up to 99. There we see it on the pitch tracks. Center cut, but Max Kepler could not catch up.
Well, now it'll be Jorge Polanco, the last chance for these Twins. And, EB, I might have to leave you any moment here now. My boss expecting me on a call, but I want to see the end of this game. It's been such a good one. And a strike right there, 0-1.
Well, hopefully it does end here, and I'll handle the highlights for you. But
There we go.
we got to get the final out here.
Oh, we're so close down to their last strike. Please, Mr. Giles, please get your 26th save of the year. Send us home happy here as Toronto fans. That's not going to do it.
Nah. Fastball way inside. Polanco is not going to chase that.
He is going to chase that, though, and going to get it out into the outfield. So I hate to do it to you, EB. I'm going to have to drop here as I'm getting a Zoom call from my boss. Turns out, still got to get paid, but thank you, everyone, and thanks to EB for being a great broadcast partner. Go Jays. They just need one more out.
All right, it's going to be a tough out. Thank you very much, Jake, because Mitch Garver started the rally in the bottom of the 8th with a home run. So we'll see what Giles can do. Love to have it in here. Good back there for Polanco after he went 0 for 3.
Nope, that's the ball.
Pitch is low, ball 1. On the pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. There's that 98 from Ken Giles, trying to finish this one off. He sets, gets the sign, says yes, and eventually he'll deliver. Here it comes. 1-1 is fouled away, 1-2. Garver with the solid year so far. We check on Polanco. He's back safely. Don't want to make the final out on the base pass if you're Polanco, so he's going to be very careful about any lead he takes. One and two, high, 2-2. Crowd here at Target Field on their feet on this Saturday afternoon. 2-2 pitch is going to miss high, so it's a full count. Runner will be off now on the pitch. Polanco over at first base. The boomstick is on deck. And the full count pitch is a swing and a miss, and that is the ball game. Ken Giles comes in, gives up a base hit, but gets the final out. He gets maybe the toughest out in this Twins lineup to go down swinging, and the Blue Jays have won 2 in a row. They take this one 5-4. They're back at 500 at 48-48. Thomas Pannone will be your winning pitcher today. He got out of that jam. Didn't allow the Twins to tie the game, but eventually got out of the jam. And the losing pitcher will be Corey Guerin, who gave up that go-ahead home run to Danny Jansen in the top half of this 9th inning. Twins, their record will be now at, I believe, 61-36. There you have it. Giles picking up his 26th save. And your player of the game Teoscar Hernandez, who had one of those home runs that the Blue Jays hit here today. So 5-4 is your final score. And I can already tell you that we will have the fourth game of this series. It will be tomorrow afternoon at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Beardy Buddha and myself, so it will be a Twins fan and a Blue Jays fan to call game number 4. Let's take a look at the highlights. Max Kepler started us off today with a 2-run double. That was in the bottom of the second. That was against Hyunjin Ryu. After that, Danny Jansen, the top of the third, flied out to left field. And the reason we're showing that highlight is because it was not just any fly out to the left fielder. It was a really nice play by Buxton, as you can see, robbing a home run. I put a star next to that in my scorecard. Then, in the top of the fourth, Teoscar Hernandez, your player of the game, hit a 2-run home run to give the Blue Jays a 3-2 lead. That was to straightaway center field. No chance for Byron Buxton to catch that. Then here's Ryu. Struck out Buxton, one of the 4 Ks that Byron Buxton had today. Hyunjin Ryu, pretty good start for him. We're going to probably see another one of those strikeouts. There it is against Nelson Cruz, bottom of the 5th. And after that, in the bottom of the 8th, this is the game-tying hit that Luis Arraez, the sprinkled it to right, tying it at 4. They didn't even show the Mitch Garver home run that made it 4-3. And then in the top of the 9th, off Corey Guerin, Danny Jansen hits the solo home run and made it 5-4 Blue Jays. And Buxton, or I should say Rosario, tried to rob Jansen of that one, but he couldn't. Bottom of the 9th, there is Byron Buxton with the 4th K of the day for the Golden Sombrero. And then Max Kepler, he swung and missed as well, chasing the fastball. And then after the single from Jorge Polanco, Mitch Garver struck out, swinging to bring it into this one, giving the Blue Jays the 5-4 victory. And that was our ball game this afternoon. Thomas Pannone, your winner. Corey Guerin taking the loss. Ken Giles with the save. Teoscar Hernandez, the player of the game. Tomorrow afternoon, 12:15, we will have Game 4 of the series. Blue Jays can win the series if they win tomorrow. The Minnesota Twins will look to split the 4 games, and we'll have Kenta Maeda for the Twins and Tanner Roark for the Blue Jays. That is your pitching matchup. Beardy Buddha and I will be on the call. 5:36 p.m. Eastern Time. We are about to head out to our next game, which will be the Texas Rangers and the New York Yankees. P. Mr. 3 and J.D. Gregory are your broadcast crew for that one. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm doing just wonderful. Getting ready for a real pitcher's duel today as the Yankees are going to send out Garrett Cole and the Rangers are going to send out Lance Lynn. Supposedly rumor running around is that he's the trade target for several teams, so this might be a good audition for him against a really formidable Yankees lineup.
Yeah, that's the former Yankee. Among his other stops, he's had a nice year. I got to call his 100th career win earlier in the fall season. So it looks like it's going to be an interesting one. Yankees obviously leading the way in the AL East, and the Rangers not having a very good season, so they're going to try to steal one here from the Yankees, who I think they've won 9 straight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but honestly, is anyone outside of Oakland in the AL West having a good season so far?
Yeah, not really. Astros, I think, have gone above 500. The closest. But,
yeah, Astros have kind of fixed themselves recently, but that whole AL West a couple weeks ago was an absolute clown show outside the Athletics. So seems to be the one division to watch here, although the record's not going to be great, but it's going to be a great division race down the back end.
Indeed. So I think we're just about to get underway, P-Mister. So I will hand it over to you. I will thank everyone for watching us on this Saturday. Thank you to Jake, who had to drop out there at the end, but I hope you enjoyed it. We will go to Yankee Stadium. It will be the Texas Rangers and the New York Yankees. We'll see Matt Duffy there at second base. It'll be P-Mr. 3. It'll be J.D. Gregory. I'm EB from Toronto, wishing you a great rest of your day. Guys, take it away.
All right, thank you. Thank you, EB. And Yeah, as you were saying, we're coming into a good one today. Yankees and Rangers. Yankees took the game last night, but again, gonna be a real pitcher's duel today. Lance Lynn versus Garrett Cole. And rumors, again, I was mentioning it when talking to EB, rumors going around is that a couple of the GMs have been questioning the Texas Rangers if Lance Lynn's gonna be on the trade block on the trade deadline. So definitely a good time here against really one of the best batting lineups in the league to put a good display on and to try to increase your value a little bit.
Absolutely, and Lance Lynn has proven himself to be a pretty good, valuable piece to a starting rotation, so we'll see how well he's able to handle the Yankees here today.
Yeah, again, Yankees coming into the game 58-35, first in the AL East. Rangers coming in a couple games below 500 at 45-50, but on that AL West, they're still in contention, only 8 back from Oakland at the top of the division. So definitely gonna be a fun one today. Luckily, we're playing up in New York, where it's probably about 85 to 90 versus 110 down in Arlington, probably knowing the middle of the summer down there.
And that's a pretty dangerous heat. I remember a few years back, the Cleveland Indians played a game down there in hot temperatures, and people just couldn't believe that they had them playing.
I know. Well, luckily, the new stadium they built down there does have the roof and AC, so we won't have to worry about people frying in the outfield anymore. But we are live here from New Yankee Stadium. It's going to be a fun one today. Game 2 of the series between Texas Rangers and New York Yankees. Yankees getting a little bit of a loosening up of the limbs right there, as we saw. And today's starting pitcher for the Yankees, Garrett Cole, 73 record on the year, 2.43 ERA, 100 innings pitched on the dot, and a whip at .82. So he does not walk too many people, and he picks up a lot of Ks also with 150 on the season already. JD, what do you think are going to be a couple of the keys to the game here as we see Shin-Soo-Choo step in?
Well, I think that the Rangers are going to have some good, patient at-bats here and try and fight off Garrett Cole a little bit, because I don't think Cole's too easily rattled. And we just need to see good production today out of that Yankee offense.
Yeah, definitely. As first pitch is going to be at 5:40 Eastern time. And that's going to be a strike on the inside corner for strike one. Garrett Cole, second pitch to Shin-Soo-Choo. Rushes him back as he runs that one way inside there. Maybe trying to get into Texas's head early here. But nonetheless, the count will run 1-1.
Shin-Soo-Choo's had a pretty interesting career. He had a lot of great years in Cleveland. Not so sure he's been as good in Texas, but he's definitely a power bat, and he's got great speed with him as well.
Yeah, definitely, as we just saw the weather report right there. 87 degrees and not cloud in the sky, so we are definitely getting this game in. And with it being New York, there's going to be a lot of home run balls, I'm guessing, if there's contact made. Elvis Andrews is sitting on deck for Texas as Shin-Soo-Choo runs the count 3-1. Shin-Soo-Choo in the 3-1 fouls a ball off in the outside upper corner. Count will run full here, 3-2. And Garrett Cole, first batter of the game, walks him on 6 pitches.
Well, yesterday the Rangers made Matsuhiro Tanaka throw a lot of pitches, so we'll see if they do the same today. That seems to be like a pretty good plan.
Yeah, definitely a good plan if you can get a couple walks and maybe score a couple extra runs, as Elvis Andrews is stepping in. Hits about 300 against righties and only 260 against lefties, so he's definitely in his sweet spot today against Garrett Cole, the righty. As that's going to be a grounder. Good stab there from DJ Mayhew. Flip to first. Gets the double play.
Well, just what Garrett Cole needed it for a long bat against Choo.
Yeah, good way to get out of it. Gleyber Torres at short today, so he flipped the ball with the DJ, who got wiped out, but still got the throw over the first for the out, as Willie Calhoun's going to step in. And the first pitch to Calhoun is a fastball. It just misses the outside corner, 1-0. As Willie Calhoun fouls one off the umpire. Umpire looks to be okay here. Count will run 1-1.
But Willie Calhoun, still pretty young, only 25 years of age. He's a guy that could be a Texas Ranger for a long, long time.
Yeah, definitely not going to say anything, but maybe the next A-Rod pre-New York Yankee days as Garrett Cole gets a 1-2 count.
He seems to be trending that way. That is for sure. 24 home runs last season with 63 RBI. Those are no numbers to sneeze at.
And speaking of which, ropes one down the right field line. Judge out there in plenty of time to make the catch, and the Yankees are out of the first. So a little bit of a scare there from Garrett Cole walking the first batter, but settles down very nicely. We're through a half. Nothing. Again, the aforementioned Lance Lynn starting off today. A 4-7 record, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. His ERA is sitting at 3.66 with 108 innings pitched here, so he's kind of been left out to dry a couple times. 0.7 walks to 104 strikeouts, though. As we're going to see DJ LeMahieu step in. 314 average on the year. Only good for third on the Yankees roster, so definitely a lot of hot bats coming into the year, and especially as we're approaching the All-Star break, those numbers might be able to hold up the whole year.
Absolutely, and I know last year this guy had a career-type year, 26 home runs, and 102 RBIs?
Yeah, definitely. Sinsu Chu robs DJ LeMahieu on a diving catch out there and right for the first down of the game. Holy cannoli.
Awesome play there by Chu. Take a hit away from DJ LeMahieu. My goodness. Look at him stretch out right there.
Yeah, if that was Aaron Judge, that one would have been down for a single, but with the speedy Chu out there and right, Texas was able to get out here as Gleyber Torres is going to step in, number 2 on the Yankees with a 315 average. First pitch to him is going to be a fastball that runs high for a ball.
We'll get back to talking about Lance Lynn. This Texas team has not been a very good team, so I'm sure that he's been a hard luck loser most of the year, and that's got to be pretty frustrating for him.
As that's a fastball, check swing, umpire says he's going to go 2-0. But yeah, you mentioned that tough luck losses. His ERA is right in the middle of the pack with most major league starters. It's just sometimes the run production isn't there for you. As he puts a cutter in there for a strike over the top, 2-1 the count now.
That might be a reason why he could do well on a team that really maybe towards the back end of the rotation could use a veteran guy.
Yeah, definitely is. Lance Lynn's able to work a 2-2 count here, and yes, that's what I think Lance Lynn's good for, especially if he gets dealt. He's going to get dealt to a playoff team, looking for that fifth arm out of the bullpen to try to push them over the line here to get into the playoffs. As the count runs full now, and the ever-looming Aaron Judge on deck. That's a dribbler right back at Lance Lynn. Good job on the glove. Flips over the first and gets the out. Oh, those can be scary sometimes. But luckily, I was just a little dribbler right back at him.
Well, I can remember several years ago, Woody Blair took a ball up the middle off the bat of Julio Franco and broke his jaw. But at the time, it looked like that pitch might have even have killed him because he was not moving around after he got hit by that pitch. He was just kind of laying stagnant on the ground, so that is scary.
Yeah, definitely, especially as a pitcher, those ones that come back at 90, because you may throw at 90, 95, but it's coming back at 100, 110, so it's going to hurt a lot. As Aaron Judge is going to step in, 288 average on the year, and just with that frame and body size, you expect him to hit the ball out of the park every time he steps up the bat.
And he's very strong and very big. He played, I believe, tight end in high school, so a guy like that possesses a lot of power.
I mean, you expect that out of him at 6'7", I believe, 280 is what he runs at, so definitely has that football size built for him.
Outside, that's a ball.
As Lance Lynn runs a 2-1 count here to the Judge.
up.
3-1
No,
count
Judge
now. Sorry?
Judge had a chance to play at some very reputable colleges. Notre Dame, Stanford, and UCLA all recruited him as a tight end, but he chose baseball instead.
Yep, as he hits a hot shot down the first, able to flip it to Lynn for the out. So Texas getting out of it here with very little damage also. We're through 1 inning. Both pitchers are looking very strong here. Still no score. And yes, as Mo and Chad has just asked, what is a future game? As the All-Star break is coming up this week, we have a couple special games coming up. We're going to be broadcasting all the minor league All-Star games, be it Eastern, Texas, and Southern League games, along with the AAA game, AAA All-Star game. And then the Major Leagues as a futures game where the entire minor league system, you choose your All-Stars from there, and they all play in a game. So if you make the futures game, you're setting yourself up for a very nice career down the line. So that's going to be coming up this week along with the regular MLB All-Star game, which I believe the rosters are getting announced either tomorrow or Monday if my sources were correct the other day. Garrett Cole runs a 2-1 count here. Joey Gallo swinging at one way out there. 2-2 the count now. And Garrett Cole making him look silly out there on that one. That's his first strikeout of the game, and that's a very good one there. Just a full and breaking ball inside there.
So Gatto is a feared hitter in the game right now, so to be able to get him is a huge out, that is for sure.
Stepping in, that one's going to be just foul. I'm not sure about that. Todd Frazier making the umpire think for a second there, as I thought that hopped over the bag.
Yeah, that looked like that was a fair ball to me, but apparently the third base umpire disagreed with both of us.
1-1.
As second pitch is run high and inside, 1-1 the count.
We talked about power. Todd Frazier definitely has it. He won a home run derby one year.
2-1.
Yep, as Garrett Cole runs one outside, 2-1. And I still think last year, Vladimir Guerrero, with that performance in the semifinals, should have won the home run derby, putting up stupid numbers just to be able to make the finals.
Well, you wonder if Paul... Go ahead.
I was just going to say Garrett Cole runs a 2-2 count here, but continue.
You wonder if all those swings and everything he took kind of wore him out once he got to the finals, though.
Yeah, definitely, and that's one thing I think a lot of people don't realize about home run swings is it takes a lot out of you, especially if you do it repetitively, as that's just going to be an easy ground out there for the second out here.
Absolutely, swing for home runs are taking pretty hard cuts, and that definitely plays its toll on you.
Yeah, especially in these hot summer months where the humidity can start to get up and your body just loses energy that much faster. As Matt Duffy's going to be stepping in here. Duffy taking the spot to start today from Rougned Odor, the heavyweight champion of the MLB, as Joey Bautista very well knows.
It looks like Duffy's having a pretty good year, batting .291.
Yeah, getting the spot start today as he lifts one out into left center. Aaron Hicks ranging over, and that's going to be it here. Not much simpler inning from Garrett Cole here, no real issues. We're through 1.5, still no score. Giancarlo Stanton, the once famous Miami Slugger, is going to step in now. 3:06 on the day. He's coming into the game with a 14-game hitting streak, so he has been turning the ball up as of late.
He's been putting up some, no pun intended, but he's been putting up some video game type numbers this year.
Yep, and Texas is trying to counter his numbers with an extreme shift over to the left, so playing a little bit with fire here, but sometimes that can work against the hot bats of the Yankees. As Lance Lynn works on her 2 count with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that gets swung at and missed. As Giancarlo Stanton pops one up. Catch Felipe making about a trip 5 feet back to get that, and there's one out here.
The catcher, Gary.
Good job by Lance Lynn getting him to bite on that high pitch.
Yep, and stepping into the box, Gary Sanchez absolutely loves Yankee Stadium, hitting 350 here in the friendly confines of Yankee Stadium. On the road, he's only hitting about 250, so you definitely want him in your lineup if you're going to be playing at home today.
Nope.
As the first pitch misses just high, 1-0.
Gary Sanchez definitely has the knack for the long ball. He was the fastest catcher to reach 100 home runs for his career.
Yeah, but then again, playing in Yankee Stadium, I feel like that's a little bit easier than, say, in like San Francisco or some of the National League parks where it's a decent shot down the line. Where I believe here in Yankee Stadium, it's only like 320 down the left and right field lines.
That certainly enables that, that's for sure.
Yep, as Lance Lynn runs a 2-1 count here to Gary Sanchez. Gets in the bite of a 2-seamer down in the dirt, 2-2 the count now. Sanchez ropes one out into left center. That's going to get down for a hit. Throws all the way to the wall. He's trying for second. And the throw is cut off. Still a chance. But no, the throw goes wide as Gary Sanchez rolls in there with a double.
Well, you wonder if that's going to throw off any of Lance Lynn's rhythm. He was coasting along and getting some help from his defense, and a loud hit like that can sometimes disrupt the pitcher, so let's see how he recovers from this.
Yeah, definitely. Especially for the Yankees here. That might be able to get the bats going because basically 1 through 9, that entire lineup is liable for a home run at any point. As Aaron Hicks is going to be stepping in here.
Little fun fact about Aaron Hicks. Aaron Hicks selected that number 31 to honor another Yankee great, and that was Dave Winfield.
0-1.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you see that sometimes where players will select a number to try to honor a legend, especially if the number's not retired up in the rings or walls of honor in their respective stadiums. As the first pitch to Hicks is a strike. Second pitch incoming.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
That'll be a cutter down low. 1-1 the count now. Four-seamer that gets ripped foul down the third baseline. Ball boy making the jog over. And apparently he saw a piece of grass in there. I'm not sure. He wasn't anywhere close to the ball. Nonetheless, 1-2 here. Lance Lynn bounces one in the dirt here. Nobody's going to move those as the catch of Felipe was right on the money. And the count will be 2-2 here.
Full count.
That'll be a 2-seamer that misses just low. 3-2 count now. Three and 2 count gets fouled off. The 3-2 once again to Hicks. Grounded on the first baseline, just rolls foul though. I think that's the second time today we see one seemingly bounce over the bag, but the umpires have called it foul.
Yes, it is. What we saw at the top of half of the inning.
And Lance Lynn lets Hicks go. Lets him off the hook there with a walk. Now he's going to be in a real jam as Luke Voigt's going to step in. 332 average, so not the guy you want in right now.
Absolutely not, especially not with runners on base. And Voigt can certainly put the ball in play, so you want to be careful here if you're Lance Lynn.
Yep, 19 home runs on the year, 52 RBIs, 394 on base percentage. So definitely definitely would like to get that last out here just to make this potentially less damaging. But nonetheless, we're here now as he tries to stay away with the four-seam fastball, but runs it way outside for a ball 1-0 the count. Well, Voigt catches a piece of it, but it's going to roll foul down the first baseline there. Luke Voigt once again making a solid contact swing there, but it just ropes foul, so the count will run 1-2 here.
I think Lynn got away with one right there. That was almost right down the middle. And Voigt could have really taken that ball a long way.
Instead, Lance Lynn makes Voigt look like a fool after those last couple swings with the swing way inside. And that's going to be the second out here in the bottom of the second.
And he runs Voigt right in up on the hands right there, and he's just not able to get a hold of it at all. Good pitch by Lynn.
Yeah, especially after the solid contacts with a couple ones up high, come low and in, as we're going to see Brett Gardner step in, try to do something with runners on first and second here, but 2 out. As the first pitch just going to catch the outside half of the zone here, 0-1 the count.
Down 21.
0-1 pitch runs low, 1-1 the count. Lance Lynn, 22 pitches in the inning so far, so definitely wants to try to get out of here right now. Try to keep that pitch count relatively low.
Especially on a warmer day like this, that heat can kind of tire you down a little bit.
Yep, as he's puts a fastball on the outside corner, but Gardner is able to foul that off. 1-2 the count now.
Gardner, one of those guys showing a lot of loyalty. He began his career with the Yankees in 2008. He's the only holdover on the roster from the team that won the World Series in 2009. You don't see guys with that type of loyalty anymore.
No, especially with the money some of these guys are getting. He's going to rope one down the left field line. That's going to get down the corner for a hit. That's at least going to score 1. And the runner will hold up at third there, so runners on second and third here. But the Yankees get it 1 on the board here.
The third baseman.
A nice job by Gardner to be kind of selective with pitches and take that ball the other way. Get the Yankees on the board here, 1-0.
Yep, as Gio Urshela is going to step in. 249 average on the year so far. And being in the number 9 hole, you're typically not expected to do a whole heck of a lot. But it's always a nice surprise if you're able to pull off a nice hit, which he has the chance to right here. One there, Urshela is a fastball that catches the strike zone there. 0-2 the count. Porcello's been pretty good. Last 4 games, he's brought in 3 runs, so he's definitely liable for the RBI right now.
One ball, 2 strikes to count.
Well, he definitely proved that he can hit last year. This guy spent some time with the Cleveland Indians and the Toronto Blue Jays, and he wasn't too particularly good, but Urshela has found a home here in New York.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes it's just you need the right ballpark. As Mitch Moreland kind of found out when he went up to the Red Sox a couple years ago, was kind of a relative no-name, but then made a name for himself. That one runs inside. Runners are going to hold where they are, as they didn't really get a good jump, but that could have been real costly for Lynn there.
Absolutely could have. A good job by the catcher being able to track that ball down.
Yeah, definitely. As the 2-2 count to Rochelle is going to be coming up here. Lance Lynn definitely wanting to get out of the inning here. Already at 41 pitches, make it 42. And he runs a full count here. Top of the order, sitting in on deck with DJ LeMahieu, number 3 on the team in average.
Well, I was just going to say, you might not mind putting a runner on first with the bases open, but it looks like Urshela's going to drive a run in, make it 2-0 New York.
Yep, Gio Urshela with a good piece of hitting there, slaps it out to right. Going to score 1. Runner will move up to third, so now runners on the corners with 2 out. And the Texas manager is going to come out just to try to have a chat with Lynn, because he is not having a good start here whatsoever.
No, he's not. There's weird things can happen here in New York, so it's a good time to get out and try to get him settled down, get his head back.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe some of the trade rumors are starting to get to his head, and he's trying to perform a little bit too much as he puts a first pitch strike in there to DJ LeMahieu, 0 for 1 on the day so far.
I believe DJ LeMahieu has a birthday coming up on Monday, so happy early birthday to him.
Yes, would like to really celebrate that birthday, but he's just going to hit a dribbler here to Elvis Andrews. Flip over to Matt Duffy, and Texas will get out of here. But not before the Bronx Bombers strike twice. We're through 2-0 Yankees. This Danny Santana's going to be stepping in. 234 average on the year. Splits are basically dead even between lefties and righties, only a 6-point difference. But the power numbers jump a little bit when facing righties. 8 home runs against righties versus 4 with lefties. As he takes a first pitch swinging, but it runs foul. The 0-1 pitch to Danny Santana is a fastball that he'll swing and miss at. 0-2 the count now.
But if you're Texas right here, what you want to be able to do is maybe produce a nice long inning to give Lance Lynn a chance to get some extra rest after that frustrating bottom of the second.
Yeah, definitely. And the knuckle curve bounces down to the dirt. 1-2 the count to Santana. Santana puts a good hit on that one, but just ropes it foul down the first baseline. Count will hold at 1-2. Again, fouling that off. Nearly taken out his own third base coach there. So the count will still hold here at 1-2. And Santana trying to do all he can to get his pitch some rest after that rough inning.
That's the ball.
Garrett Cole puts one in the dirt now. 2-2 the count on the changeup.
I got 3-2.
Missing just outside there. Count runs full here. And this could be a very scary situation if he lets him go here.
Could be.
Said Santana's going to hit against the shift. Good throw there by Urshela, playing at the shortstop spot. Gets the out at first, but that was definitely a little bit scary there, hitting against the shift there. As we see the standings here for the AL East, Yankees on top. Tampa only 5 games back, and then Toronto, who we just saw pick up a nice win, only a couple more back beyond that. So very tight up here in the AL East. Sorry, you were saying something?
I was just going to say that was a nice little move by Urshela to go to his left and make a nice little stop like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's always scary in those situations when you only see the one guy on the side of the infield because you know he has to cover all 90 feet of that zone, and honestly, it's physically impossible unless you play basically in the shallow outfield there. As Garrett Cole gives 2 balls to Hunter Cole here.
Oh,
pitch.
that's too high.
Just missing the outside corner there. 3-0 now.
Come on, Drew.
3-0 count. Just trying to get something in there. Throws a 4-seamer in there. Count will run 3-1 now.
Ball 4, pitch is there.
And that'll be ball 4 as Garrett Cole walks his, according to Mikoski, long-lost brother, Hunter Cole, over the first here, and that was a runner on for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. And I apologize if I butchered that. I think I got close, though. 218 on the year. He's the catcher today.
Well, you were closer than I would have been because I'm sure I would have completely botched that name. It's a hard name to pronounce.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely... You see a lot of names like that, especially coming out of the Caribbean. Just some of those weird pronunciations and weird spelling of names. It can get a little tricky sometimes. As Garrett Cole throws the first pitch strike here.
No ball, 2 strikes.
0-1. Nice four-seam fastball. 97 mile an hour. Catching the inside corner. 0-2 the count now to Falefa.
1 ball.
Cole just trying to get him to swing at something. Puts the knuckle curve way out there. 1-2 the count now.
That's a good job by Khalifa to stay off of that. You don't want to swing at low pitches because those could end up resulting in a double play.
I got the count.
Yep, especially as the knuckle curve, as Garrett Cole throws a slider high and outside. 2-2 the count now. And it might just be my opinion, but Cole seems to be trying to pick the corners too much. He should just try to stick to throwing strikes here, not worry about placement too much, because his stuff has been fooling the Rangers bats today. As that's a four-seamer that gets fouled off.
Count is 3-2.
The count runs full here to Kainer Falefa. And with the top of the lineup coming back up, you definitely don't want runners on first and second for Garrett Cole here.
Absolutely not. Chu is a great hitter. You'd like to put him in the least successful position possible.
Oh, he's got a chance now as Garrett Cole walks Falefa. And now runners at first and second with only 1 out and Sin-Soo Choo stepping in. So you think there might be like a sacrifice grounder type situation coming on?
I absolutely do. And Chu's pretty good at pulling the ball either in the air or on the ground. So let's see if he hits one down the first baseline.
As the first pitch looks more like a cricket pitch, trying to hit the dirt there, but Sin-Soo Choo not swinging at that one. 1-0 the count. And Garrett Cole working the bottom half of the zone there. 1-1 the count now. Cole had 22 pitches this inning, so definitely both pitches have been kind of roughed up the last two halves here.
Well, Texas is showing a willingness here to be patient, and that's got to work in their advantage maybe a little bit if they're going to come back.
Yeah, Shu reaching out for one. Gets the out at first. Flip back to second. It's not going to be in time. So there'll be runners on the corners here for 2 out. And Shu looked like he was just trying to stretch and make contact there rather than an actual power swing. As Elvis Andrews is going to step in to try to give Texas some life.
Andrews can be kind of a clutch hitter, so let's see if he can drive a run in here. It's set up for him.
You know, not Cole can hit the strike zone. As that one hits 100 on the gun, but inside, so it's going to be a ball.
Ball 2.
Again, four-seamer fastball running outside, 2-0. It seems like he's having trouble locating that four-seamer today, which is one of his better pitches usually. The breaking stuff's been pretty good as far as getting into the zone and fooling the hitters, but just can't locate that knockout four-seamer.
But when that's your go-to pitch and you can't get it going the way you want it to, it's going to be a long afternoon.
Yep, as he throws a four-seamer there, but Elvis Andrews is going to foul it off, so 2-1 the count now. Garrett Cole with a breaker there that runs low again, 3-1 the count. And at this point, with the Willie Calhoun on deck, you might just want to go with the 4-pitch walk here just to get out of the way.
Absolutely. It was the point I was starting to make earlier.
Yeah,
there they walk.
Yep. There they walk him, and Garrett Cole in some real trouble now. As Willie Calhoun here is going to come up with the bases loaded and 2 out. Chance to really put a dent into the Yankees here.
Well, this here, if you're Garrett Cole, this is where you've got to step up and prove you're the pitcher that you've been the last couple of years. Get an out right here.
Definitely, as the first pitch is going to be fouled off down the left field line. Yep. As that pitch is fouled off, 0-2 the count now. The 0-2 pitch is called strike 3 on the corner. Beautiful one on the inside there. Just froze him, and he gets out of the jam there. So So Texas giving New York a little scare there, but no damage yet. With 2.5, still 2-0 Yankees. And as Howie Whitney enlightens us on some stats and figures here from the New York Yankees, just want to remind everyone, we're doing this for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And there's a donate button below us. If you could throw anything towards them, it'll help out people that really kind of need it right now with all the quarantines and lockdowns, really throwing people off their normal schedules and routines. So anything you can do to help out is greatly appreciated. As Gleyber Torres is going to step in 0 for 1 on the day.
Well, Gleyber Torres grew up idolizing Omar Vizquel, and we saw him turn a double play earlier, and that is exactly what Omar used to be the best at doing. Him and Carlos Baerga, and then a little later on, Roberto Alomar in his career.
Yep, as Lance Lynn still having a little trouble here. 2-0 the count now. As Tua pitch gets fouled off down the third baseline. And the 2-1 pitch here to Lance Lynn is a breaking. 2-1 pitch from Lance Lynn. It's a breaking ball way low and outside. 3-1 the count now. And Aaron Judge sitting in on deck there. As Lynn's able to get the count full here with the fouled off. 50 pitches already in the outing. Only through 2 innings, really. So he's definitely struggling today. As that's going to be a grounder. Great stop by Elvis Andrews. Flips over the first. Gets him in time for the out. Oh, boy, that was a play at short.
Great play at short and a great out, because you talk about guys who don't want to come to the plate with runners in scoring position. Aaron Judge is one of them.
Yep, well, as you see some of the fans in there, they are rising for Aaron Judge, hoping he can be judged, jury, and executioner to try to extend this New York lead. As he lifts one out into right center. That's getting back towards the wall, and that is out of here! Home run, Aaron Judge puts it out to right center and gives the Yankees a 3-0 lead.
But that's got to be discouraging there for Lance Lynn. You got the inning off to such a great start, and the next pitch, next hitter comes and hits a home run off of you. That can't be great.
Yeah, no, and especially with Texas management right now, might be a little bit concerned with some of the trade value that now, because Lance Lynn has not had a good outing today whatsoever, especially with several GMs contacting the Rangers about him. You might think some of those calls might stop here.
Well, especially if a team doesn't think that their chances of beating a team like the Yankees, which they're going to have to do in the playoffs, can use them.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you... So probably a lot of the AL teams are out, because outside the AL Central, you probably have to go through the Yankees to get to the... Yankees had the best shot to get to the World Series. That's going to be a grounder. Andrews flip over like Cole for out number 2 here.
Well, they're showing a ability to recover, so we'll see what happens with this next pitcher, or next batter. They can get out of this inning.
Yep, Gary Sanchez already 1 for 1 on the day with a double. As that one's a cutter that catches the inside part of the zone. 0-1 the count. Oh boy. Lance Lynn with the curveball. Absolutely fooling Sanchez there. 0-2 the count. Lynn trying to get Sanchez to do a goof and swing inside, but Sanchez is just holding his bat after the last swing. 1-2 the count.
Well, how huge would this be for him if he can come back after giving up that home run and get both Stanton and Sanchez out?
I'll definitely go back a lot towards redeeming his credibility here. Being able to fight out of the gym, show how strong-willed he is, give up a home run, then come back and get the next 2 guys out. As he does right there with the 4-seamer on the outside corner. Freezes him. and he's out of the inning. But not before Aaron Judge hands down a sentence on Texas and gives them a 3-0 lead.
Leading off for the Rangers, the center fielder, number 13, Joey.
Yep, they're stepping in. Joey Gallo struck out last time up. You have to think Garrett Cole at 54 pitches. He might not be going much longer here in the game. As he gets Joey Gallo to swing at one way outside the zone, the knuckle curve, 0-1 the count.
1-1.
Well, we'll see. Texas might have a chance if they can wear Cole down here and get to that Yankee bullpen, because I believe they had to get to the bullpen a little bit earlier yesterday as well.
That's the ball.
As that's a fastball that'll run inside, 2-1 the count now. Again, Garrett Cole just trying to get out of the inning without throwing too many pitches here.
3-1.
As again, he bounces one in the dirt. 3-1 the count now. Todd Frazier on deck for the Rangers.
Now, the other thing is, this is getting into the heart of that Rangers team, so you want to get away from them as quickly as you possibly can.
Yeah, definitely. As Joey Gallo swings at a fastball up at his shoulders, 3-2 the count now. Fouls off a four-seamer on the outside corner. Count will hold at 3-2. And strike three. Joey Gallo absolutely frozen there against Garrett Cole. And it looks like ML Botball called that before it happened. As we take a look at the minor league system for the Yankees, the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Rail Riders lost to the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs 6-3 last night. And the Trenton Thunder lost to the New Hampshire Fisher Cats 5-9. So definitely some issues down in the Yankee system if we're going just off the one-day results here. As Todd Frazier takes a ball on the outside.
I saw Mike Ford's name on the screen there. That is a guy that has a little bit of Major League service time. It looked like he had a great game last night. So if you're a team looking for a good prospect, Mike Ford might be a name for you to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt. And especially with the Yankees kind of building on the young core they have at the majors. There might be some guys stuck in their minor league system. It would be great on any other team. As that one gets lifted out to left. Calhoun going back to the track. Makes the catch, though. That had a chance to get out of here, especially if the wind was blowing out to left today.
There's some nice wood Frazier got on that ball right there, but it hung up there and gave the left fielder a chance to get under it and make a play.
Yeah, definitely. As Matt Duffy's going to be stepping in now.
Nope. Outside.
As that first pitch just misses outside, 1-0. Garrett Cole, breaker in there, 1-1 the count now.
Ball. That's inside.
Cole throws knuckle curve inside, though, 2-1 the count here. Ooh, puts a nice swing on that one, but just ropes it foul down the third baseline. Count will run 2-2. Matt Duffy giving Cole a little bit of a scare there, making really solid contact with that last swing. Cole comes back and just blows a four-seamer by him for the third out here. And man, that was a pretty one. But through 3.5 here, Yankees are still up 3-0. Aaron Hicks going to step in here and walk last time he was up.
Center fielder, Aaron.
Lance Lynn throws the first pitch strike for a two-seamer.
One ball, one strike.
Curveball that runs way inside on Aaron Hicks. Count will be 1-1 here.
That's out.
Fastball cutter that just hangs outside. 2-1 to count to Hicks here. And Hicks has got to be looking for anything at this point to try to drive. as he dribbles one foul down the line. Nice play by the ball boy down there, and the count will be 2-2 here.
Ball boys made a few nice plays today.
Yeah, definitely got it. They're definitely earning their pay today with a lot of dribblers and foul balls like that one. The 2-2 to Hicks. Fouled off once again. Count will hold. The 2-2 to Hicks. Fouled off once again, and the count will still hold. Hicks just trying to fight to stay alive here. Try to run the count up a little bit on Lance Lynn. Fouled off on the two-seamer now. Count will still hold here. And strike three. Lance Lynn gets it with the four-seamer up high. Third strikeout here, and Aaron Hicks, he got the strikeout, but you have to wonder, he has to be pretty happy with that at-bat there with the number of pitches he ran up on Lance Lynn.
Absolutely, he wore Lynn down a little bit more for those other Yankee hitters, but Lance Lynn has clearly settled down since he gave up that home run to Aaron Judge. That's 3 straight outs now.
Yeah, he's definitely been a little bit more efficient here, but you have to wonder with the 71st coming in, how much longer he can go as the count runs 1-1 here to Luke Voigt.
Count is 2-1.
And you have to wonder with that curveball attempt there, the manager doesn't pull him out right now, as that one was an ugly one way up high.
I was just going to say, I think that's a sign that he's starting to wear down and get tired. His pitch count is up there. I wouldn't expect him to go too much longer.
Yeah, definitely not, as he's able to put a four-seamer at 95 in the zone for a 2-2 count here at the Luke Voigt. And Voigt puts a charge in this one, but it's going to roll foul down the third baseline. Luke Voigt putting a good piece of contact, and that's going to get down for a hit here in the left field. Yahoo's just going to flip it back into Elvis Andrews. And he pulls out a single here and tries to give the Yankees a little bit of spark here to add on to their lead. As Brett Gardner's going to step in. Has a double and an RBI on the day already. And a chance to pick up a couple more runs here. But Lance Lynn hits a two-seamer on the outside part of the zone. 0-1 the count.
The count's 1-1.
Again, you mentioned it, JD. Signs are starting to wear down. Four-seam fastball, basically up at the logo on the batting helmet there. 1-1 the count here.
He's been missing up high quite a bit these last few batters, so gotta hope he doesn't hit a batter, but he could if he's wearing down that quickly.
Yeah, definitely. As that last one went really inside on Lance Lynn, just able to foul it off. And the count will still hold here after a four-seamer gets fouled off.
Well, so far there's been a lot of pitches thrown by these starting pitchers in this series. Yesterday, Matsuhiro Tanaka was 85 pitches in the 5th inning, and Lance Lynn is getting ready to get there, and it's only the top or bottom half of the 4th.
Yeah, and I believe Garrett Cole is not much better off, but Lance Lynn getting the strikeout there on a really nice curveball there.
Absolutely another strikeout there for Lynn, so he's hanging in as tough as he can, but these Yankees hitters have just outmatched him so far.
Definitely, as Gio Urshela is going to step in, has a single already on the day. As that's a curveball they'll get in there for a strike. 22 pitches in the inning already. Had, I believe, close to 30 last inning, so he's definitely got to wonder if you're Texas here. You might want to get some guys up in the bullpen.
Absolutely, especially if you're looking to trade this guy, you don't want to risk blowing his arm out.
Yep, but he works a dribbler there. Flip over to Andrews for the out. And Texas gets out without really any damage done. So we're through 4 here in New York. Yankees are up 3-0. as we look in here on the beautiful sunshiny day here in New York. What have you thought of the game so far, JD?
Well, I think it's been a nice game to watch. If you are a Yankees fans, their hitters have come through in the situations where they have to. If you're a Rangers fan, it's obviously frustrating. Your team is struggling. To this point, they haven't gotten any hits. So you got to hope that maybe this is the inning they start to make some things happen.
Yeah, definitely. Garrett Cole going to be throwing his 70th pitch to lead off the inning here. You have to wonder, now might be the time to get to him, because I feel like today is going to be a bullpen day for both teams.
Absolutely. You don't know how good the Yankees bullpen is going to be either, so this could be your best shot.
Yeah, ooh, Garrett Cole not getting the call there. I thought that caught the zone there, but umpire's going to say no, 1-0 the count.
Ball, that's inside.
And Cole trying to figure out the zone there with the slider inside on Santana. He's not swinging. It's going to be a ball, 2-0.
But it seems like here in Botball, the home plate umpires are very generous in the pitches that they give to the pitchers in this game.
Yeah, that can be the case sometimes. Is that's a changeup that get called for a strike in a similar spot to the first pitch. And I've seen it go both ways. Obviously, the major time it's been a very generous zone to some of these pitches here. As that's going to be lifted out into left field. Gardner back at the track. Just takes a nice jog into the wall, but had to run a mile to grab that. And that's the first out here.
Nice play by Gardner right there. Gardner is a defensively sound player. He has a gold glove to his credit. He's also won a, let me see if I can find it. He's also won a couple of Fielding Bible awards too.
Yes, definitely known as a defensive guy, and especially here in New York. Being speedy and defensive, you can cover an entire side of the field there, absolutely no problem. As Hunter Cole takes the first pitch for a ball here. Second one's in there for a strike, though. Hunter Cole rips one out into right. That's going to get down for a hit. So Hunter Cole seems to have the number of Garrett here. We've a walk and a hit so far in the game already.
That's a nice little rip off of him, too. A pitch kind of challenging him there, it looks like. And Hunter Cole wins that one.
Yep, and for all those out wondering, that does break up the no-hit bid for Garrett Cole. As the first pitch is going to be in there for a strike.
So you've got to wonder with 77 pitches in the top of the fifth inning how that would have worked out for Garrett Cole anyway. Maybe the bullpen, but you can't always entrust the bullpen to hold up a no-hitter for you.
Yeah, especially. And that one gets lifted out to right. That's going to get down for a hit. Judge making the trot over to the wall. It's going to get down, and that's a double there. And just like that, the Rangers are now threatening to tie this game with a runner on second and third. And sorry?
If you're the Rangers, you finally got something cooking here. You've got two runners in scoring position. You're going to have the top half of your lineup and heart of your lineup coming. You've got to come through here.
Yeah, definitely. As that was done by the 9th spot, so Shin-Soo Choo stepping in, 0 for 1. Took a walk in the first, though. As Garrett Cole bounces a knuckle curve into the dirt, 1-0 the count. And Yankees do have a base open in first, so if they want to try to intentionally walk Choo to get to Elvis Andrews, but I'm not sure you want to do that. As Garrett Cole puts a strike in there.
Well, I think this is like pick your poison here because Choo is a professional hitter and he knows how to put the ball in play.
As he shows right there with a real nice piece of hitting there, but just ropes it foul. That could have been dangerous, especially with the slower Judge out there and right today.
Absolutely could have been. That could have been a 3-2 ball game with one swing of the bat.
Ball 2.
Garrett Cole puts a curveball up and inside, though. 2-2 the count here.
We got 3-2.
Again, Garrett Cole with that slider that runs way inside. 3-2 to Shin-Soo Choo. And just making Choo look silly on the 4-seamer. Strike 3. And that is definitely not what you want to see if you're a Texas fan.
Well, Choo is definitely in swing the bat mode right there, especially those last couple of pitches. And Garrett Cole able to get him to strike out right there. Swing it one last pitch inside.
Yep, Elvis Andrews stepping in 0 for 5 on the series. Only has one crack at it today with the walk earlier on. As that one is going to be called the ball on the outside. Looked like that was in the zone for me, but nonetheless, count will be 2-0.
I was going to say, I don't know what was wrong with that pitch. That pitch looked like it was perfectly located.
As Andrews trying to put one way out into the left there, but misses over the top. 2-1 the count now. Gets the called strike in virtually the same spot as the one from earlier. 2-2 now. The 2-2 to Andrews. Fouled off. And we'll reset and do this again in a second.
Three balls,
2-2 runs just inside. 3-2 the count now. If you're able to work a walk here, that's almost a victory for you if you're Elvis Andrews.
Especially if you've got Joey Gallo on deck. Good hitter like him.
The 3-2 to Andrews. Fouled off on the changeup. Count will hold here. And this is probably the best chance Texas has had all day to put runs on the board. Puts a dribble up the middle. That's going to get down for a hit. Runner from second's breaking home. Throw coming in. It's going to hit the cutoff man. And just like that, Texas cuts this lead down to 1 here.
And Elvis Andrews gets the job right there, making sure he takes a lot of pitches and getting a pitch he can put back up the middle. Garrett Cole, partner, has thrown 91 pitches, and it was eventually going to catch up to him, and it sure has right there.
Yeah, definitely. Still has a chance for the win, though, as Willie Calhoun's going to step in. As the first pitch is not sure where that misses, but that's going to be a ball.
When you're working against both an opposing team and an umpire, it can be frustrating, and that's what Garrett Cole's doing right now.
Yeah, definitely. Umpire's zone's been a little bit inconsistent this half of the inning. As Calhoun's going to rope that one out into right, that's going to get down for a hit. Only a single, though, as Judge had a good read on the ball, and then the run will be on first and second here.
Well, nice little two-out rally going right here by Texas, and you're getting into the thick of your big bats. Good chance here Texas could tie it up or even take things over.
Yep, as Joey Gallo's going to step in here. 459 slugging percentage, 230 average, so he's definitely liable to get himself on base and try to score that guy from second.
Definitely the guy that you want at the plate right here.
And the 0-1 to Gallo. Ooh, got him fooled with the slider inside. 0-2 the count now. And Garrett Cole gets Joey Gallo to swing at something in the dirt, and he is not happy about that one. We're through 4.5 here. Yankees cut the lead. Rangers cut the lead to 1 here. It's 3-2 Yankees. As the Rangers have Edison Vasquez and Kobe Allard up in the pen. Getting ready to relieve Lance Lynn here. Pretty sure Texas management's looking to see if he can go through the 5th here to get a chance at no decision here. DJ LeMay takes the first pitch low for a ball. Yep, righty and a lefty up in the bullpen, ready for any situation that might come up in the order.
Well, Lance Lynn would do very well here to do well against this part of a Yankees lineup, because he's not done as well so far today.
Well, that's off.
Definitely he has had his struggles against the top half of the lineup here. And honestly, he has not looked good, so especially with some of the recent trade rumors coming around that he might be on the block, this definitely not a good day for him. So he throws a walk right there to DJ LeMahieu.
the batter, the shortstop.
Just another frustration. That's all there is to say about that if you're Lance Lynn.
Yep. Hopefully you can try to get Gleyber Torres to ground into a double play here to get yourself out of that bind. But honestly, you just got to focus on the next guy and do the best you can. As the first pitch is in there for a strike. Torres versus Lynn lifetime 2 for 9 in the career, so definitely not the best numbers in the world.
No, it's not definitely the type of guy you want up, but with the way Lynn has pitched today, anything can happen.
Yep, and the cutter catches the outside corner. So 0-2 count here to Torres. Gleyber Torres is going to foul that one off behind the plate here. 0-2 to count now. O2 is a curveball that runs way high and outside. 1-2 now.
But here's a fun little note on Gleyber Torres. On May 21st, 2018, he had his first multi-career home run game. And who do you think that was against?
I'm going to say Lance Lynn for 500.
Well, partially right. It was against the Texas Rangers, but I'm not sure it was against Lance Lynn, though.
Oh. Then I honestly give it. That might be a good one for trivia later. Who was the pitcher Gleyber Torres hit 2 home runs off of back in 2012, did you say?
2018.
2018, excuse me. As Lance Lynn's going to bounce one in the dirt there. Runner will hold at first, though. And the count runs 2-2 here to Gleyber Torres. And the 2-2. Grounds are over the third. Frazier has a bobble, flips over first, gets the out. Not at first, though, so the bobble is going to cost him an out. But they get the lead running nonetheless, so there's one out here for Lance Lynn.
But that's a victory in and of itself because it lessens your chances of bringing a run across the plate. But, of course, with a hitter like Aaron Judge, you never know.
Exactly. And as some of New York rises here for the Judge, stepping in. 1 for 2 on the day with that homer out to right center earlier on. And he puts a swing on that one, makes contact, but it runs foul up here by the booth. 0-1 the count here. Judge makes contact with the breaker. Elvis Andrews going to run into second, get there, flips it to first for the double play. Well, George, just some speed there at short. Elvis Andrews takes care of his own second baseman job there. We're through 5 here, 3-2 Yankees. Todd Frazier going to step in, 0 for 2 on the day. And the Yankees have some arms up in the bullpen warming up. So both pitchers are going to be on the short hook here, but Yankees are hoping Cole can get out of the 6th here and leave a little bit less work for the bullpen to do.
But if I were Aaron Boone, I would be very encouraged by the way that he ended that last inning, that he could go maybe one more inning here.
It definitely is. Adam Ottavino and Tyler Lyons are going to be up. Oh boy, as Todd Frazier puts a charge into that one. Just hooks a foul though. But that one easily could have been the second deck down and left.
That displays the type of power that Todd Frazier has. That's why he's always been a highly sought-after player by.
Yep, as the 2-seamer will run inside on Frazier. 2-1 the count. 101st pitch for Garrett Cole right here. And Frazier hits it the other way. That's going to get down for a hit in the right. Judge with a good run on it. Only going to hold to a single here. And Texas might have something cooking from the last inning.
Well, we'll see. It looked like New York did in the bottom of that 5th inning, and then Lance Lynn was able to get a double play. So we'll see if the Yankees defense is able to come up with just as big for Garrett Cole here.
Definitely. As Matt Duffy's going to step in, getting the spot to start today instead of Rougned Odor, the normal starter at second for Texas. 1-0 to Duffy incoming. Rips it foul down the first baseline. The 1-1 pitch is swung over the top by Duffy, so the count's going to run 1-2 here on the slider. And strike 3 from Garrett Cole. Good job to run the four-seamer up high there. That's his 7th K on the day, and there's one out here.
I don't know. Duffy even lead off the pitch at all in that at bat. It seems like he was just up there to swing the bat at that point.
It definitely wasn't settled in too much there, as Danny Santana is going to step in. 0 for 2 on the day. First pitch swinging at a strike. 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer. The 0-1 Santana gets lifted out of the center. Looks like Aaron Hicks had a bad break on it, but able to recover for the out, catch the fly out there, and there's 2 out here.
The first baseman,
Well, Hicks is an athletic guy, and that was one of the reasons why the Yankees wanted him, was because of his athleticism. It shows right there.
Yep, and one of the heroes of the game so far, Hunter Cole, stepping in 1 for 1 on the day. Got a single, and then later on came around the score. One of Texas's 2 runs today. And he puts a charge in that first pitch, nearly taking out his first base coach, but it's going to run foul. Again, trying to take out his first base coach, but to no avail this time. 0-2 the count now.
They must have gotten in a fight before the game or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but they may want to fight more, as Hunter Cole has had a heck of a day so far, as that one's fouled off. Again, with the single earlier and then a walk earlier on in the game, he really hasn't struck out or gotten too many outs so far.
Now, he's definitely done well this afternoon for himself, but he's fighting Cole off right here.
Yeah, definitely, as Garrett Cole just misses on the outside, 1-2. Good eye by Hunter there. As that's going to be a check swing. Umpire says he went around, and that's going to be the 3rd out here. So Hunter Cole getting a little bit of a rough break. We're through 5.5, still 3-2 Yankees.
Your attention, please. Now,
as we're going to see Edison Volquez step in here for Texas. So Lance Lynn's day is done, and JD, that was not a good day from Lance Lynn whatsoever.
No, it wasn't. A very disappointing day. It was a day where you could have really proven yourself against one of the elite teams in Major League Baseball, and you just weren't able to get it done. I definitely can't be too hard on yourself, but there'll be a lot he'll have to think on and see what he can get better at.
Yeah, definitely is. Giancarlo Stanton's going to step in. Take first pitches from Volquez here. That's going to be a sinker that runs inside on Stanton's shoes. Count's going to run the 1-1 here.
But one last thought on Lynn, he didn't get a lot of help from the Texas offense here this afternoon. I kind of think even though he struggled, he pitched his heart out and just didn't get a whole lot of help.
Yeah, definitely, as Volquez is going to work a 1-2 count here. Lance Lynn definitely didn't have too much help, as only 2 runs have come across for Texas so far. And normally that's not going to win you a game, as Volquez back Stanton up there with the sinker. Not sure if that's a control issue. We're trying to send a signal to the whole Yankee lineup, because they've been making fairly solid contact all day against the Texas bulk pitchers here.
Could have been a thing of just trying to do something to throw the Yankees hitters off the rhythm, but you got to be kind of careful. Letting a leadoff runner on isn't good.
Yeah, typically it's not good. It works a full count here for Stanton. Stanton, the dribbler. First baseman shifted off, so that's going to get down for a hit. Stanton's breaking for second here. Vince Duchu's going to flip it in, though, and that's going to be a leadoff double there for Giancarlo Stanton. And that's going to extend the winning streak to 15 games. Sorry about that. Just had to mention that.
No problem. Well, this Yankees hitters are definitely not going to be rattled. And there we see another just terrific hit by Giancarlo Stanton.
Yep, and Texas already has a couple arms up in the bullpen. That's going to be a half swing. That's going to be fair. Throw with the first. I don't know if that was meant to be a hit, but that's scored a base hit. And that was a heck of a play there from Sanchez there.
Well, it definitely shows some range to be able to go that far off and still be able to make a throw across the diamond. Not everybody is able to do that, so a great play right there.
Yeah, definitely a great play to get over the first. But Sanchez basically throwing a half swing at it and somehow gets it just in the right spot to get the first on time, as Aaron Hicks is going to step in here to try to do something with this with no outs. Oh boy, heads up in the third deck. As Aaron Hicks puts a charge into this one. Goodbye baseball, 383 down the right field line. And Texas doubles their run total now. It's 6-2.
A frustrating afternoon for everyone involved in Texas, including Edison Volquez. This appearance didn't get started off to a great start when he gave up that double, and he just hasn't been able to keep his composure.
Yeah, you could definitely tell from his reaction after the hit. That was absolutely out of here. Looks like the numbers are going to be 382 on the final distance. So definitely not a mammoth shot, but in the small confines of New York here, that's definitely a nice shot. As Kobe Howard's going to step in here to try to clean up the mess a little bit.
Well, if you're Dave Woodward, you have to go back to the bullpen right there because Edison Volquez clearly didn't have it. He's put this game somewhat out of reach already, and you want to give yourself something of a chance. So that's a good move by Woodward.
If Kobe Howard gets Luke Voigt to swing over the top there with the cutter, 0-1 the count.
Seems like this has pretty much been the story for Texas this year, though. Just a lot of letdowns.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's how it is for some teams, as Luke Voigt's going to get called to strike on the check swing there, so 0-2 the count here.
One ball, two strikes, count.
As that one's going to be a four-seamer that runs outside. 1-2 the count now to Luke Voigt. Two and two count now as that changeup runs into the dirt. 2-2 the Voigt.
3-2.
Kobe Howard might want to get his eyes checked because he has missed the last three way outside. So he might want to try dragging the arm down a little bit more to hit more of the strike zone. But it's going to be a full count here.
Now, if you're, you say, leader Palabo, you might want to help him out a little bit, too. That's kind of a catcher's job.
Yeah, maybe take a minute. Strike three called on the pitch on the inside. Ooh, Kobe Howard might got a little help from the umpire there, and Luke Voigt was not happy about that call.
I wouldn't have been either. It looks like that was pretty far off the plate. Not sure what the umpire saw right there.
Oh yeah, definitely would like to see the StatCast on that one to see exactly where they saw that ball. But nonetheless, Brett Gardner's going to take a first pitch ball up high.
Productive afternoon so far for Brett Gardner, a double and an RBI.
Yep, and especially with this way the game's gone today, any type of runs will be very helpful. As Howard misses just low, 2-0 now. Rafael Montero and Brett Martin are up in the pen for the Rangers.
Hopefully, if you're Dave Woodward, you don't have to go to them for a little bit, though. You can't keep to go through pitchers, but it looks like he might.
Well, Houston, we might have a problem as that one's ripped down the right field line way out of here. 427 feet for Brett Gardner. And just like that, it's 7-2 New York. And it seems to be a home run fest here in the sixth.
That's what it's turned out to, a home run derby in and of itself. And if you're Yankees fans, you're loving it right now.
Yeah, definitely. That one definitely might have got up into the third deck there with the way that one flew out of here. As we see the StatCast here. just the back half of the second deck there. So not terrible. And he knew immediately after that contact was made that one was out of here.
Now batting, number 29.
Count 1-0.
Gio Urshela is going to take a ball down to the dirt. 1-0 the count now.
That's ball 2.
Howard runs a four-seamer low and inside. 2-0 the count now.
One of my big memories of Gio Urshela was the bunt attempt he put down in Game 5 of the 2017 World Series. I'll let you make the call here.
Yep, as he puts a good charge into this one. Back to the warning track. Almost 3 home runs in the inning. But Shin-Soo Choo there to make the catch. And there's going to be 2 out here. Continue on.
Well, I was just going to say the bunt that Gio Urshela put down in Game 5 of the ALDS, where he drug CC Sabathia off the mountain, made him slip, and Sabathia still made the play at first, is something that stands out in my mind.
Oh, definitely. As Kobe Howard gets plucked with the comeback in there off the foot, you have to wonder if he's okay. Oh, just walking around on it does not look good. Shaking around a little bit.
That's tough by Aller to take a ball off the foot like that and come back and stick with it enough to make a play. He wants to stay in the game. How about that?
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's his push-off foot, so that could definitely be an issue towards his velocity. As that one gets tagged but breaking foul left down the third baseline. Gleyber Torres with a really solid contact swing there.
0 for 3 this afternoon. You think Torres is due to do something here?
Yep, and he broke that one down the right field. It's into Chu moving about 10 feet to make the catch. And we are out of the bottom of the 6th here, but not before the Yankees tack on a couple more runs. It's 7-2 New York now.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
The Yankees are going to go to Adam Ottavino. 22 appearances on the year. 12 holds, so definitely more guy trying to get them through the 7th and the 8th to set up the closer here. As Isaiah Khalifa stepping in, 1 for 1 on the day.
With the way Texas has performed offensively, if you're Aaron Boone, you have to have thoughts in your mind that you're not going to let it get that far.
Nope.
Yeah, definitely. You want Ottavino here to go at least 2 innings to set up either your closer or your setup man to kind of really shut the door on the 9th. But leads off with a ball here to Khalifa, so definitely not a good start. Comes right back with a very interesting strike call. 1-1 the count now. As that one gets lifted out to left, Brett Gardner back at the track, nearly crashes into the wall, but just not enough power. And that's kind of been the story today for Texas. A lot of warning track shots, but no homers yet. As that's going to be the first out here for New York.
Now, they've definitely hit the ball a few times hard, and they just have not seen any reward for it. Very disappointing.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in the small confines of New York here. You want those balls to get out of here. As soon as Chu's going to step in to try to make some magic here. First pitch is going to be a strike in the outside half, though.
If you're going to have some magic, right now is the time to try and get it done.
Is the 0-1 pitch to 2.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Is a 2-seamer. It's just going to miss in the outside corner. 1-1 the count. And the 1-1 count to 2. Is fouled off. Going the opposite way of the shift, and that's going to get down for a base hit. So Texas still with a little bit of life, although down 5.
This right here is what Shin does best. That's why we say he's a professional hitter. He's able to find holes in the defense, and here they find it right there.
Definitely, Elvis Andrews going to step in 1 for 2 on the day, trying to keep this run going here against the Yankees reliever. As the first pitch is going to be fouled off.
Two RBIs this afternoon for Andrews. That's a pretty solid game.
And the 0-1 pitch to Anderson coming.
Inside, ball 1.
Is a breaker though, just missed inside. 1-1 the count now.
Going back to that double play, Andrews turned at the bottom of the 5th to get Texas out of it. That was vintage Elvis Andrews right there.
Yeah, definitely Elvis Andrews, known as one of the better shortstops in the league, and you saw why there. Just being able to cover a lot of ground, basically doing his own second base work to get the out there, and then flipping it to first in time for the out. But he runs a 2-2 count here as that one gets fouled off into the second deck behind the Yankees dugout. Again fouled off. Takes out the guy in the camera well there, so heads up on the camera guy. Hopefully he's okay.
I think everybody from the ball boy to the camera guys have had their shares of foul balls this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, I feel like it's an Oprah Winfrey type of day, as that one's going to get fouled once again down the first baseline. It's an Oprah Winfrey day where you get a foul ball and you get a foul ball. Practically, it seems like everybody on the field has been able to get a foul ball today.
That's why you come to a baseball game if you're a fan, or part of it at least.
Definitely is, once again, a foul ball down the third baseline. It'd be interesting one game just to count the number of foul balls that happen during the game, because I feel like we're up around 50 or 60 at this point.
We have to be. But
yes. But Odorizzi getting Elvis Andrews to swing at a breaker outside. That's going to be his first strikeout of the day, and there's 2 out here in the top of the 7th.
it's a huge out right there by Odorizzi, one of the better hitters in the game, and he's able to sit him down and strike him out after a good long battle with him.
Definitely is. Willie Calhoun's going to step in. Has a single on the day so far.
Nope, that's a ball.
As that one's going to be outside. 1-0 the count now. So 1-0 to Calhoun.
2-0.
Just a bit outside from Ottavino, and the count will run 2-0.
Yeah, just a little bit. That was almost ended up in the stands behind the plate, but that backdrop wasn't there.
Yeah, it definitely is. Again, follows a similar path, but a bit tighter this time. 3-0 the count now.
Seen a lot of crazy misplaced pitches this afternoon. This game's had just about everything.
Yeah, definitely. I think the pitchers are struggling with their sweat on their hands a little bit, as it is about 90 degrees, as Ottavino gets a 3-1 count here.
Come on now.
3-1 is in there, high and tight. Full count here, the Willie Calhoun. He has to be swinging anything close just to try to get something rolling here for the Rangers.
That time is running short on the Rangers, that is for sure. You want to try to make things happen.
But not if Ottavino's going to miss that far outside, as he draws a walk here. Now there's runners on first and second, 2 out for Joey Gallo.
Here's your chance to try to inch your way back into this. You don't have to put the ball over the wall, but a nice little hit down a line somewhere or over the middle, try and get at least 1 run in would do it for you, I think.
Definitely, and the Yankees are prepared as they have 2 guys up in the pen warming up. But Joey Gallo, with 1 swing of the bat here, could make this game very interesting as we head towards the back half of the game here. First pitch to him. There's a breaker though, run inside. 1-0 the count. 0-1 the count. I'm going crazy. I apologize, people.
Well, I don't think there was much of a sign from the umpire there, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, so well, there's no doubt there. That's definitely a strike. As Joey Gallo swings at one way in the dirt. Ottavino, 22 pitches in the inning. And the 0-2 to Gallo incoming.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Odorizzi with the two-seamer that nearly breaks away from the catcher, and that could have been really dangerous with runners on first and second.
Absolutely. And Sanchez struggles as a defensive catcher, too. So you got to be careful.
Yep, nonetheless, they get Joey Gallo swinging at one, catching the outside corner. And it's time for everyone to get up and stretch, grab some popcorn. We're through 6.5 here, 7-2 Yankees.
Now pitching for Texas.
And we're back as Rafael Montero is going to step in. 0-for-1 on the year as a record coming out of the bullpen. 20 innings pitched. Shuts down righties, though. Righties only hitting 172 against him. As the ever-powerful righty Aaron Judge stepping in.
This will be a good test for him right here. Power versus a good guy that strike out a right-handed batter.
Exactly, as Montero's going to get a beautiful pitch on the inside four-seamer. 0-1 the count here. As the 1-1 count will run here to Aaron Judge. Just a reminder, coming up after us, we got Diamondbacks White Sox with Duggo and Frago. Then following them at 9 o'clock, we got the Dodgers and Angels with Aiden Blank and A. McCarthy. So definitely a good slate of games coming up here on the back right after us. As Montero gets Judge to swing at that one for strike 3, and he puts him down.
Now batting.
Rock and fire right there on the part of Montero, and he comes up with a big win and a big strikeout. Hopefully this will be a recovery for the Texas pitchers because inning like they had last inning could be lethally bad.
Definitely, as Giancarlo Stanton's going to step in. Montero's just going to barely miss with a four-seamer there. 1-0 the count. I thought that one was in there, but then again, the vantage point might be a little off here.
Might have slipped in there.
Yep, Montero's going to get the called strike there. 1-1 the count.
Stanton kind of checked the swing a little bit.
The count is 2 and 1.
Yep, going to try a breaking ball outside, but no avail. 2-1 the count here. Montero catching the outside corner with the changeup. 2-2 count here at Stanton. Ball will run high, so the count will go full here. Gary Sanchez sitting in on deck. And you have to think if you can get Stanton out here, you might have a good shot against Sanchez to have a 1-2-3 inning here.
I would think so too.
Well, he's got a crack at it as Stanton swings and misses for strike 3. And there are now 2 out here, and you have to be thrilled if you're the Texas management right now.
You absolutely do. This is, you get the 2 top hitters in your Yankee lineup to strike out, not giving another guy with a lot of power a chance to try to produce here.
As Gary Sanchez is going to step in, as the first pitch is just going to miss high and tight. 1-0 the count now. And the 1-0 the Sanchez incoming.
Nope, outside.
Way outside with the four-seamer. 2-0 the count now.
Talked a little bit about Gary and Sanchez's struggles defensively. He led the league last season with errors for all catchers with 15 of them. Quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. We apologize for the technical issues on the Twitch stream right now. I know it's a little pixelated. But Gary Sanchez is going to lift this one out into left center. Joey Gallo ranging over. And just like that, Texas gets a 1-2-3 inning. We're through 7 here. Still 7-2 Yankees.
Your attention, please.
As the Yankees are going to bring in Chad Green here to try to work the 8th here. 7-0 record on the year, so he might stick in for the 9th depending on how much they trust him.
But I would think here if he's able to handle this Rangers lineup with ease, then there's a real good chance we see him for the 9th. But we'll have to see how he gets through it. Todd Frazier is going to be a little bit of a project for him, I think.
Yeah, Todd Frazier stepping in 1 for 3 on the afternoon so far. And anytime you face the number 5 hitter in any lineup, it's always danger for a home run ball. As he throws the ball just missing low, 1-0. 40,632 here in attendance here in Yankee Stadium this wonderful afternoon. And you typically get those types of numbers here in New York because there's really not much else going on baseball-wise. You do have the Mets, but half the time they could be a clown show. So the consistency and the elegance of Yankee Stadium has a certain allure for a lot of New Yorkers.
Absolutely. The Yankees are the one consistently good team in New York, too. You get... they've been to the playoffs and they've won several championships. And you, like you said, you have the Mets. And, of course, you have the Rangers and the Islanders in hockey. But who knows what you're going to get out of those two teams. So anytime you get a chance to come out and see the Yankees, you want to try and do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe if I was reading the minor league schedules right, I think the mini Subway Series is coming up between the Staten Island Yankees, who are the single-A short season affiliate of the Yankees, and the Brooklyn Cyclones, who are the single-A affiliate for the Mets. I think they're playing this weekend also down on Coney Island, so that's something I might want to go to after this game.
It'd definitely be someplace I would like to be, that is for sure.
Yeah, Todd Frazier's going to work a walk here, and just like that, Texas has a runner on base with Matt Duffy coming in for a chance to try to put something together here.
For the last two guys out of the Yankees bullpen, you have kind of struggled, so you have to have hope that you're going to get to one of these two guys.
Yeah, definitely. You have to try to get to someone here to put a couple runs together just to make it that much more interesting, that much more feasible. As Duffy's going to take a look at a strike there. Todd Frazier having a chat with his first base coach on some of the signs and signals and potential game plans here, depending on how this at-bat develops. So he's going to rip that one to second. Good job by DJ LeMahieu to be on alert there, and there's going to be one out here. Todd Frazier's just going to sit there at first.
Well, if you're Chad Green, you're hoping that ball would have been more of a bouncer. That way you could be almost out of the inning by right now.
Yeah, definitely, but sometimes you just don't want to risk that chance. You want to get the guaranteed out rather than risking a double play, as Danny Santana's going to step in. First pitch is a ball to him, missing just outside. 1-0 the count now. Santana putting a piece on it, but it's going to run foul. 1-1 the count here. One on a miss there from Danny Santana. 1-2 the count now to him. Chad Green looking to sell down a little bit after giving up the walk earlier on. Does have a ground out. Gets him swinging at something in the dirt for strike 3, and Chad Green's really starting to cook now. Strikeout and a line out here in the 8th, and he might just get out of the jam.
Well, what looked good about that pitch to Santana, I'm not too sure, because you said it was in the dirt, and he went and swung at it. Not a great job by right there out of him at all.
Yeah, definitely. And Hunter Cole stepping in here. Takes a first pitch here from Chad Green. That's going to be a strike. 0-1 the count.
Cole with a big hit earlier that led to a couple of runs for the Rangers. Let's see if he can try to get something started again here.
Definitely is. That's going to be a ball that breaks just outside. 1-1 the count here. And you have to think at some point, you just got to start throwing everything at any pitch close here if you're Texas, trying to get some runs on the board here.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Absolutely, because you're not going to have too many more looks at it. Probably 3 or 4, and that'll be about it.
Definitely. As Chad Green gets Hunter Cole swing at one in the dirt, 2-2, and you have to think if you're Texas, you got to throw everything at him. But you can't swing at stuff in the dirt like that.
No, and that's the second time that pitch like that's been swung at.
Well, there's a strike 3 on the call, on the breaker outside. And Chad Green doing the job he needed to, holding the line here for New York. And we're heading to the bottom of the 8th here. Still 7-2 Yankees. As we're just looking through Twitch chat here, T-Rex, and it's very awesome to watch, and I love announcing sim games. Well, if you use that Discord link that Tars just dropped in there, you can get in on the list for announcing for any game, really. As that's going to be a dribbler into the shift. That's going to squeak through the holes, though. And Montero, first pitch of the inning, gives up a single.
Well, you want to talk about Yankee magic right there. Aaron Judge makes a little bit happen right there.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, sometimes you need to find those holes. As that's going to be a called strike on the inside corner there to Luke Voigt. 1 for 3 on the afternoon.
No, that's low.
0-1's going to break low, so 1-1 the count here.
One ball, 2 strikes.
1-2 count now as Luke Voigt swings over the top of that one. And 1-2-2. Again, trying to go back to that breaking ball outside. No dice this time, though. 2-2 the count.
We're making things tough for Montero here.
Yeah, definitely. A strike 3. Montero gets him on the changeup once again. Definitely uses breaking balls efficiently there to get that out.
Well, that's a encouraging thing for Montero after giving up a hit right off the bat. You come back and get a strikeout. That'll build some confidence for you.
Ooh. Montero trying to get a little tricky on the pickoff attempt at first. No dice this time, though, but you have to think with Brett Gardner up. You want to avoid the home run ball that he hit earlier.
Absolutely. If you're the Yankees, Hicks has a little bit of speed, so yeah, you're up 7-2, but you might want to try to take a little bit of advantage of that.
Yeah, you definitely want to try to put a couple insurance on as they check over again the Hicks, just to make sure he's staying put more or less. As Montero makes Gardner look silly there at that one. 0-2 the count as he swung at that one way out there. Strike 3 for Montero on the 4-seamer. Montero. Oh, sorry, continue.
Gardner just can't believe that right there. I think that he thought that it was up and out of the zone, and it wasn't.
Yeah, definitely not. Montero, since coming in last inning, has basically told the Yankees to sit down and be quiet, little kids, as I teach you a lesson. As that one's going to be a strike there. Almost a complete 180 shift from how the game was prior to him coming in. As he gets Gio Urshela swing over a slider. 0-2 the count here. The 0-2 to Urshela. Swung on and fouled off down the first baseline.
I got the count. 1-2.
Yep, 1-2 pitch. 0-2 pitch runs high and outside. 1-2 the count. Pitching town's going to be a dribbler over the Frazier. Flip over the first, and that's going to be it. So Montero having an excellent outing here. 2 innings of no-run ball. The Rangers have their number to hit. 5 to tie, 6 to win as we head to the top of the 9th. Or 6 to take the lead, excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
But Yankees are going to make a pitching change here. Jonathan Holder stepping in now. 6-2 record. 51 innings pitched this year. And just absolutely eats everyone up. Lefties only hitting 205. Righties are at 181. So you have to think this is kind of their backup closer, not one to put the main guy in. That one's going to get lifted down center. That's going to get down for a hit. So first pitch from Holder is a hit, and you're got to wonder at some point, could this be the start to something here for Texas?
Well, absolutely, and it's kind of looking like this could be the beginning of not so great things for the Yankees. But you were going back to your point about not wanting to bring the regular starter in. That's clearly what this is, and hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt them.
Yeah, definitely. Sin-Soo Choo is going to step in to try to make something out of this first leadoff single here. One and that gets fouled off behind 1-1 the count now. And just looking in Twitch chat real quick, T-Rex, yes, we do still accept it. You just want to get your name in with the GMs, and I think the schedule for this week's already posted, but might be able to squeeze in the game. Is that one might get down for a hit? It will, and the Ryans will advance 90 feet. And Sin-Soo Choo making Texas run, as that throw is offline. That could have been real nasty if there had been some speed out there.
Now batting.
Well, I don't think that the runner at second was expecting that offline of a throw, but then again, there's Sin-Soo Choo again doing what he does best, putting the ball in play when it matters, and Texas has a little rally going with no one out. And Elvis Andrews coming up here, so we'll see if it can continue.
Yep, and just a reminder for everyone, it's 5 to tie, 6 to take the lead here for Texas, so off to a good start here with 2 singles to lead off the inning here. And Holder might be in a little bit of a jam to start off.
Well, he's definitely not off to a great start. We'll see how he recovers.
Yep, first pitch to Elvis Andrews incoming. Puts a charge in it down the first baseline, but that's going to run foul.
Andrews was determined to make something happen right off the bat there.
Yep, the 0-1 pitch to Andrews, trying to keep this run going. Going to be high, taken for a ball. And the 1-1 to Elvis Andrews, trying to keep this rally going here for Texas to try to cut into this deficit a little bit. It's going to take one, just missing on the outside part though. 2-1 the count here. Holder definitely hasn't missed much so far. A lot of close pitches there, so just not getting the favor of the umpires right now.
But he's trying to be cautious, I'm sure, because he's had a couple of loud hits against him so far this inning.
Yeah, definitely. Puts a four-seamer on the lower inside corner here, so the count will be 2-2 to Andrews, who has to try to do something to keep this rally going here. Instead, tries to take out his first base coach in some type of frustration maybe on the day he's had, and the count will hold at 2-2. And swung on and missed, strike 3, and that's kind of momentum kill for Texas here, as that's going to be the first out here.
Absolutely, one of your better hitters trying to make something happen, and he's just not able to do it right there. That's got to be a frustration.
Yeah, definitely, but nonetheless, it's only 1 out, so there's still a chance here. Willie Calhoun going to step in, has a single on the day, and really a chance to try to help out his team a little bit, as that one's going to be a strike on the inside quarter. The 0-1 to Calhoun. Runs just inside 1-1. Again, Holder hasn't been missing by much. Definitely a lot of his balls could have been called strikes depending on how the umpire sees it. So maybe Sanchez just not framing them correctly, as that one's well in the dirt, 2-1 to count.
Could be, and it could just be a cautious kind of approach. Calhoun is a good hitter, and you don't want to give up a hit to him in a situation like this at all.
Definitely has that one. I don't know about you, JD, but I have no idea where that one missed. 3-1 the count nonetheless.
I don't know either. This umpiring has been very underwhelming today, to say the least.
Definitely, as Calhoun's going to foul that one off to run the count full. But yeah, he definitely doesn't want to seem to give the upper strike zone any credit. Definitely wants to give the inner corners a bit more, but not much straight down the middle and high. As that's a half swing that'll get down foul. Calhoun maybe getting a little bit of a break there, as it looked like Kershaw was right on the beat for that one and nearly picked it off for the out.
extremely fortunate. He just swing a little bit more confident than that. That was like an excuse me swing.
Exactly. As Calhoun's able to work the walk here on a 3-2 count. So Holder in a real jam now with Joey Gallo stepping in, and that's going to be it. As they're going to say, okay, this experiment's over. Time to bring in Aroldis Chapman. 14 for 14 in save opportunities. And they're going to see if Chapman can try to clean up this mess here. As this is a ripe old one, and Texas has a chance to break out here with Joey Gallo stepping in.
There's just as good of a chance with Chapman on the mound of a total meltdown as there is of a double play or getting a couple of outs right here.
Well, with 102 on the fastball there, it's going to be very difficult for Gallo, who's 0 for 4 on the day, to make contact with anything here. So you just got to kind of hope and pray you make solid contact here if you're Gallo.
Absolutely.
As he gets a 101 mile an hour fastball this time for a strike, 0-2 the count.
But as hard as Chapman throws, it's going to be hard to catch up to him here. So you've got to really make sure you're seeing the ball well.
Yep, ML Botball predicting Joey Gallo a home run here. I'm not sure about that, as that's going to be a strike 3 called on the outside corner. So everyone blame ML Botball for jinxing that there. And Aroldis Chapman gets it down to 2 out here.
Well, maybe ML Botball remembers the 2016 World Series when Chapman almost gave that game away in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah, definitely. As Todd Frazier steps in to try to do something here. Todd Frazier 1 for 3 on the day with a single, so he has made contact, but Aroldis Chapman got his reputation for a very good reason, a very shutdown closer, as that's going to run a 1-1 count here.
He doesn't make mistakes too often, but there's been some times in Chapman's career where he's made a mistake, and he has paid dearly for it.
Well, he's worked Frazier down to the final strike here for Texas as New York all rises here. Chapman with the 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and that's the ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Yankees had a little scare at the end there, but they hold on to a very solid 7-2 win. JD, kind of your assessment of the game as a whole today.
Well, I say it's a huge disappointment if you're Lance Lynn and the Rangers, because this is certainly a game where you were hoping to showcase him and maybe help another team get better and get a nice return for him, and unfortunately you weren't able to make that case today. If you're the Yankees, it's just continuing on with your business as usual. They get to move up a little bit and stay ahead of Tampa Bay in the standings, and so this is a good win for them.
Yeah, definitely a great win for New York, especially with how the AL East has been, with Toronto starting to get stuff figured out, and Tampa always mixing in there, only a couple games back. It's always nice to get a win against a slightly less scary opponent than some of the other teams, as again the AL West, probably one of the weaker divisions in the majors so far. But I think we're going to have time to run through the highlights here real fast if that's possible, as this one definitely had a home run fest in the 6th. I don't know about you, but Yankees really did damage there.
Absolutely, you had the 3-run homer from Aaron Hicks, and then Brett Gardner chipped in with his own home run, and that was really any chance that Texas did have that was put to bed right there.
Yeah, well, we're seeing here in the bottom of the first, Sin Soo Choo laying out to rob DJ LeMahieu of a hit there. And with the way the game started like that for Texas, you would think they would have a good shot here of pulling off a little upset magic, but unfortunately just wasn't the case today. As Brett Gardner is going to rope a double down the left field line here to score the guy from second.
And at that point, Lance Lynn was cruising along, and it looked like he was going to have a great outing, and that kind of rattled his confidence there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. As Gio Urshela follows that one up with a single to bring a guy from second around. And then Aaron Judge handing down a sentence towards Texas today that you guys are losing with a homer out to right center.
And that's just got to be discouraging because, again, Lynn had somewhat of control of that Yankee lineup, and then to give up a home run like that in that situation is not good.
Yep, and there's Garrett Cole in the top of the 5th giving up his no-hit bid. And I believe at that time it was a perfect game bid also, as there weren't really any errors today. And Elvis Andrus is grounded to center here, giving Texas a little hope here. Only giving the lead 1 run. And then Garrett Cole kind of working out of a little bit of a jam there. With a nice fastball up and tight on him. And then the home run fest again. Aaron Hicks with a 3-run shot down the right field line into the second deck there.
Well, at that point, you just kind of knew that Texas was out of it because they were really struggling offensively.
Yeah, excuse me, that one would have been the second deck had it been down the line, but this is the one from Brett Gardner following it up that did actually hit the second deck and nearly the little short porch there for the boxes in between the second and third decks there. And then Todd Frazier and Aroldis Chapman. Aroldis Chapman throwing a flame ball by Frazier to get the out there. And that's how this one wrapped up here. 7-2 your final. Yankees with 11 hits, Texas with 8. No errors on the day, which is a little bit shocking, but that's baseball sometimes. You just get a really clean defensive game from all the teams.
Absolutely. You never know what you're going to get in a day-in, day-out basis. You got a complete showing from the Yankees today and a frustrating one from the Rangers.
Definitely. As just a reminder, coming up after us, probably in a few minutes here, we're going to be having Duggo and Frago calling some interleague action between the Diamondbacks, who are fighting the Dodgers for the AL West, and the Chicago White Sox, who are seemingly in the middle of the Hunger Games in AL Central, trying to just fight and stay alive there, as we are joined right now by Duggo and Frago. How are you guys doing?
Doing solid. How about yourselves, gentlemen?
Doing very well.
Yeah, doing all right. Just watched a little bit of everything, I would say. Some decent pitching, although Stars didn't go deep, and then a couple home runs to kind of bury the game in the 6th inning.
I mean, that'll happen with the Yankees, man. Like, that's no stranger to a Yankees game, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think we're going to get out of your way. Again, the final here from New York, 7-2. Duggo, Frago, have fun in Chicago.
Always do. As Frango, what is up, my man? Are you ready for game 2 of this lovely division leading series?
I am ready for a 180-degree turnaround from last night's game, even though it looks kind of similar on the paper, so we'll see how it goes tonight.
Well, I can offer you a 108-degree game, or at least day for myself. How about that?
Yuck.
Actually, no, I'd settle for 108. I think it was about $1.14 today.
Oh, well, maybe you'll get a cold front coming in and bring it down to 108.
You know, see, like, monsoon season, you know, granted climate change is real. Monsoon season, sometime in the year, it gets weird. And, you know, you get that, like, massive dump of rain, and then all of a sudden it is cool. But, you know, we go from, like, your 8 to 10% humidity, all of a sudden it's cooled down to 95, but, you know, your typical 80% humidity.
Ah, yes. Beautiful humidity. You gotta love it.
Well, something we should love is this game here right now. Last night's game was a blowout featuring a large, a 6-run inning for the Diamondbacks, ending with a final score 8-2 last night. Both these starters going today trying to turn it around a little bit. The Diamondbacks throwing out Merrill Kelly. Started the year out in the bullpen, is making his 5th start of the year. Meanwhile, Dane Dunning, after going down with Tommy John in March of 2019, made his Major League debut here in 2020. Just 31 innings pitched to his name, trying to find win number 2 on the year.
Yep, the Southsiders are really hopeful that Dunning can complete the promise of his 2018 season, where he blazed through the minor leagues, and he was set to be one of the starters last year, but as you said, Tommy John surgery put him back, so here we see him with one of his starts this year, and hopefully he can get it together against this vaunted Arizona Diamondbacks offense.
The center fielder, number 2.
So, starting it all off, as these Snakes fans may be familiar with, it's Starling Marte, as that's going to drop in for the first pitch of the ball game here at 4:32 Arizona time, 6:32 Chicago for a strike.
First pitch, 110.
Yeah, Dunning with that low fastball, which is sort of his bread and butter.
As that one's going to be lifted into the gap, but getting there is number 88, the Churro man himself for the first out.
He is the Panther. Thank you very much.
All right, I can dig that. Is that an official nickname?
That is the player's nickname. There was a large contingent of White Sox fans that wanted him to be Lou Bob, but that got turned down dramatically.
Oh my God, Lou Bob! I feel like I remember seeing that back when he was still just prospect status. He wasn't close to the major leagues. I swear I remember seeing Lou Bob as the shorthand everywhere.
Yes, you probably won't see that too much once he's in the majors, that's for sure.
Yes, Cattell's swinging on that one, but that'll be just foul of that third base bag. Could have been trouble instead. A long dribbling strike, 1-1 the count. Dane fires in, and that one's going to be into the gap as well, but looks like we are going to see Eloy get there this time. A couple of young outfielders making back-to-back outs here to start off this ballgame.
Agreed. Sort of the centerpieces to the White Sox offense, making those catches.
So then what, we're due for a ground out to Moncada to end the inning, right?
Maybe even a dribbler to TA.
All right. See what we got. Eduardo Escobar, no stranger to struggling lately. Did have a double in last night's game, but otherwise fairly quiet for Eduardo. Riding a 4-game hit streak, apparently. Nothing compared to that hit streak that Tim Anderson was rocking for a while. I think that was up to, I think, 38 games before that snapped last week. As Eduardo swings to that one. And another one into the gap, but way too high as the Panther there to put it away for the third out. Quiet here to start it off for Arizona. See what the Southsiders can counter with here in the bottom of the first.
And the White Sox are going to have the same lineup they had last night, which will start with switch-hitting second baseman Yuri Garcia facing Merrill Kelly, part of the Kelly battery today.
Gotta love that Kelly battery. Merrill pitching to Carson, no relation. As I said, Kelly started out this 2020 season in the bullpen and long relief. Was doing very well in that role. And with the injury to Mike Leake, he saw himself get promoted back to the rotation. And he's done well with that. ERA still just a tick above 3. His first pitch of the ball game is going to be swung on down the left field line, arcing into the seats, foul.
Looks like a beautiful day in Chicago for some baseball, and hopefully the wind is blowing out for Garcia and the rest of the guys.
As a big swing gets a piece of that one. 0-2 here to Garcia. So after a little bit of disappointment out of both starters last night, both teams looking to get a little bit something more out of their guys on the mound today.
And the remarkable thing about yesterday's games is really good performances out of the bullpens on both sides. So,
as it took a while for the White Sox to get their first hit of the ball game yesterday, wasting no time here as Garcia gets it started with a single.
Served into left field, splitting the left side defenders. That was a well-placed ball. Did it more than that.
I mean, that's the name of the game, right? Hit the ball where the people ain't.
He's going.
At least the people wearing jerseys is that. Could be, looks like the hit and run was on. They had no chance to get him at second. So the only play will be to get Tim Anderson at first. A quiet dribbler goes Escobar to Walker for the first out.
Yeah, it's an unusual event. You don't see too much of the hit and run with the White Sox, but it worked out beneficially there.
Small ball, baby. Beautiful. It's coming back. I hope it's coming back, man. I love me some small ball.
You can have it.
Dude, like, it's just something more entertaining and engaging.
Well, I won't disagree with
ball.
you on that. It's just the difficulties that the White Sox fandom have had with Ricky Renteria and his propensity to have players like Yohan Moncada put down bunts the last couple of years has been absolutely frustrating. So, hence the distaste for small ball on the south side.
As that one's going to be popped up to Escobar. puts the glove on it to retire at 5 unassisted here for the second out.
The designated hitter, Edwin.
That'll bring up Edwin Encarnacion, who went 0 for last night. Strikeout, ground out, fly out, and a line out. Pretty much ran the whole gamut.
Well, you know, he does like to give you all the options.
As that one's going to be in the dirt. Good job for Kelly blocking Kelly there. Just realized I'm like, oh, God, it's going to be one of those. I can't call him just Kelly. Carson Kelly behind the plate tonight.
Well, you can do it. You can be lazy. We approve it.
It's too early for me to be lazy, man.
So speaking of early, in an earlier game, the Twins did fall to the Blue Jays. So once again, the White Sox have an opportunity to pull a full game ahead in first place.
That does remind me of some good news here in Snakes fandom. The Dodgers dropping their game last night to the Angels in a little crosstown series, as that one's going to line out to Cole Calhoun as we see the first hit of the ball game, but the first man left on base in the ball game. 1 hit, no runs, through 1. So over there in Orange County, we did see the Dodgers drop that game 1 against the Angels. So coming into play today, the Diamondbacks improved to 3.5 games up on the Dodgers for the NL West title.
And after yesterday's action, if the White Sox were in the National League West, they would only have a 4-game lead on the Diamondbacks. Just a small dig there.
Dude, it's just nuts what's happening over there in the AL Central, man. Like, you know, all those 3 teams. Because I think Diamondbacks rocking the same record, similar to what the Indians are doing over there in 3rd place, right?
Yeah, the Central has been crazy this year, and it's a good preview to the actual events that we can hopefully see in the 60-game series or season this year.
That's one thing I'm really excited about. It seems like everybody's ready to bust down the gates, you know? In years past, you'd be seeing teams like Baltimore and, you know, kind of just, oh, yeah, we're excited for baseball, this, that, and the other. But, you know, I feel like I'm seeing teams everywhere being like, no, this is our season. It is a sprint, not a marathon. Anybody's got a shot at it. Yeah, so you see the Tigers, like, getting excited and, like, getting ready to bust down the door and be like, all right, screw it. This is our year. As Christian Walker goes down swinging to start off the top of the second.
First strikeout for Dane Dunning, which will prove that. But, you know, the thing about the condensed schedule this year is going to mean that, like, if you go through a 5-game losing streak, that can kill your season, right? So it's amazing how, it'll be easier to have teams that are kind of on the downside maybe get a hot streak and look like competitive.
Yeah, Seth Beer quickly grounds out to shortstop for the second out of the inning. We saw Walker, it started off with Seth Beer. It was back-to-back-to-back home runs in inning number 5 last night for the Diamondbacks. They batted through, put 6 runs on the board. So curious to see what those guys can offer up. The man in the middle of that back-to-back-to-back here, Kevin Crone, and his first home run of 2020 in that at-bat. First pitch going to be high, 1-0.
Yeah, maybe is this a demonstration for trading Crone to a team that needs a DH for all the games?
I don't know, man. There's a couple guys that are, you know, thick bat swingers on Arizona. Yasmani Tomas actually doing very well down at Reno in the last year of his contract. Hint, hint, anybody listening. 1-1 pitch to Crone. Gonna hold off on a slider away. 2-1 is the count.
That is an interesting mustache choice for the first base umpire there.
Hey, man, this is prime weird mustache time. As that one's going to be into shallow right. Abreu there to put it away as a very harmless second inning here for these Diamondbacks. They've gone down 1 through 6. Let's see what Chicago can answer with Jimenez, Grandal, and Abreu due up here in the bottom of the second.
Yes, as 5, 6, and 7 get their turn up, and we get to see Eloy Jimenez, the prized left fielder that we got from the Cubs back in 2017.
Man, it's just, I feel like all of the pieces they've traded away are exactly what they've been missing since 2016, and it hurts. But like that's always what Jed and Theo's game plan was. You draft and develop the bats, and you sell it for pitching.
Exactly.
But it hurts so bad when you're looking at and you're seeing, okay, give me an outfielder, possibly a corner outfielder if Hayward moves to center field, and give me a second baseman. And you've got all-star Gleyber Torres and young stud Eloy Jimenez, and it just hurts. Jimenez pops out to Walker for the first out of the inning.
Interesting, last night we went about 20 outs before we saw a pop-up, and here we've seen, I think, 4 so far in the early into this game.
Oh, my God. We saw Joey Votto pop out. What was it? Cincinnati and Los Angeles the other day. That was wild.
Heartbreaking almost.
Because do you understand how long that streak was that he went with that?
Yeah, it was well over a season, right?
It was 6,500 plate appearances.
6,500? Oh, my.
Votto pop out. Excuse me, 6,829 plate appearances.
That is amazing.
And it was a Pedro Baez pitch that got him to pop out. And I was really excited to see if we could see a rematch of that. Because it was Dodgers-Cincinnati as Grandal goes down looking here. Kelly picks up strikeout number 1 today.
The first baseman.
I have to hope that the real version of Grandal is better than the one that I've seen in the games that I've watched.
Oh, dude. I mean, last night Grandal was definitely something to sneeze at. Went 0 for 4 with a double play in there, you know. Usually you try to avoid making more than an out per plate appearance.
Usually, yes. That is a good goal.
So somebody that definitely avoided that, Jose Abreu. We saw a lot of hanging breaking balls and hanging off speed stuff all throughout the beginning of the game out of both Cease and Gallen. Both guys struggled with location, you know, left a lot of stuff high in the zone that they shouldn't have. And we were just waiting and waiting for somebody to capitalize. Something with that, you know, that tricky little camera angle on that no doubt pimped home run. And we were waiting and waiting, and sure enough, it was Jose Abreu, I think, in the 4th inning. Just 450 feet to left field?
453, if I remember correctly, yes.
Oh, that was just a monster. 3-1 count to Abreu. As he fouls that one down the line. It's full now after 2 quick outs from Jimenez and Grandal. Kelly trying to get him down 1-2-3 here. Payoff pitch, another foul ball.
Yeah, did a good job of fighting that one off in a difficult place to hit.
Kelly picked up strikeout number 1 a batter ago. Can he get number 2? Another foul ball. We will have to wait.
Jose Abreu is another one of the Cuban-born players on the White Sox. They've had a large number of those in their history, and especially recently.
And that's going to pop up in the infield. Oh, Christian Walker barely gets that before it hits the ground. It was kind of in no man's land, but Walker there to put it away. As they do go down 1-2-3. Let's get some offense going here. Someone, Calhoun, Ahmed, Kelly due up for Arizona.
I'm actually okay with Dane Dunning blowing the ball past those 3, but we'll see what happens.
Somebody, man. But, all right, there we go. I was about to say if it's just a boring little Heidi bit, we can ignore it. But there we go. Looking at the White Sox, one of the things they definitely have excelled at is throwing well, man. They've offered up a lot of walks, but I think coming into last night, they were second. No, they were third in team ERA in the American League.
The right fielder.
Gotcha. Yeah, so they have performed well, and we're looking forward to that in the real league as well. So as Cole Calhoun steps in from the left-hand batter's box against the righty Dunning.
See what Calhoun can do. He capped off that home run little spree there last night. Excuse me, but it was sandwiched by a hat trick. So, like, remember that time I was saying Calhoun's kind of the Adam Dunn on the team? You know, 3 strikeouts and a home run will do that to you.
Yes. You got to throw a walk in there as well for Dunn.
There we go. Come on, Cole Calhoun, give me that walk. So we can at least say it was between the first 5 plate appearances. There we go. Takes a ball low. It's 2-1. Ooh.
That nice pitch was only the 22nd so far for Dane Dunning, so he's been fairly efficient here so far.
Oh my God, through 2 full. As he gets Calhoun looking to start off this inning. Strikeout number 2 for Dunning.
You tell that was a pitch that Cole was not looking for because it was kind of center cut upper. So well placed by Dunning to fool the right fielder for the Diamondbacks.
But you saw there in the standings, as you said, these White Sox woke up today tied for the lead in the AL Central, but coming into play today a half game up after a Minnesota loss earlier today.
We're not quite to the point where you can really talk about this, but the White Sox have 1 less loss, or actually 2 less than the Twins right now. So they do have that in hand.
Is it magic number season yet?
I'm sure for somebody it is.
I think we've been keeping track of magic numbers since like day 1 on the website, haven't we? Foot race over there to first base, beats him by just a little bit. 3-1 goes Nick Ahmed here.
An interesting sidearm throw by Abreu to Dunning covering the base.
I just love how they handle foot races here. It's so absurd every time. So now with 2 outs, Carson Kelly comes up. We have not seen any sort of discipline really from these Arizona Diamondbacks so far. As Dunning has cruised, does not start here. 27 pitches to get through 9 outs. That is something special here. Dunning with a gem. Carson Kelly goes down on the ground out, heading now to the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be Mazzara, Probert, and Garcia.
So we will be talking a little bit about Luis Robert in his at-bat here. But first, we've got Nomar Mazzara batting from the left-hand batter's box again against the right-hand starter.
It's fun, man. It's sometimes you gotta have your running gag, right? Oh my God, that one looks great off the bat. Instead, on a line down the right field line, Calhoun there for the first out.
The center fielder, Louis Robert.
So there in the West, Arizona 3.5 on top of the Dodgers. Curious to see how tonight's game ends up for them. It'll be the game following us directly. Aiden and Nettie taking that one. But man, that is going to be a gem. Did you happen to see the pitching matchup on that?
It's going to be great. Kershaw and Ohtani. I cannot wait to watch that game.
That is going to be something, folks. So if you're watching us now, please, clearly if you're hearing my voice, you're watching us now. But definitely don't touch that virtual dial. It'll be something special following this one, as that's going to be on the ground. Probert with the ground out for the second out of the inning.
Between innings, I will link in Twitch chat the Twitter post today of an inter-squad game for the White Sox against Carlos Rodon. Luis Robert hit a home run while falling down into the left-hand batter's box. It was phenomenal.
Beardy Buddha did post that actually earlier. It's in the Baseball Talk channel. If you want to scroll up there, folks, it's there. It was about 1:37 my time today, if you're looking for it. But yeah, no, that was something nuts, man. You know, you talk about like going down to a knee and cranking a home run like Story or Beltray, but this is nuts, man. He goes ass over tea kettle and just over the fence. Like,
my
what?
favorite part of it was on a different camera angle. You could watch Carlos Rodon watch the ball go over the fence, and he just like tosses his glove up in the air. It's like, WTF? Come on.
Oh my God, it was something special, man. That kid doesn't. You've said it before, and I'm with you, man. He doesn't get the love he deserves here in the pop ball world. San Diego Studios with the big snub. And it's 2-2 to Garcia. He goes down looking. That will be just the second strikeout of the day for Merrill Kelly. So now through the end of 3, still just the one combined hit.
The one base runner, even. We've only seen one over the minimum through 3 innings from both pitchers.
Oh my God. This is kind of what we thought yesterday could be. And honestly, what I'm kind of anticipating tomorrow's going to be.
Yeah, speaking of matchups, if you can catch the game tomorrow night in the late night spot, we'll have the White Sox hosting the Diamondbacks with Madison Bumgarner facing off against Lucas Giolito. So that should be just a fantastic game.
Man, that is some storyline stuff. That, you know, like the passing of the torch kind of thing. You know, a man with all of the accolades and prestige, and actually isn't even that old too, which is wild to think about. But the young Giolito as well, and a guy coming into his own versus a guy who's kind of on top at the moment. Maybe a little bit on the slope down after that. What was that, a dirt bike incident?
Yeah, and you look at his numbers back with the Giants when they were winning the World Series every other year. I mean, he was just fantastic.
That one's going to be on the ground. Garcia with the toss to Abreu for the first out here. Starling Marte 0 for 2 now today.
Second baseman, Ketel Marte.
Good job of Garcia just getting there and being present. Now Ketel Marte 0 for 1 so far today. They called it a line out. I had it as a fly out.
I agree.
Ketel Marte, an RBI on a pair of hits. 2 runs scored.
Waved at that pitch in the lower part of the zone for strike 1.
0-1 delivers and fouled off. So Dane Dunning is still right about 3 pitches per batter. I don't know if that's saying more to the effectiveness of Dunning or the ineffectiveness of the Diamondbacks. That is going to be just inches fair down the left field line. The aggressive shift on Marte was on, and he is easily going to be crawling in there with double number 33, leading the National League and keeping that first place spot.
That looked like it was really close to being foul, but there's no replay here, so we'll take it.
Man, I saw it. It was like a couple inches fair. It wasn't by much, but it was there. It was good enough that we could tell from where we're sitting.
I'll take your word for it.
This inning definitely not brought to you by any sort of eyewear provider.
No.
Gosh. 0-2 quickly to Escobar here. Escobar flew out to center to end the first inning. Foul ball, stay at 0-2. So Diamondbacks able to get that first hit of the ball game. Hits now even at 1 apiece.
And as mentioned earlier in chat, this is kind of a sad irony, but yes, now you can cancel the post-game show.
Look at that. That is what you need to do. I feel like we saw this a handful of times. I think the White Sox had this issue last night. They would get a runner onto second, but anything was grounded to the left-hand side.
Yeah, that was part of the lack of execution last night for the White Sox.
Count 1-0.
So the positive thing about that Eduardo Escobar ground out is it was to the right side of second base, allowing Ketel to advance to third. 2 outs now. It'll take a hit from Christian Walker to bring him home.
who struck out at the beginning to lead off the second inning.
Is sitting currently in a tasty count, though. 2-0 right now from Dunning. Dunning is doing such a good job of keeping the pitch count low and keeping the weak contact going. And there is yet another. He beats him in the foot race. Nice little flip from Abreu. That is some eye candy. And, oh, my God, this one is something special. Just a hit apiece now, heading to the bottom of the fourth.
That was definitely an interesting defensive play there by Jose Abreu. A little reminiscent of that Mark Burley play about a dozen years ago.
Anderson.
Tim Anderson's going to start off this inning here. Takes a ball there. Tim Anderson, the reigning AL batting champion.
The reigning Major League batting champion, I believe. Didn't he have? I think he had the entire league.
I think you're right. Just saw American League there, as that one's going to be hit on a line out to Calhoun and right for the first out. Merrill Kelly, not so much a slouch with the pitch count himself. You know, obviously going to be a little bit higher than Dunning because not difficult to do. But 38 pitches through 3 full, 39 now with 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, that's clearly in the range that you're looking for, so good job by Kelly so far.
It's about 15 is the number I always think of for pitches per inning, 5 pitches per at-bat, or 5 pitches per out, excuse me.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
That one's going to be in the dirt to Moncada, 1-1 the count.
That's ball 2.
I'm a little more greedy. I look for about 12 pitches per out myself, but...
Ooh. 12 pitches per out?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Right.
4 pitches per out.
I was like, damn, man. 12 pitches per out? Like,
yeah, it's
I
American
got
League
this.
Baseball, you know.
Yeah, it'll happen. Your ERA is a tick higher. Your pitch counts in the 150s by the time you get through like 6. It's Dusty Baker paradise. Oh, God. Why did I bring him up? Now I'm sad again. Full.
You did it to yourself, man.
I did. Full count to Moncada. Swing and a miss that went up by the letters. As he goes down for the second out of the inning. 3rd strikeout for Merrill Kelly.
Both pitchers, as you can see, are in the mid-90s with their fastballs today, so some pretty good heat from these sort of back rotation guys right now.
You know, and it was Merrill Kelly that was really on the edge there. You know, everything officially said it was Zach Gallen, but everybody knew it was Merrill Kelly that was threatening not to make the rotation coming out of spring training this year. You know, Bumgarner, Ray, and Leake obviously, or should obviously have made the rotation. It was Gallen and Kelly kind of fighting there.
Kelly did spend a couple years in Korea, didn't he?
Yes, he came back and I think made his major league debut last year with the team in 2019 after a couple years with the SK Wyverns.
So I think he was a rather old rookie, but as you said, he had some experience in a foreign professional league.
He's not super old, I guess. Fun fact, he was actually teammates with Cole Calhoun and sorry, I totally just missed that. I was like trying to pull up Merrill Kelly facts. He gets the strikeout here to end the inning as Encarnacion goes down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Kelly. Through 4, still a tied ball game. But Merrill Kelly was actually teammates with Cole Calhoun and Kirby Yates at Yavapai College at JUCO north of town here. So, but that was a bit ago.
Yes. I want to say that Kelly was first drafted. Now, he didn't sign with the team, but he was first drafted, I think, in 2007.
Correct.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, The left fielder.
The Baltimore Orioles selected Kelly in the 37th round of the 2007 Major League Baseball draft. Did not sign. So Seth Beer's going to start off the inning, and it's going to be a ball starting off the at-bat. Yeah, no, he's Merrill Kelly's definitely an Arizona guy. Went to high school in Scottsdale. Played JUCO at Yavapai up in Prescott. Was drafted by the Indians in the 22nd round in 2009. Decided to decline that as Seth Beer gets the scoring started. The rookie continues demolishing baseballs at a record pace. Home run number 6, 400 feet. As Seth Beer gets the scoring started here on this lovely Saturday.
And I'm sure it's some kind of record, but I'm not sure which one you're speaking of. But yes, that was pounded by Seth Beer, who's doing his best Bryce Harper imitation with his beard.
Hey, man. It's pretty wild. God knows my beard's gotten way wild right now. Oh, my God. Perfect 400 feet on the nose. 105 miles off the bat. Miles an hour off the bat.
Oh, 105 would be a record for mine.
105 miles? Oh, my God, please.
Crow.
So now as Arizona has broken into the runs column, 1-0 the score. Kevin Crone up, facing down an 0-1 count. So the cracks on Dane Dunning have finally showed. Not sure if that's I think that's more to the credit of Beer than it is any misdoing by Dunning.
That wasn't a terrible pitch, but yeah, I mean, he did give it up, so.
1-2 here to Crone. He goes swinging at something away, able to get just a little bit of it, but so does Garcia at second. The toss-in time for the first out.
Up next for the Diamondbacks, the right fielder.
Left-hander Cole Calhoun coming up to bat. Again, he had a home run last night, and he did strike out in the third inning.
All right, what was it? Oh, I was looking at Merrill Kelly fun stats. So yeah, went to Yavapai, played JUCO there, got drafted by the Indians in the 22nd round in 2009. Went to Arizona State here in lovely Tempe. Played 1 year there before getting selected by the Tampa Bay Rays in the 8th round in 2010. So he pitched in their system for a handful of years. Pitched the highest in their system. He went to Durham at AAA. Pitched the 2014 season up there full time. 9-4 the 2.76 ERA as that's hit on a line to Moncada. Good job to make the snag there for the second out.
The shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Bringing up Nick Ahmed, but I'm going to finish all of my Merrill Kelly fun facts. So after that 2014 season stuck in Durham, he ended up signing with the SK Wyverns of the KBO ahead of the 2015 season. 3 seasons over there, pitched to a 36-25 record and a 3.80 ERA. The inning is over, but Seth Beer continues the home runs here, making it 1-0 Diamondbacks heading to the bottom of the 5th.
Now we can hope that Eloy Jimenez can put the team on the board here. A third time with Heidi today.
I think that's. Do you want to do the donations bit?
Please do. You know the organization a little bit better than I do. So.
Oh my God! Hold on, I got to find the beautiful pre-written blurb. So everybody knows that we everything we do here, we do it for charity. If you didn't know, now you know. We don't make anything. Anything we get from donations goes directly to charity. It started off as a Meals on Wheels project, but as times have changed, we've felt it more prudent to maybe rotate that out, highlight some specific charities as we go. Currently, everything we get from your subs and your donations goes to NYMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NYMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives.
Thank you for that, Dougo. I don't have the write-up in front of me, so I appreciate you covering that in. I will say, as a personal touch, one of the reasons I started doing this was for Meals on Wheels, but I love the fact that we're rotating the charities through because mental health obviously is a problem for a lot of people in this country. We need to destigmatize it and be able to help everybody who needs it, right? Because mental health issues are just as real as physical health issues. So.
And the joy of them is they're not nearly as visible for the most part, as that's going to be a pop-out from Jimenez to Marte to start the inning. So you can see there in the National League, it has been Cubs all the way. They've been dinged up a couple times, that ERA a little bit higher than I'm used to seeing it on there, but still 30 points better than the Diamondbacks in second place.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So Yasmani Grandal still looking for his first hit of this series. So Yaz, the switch hitting catcher. Are you versed in his splits at all?
Not as well as I should be. I know that given his switch hitterness, that's one of the reasons the Sox, at least the fandom, was excited about him, was because the Sox have been relatively right-handed heavy.
Well, let's find out, shall we? Yasmani Grandal's batting splits coming right up as the count moves to 1-2. Rear batting splits. Hits righties just a titch better, as that goes inside 2-2 the count.
Probably has, twice as many at-bats against righties, though?
3. About 3 times as many.
Gotcha.
But the TOPS plus, you familiar with T stats?
Yes, but I bet there's somebody in our stands who's not.
All right, so TOPS plus is the OPS, the on-base percentage plus slugging, for the split relative to the player's total OPS. So the stats like that, OPS plus adjusted where 100 is average, below that is obviously below average. Every point is a percentage point above or below.
Yes.
But the TOPS plus against righties 101 and TOPS plus against lefties 97. So pretty much even, but just a hair better against right-handed pitching. So we've been at a full count, and Kelly finally wins the battle there as Yasmani Grandal goes down on strikeouts for the second time today. 5 strikeouts for Kelly.
Maybe time to have McCann start tomorrow. I'm just starting to tire of my favorite signing.
Hey man, I'll love it. Who's he starting for tomorrow?
Well, when you come down to it, he was Giolito's personal catcher last year, so it wouldn't kind of be appropriate.
All right, maybe it's a showcase here for Hazen and the boys. As that one's hit down the line by Abreu. In this one-run ball game, one swing could be a big game changer. It was a big swing by Abreu yesterday, but a small one here. Ahmed to Walker is the ground out that will end the inning. So we are through 5. Just that one run for these Diamondbacks is all we've got in this game. It's 9-1-2 due up here in the top of the 6th.
We'll see Kelly Marte here, and again, we're seeing the White Sox scuffle a little bit against this excellent Diamondbacks pitching staff, but we would like to see something happen in the second half of the game here.
So I'm seeing some rumblings here in Twitch chat. Are you a fan of Parks and Rec?
From what I've seen of it, yes. I'm not a loyal watcher, but it's been funny.
All right. Sounds like we've got a treat coming up here in the 7th inning.
All right, excellent.
Our boy and resident organist here, Shark Shavery, currently sidelined with.
He's got a bum organ, right?
Some bum organ ticklers. The organ's fine. Well, I mean, the organ's attached to his body, bum. The organ that he plays is fine. It's just organ ticklers. That just sounds so gross. Never mind. I forget that. I just forget that I ever said that. 2-2 the count to Kelly. Inside it'll go full.
I love push to talk. I'll just say that much.
Oh, it's so sad that like I miss you like losing it. That's like half the joy is like knowing that you're you're laughing. It's like doing stand up to an empty room, man. Just gotta sit here with my own thoughts, silent. I don't even have my own voice pumped back to my headphones, man. It's lonely. Carson Kelly gives that one a ride out to right field. Mazzara is there for an easy out, number 1.
So we've got a trivia question was given to me by our community trivia dude.
Ooh.
And name the only White Sox batters on the team to have hit 300 home runs or more on the White Sox.
Frank Thomas.
Ding ding.
How many was it?
Well, I'd tell you, but then that would make it really simple.
Okay, that one's lifted into center field, but easily caught by Luis Robert for the second out. Not nearly enough.
Out to center.
Definitely not enough rolled R's in that one.
Robert?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. You got the makings of a churro guy in you yet. He can get you there. Ketel Marte now swinging at one that could have caught him on the hands.
Yeah, I thought that was going to hit him, actually.
That's like the Tim LeCastro special right there. Just don't move. Just let it take you, man. That's the one disappointing thing. Like, okay, did you ever watch that Foolish Baseball video on Tim LeCastro?
Yes.
Okay. So you remember how insane, how much of a crucial part getting hit by a pitch is to his on-base percentage.
Exactly.
That's the biggest thing missing here in the simulation is Tim LeCastro's on-base percentage is like 30 points, 40 points lower than it should be because he doesn't get hit by those pitches as Ketel Marte goes down swinging for the first time today. That is strikeout. That's the first strikeout we've seen out of Dunning in quite some time. Just number 3 on the day as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, I can't be upset with Dunning's performance today. I mean, sure, he did give up that long ball, but, you know, he's been pretty efficient here through 6, and he's keeping his team in the game, so.
I mean, that's... You want to at least have somebody that can keep your team in the game. Looks like we're about to hit that Jacob deGrom special. That quality start loss, that no-run support, 1-run loss. See if Nomar Mazzara's got anything to say about it. Yes, he's got Eduardo Escobar with the nice snag there.
Good range shown by the third baseman.
Spent some time terrorizing you in Minnesota, and it continues here today.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
So there he is, the Panther, Luis Robert, coming up here to take his second hacks today. Wasting no time, puts that one on the ground. A little lob throw over there to Walker, gets him for the second out.
The second baseman, Ray.
Yeah, Mo, we have noticed that the game is moving along at a good clip, but we'll see what the last third of the game is like. Because last night we were watching a game that was about an hour to get to the top of the 8th inning, and then it took over 45 minutes the last 2 innings.
And wasting no time, that one's into the outfield as Leury Garcia has both of the hits for the White Sox today. 2 for 3 now.
Anderson.
Yes, he does. And he's the only runner to get on base for the Sox.
That is not a good sign.
Now here we see Tim Anderson walking up. He was 2 for 3 last night, and he's now 0 for 2 today. But with 2 outs, I would expect to see Garcia running.
Garcia does have some wheels. 11 stolen bases leads his team. As that's a big fly out there to left by Anderson and caught at the wall by Seth Beer. That was feet away from changing all of the momentum of this game. Instead, a long drive caught for the last out of the inning. White Sox do get their second hit of the game, but it is still a 1-0 ball game.
We have famous White Sox hater Shark Shavery in the booth with us. How you doing, man?
A lot better after that fly out. Hand's still a little messed up, but I have a nice little treat loaded up in the old music workstation.
Your organ ticklers.
Jeez. Yeah. Weird way to phrase it, but it's not wrong.
Technically correct. The best kind of correct.
My organs that tickle the organ.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I feel like I need to shower after that.
Right? I just love that I'm hearing that pumped directly into my skull with these in-ears, too. Oh, so it's Eduardo Escobar starting off the inning. It'll go Escobar, Walker, Beer. As Escobar sitting pretty at a 3-0 count here. Walker on deck. And that was Jace Fry and Kelvin Herrera, correct? Getting warm out there?
So, yes.
3-0 is looked at there for strike one. No swing out of Escobar there. No swing on back-to-back pitches right down the chute as he's back in it. It's full now to Escobar. Curious to see nothing out of Escobar after how cold he's been. And there we go. That is the strikeout from 3-0 to fourth strikeout of the game. Saw Dane Dunning get those. His second strikeout came at the top of the third. And the seventh batter he faced, it took him now to get the next two.
Well-placed pitch there by Dunning to get that past Escobar.
And
again, a high strike on that bender.
Oh, that is not where you want to be leaving balls to a power hitter like Christian Walker. Like belt high, lofty, lazy breaking balls. But that, great stop by Yohan Moncada over there at the hot corner, keeping it hot there. Diving stop is going to beat out a possible hit by Walker. Ooh.
Hot as the stove.
Hotter than it's been, apparently. I don't know. Have you, how's the stove talks been over there on the south side?
No. Of course, we get to see a replay of Seth Beer putting one nearly to the moon.
Well, we watched Abreu do the same thing yesterday. We'll see. We'll see what tomorrow has in store.
I will say that after the game that Beer has had here, if I was playing this game and controlling Dunning, I'd probably put a fastball like in his ribs.
Maybe not in his ribs, man. He's got squishier bits.
Well, you know.
I know not everybody can be John Jay, but like there are definitely squishier bits to the human body that you can show somebody your disapproval. That's going to be hit down the line. 1-2 the count now. See Dane Dunning still with that incredibly low pitch count. 77 pitches as he's about to get through 7 full. That goes high. 2-2 the count. Game is cruising here today as Seth Beer goes down swinging. And folks, you know what that means. It is stretch time.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the game. I just want to be at the game. I would like to eat at the game. I like popcorn and candy, and the whole team has a gang!
Boom.
Thank you, Shark.
I love it. You're welcome. I love that one as well. Thank you, TARDIS, for the suggestion. So I don't know when I'll be able to play again because my hand is still hurting very badly. Even worse today than yesterday.
Drive into the right center by Mankata. Oh, cracked down nicely.
No.
Not Dikembe Mutombo, but it's Darling Marte making the nice running snag out here to get the inning started.
Didn't see a finger wag there, did we?
There should have been a finger wag with that. And with that, I'll step on out. Again, loving seeing the Sox behind. Haha.
All right. I appreciate the positivity. I know you don't.
Not even a little bit, no.
Diamondbacks warming up two guys, the setup men for this team, Yohan Lopez and Archie Bradley. We saw the new closer for this team acquired earlier this month, Giovanni Gallegos, make his debut in Sedona Red. Got a ground out and 2 strikeouts to start off his Diamondbacks career.
RC Kelly also with a great pitch count here, giving up less hits than Dunning has. So once again, good control from both starters today.
Man, this is exactly the game I figured tomorrow was going to be. And because that's the case, you know as well as I do that it's going to be like a 7-8 game.
I'm looking forward to it, yes.
That one's on the ground, and Marte is there behind that second base bag to make the stop toss in time for the second out of the inning.
Looks like Edwin just hip checked the first base umpire.
Pretty sure that's like a capital offense, right?
Basically, yes.
Pretty sure they will behead you for that.
Eloy with 2 pop-outs. Let's see if he can push the ball at least to the left side of the infield this time.
See what he's got. Popped out to first base and second base so far. Does he have third base in him, folks? 1-0 the count here from Kelly.
We're hopeful.
Hey man, I'll take an exciting game here. Give me a drive down the left field line. Just for funsies. I'll be that gross guy. I'll wish ill will on myself here. That would have been something to turn and burn on.
Yeah, we need to see a couple base runners here so we don't have the end of the lineup and turn it over in the ninth inning. We'd like to see a couple guys get on so we see Anderson and Encarnacion again in the ninth.
As he's late to that one, fastball low in the zone, fouled off, 2-2. Kelly, as you said, just hit that 80 pitch mark. Just misses low with that one. Change up low, it looked like. Full count here to Jimenez. Kelly yet to surrender a walk today. As it's not a pop-out, it's a ground out there to first base. So Eloy Jimenez focused on pushing the ball today, not working for him as we are through 7.
Not even a little bit. And to repeat, here we see Kelvin Herrera, former closer for the Royals, if I remember right, or at least setup man for the Royals, coming in on his 49th appearance. That 2.58 ERA is a sign of really great progress this year compared to what he had last year coming off of his shoulder injury. So definitely excited to see Herrera have a bounce-back season this year.
No, man, they've done some good stuff with that pen. And, I think a lot of folks might say Cishek is, on the wrong side of his career. But I like what he's been able to do. I've loved Cishek throughout his career. Having Herrera there. Aaron Bummer kind of is a budding guy, too. I really like what I've seen out of him. And another former closer in Alex Colome.
Yep, and another guy back there who I just forgot his name, who has done pretty well as well. Well, we saw Cordero last night, and he's definitely throwing it hot and low. So
The count is 1 and 2.
As first ball of the at-bat, 1 and 2 here to Kevin Crone. Hit his first home run in 2020 last night. 1-2 goes high. 2 and 2. It's kind of weird seeing one team in black no matter what in this series. Diamondbacks tend to go with their blacks on Saturday. But it seems like the White Sox wore their blacks just like about 75% of the time last year.
It was pretty frequent, yes. Although this is their standard home uniform.
2-2. Swung on and missed as Crone goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. Dane Dunning's day is done. 7 innings pitched, 2 hits, just that 1 run on that solo shot. No walks, 5 strikeouts through only 79 pitches. That is the crazier part to me.
It really is. Although we didn't see Herrera or many of the other pitchers pitch, including Jace Fry. That's the guy who I was thinking of, because he had a great year back in 2018. Regressed a little in 19, but we're hopeful again that he'll
the bat,
be a better performer this year.
Shortstop.
So you see there, looks like if that means the day is done for Merrill Kelly. Pretty similar lines, man. The only difference is swap out a single for that home run. It's this is pretty much about a tough of a loss as you can take here for Dane Dunning, man. That is rough. As Ahmed wastes no time putting that one into the outfield. Jimenez there. So a 1-2-3, top of the 8th. Neither team showing much life. 4 combined hits, just that 1 run. Bottom of the 8th, going to be Grandal, Abreu, and Mazzara due up.
You're not lying. Here's number 24, Yasmani Grandal. Free agent acquisition off of the Brewers last year.
It's crazy, man. I feel like he's gotten around way more than a guy of that caliber should have.
Exactly.
See there, Gallegos and Bradley getting loose. Kelly out here to start the bottom of the 8th. Likely going to be Bradley taking over if Kelly gets into any trouble. Gallegos taking the 9th. Snakes fans hope to God that Kelly can get through this inning. So we know a 1-run lead is not safe for Archie Bradley.
Well, this park, especially in July, can explode. So you definitely want to have as much of a cushion as you can get.
Do we see our first walk of the game? We do. It is Yasmani Grandal taking the free pass here to start off the bottom of the 8th.
The first baseman, Jose Abreu.
First walk for either team here today.
That brings up Jose Abreu.
The big boo going on there.
Apparently, yes.
It was a 2-run shot by Abreu yesterday. That was the scoring for the White Sox. Just throwing that out there.
That's true.
See, I'm trying to be fair and impartial.
And to be honest, if Grandal is going to score in this at bat, it's going to have to be a home run.
That's going to be given some distance, but not quite enough. Just shy of the track. In right field, Calhoun makes the catch, tosses in to keep Grandal at first. Don't think that was going to be an issue, but you saw the cannon come out there. Now Nomar Mazzara 0 for 2 on his line. I got it down as 2 lineouts.
I do as well. So if I were the Diamondbacks manager, I think I'd probably bring a lefty here to face Mazzara, because if we've seen under control problems facing Grandal, Mazzara hits righties much harder than it is lefties.
The problem is, if you do that, then you've got to get the double play here, or else you're facing the right-handed Robert and Garcia, the switch hitter in Garcia, then you're going over to right-handed Tim Anderson, and it just does not get easier.
Well, by the time you get to Anderson, you can switch over to another pitcher if you need, but Robert hasn't really shown himself to be left or right-hander punishing, so I would go against the split on Mazzara.
I guess he's just going to play him careful there. As that one goes low, 2-2. Kelly trying for that double play to get out of this one. Trying to get out of this sub 100 pitches. Oh, that one gets away from him. High, 3-2 the count to Mazzara. Mazzara 2 for 4 last night with a double and a single.
Through 7 1/3, Kelly has only gotten 5 groundouts.
And there is one in the air, but playable by Starling Marte. 2 outs here. Yeah, a lot of flyouts, a lot of hard liners as well. Just nothing where the people aim. 2 outs, man on first here for our favorite here. The 9-hole hitter, number 88, the center fielder.
Yep, that ball went out.
Another one of the Cubans. Just stacked here. Just like slather some mustard on him and put a pickle on it and just call them the Cubans. I gotta say,
pickle on him.
I gotta say that is like my favorite sandwich, or that is up there at least for my favorite sandwiches.
I have to say I'm a French dip guy myself.
Okay. I'm definitely a Cuban sandwich kind of guy, man. Get that nice stone ground mustard, just the tang of the pickle, lovely ham and some cheese there. As that's down the line and hard, but just cutting foul.
So Shark is bringing up an interesting topic.
Oh, this is going to get fun. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Kelly gets out of it. Gives up the leadoff walk to Grandal, but they go down in order after that. 1-run game. Snakes got a chance to put a couple more on before heading to the bottom of the ninth.
As we keep with Kelvin Herrera here in the top of the ninth for the White Sox, pitching against the 9, 1, and 2 batters for the D-backs. Now, since Seth Beer's home run, the Diamondbacks actually have not gotten on base. So, again, Dunning and the bullpen have done a good job of keeping them there.
Kelvin Herrera back out for another inning of work. Work quick to get Crone, Calhoun, and Ahmed down.
No, that was a good pitch.
That was very good there. It's 1-2 there to Kelly. A lot of movement on that four-seamer.
Nope.
That's going to be in on the hands. Good job of Kelly to lay off that. 2-2. It's the kind of thing that'd tie up a guy like that.
Yeah, he could have earned first base on that one.
I was going to say a trip back to the dugout, man. You get a guy that's not quite as disciplined as Kelly's shown himself to be. Swinging, tying him up in knots with that kind of thing. It's full now to Kelly. Herrera sets and delivers. See, that's what I'm talking about. That inside pitch jams him. Grandal there to make the catch for the first out.
Now batting, the center fielder.
Sawdust in the right-hand batter's box now.
So, Starling Marte. Fly out, ground out, and line out to his name. Pop out time, right? Hit down the line, cutting foul. But, all right, Shark brought it up. What do you think? Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Count 0-2.
I'm loose on my interpretation of sandwich. I will say it can be a sandwich. However, if you put ketchup on it, you have no place at my table.
Well, that's because Chicago knows what a hot dog is, and if you put ketchup anywhere near it, just get out of my city. Go back to Indiana where you belong. As Starling Marte strikes out.
Herrera did a good job there to get back and put Marte away there after a longer at-bat against Kelly.
So this there we go. Somebody is wearing one here today.
Now
The pitch was like 78 miles an hour, and he stared at the pitcher.
Oh my God, that's something, man. 78 miles an hour to the hindquarters. As Ketel Marte quickly takes first. For the not so threatening Eduardo Escobar here.
Nope. Ball 1. Come on, I'll watch the game.
Takes a ball 1-0.
He's had a rough career against Herrera, too, going 2 for 13 with 8 strikeouts.
That's the kind of numbers you want to see if you're a White Sox guy. But now, here's my thought, or my thought experiment going on here, as Eduardo puts that one down the line. Going to be a long run for Eloy, as that drops down in front of him. So Eduardo Escobar picks up his first hit of the day, now 1 for 4. Men at first and second with 2 outs. But if I'm sitting here thinking, if I'm Torrey, we've seen just 2 hits given up by Merrill Kelly. And just that 1 walk. Do you put him in there to close this one out, or do you just put it in the hands of a lockdown guy like Gallegos and just have him pick up a save?
I think you might put a short leash on him, although you are going against the top of the lineup, so you will go left, right, left against him.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's spooky. It's scary, because it's not like this is meaningless baseball.
0-1.
Like I joked about it on the top of our prep sheets. It's like this very well could be a World Series preview.
No, that's down.
It could be, but to the point of where we are in the calendar, I think you would use your bullpen here, knowing that tomorrow the game you probably won't use a lot of bullpen arms, and then you've got a couple days off. So it would be appropriate here, I think, to bring your bullpen in.
That's true. It just after a big string of off days, Gallegos got some work last night. So if he came in and closed it out, that'd be 2 days in a row. And I mean, if you wanted to throw him out there 3 days in a row, you could. But we will see what Torrey's answer is as Walker pops that one up behind the plate. Diamondbacks leave 2 on. But we now head to the bottom of the 9th in a 1-run game. White Sox going to send up the top of the order.
We've scuffled today, but if you're going to have a chance, you want the top of the order up. So I'm very happy to see Garcia here to start the inning. Again, as we see on the screen, 2 for 3 with 2 singles on the day.
And they will send Kelly out. Ooh.
On his 100th pitch.
100th pitch goes high here to Garcia. I would have laughed so hard if they just yanked him there. It's like, nah, there's your 100th pitch. It's not in the zone. Just get out. Another curveball goes wide, 2-0. And this could be rough if he gives up a leadoff walk and gets yanked. That's looking very possible. Counts 3-0. Tim Anderson on deck.
He did walk the leadoff guy last inning and then got 7, 8, 9 out. So we'll see if he can get back on Garcia here.
7, 8, 9, just a little bit different than 2, 3, 4 as Garcia looks at the not-so-challenged pitch. Fastball just thrown in there, 3-1. Kelly pipes him back-to-back in there. So he's back in a full count. Oh, all these people and they're just blasphemy about hot dogs. This is getting me fired up. Payoff pitch. That's on the ground, and 4-3 goes Garcia. He will be held to just a 2 for 4 day.
Batter number 7.
So far.
True. I say that. All of a sudden, he's going to be like 2 for 8. Yeah, we go as that's just how the world turns. So it'll be Tim Anderson, 0 for 3, just like every other teammate that isn't Leary Garcia. Excuse me, Grandal is 0 for 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody in this lineup held hitless, minus those 2 hits by Garcia.
So Sox again making a guy look like Cy Young that you wouldn't expect.
And that one's inside, 1-1.
You know, considering how successful Kelly's been, his splits there on his balls and strikes are not as good as you would think.
No, man, he'll get behind in the count, get something in the zone, and induce that weak contact. You know, we've seen a lot of these Diamondbacks pitchers pitching a little bit more to contact. You know, kind of curious too with Mike Leake being a big part of the staff. You know, everybody seemed to kind of embrace that weak contact. They've got a solid, Gold Glove studded defense all around. As that one's going to be into left field, but Seth Beer is there, and the White Sox now down to their last out here today.
Yes, Yoan Moncada comes up, and to your point, the Sox, although they have not obviously done well today, they've only struck out 5 times. So it's definitely been an interesting formula that Merrill Kelly has had to get to this point through 26 outs.
Moncada represents the last hopes of these White Sox. Chart making me say one of my favorite words in all of condiment history.
0-1 for count.
Big swing and a miss out of Yoan Moncada starts off the at-bat 0-1.
Pitch
and that is on the ground. 4-3 will do it. Merrill Kelly with the 112 pitch complete game shutout, only giving up 2 hits to the leadoff guy, Leary Garcia. Man, and one of those was the first. It was the second pitch he threw all day.
Yes.
Little did we know 110 pitches later, that would be the ball game.
What a game pitched by Merrill Kelly, and there's no doubt about it who is the player of the game. And you see Adam Engel frustrated in the dugout because he knows that he wouldn't have been able to get a hit either. So,
oh my God, we can say the Q word now. That was indeed a quick game. That was just. And, oh my God, because we started late, too.
We did. We started at 10 or 20 minutes after the scheduled start time. So, yeah, very fast game.
Mo's saying it was an hour and 14 minutes, man. That is, that's quick. Oh, God, we can say it now. It feels so gross to, say.
Yeah, I did see a complete game by Mark Burley against the Mariners back in 2008 or so that went about an hour and 47 minutes.
Oh my God! Did you watch that Foolish Baseball one? But first, the highlights. This is the highlight. Seth Beer home run, one of the only hits in this game, and was the only run. Great diving stop there by Yoan Moncada. Prevented it from getting any more out of control. Acting like a one-run game is out of control. But Diamondbacks able to get a couple on, but Walker popped out.
They're just picking on Christian Walker today.
Apparently, man. Just not very clutch. Give me Daniel Descalso back. Give me that clutch boy. But there we go. That is the final out of the game as Merrill Kelly pitches the complete game shutout here on the south side. The Diamondbacks took yesterday very handily. 8-2 the final score. They squeaked by today. A combined 5 hits and just the 1 run as Arizona takes the game 2. Final score 1-0.
Tough luck loss for Dane Dunning today, who pitched really an excellent game in the defeat. Only giving up 2 hits and 7. That 1 home run, really the only big mistake. So again, good progress and good development from one of the upcoming stars for the White Sox starting rotation.
Man, that's tough. That's very tough. Man, like,
check out the Chicago notable players: 0 for 4, 0 for 3, 0 for 3.
Right, and there's Garcia there rocking that 2 for 4 day. Oh man, look at that line. How are you going to tell me that 7 innings pitched on 79 pitches with 2 hits, no walks is going to get you the loss?
Right. Shows you how inequitable that is.
Oh my God. The story of last night's game, we went over it. It was missed opportunities by the White Sox. It was, I think double-digit guys left on base. And just not being able to capitalize when you needed to. And this was almost the opposite. It was not being able to get anything going at all.
Exactly. And then you saw, additionally, Herrera coming in with a great performance, getting those 2 innings, keeping the Diamondbacks where they were to give the offense the chance to only have that 1 run to come back from, although they couldn't accomplish that. So, again, very happy with what I'm seeing from the White Sox pitching staff outside of that big inning yesterday.
Oh, man, that's just a good game, though, man. I remember, I've talked about it before, but just because it was a notable game that I was at. It was a one-hitter for Patrick Corbin, where Johnny Cueto, I think, had about the same line as Dane Dunning here. I think he gave up 1 run on 3 hits himself. It was a rough game for Cueto to lose, and it was just a Brandon Belt blooper. It was the only hit of the game, which is, I should hate him for being a Giant, but I extra hate that giraffe-looking dude so much more for that. Big long neck bastard. Hey, it's Aiden getting ready for the following game. If you love pitchers duels, you got to see one, and you're about to get another one here tonight.
Yeah, I know Cookie knows it. The Dodgers and the Angels always has been kind of a fun little matchup, but it's so much more fun when you get Clayton Kershaw and Shohei Ohtani. What a game we're going to see.
I mean, I hope just for viewers' sake, there's a little bit more offense than we just had. But at the same time, I don't, man. This is going to be fun.
I'd be down for a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel. I've had a couple games recently that have been pitcher's duels. I'd be down for that.
I mean, did you catch any of this lovely one here on the south side?
I saw the very end of it, and I saw that neither team was really able to get a ton of offense going. But it was a good matchup. The Diamondbacks and the White Sox, 2 teams I would expect to be in the postseason. So, it's a good old-fashioned. I mean, that's the kind of matchup you'd see if they were to meet in the World Series.
That's what I'm saying, man. If I don't get a Redline World Series, this is the one I'm hoping for.
That would be very interesting to see. Hey, it could very well happen. All they got to do is get into the postseason, and both of these teams have the arms, have the bats to make it work.
And speaking of teams with the arms and the bats, the Dodgers tonight in the next game, I'm looking forward to seeing that team as well.
Yeah, they have struggled. They came in a few weeks ago with a big lead over the Diamondbacks, and the Snakes have just kind of started winning. Dodgers are 3-7 in their last 10. That's probably, or rather the Dodgers are kind of just struggling, and they got to start winning games if they want to win that division again. Otherwise, it's very clear that Duggo and the Snakes are just going to take that division if the Dodgers can't claim it.
I mean, but that's how it's gone all season for the Dodgers. It's been that seesaw. It's a hot streak followed by a cold streak. And it seems
June and early July have been a repeat of April, it appears.
Right, and it's always happened when the Diamondbacks can do the exact opposite. That's how you end up with the way it's been. So now coming into play today, the Dodgers are going to be 4 back. At best, they'll stay 3.5 back of the Diamondbacks. But what? It was like 2 weeks ago, I think the Diamondbacks were 5 back, right?
Yeah, Duggo, it's amazing the run that the D-backs have been able to go on, and the Dodgers are just trying to get to what is essentially the finish line for them as the All-Star break, because they have had an absolutely just a nightmare of a late June and an early July, and they got to play 2 more games, and then hopefully they'll get a chance to regroup.
For the first time in a while, we're going to see meaningful AL West postseason baseball, or meaningful baseball in the AL West till the very end of this season. I mean, usually, Duggo knows this, it's usually maybe the Diamondbacks can sneak into a wild card. Usually the Dodgers are 14-15 up by this point. That not necessarily this year. I fully expect it to come down to the last day of the regular season.
Yeah,
no, it's exciting. No, you got it. You got actually something exciting. I'm fried from sitting here already.
You only had 1 hour and 14 minutes of game time.
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't pace myself. You guys might be like, all right, I got to talk for like 2 hours. I'm going to not be excited for the entire thing. And I come out the gate just screaming, dude. Like,
no, I went down to grab some food. You guys were in the 2nd inning. I come back up like 30 minutes later. It's in the top of the 8th, and I'm thinking, did Garrett like hit the simulation button on the PlayStation or something? I mean, that thing just flew by.
No, I mean, that'll happen with 5 combined hits between the teams, the 1 run coming off a home run. Oh, that was, like I said so many times, that's what I expect out of tomorrow's matchup. Bumgarner, the, prize starting pitcher of the National League this year, going up against Lucas Giolito, who is having that resurgence that folks had wanted to see for some time. That's where I expect,
no doubt.
That's where I want to see a 1-0 game. I didn't expect it between, 2 number 5 starters.
How about Merrill Kelly, Duggo? That was really impressive. I caught the tail end of that one, and I know you guys were really speculating on whether or not he should have been in the 9th inning with that pitch count pushing 100, and then he eventually would surpass it. But what a job by him today.
Dude, I'm just excited that he is that stretched out after starting the season in the bullpen. Lights out as a long relief guy. I think before the injury to Mike Leake, ERA sitting about 2.2 or something, and, a solid amount of innings pitched. We know how these managers love to go to the long reliever for some reason, like, all the time. If it's before, like, the 7th inning, they're like, long relief guy, it's time. So, he was doing a good job in that role, and I was so hesitant to be like, all right, get him in the rotation. But, after losing a couple pieces, it just had to be done. And he's done so well in that role, and it's great to see him in whatever role that the Diamondbacks want to put him in. He's able to succeed.
Yeah, no, it certainly looked like that he was really firing on all cylinders today, and I think we were just looking at the All-Star status, and looks like he will be making the trip to Dodger Stadium in a couple of days, as these teams only have 2 more games until their All-Star break. Well, it looks like, Duggo, we got about 5 minutes left, so if you guys want to do your sign-off, I know maybe you're feeling like you got gypped a little bit with the game being so short as it is, but you certainly did get some good action.
No, man, I think I'm just looking forward to Game 3 tomorrow now. I don't know about you, Frango. You got any more thoughts on how today shook out and what we're looking forward to tomorrow?
All I can say is I hope to see some more offense from the Southsiders and a chance to actually be competitive again in the game tomorrow, but get a W.
Either way, man, it's going to be something exciting. So if you want to see Game 3, tune in tomorrow night. We've got the nightcap for you at 10:45 Eastern. But coming up here, these 2 kids are going to take you off for a doozy. It's going to be Kershaw and Ohtani. So Aiden and Eddie, it is all yours, boys.
Take it away.
You the man. Great call. Great game. Looking forward to tomorrow, especially with that marquee pitching matchup. So, Eddie, you mentioned some of the All-Star voting. I'm not entirely sure how breaking this is, but we do have news that we are going to be in charge of selecting those All-Stars. To some extent, we will have a roughly half-hour All-Star selection edition of Bot Ball tonight coming up
Yes.
Not tomorrow, but on Monday before the Home Run Derby, we will let you know the starting lineups, let you know everything that has to do with that All-Star game.
Yeah, not gonna, of course, give away any spoilers right now, but uncharted territory for Bot Ball tonight, so looking forward to that. And Aiden, transitioning to the game that we have on hand, what a pitching matchup we saw in Duggo's game. Merrill Kelly, the complete game, but that was 2 5-starters. Now we have a number 1 starter in Clayton Kershaw and a number 2 guy in Shohei Ohtani. And in the Battle of Los Angeles, which is what tonight is, Aiden, be hard-pressed to find a better pitching matchup.
I would agree, and both these teams have the benefit. I know we talked about the Dodgers, the White Sox and Diamondbacks both have players that are going to have to fly to LA after Sunday night, and I mean, they may even have a home run derby or two in there. It's going to be very difficult for them. Both of these teams are at an advantage in that they're not going to have to travel more than a half an hour or so from one stadium to the other for the All-Star Week. So I think even though the Dodgers are on the road, this is probably best case scenario for them. And of course, the Angels, not much of a travel anyway. So both of these teams are certainly, anybody who makes the All-Star game from one of these teams, look out for them in the Home Run Derby or in the All-Star game.
Of course, the All-Star game in Los Angeles, but just not this area, not this stadium, as it'll be in Chavez Ravine. But now we welcome you inside Angels Stadium. Battle of Los Angeles action with the Dodgers in Anaheim for the second of 3. Of course, the Angels would win yesterday 3-1 and a bit of a nail-biter as we take a look at Shohei Ohtani, who will be on the mound first here for the Angels. There you see the numbers, making his 17th start of the year, 3-6 record, and a 3.3 ERA. Aiden, what do we like about him?
You know, he's just that solid guy. I'm not entirely sure if they've been batting him this whole season. Angels fans are going to have to help us out with that in the chat. But I know that he's had he's had a lot of games where he's started, but because of the MLB The Show algorithms, he's had to come out early because of fatigue. We're looking for big stuff from him today. It looks like a beautiful day in LA, and I actually just remembered they had the All-Star game here back in 2010 in Los Angeles at Angel Stadium. So ironic that the 2010s started in LA with the All-Star game, and the 2020s will now start in LA with the All-Star game, just at Dodger Stadium instead of Angel Stadium.
I did not make that connection, but good on you, as Mookie Betts will lead it off here for the Dodgers. And ahead 2-0 on Ohtani, and you mentioned it, Aiden, how Ohtani's has been suffering from fatigue once we get into around the 5th or 6th inning. This is a guy who didn't pitch last year, and the year before that it was Tommy John surgery, as it is a picture-perfect day here in Anaheim. 83 degrees, hardly a cloud in the sky, and also hardly any wind. As here's a 2-1 on the way to Betts.
I was just about to say that. You know, it's you certainly could tell it, even if not from the weather. Just looking around the stadium, it's a bunch of sun-drenched bleachers. A lot of tourists clearly in town for the All-Star game. It looks like it could be close to a sellout, and I'm sure that tomorrow's game will be the same.
A good start for Shohei Ohtani, as Mookie Betts strikes out to start the night, and that'll bring up Max Muncy.
The first base.
Yeah, we talked about fatigue. Certainly couldn't see it there. Beautiful strikeout. Great way to start the game for Ohtani. And the Angels off to a very good start. He's got that breaking ball. I love watching his curveball just drop off, and maybe we'll see it again. Not so much there, but we saw it in the opening batter with Betts. Betts is not a guy you can go at with a fastball too often. You have to kind of be very careful where you throw it, and he went a lot to that breaking ball, and it seemed to work very, very well, and it was really fun to watch.
And Aiden, it's a really lethal combination because he can get the fastball up into the high 90s as he blows away Muncy right there. That's at 99. But then he can also drop the curveball in on you. That's mid-70s, so it's really unfair for the hitter if Ohtani can have both those pitches working today.
Yeah, it really is. The hitters, even this Dodger lineup that usually is hitting balls all over the yard, at a very significant disadvantage. They lost the first game of this series as we get a look at the umpires for today. They lost the first game of this series. They're looking to bounce back. If they lose today, they've lost the series. It's not a great look going into the All-Star break. They really got to jump on Ohtani today and get a big win, setting up a very important rubber match for both teams. The Angels are 3 games under 500. It would be a very important rubber match before both teams head to the All-Star game.
Ohtani has done well to start the game thus far. A strikeout to Muncy started things. Now it's a 2-2 to Max Muncy. That is strike 3 called. And it's a terrific start for Shohei Ohtani. Back-to-back strikeouts to kick things off. And Aiden, he looks good here so far.
You know, that may not have been the prettiest strike, but hey, if you're Ohtani, you'll take it. Back-to-back strikeouts. This could be a long day for the Dodger offense. Justin Turner got to get a spark going. Look at that breaking ball. How pretty was that? And it's 75. Most guys can't break usually 80. That's their slowest pitch. He drops one in at 75. He's just unhittable at times.
Justin Turner, only recently back from that injury, which kept him out for around 2 months, which is why his numbers as far as games played, this is only his 42nd game of the year. The Dodgers playing in their 96th today. Behind 0-2 to Ohtani. What a job! Shohei Ohtani strikes out the side to start off the game. I'd say the kid from Japan is rolling, as we'll see the Angels with the bats when we come back here in Anaheim.
Clayton Kershaw getting a start. Really no explanation needed. Their star reliever, their number 1 guy, as Eddie mentioned earlier, it is 20th game this season, so he's gotten a lot of starts. He's only gotten a decision in 14 of them. He's 10-4. He is maybe not going to be the All-Star starter, but he's at least in contention to be one of the first guys in, and I know it'll be a sellout at Dodger Stadium. They'll certainly expect him to get some action in that All-Star game on, Tuesday.
Tommy La Stella will start things off. La Stella, Fletcher, and Trout, the top 3, as La Stella takes high for a strike. Interesting you mentioned the no decision, or rather how Kershaw has only had 14 decisions on the year. His last outing, he was brilliant. This was back on July 5th. He went 8 innings, only gave up 1 hit to the Marlins, but he would receive a no decision as the Dodgers would end up dropping that game 3-1. And that's part of what's really been the issue with this team. So much offense, and yet so much offensive firepower, rather, and yet just unable to convert and put it together. Here's a 2-0. Not a good start for Kershaw. He's fallen behind 3-0 to the leadoff hitter, La Stella, as we see Fletcher, who waits on deck.
Yeah, not a good look to start off at all, and especially, it looks like Kershaw's kind of kicking back and headed. Oh, wow, he missed that. That did not look like he missed, but he did.
Ricky Holiday not calling that inside pitch a strike. And the first man of the day is on as La Stella works the walk, and now David Fletcher will come up with already a man on. Kershaw yet to throw a strike.
I was saying he looks like he's kind of kicking back already and getting into All-Star break mode. This is a very important game, not only for him, who's likely going to be a competitor for the Cy Young Award and for starter in the All-Star game and a lot of different stuff he'll get this season, but for the team, they're 3.5, 4.5 back. They're never 3.5, 4.5 back like this. And it's very concerning that the Dodgers have not been their usual dominant selves. If I'm a Dodgers fan, I'm not quite in panic mode, but if there's a wild card game at Dodger Stadium, it just won't feel right.
Uncharted territory for the Dodgers for sure. As you said, we're accustomed to them being a handful of games in front of the Diamondbacks. Instead, they find themselves 3.5 back as we entered today. 4 now that Arizona just won earlier, 1-0 against Chicago. Here's a 1-2 to Fletcher. Hit in the air. This is going to be Lux and Bellinger, and it'll be Lux who will make the catch. First out of the day recorded by Kershaw, and that'll bring up the dangerous Mike Trout.
Yeah, Trout versus Kershaw. Likely a matchup we'll see in the All-Star game. Looking forward to that. And look at Trout, 339, 5th in the American League in batting average. Who hits that well? And on a team like the Angels, who could hit that well on a team that's 3 games under 500? He just continues to outdo himself. Now the Angels got to work on getting him a championship, or he will jump ship.
Trout would get the day off yesterday. He's only actually played in one playoff series in his career. That was back in 2014 against the Kansas City Royals.
And they never won it. They got swept.
Swept 3-0, absolutely right. Here's a 1-0. Inside strike, 1-1. Well, Mike Trout has a really remarkable streak. He's been in 8 straight All-Star games, and he's just made it 9. And in every All-Star game since 2012.
Yeah, I mean, we'll announce those full rosters on Monday for those that are looking for them. But, you know, there are certain guys like Judge, LeMahieu, Stanton, Kershaw that are kind of just shoo-ins always for the All-Star game. It'll be interesting to see, though. I don't know. I don't think Clayton Kershaw started last year. I think it was Hyunjin Ryu who started for the National League. It'll be interesting to see if Kershaw, Mr. Dodger, the guy you would think of when he's throwing for the when you think of pitchers for the Dodgers, gets the start in his home ballpark.
There is a strikeout to Mike Trout, so Kershaw, after the leadoff walk, has now retired Fletcher and Trout back-to-back, and that'll bring up Anthony Rendon, the Angels' prized off-season acquisition, hitting cleanup today as per the usual. Rendon, 278 on the year, was 0 for 3 with a walk yesterday. And that's another pitch, Aiden, that looks like it's going to catch that corner, but Ricky Holiday calling that a ball thus far.
Yeah, and we mentioned Ohtani's breaking ball. Kershaw's gone a lot to the breaking ball, especially with the star power that the Angels have with Rendon and Trout and La Stella in the top of this order. He's gone a lot to the off-speed stuff, and that one clearly inside. He's going to have to work out this zone a little bit before he can really start to work into a groove. And hey, one base runner, still yet to give up a hit. Good start for him so far, considering how it went with his first batter and how we thought it would start.
That's in the dirt. Good stop by Will Smith, the rookie back there. Well, Anthony Rendon is one part of the highest paid 3, 4, and 5 combination in all of baseball. Of course, Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, Albert Pujols. That's a lot of millions of dollars packaged into 3, players right there. As
yeah, and I think that's where you got to be careful. If you are the Angels, that's where you got to be careful. Get the highest paid 3, 4, 5 hitters, middle of the order hitters in baseball, and you haven't made the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs within the next 2, 3 years, they're going to start to have a revolt on their hands because they're paying these guys millions of dollars, and it just hasn't clicked.
Rendon, who's on the first of a 7-year deal, facing a 2-2 from arguably the National League's best pitcher. And he'll get a piece of it, 3rd straight foul ball, so Rendon doing well to work the count. If he can continue, Albert Pujols will be next. This will be pitch number 20 on the inning for Clayton Kershaw. No go from La Stella at first, and that one just misses, and now the count is full. Tommy La Stella started with the walk. He's at first. We'll be getting an early start on this one. Full count from Kershaw, and that misses downstairs. That is the 2nd walk of the inning, awarded by Kershaw. An excellent bat from Rendon, and they're at 1st and 2nd for Pujols. Well, Albert Pujols, Aiden, where do we start with this guy? He's someone who's been in the league since 2001, spent the first half of his career with the Cardinals, 2 world championships back in 2006 and 2011. Reaching the end of the line with the Angels as he pokes this one into right. Over is Mookie Betts, and at that very short right field porch, he'll make the catch about 10 feet in front of the foul pole, and that will do it for the 1st inning. Neither team records a hit. Both pitchers very well so far. We'll go to the top of the 2nd here in Anaheim.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Cody Bellinger will get things started for the Dodgers, who went 1, 2, 3 in order in the top of the 1st against Shohei Ohtani. Bellinger, Peterson, and Gavin Lux. As it took Shohei Ohtani only 13 pitches to get through the 1st, and we take a look at the heavy shift that the Angels employ for Bellinger. That's outside 1-1, and the Dodgers, they went so quickly in that first inning. No chance to tell you about the Angels' defensive alignment supporting Ohtani. Upton, Trout, and Goodwin from left to right in the outfield. As this is on the ground, back to Ohtani, who is an excellent fielder, and he's retired the first 4 in a row as Bellinger is gone to start the second. Meanwhile, around the infield, it'll be Anthony Rendon. He's at third. Andrelton Simmons, the 4-time Gold Glover David Fletcher, they turn it up the middle. Tommy La Stella's at first. And Ohtani is throwing to the catcher Alex Jackson, who's making his first start of the year for the Angels. Once again, heavy shift on Jock Peterson, who's got a lot of power, but only 12 home runs on the year. As the 1-0 is outside 2-0. Two-0 to Peterson, catches the corner for a strike. But Aiden Ohtani's still really dialing it up. We haven't seen a fastball below 97.
Yeah, again, good job for him fluctuating between the off-speed stuff and the fastballs. It's important to do that against a Dodger lineup that can hit really both.
2-1 to Peterson. Inside strike yet again, and now it's 2-2. Ohtani already 3 strikeouts thus far, looking for number 4. Peterson gets a piece. We'll keep it at 2-2. Jock Peterson 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts yesterday. Only 233 on the year. 2-2 from Ohtani. And Peterson strikes out. 4th strikeout already from Shohei Ohtani, who only had 3 in total his last start. And now already 4, and he's only faced 5 men. So Gavin Lux with 2 out. Dodgers looking for their first base runner of the day. That's eye level for ball 1. Gavin Lux, one of 2 rookies in the starting lineup today. He and Will Smith, the catcher. Lux tore it up in Oklahoma City last year. Dodgers AAA affiliate, hit .347. He gets the call with the big club full-time this year. .253 rookie season thus far. And he's played in most of the games, making his 89th appearance here today. Here's a 1-1. Outside corner, strike is called, 1-2. And Ohtani is on the cusp of back-to-back 1-2-3 innings.
This place would go nuts. There it is.
And nuts they will go. 3 strikeouts for Ohtani in the first, make it 2 in the second. 6 up and 6 down go the Dodgers thus far, as the Angels will grab the bats as we head to the bottom of the second. Justin Upton will lead things off in the bottom of the second against Clayton Kershaw, who despite walking 2 batters was able to keep the Angels scoreless in that first inning. It'll be Upton, Simmons, and Goodwin. 6, 7, 8 for LA. Actually, you can't really say that today, Aiden. It's got to specify whether it's the Angels or the Dodgers.
Same thing with the Mets and Yankees, with the Cubs and White Sox.
Yep. I think I
those
made
were
that
the only 3 that share a team.
I think we might have made that mistake on Bot Ball tonight when we recorded it last week. One of us said Chicago, and we were talking about both the Chicago teams because they had because they were playing each other in an interleague series last week.
Yeah, we saw a lot of interleague cross-city rivalries. We saw Cubs White Sox last week, and we saw Yankees Mets. So all 3 city rivalries played out within the last 2 weeks.
Good start for Kershaw here in the second. He picks up his second strikeout of the day. Upton's gone. That'll bring up Andrelton Simmons.
Yeah, Kershaw starting to work at that zone. We mentioned the strike zone's been a little off. What a breaking ball. Just missed. he's going to have to start really working on those breaky balls outside. It's not his fault. I mean, really, the 2 walks, the only 2 runners that have reached base. But in reality, a lot of those pitches are really borderline.
We've seen him not get the call on the outside corner a couple of times already. And now was behind 2-0 to Simmons, but will get one back, 2-1. Simmons 257 on the year, but not in the lineup for his bat. But because of what his glove can bring at shortstop, arguably the best in the business is Andrelton Simmons, 4-time Gold Glover, and could easily have been more in that competition every year, is the 30-year-old from Curacao. And he'll fight off Kershaw right there, and we'll keep it at 2-2. Clayton Kershaw on the hunt for strikeout number 3. He won't get the strikeout, but he will get an out as Corey Seager will make the catch just into the outfield grass. And the first 2 men are retired, and that'll bring up Brian Goodwin with 2 out here in the 8th. Excuse me, in the second. Yikes.
Good job by Kershaw. Remember, he struggled a little bit in the first. Faced 5 batters, walked 2 of them. But it looks like he's settling into a little bit of a groove, and that's exactly what we wanted to see, Eddie. We don't want to see any offense today. We want to see 2 great pitchers going at it, blow for blow.
Neither pitcher thus far has allowed a hit. Ohtani 6 up, 6 down, Kershaw 2 walks. But otherwise, he's kept the Angels hitless as Brian Goodwin will look to break that streak. Ahead 1-0. And now it's even at 1-1. Goodwin attack came up empty.
Over the last 11 innings of bat ball, we've seen just 5 hits. 5 in the first game, none so far in the second game.
The Dodgers themselves only managed 5 hits all of yesterday. The Angels a little bit better with 8. As Kershaw ahead 1-2 here on Goodwin, who's trying to extend and bridge to Alex Jackson, the catcher who's hitting 9th today. 1-2 on the way from Kershaw. Inside, make it 2-2. Well, Clayton Kershaw, native of Dallas, Texas. He has been one of the league's best for a very long time. 8-time All-Star, 3-time Cy Young Award winner. As once again, Goodwin fights him off. Very tough matchup for the lefties in this Angels lineup today. Kershaw and Bumgarner, and Chris Sale, all very tough on lefties. But Goodwin thus far doing well to stay alive. He's pushed it to a full count. But a strikeout will end the second. Clayton Kershaw has fanned 3, and both pitchers, neither one of them has given up a hit as we head to the top of the 3rd here in Anaheim. Corey Seager leads off for the Dodgers as we welcome you back for the top of the 3rd. It's the Freeway Series with the Dodgers in town in Anaheim to play the Angels. Eddie McCarthy alongside Aiden Blank. And we have seen some, well, last game we saw some pretty amazing pitching from both Merrill Kelly predominantly, who would go 9 innings, complete game shutout. The D-backs would win 1-0. And so far, Aiden, we have not been disappointed by this marquee matchup.
No, we have not. No hits on either end so far today, and Ohtani has struck out 5 of 6. If he can stay in this game long enough, it's going to be a great day for him.
Well, Ohtani well in line to do that. Only at 28 pitches here as we begin the top of the 3rd. Again, we've said it a couple of times, but the problem with Ohtani is he kind of hits a wall, or at least he has been hitting a wall once he gets to the 5th or 6th inning. Certainly what happened in his last start on July 6th, just 5 days ago, only would last 4 1/3 and would pick up a loss to the Tigers. The Angels would drop that game 6-0. 2-2 is the count here to Corey Seager, another Dodger hitter who is really struggling, only .231 on the year. That one gets away, full count.
Ohtani has not worked into many full counts today. Could this be his first base runner allowed?
The 3-2, and Seager will fight it off once again. Corey Seager's tailed off a bit in the past couple of years. He was an all-star his first 2 years in the league, in both 2016 and 17. National League Rookie of the Year in 2016 as well. As he pops this one up, right side, out is Pujols, who will make the catch, and that's the first out of the inning. 7 in a row, Aiden, for Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in the All-Star game. Maybe not as a hitter, but certainly as a pitcher. Get a look at that AL West today. We talked about the potential for an Angels fans revolt. Well, that is why the division's so wide open. Any one of those top 4 teams besides the Mariners could win it. I know the A's and the Mariners are next up, but you could see the Angels win it. You could see the A's win it. You could see the Astros, who are getting real hot, win it. Any one of those teams could win it. And the Angels fans' thoughts are, we have Ohtani, Trout, and Rendon, 3 of the best players in their position in baseball. Why are we not in this or ahead of this and winning?
You're absolutely right. With all the firepower and all the offense that they have, they should be a lot better than where they are, which is pretty much been the epitome of mediocrity. Sometimes a little bit above 500, sometimes a little below. They are 22-23 at home, 24-26 on the road. You can't play much more even than that. As a called strike 3 here to Smith, and Ohtani is on fire to start this game. He's sat down 8 out of the first 8 and 6 strikeouts so far, Aiden.
Unbelievable job from him. And going back to that conversation we were having about the Angels earlier, it's kind of like a Yankees-Mets dynamic, where the Mets are always kind of seen as the little brothers of New York, never able to live up to what the Yankees are doing. And I think with all the recent success the Dodgers have had, a big part of this Angels fans not being happy would be because they watch the Dodgers soar to the top of their division so often and playing back-to-back World Series, and they feel like we're also in LA. There's nothing we have or they have that we don't. Why can't we be doing the same stuff that they're doing? And I think they definitely don't want to be seen as the New York Mets of Los Angeles.
I don't think anybody wants to be referred to as the New York Mets of anything, especially with the way the Mets have been this year. Those back-to-back curveballs missed from Ohtani. Now 2-2 to Chris Taylor. Hitting in the 9th spot today as the designated hitter. He was 0 for 4 and fanned twice yesterday.
I would say in the past few years, in the past 5 or so years, the Mets, the Angels, and the White Sox have all been kind of seen as the little brothers of their city, because the Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees have been the 3 most solid franchises, besides maybe the Astros, in baseball.
That just missed. We've talked about it a couple of times. That outside corner to a right-hander and the inside corner to a left-hander. Pitchers on both sides, Ohtani and Kershaw, not getting those calls. 3-2 to Taylor. He walked him, and that is the Dodgers' first base runner of the night. First walk issued by Ohtani. That'll bring in Mookie Betts for the 2nd time.
Yeah, and he's started to have control issues out on the mound. Again, that strike zone's been all over the place today. Sometimes you're getting that corner strike. Sometimes you're not. He's up to 44. Gotta start watching out. Make sure, even though he's been really solid today, and there's no reason to think that he'll implode, you gotta be careful and be ready to jump in with the bullpen if needed.
Well, now it's the 2nd time through for Ohtani, starting now with Betts. This is a world-class lineup. Some of the best hitters in baseball. Look for them to adjust as Betts takes a strike to start it off. He was 2 for 3 with a walk yesterday. Betts alone accounted for 2 of the Dodgers' 5 hits, so 40% of the offense was the 27-year-old from Tennessee. Here's an 0-1. That is in the dirt, and it'll get away from Jackson. Down to second base is Taylor, who can run, and he is in scoring position with 2 out on the wild pitch.
Things beginning to unravel for the Angels. They want to try and settle things down right now. Make sure things don't get too out of hand.
That is down. Make it 2-1 now to Mookie Betts. Chris Taylor, very good speed. Should be able to score on anything hit to the outfield. That is high and tight. Nearly clipped Betts on the shoulder, and now it's 3-1. And after being ahead on Chris Taylor 0-2, Ohtani lost him and ended up walking him. And now he's behind 3-1 to Betts. That pitch had all kinds of plate, and yet Betts lays off, and you see the numbers for Ohtani this inning. Only took him 28 to get through the first two. But already, this will be his 24th pitch of the inning, his 50th of the outing right here. Ohtani and Betts, an all-star showdown. Full count. Betts will slash foul down the left field line, and we will do it again. Again, Chris Taylor on second, 2 out, full count to Mookie Betts. If he can continue, Max Muncy will be next. The 3-2. Back-to-back walks issued by Ohtani. And now they are at first and second for the ever-dangerous Max Muncy.
Max Muncy.
Not a great look for Ohtani right now. Only 3 innings in. He had a great, solid first 2 innings and looked like he might get out of the third really well, but his control issues have been plaguing him. Now he's got to go for the stretch. 2 on. Got to be very, very careful how you deal with Muncy here.
Max Muncy hitting .260. Was kind of cast off by the Oakland A's after spring training in 2017. They chucked him into the dumpster, and the Dodgers went dumpster diving, picked him up, and it's hard to imagine they could have been happier. What this guy has done for the Dodgers has been nothing short of incredible. Ahead 2-0 here on Ohtani. That's a low strike, 2-1. Day off yesterday for Muncy, who's hitting .260 on the year. That's outside, 3-1. The third straight batter that Ohtani has run a 3-ball count to. Second time in a row that he's been at 3-1. And he walked him again. So after Corey Seager and Will Smith would both be retired to start the inning, a walk to Taylor, a walk to Betts, and most recently a walk to Muncy loads them up for Justin Turner. And what a way this would be to break back into the lineup. A big spot for Turner here. Swings through the first one, 0-1. Well, Justin Turner is, for the Mets, the one that got away. He spent 2010 to 2013 with the Mets, and had really come on as a utility infielder, but was not the superstar that he is now. The Mets did not re-sign him. He was picked up by the Dodgers, and he has been a staple in the top part of this lineup for quite a few years now. Although behind 0-2 here to Ohtani.
1 ball, 2 strikes,
That's outside, 1-2. And Aiden, so many pitches here at Ohtani's disposal, but control has been an issue this inning. It'll be interesting to see how he decides to attack.
Yeah, this is a big batter. You can't let him reach because that'll mean a run will score.
Turner just
fighting.
gets the piece. And he'll leave the count at 1-2. No place to put Turner, but Ohtani is up 1-2. Outside corner, strike 3 called. And Shohei Ohtani allows 3 walks, but no runs. Middle of the third here in Los Angeles. And we have got a good one, still no score. Well, after the Dodgers strand 3 in the top of the frame, Alex Jackson will take his first at-bat in his Angels career. Here's a guy who spent 2019 in Atlanta, would actually only play 4 games for them, yet to record his first big league hit.
Very frightening, probably, for him to jump into this Angel lineup with such power hitters on his team. I mean, hitting 9th still.
That is hit into right center. Back is Betts, and he will get there. The first ball that has been hit into the outfield and taken for a ride from either team, but Mookie Betts runs it down. That's out number 1. And we'll take a look at the NL West standings, and we've talked about it a couple of times. This is uncharted territory for the Dodgers. Usually, we see number 1 and number 2 in the standings flip-flopped at around this time, Aiden. But the Dodgers, they find themselves 4 games back. They have had a very rough July.
Yeah, they certainly have. Had the Reds in town, got embarrassed. The best baseball in LA this summer may end up being the All-Star game.
Well, it is a little early. But if the Dodgers don't get their act together soon, you could be right, as here's a 2-0 to La Stella. Make it 3-0. La Stella batting for the second time, a 4-pitch walk, his first time up. And that's another 4-pitch walk. So Tommy La
Both of
Stella,
these pitchers having such control issues.
Tommy La Stella has had to do nothing but stand there. And he's seen 8 pitches and he's gotten 2 free passes. As surprising as it sounds with all the walks we've had, Kershaw's allowed 3. Ohtani has also allowed 3. Neither pitcher has given up a hit yet. As here's David Fletcher to try and break the streak. That is on the ground left side. Turner will throw to first and get the out. I believe La Stella was running on the pitch. And so Turner's only option was to first, but the runner will move up to second with 2 out in the inning.
Yeah, smart decision by the Angels there to send La Stella on the pitch. Got a runner in scoring position now for just the second time today. And once again, it is up to Trout to bring Tommy La Stella in.
So Mike Trout, who struck out his first time up, will take a big looping curve for strike 1 here against Kershaw. Was trying to fight his way through the third. Kershaw 1-2-3 second, put 2 men on in the first, and now has got a man in scoring position here in the second to deal with. That's La Stella. 0-1 to Trout. Big cut, but he comes up empty, and now it's 0-2. Mike Trout trying to extend to Anthony Rendon, who would be next. Behind the 0-2, and he'll lay off the bouncer. Curveball at 72, and it's 1-2. Trout, 339 on the year, got a rare day off yesterday. Back in the lineup today, you're not going to hold him out for long. 1-2, struck him out. Clayton Kershaw allows a runner to reach second base, but no further. We are a third of the way through, and both teams are hitless. And we are scoreless here in Anaheim. Cody Bellinger will start the 4th. Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank, coming to you from Anaheim in game number 6 of 7 on our Major League Ball slate today. First pitch swinging is Bellinger. He'll foul it off 0-1. Bellinger, Peterson, and Gavin Lux this inning for the Dodgers. As Shohei Ohtani would need over 25 pitches to get through last inning, but he would get through it unscathed despite allowing 3 walks. Bellinger tapped back to Ohtani his first time up, slicing one foul, and now it's 1-2. Bit of a down year for the reigning NL MVP, only 248 on the season. And add another strikeout to that. And for Shohei Ohtani, strikeout number 8 on the day. He's been electric.
Hey, that's a very good bounce back from him. Very authoritative out on the mound, making sure the Dodgers know that was a one-time thing. They're not going to get many more opportunities. And if they don't end up winning this game, that inning is going to be to blame. They had the bases loaded. They really should have gotten something going. Oh, that almost went out.
That was off the bat of Jock Peterson. An inside-out swing seemingly out of nowhere, Aiden. That looked like a routine fly ball, and yet this baby just kept carrying.
Yeah, I was expecting that to go out. He turned around like it was gonna go out, and it almost did. It was a few inches higher, and that ball does go out. Really great hit there.
So now the Dodgers have a runner in scoring position. That's Peterson, with Gavin Lux at the plate, who also struck out his first time up, as did many of the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani struck out 6 of the first 9 here today. 1-0 to Lux. Inside strike, 1-1. The youngster hitting .219 on the year with runners in scoring position. 20th overall pick back in 2016 from the Dodgers. And he's the guy who they expect to be the next big thing. Behind 1 and 2 here, though, to Shohei Ohtani. And for Gavin Lux, just trying to at least move Peterson over. He'll take that 2 balls and 2 strikes. He'll stay alive another pitch. Corey Seager will follow up Lux, as here's a 2-2. Strike 3 called. Make it 9 for Shohei Ohtani. And he's only pitched 3 2/3. We're running out of adjectives to describe this guy. Corey Seager with 2 out in the 4th will be the batter. As this is hard hit, but right at Andrelton Simmons. And Shohei Ohtani has been the story of the day so far. He is not allowed a hit through 4. Rendon, Pujols, and Upton in the bottom of the frame.
And leading up for the Angels, the third baseman.
Beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen. I should have said that Ohtani not allowed a run through 4. Of course, the double by Peterson would break the hitless streak, so I apologize for that. Clayton Kershaw, however, he has held the Angels hitless, at least thus far. Anthony Rendon leads things off, the former National, who signed a 7-year deal with the Angels prior to this year. High chopper to short, Seager on the run, nice play, 1 out.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Albert.
So Kershaw gets the first man here in the bottom of the 4th, and that'll bring up Albert Pujols, who is the ageless wonder of Major League Baseball these days, Aiden.
He certainly is. Not sure if he's worth all that money, but hey, he's earned it.
That he has. Pujols would sign with the Angels back in 2012 after a terrific career with the Cardinals. And we saw what kind of reception he got last year when the Cardinals would finally play at Busch Stadium. That was a really incredible moment when Pujols hit the home run and the Busch fans gave him a standing ovation. Flied in the air right field to Betts, who will make the catch for out number 2. And both these pitchers, Aiden, they have been very good here in the early going. In fact, they've been better than very good. They've been remarkable so far. Only one hit allowed by Ohtani, none so far from Kershaw. And the hitters have been at a little bit of a loss on both sides, with Jock Peterson the only one who's been able to break through with the double off the wall in the top of the frame. Here's a 1-0 to Upton. That is up the middle, and that's a base hit. Justin Upton will snap the scoreless streak, and this gets by Bellinger. Upton into second, and a costly mistake as Upton will take advantage of it. He'll go an extra 90 feet, and he's in scoring position for Andrelton Simmons.
Really good hit. Tough play in the outfield, but he does get to second. Would you call that a fielding error, Eddie, or?
Oh, that has to be a fielding error. Bellinger fielding on the charge Upton, I don't even think Upton thinks about going to second if that ball is played as it normally is. They call it an error on Bellinger. And now Upton is at second. Andrelton Simmons behind 0-1.
That's the ball.
That is down on the sweeping curve. Even at 1 ball and 1 strike, Clayton Kershaw, before becoming the Cy Young pitcher that he is now, enjoyed a pretty promising football career. As that's outside to Simmons. He was the starting center for Highland Park High School in Dallas, Texas, for none other than current Lions quarterback Matt Stafford. As that is fouled back 2-2.
Would be a really good sign if he can avoid letting that runner advance anymore and strike out Simmons and end this inning.
2-2 the count to Simmons. That's inside, almost hit him, and now it's 3-2. Highly doubt Justin Upton will be in motion here. And if Simmons can continue, Brian Goodwin, who is hitting 8th today, will be next. Simmons already a line out to short, now trying to bring around Justin Upton. Kershaw, that long set, and now he's ready. Full count on the way. And Simmons gets a piece, staves it off, and will do it again. This is pitch number 65 for Clayton Kershaw. A 3-2. On the ground left side. Nice play, Turner. And that will end the 4th. Kershaw allows a hit, and he gets to second, but does not come around. And we've played 4 in Anaheim. Each team has only managed 1 hit, and we're scoreless as we roll into 5. Shohei Ohtani's turn now to continue his very good day. As both these pitchers, it's like a challenge, Aiden. One goes a scoreless inning, and it's like he tags him in and says, "You're up."
Yeah, going punch for punch. I don't know if Ohtani's going to be an All-Star member. We'll see on Tuesday night. I would assume Kershaw will be in the All-Star game, but could very well see these two pitchers throw at each other. Would be very fun to see an all-LA matchup in the All-Star game.
Again, we'll have the entire All-Star roster, both National and American League, in a special edition of Bob Ball tonight on Monday before the Home Run Derby. As Will Smith leads it off for the Dodgers, Smith, Taylor, and Mookie Betts got a little caught up here. You're in American League Park, so Kershaw does not have to hit, despite being a pretty good hitter himself. As Ohtani falls behind 2-0 to Smith. Will Smith took over for Austin Barnes, who was the primary catcher for a bit last year after they let go of Yasmani Grandal. Already 9 strikeouts for Shohei Ohtani. And he's only thrown 4 innings. Now behind 3-1 here to Will Smith. Dodgers only 1 hit so far. That was a double by Jock Peterson. Now the count is full here to Smith. 25-year-old rookie from Kentucky awaits the 3-2. Gets a piece of it down the right field line. Over is Goodwin, reaching, and he made the catch. What a nice play there by Brian Goodwin, and give the fans an assist, allowing him to reach in. Outstanding play, and that's out number 1.
Those shades just make him look so much cooler. The shade, the beard, just looks so slick on this Saturday afternoon.
Now Chris Taylor, who was the Dodgers' first base runner of the game. He would walk back in the 3rd, and would be the first of 3 walks that Ohtani would allow in that frame. Dodgers would load the bases, but then Turner would strike out. which has not been uncommon so far today. I said a moment ago, 9 for Ohtani thus far.
2-0.
Ohtani, a guy who was signed by the Angels out of the NPB in Japan on December the 8th, 2017. As that one is fouled away, 2-1 now to Chris Taylor. Ohtani, Tommy John at the end of 2018 did not pitch last year, although he did swing the bat. Not swinging this year so much.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Here's a 2-2. Got him swinging. That is number 10 for Shohei Ohtani. Chris Taylor, the latest victim. And it'll bring up Mookie Betts with 2 out.
Fell right out of the batter's box. Lost his balance. Very good feeling for Ohtani out on the mound after that tough third inning where they ended up loaded the bases. Big strikeout.
We'll see Mookie Betts for the 3rd time. He has walked and struck out here today. Four-time All-Star, a World Series with the Red Sox, also a 4-time Gold Glover, is Mookie Betts. Although behind here, 0-2 on Ohtani. What else is new, Aiden? What else is new?
Yep. He always seems to get those strikeouts when he gets up in the count. And he throws so well when he's up in the count. Much better than when he seems to get even or down.
Oh, look out.
Not there.
Mookie Betts is not pleased, and I can't say I blame him. 97 on the shoulder blades. Unfortunate that he's okay. First hit batsman of the day for Ohtani. And with Betts at first after paying the price, it'll be Max Muncy. And Ohtani checks up on him. Betts also none too pleased about that. I'm not sure how I'd feel diving back, having to dive back when I just had to wear 97 either.
Yeah, wouldn't want to take one from either one of these guys.
I don't think anyone wants to ever get hit by a baseball, even if it's R.A. Dickey who's throwing it.
Forgot about R.A. Dickey.
Muncy now behind 0-2. Hopefully Ohtani can avoid what happened the last time he was ahead 0-2.
Was just about to say, let's see if we can change it up a little bit here.
At least for Max Muncy's sake, we hope he can. 0-2 to Muncy. Struck him out. Count him up, Shohei Ohtani. That is 11 on the day. Muncy goes down on 3 pitches. Ohtani hits a man, but he doesn't come around. Rolling into bottom 5, and we're knotted up at 0. And as Heidi Watney gives her sideline report with the mic muted as always, I'll turn things over to Aiden, who will take you for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and Heidi reminding us to donate to NAMI, I think they said the other day. It's actually not NAMI as I pronounced it in the last game. It's actually NAMI. What is that? National Association of Mental Illness. Great cause. And we're doing it all for them. Any donations, 100% of those donations go to them. 8-9-1, and it starts with Brian Goodwin against Clayton Kershaw, bottom 5, slashed, foul down the left field line. Looked like it may have hit off of or in front of the bag, Eddie.
Yeah, Brian Goodwin's the guy who was drafted by the Nationals and was, to be honest, he was a disappointment. First round pick, actually went 11th overall, but never really clicked in Washington. Bounced around the waiver wire, picked up by Kansas City, and now by LA. The Angels, that is.
1 ball, 2 strikes, bottom 5. No score between the Dodgers and Angels in front of a near sellout, it looks like. A lot of tourists in town for the All-Star game, which will happen on Tuesday, and the festivities actually begin tomorrow. Fouled away 1-2. Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, will be the first of the All-Star Weekend festivities. It's going to be a very weird little feeling, Eddie. We're going to have the Bot Ball Futures game with Zoe, and then there will be one more regular season game at 10:45 tomorrow night after our game is done.
That is strange. I believe it's our friend Duggo with his trademark Duggo After Dark, I think. Yeah, that's gonna be the wrap of that series.
And hey, it's a good one to go into the All-Star break with. It'll be Bumgardner versus Lucas Giolito, the Diamondbacks and the White Sox. This one /foul again. Goodwin, as we mentioned, looking so slick with those shades. Can't wear them at bat, but in the field just looks so great. Certainly looking like he makes $1 million. Base hit back up the middle. And he fends off the full count to start the inning with a base hit.
And Aiden, this isn't something that I noticed right away, as you gotta look at the numbers for Kershaw, but take a look once we pan back to our regular angle. Look how tough this has to be on the hitter. You have Kershaw who's throwing from the shadows, and the hitter at the moment is square in the sun. That is not the type of angle, that is not the type of sun angle, rather, that you want to be hitting any pitcher off of, let alone Clayton Kershaw.
1 ball, no strikes. Alex Jackson nearly had his first major league hit in that last at bat. Check back to first. Goodwin hustles in safely. Fouls one back. As you mentioned, Jackson was with Atlanta last season. Now has moved over to LA. And a very intimidating start to your major league career. Your career in LA here.
You can't say LA. Both of us have fallen into that trap thus far. We can't say LA because that can apply to both. It is confusing.
1 ball and 2 strikes, a runner on first. Popped up. This is going to head to shallow center, and Bellinger jogs in nearly into the infield and makes the catch for the opening out of the inning. So a successful out for Clayton Kershaw, and now he'll try and get that little ground ball into a double play.
I'll tell you why, while Ohtani, Aiden, may have more strikeouts, to my mind, Kershaw's almost been more impressive with what he's been able to do because his location has been a little bit better than that of his counterpart. And the way that he's really hitting the spots that Will Smith puts up, and you saw it right there. Smith wanted the high fastball to Jackson. That's exactly what he got. That's why he induced the pop-up.
One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bottom 5. Runner on for the Angels. They face one of the best in baseball. We mentioned he'll likely play some role in that All-Star game on Tuesday as Clayton Kershaw deals, and a base hit to left field, that is, as Peterson grabs it. Only the third hit of the day he's given up.
Well, Clayton Kershaw, first time he's given up 2 hits an inning, and it's great hitting, really, by Tommy LaStella. I was singing Kershaw's praises about his location. That time, though, missed his spot, and LaStella made him pay for it.
So runners on first and second, and Fletcher's up. If he can get it to Trout, it'd be the perfect situation for him to break out of his slump so far today. He's been struck out twice.
Yeah, this is not the part of the lineup where Kershaw wants to run into trouble. That'll help.
He might not have to. It'll go Lux to Seager and over to Muncy, and what an easy double play for the Dodgers. They leave 2 on, and we head to the 6th in the Freeway Series.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the third baseman.
So it's 3-4-5 for the Dodgers in the 6th. Beginning with Justin Turner, then Bellinger and Peterson all set to face Shohei Ohtani again. First pitch strike, no, a ball away. Again, that zone.
I'm telling you.
The umpire today has been very, very wishy-washy with that outside strike.
We called it in the first inning. Well, that's when we were first able to identify it. Especially to the right-handed batter. That outside strike just not being awarded.
2-0. Now 3-0. We talked about it earlier. Ohtani is at his worst when he's pitching behind in the count. He's at his best when he's ahead 0-2, but 3-0, he just can't finish off the at-bat. And he loses him a 4-pitch walk. Not the way you want to start the inning if you're Shohei Ohtani.
No, Aiden, it's not. And we've talked about a couple of times as well how he's been falling behind in counts. And yeah, that's going to be it for Ohtani. And I'll tell you why. It's because of the strikeouts. He picked up 11, but they're working against him. If they're really dialing up the pitch count, and you add that to all the walks that he's allowed, it's a great outing. But once again, he can't get past the 6th because the strikeouts and the walks, they work together to just drive up that pitch count. And the Dodgers are into the bullpen early.
So Jaime Barria will come into the game for the Angels. He's been all over. He's pitched out of the bullpen. He started, former Minnesota Twin. And now he faces Cody Bellinger, a very tough guy and a very tough part of the lineup to come into. First pitch, ball 1.
Yeah, and if you're the Dodgers, this is exactly what they needed. They were really struggling against Ohtani. Only way they'd really been able to get base runners is via the walk. Now it's a bit of a new look. And sometimes that really helps hitters. You get a guy who's been your kryptonite out of the game. Sometimes that'll wake the bats up a little bit on their own.
It'll be a 1-1. This is inside now, 2-1. Late afternoon shadows coming into Angels Stadium of Anaheim. Reminder, one more game tomorrow. Believe it'll be streamed on the botball.com website. No, it will not. But there will be one more game tomorrow. Peterson waits on deck at the countdown 3-1. That'll finish up the series. If the Dodgers can win today, it'll be a rubber match. If not, the Angels will go for the sweep. And then both teams will head back across the freeway for the All-Star festivities, which again begin tomorrow and will continue through Wednesday. And on our Twitch stream, it'll continue through Thursday. We'll have some minor league All-Star games as well. Bouncing ball that is going to cause Barria to come off the mound. It does make the throw to first for out number 1, but the runner moves into scoring position. Big chance for the Angels.
Well, if you're the Dodgers, you can take that as a bunt, I suppose. And that may be what they need to do in this game. They've only got 1 hit through the first 5. Base runners have been at a premium today, as you very well know, despite Shohei Ohtani leaving the game relatively early. Aiden, he was very, very good.
Yeah, I think even if he doesn't end up getting the quality start, he certainly deserves some sort of acknowledgement. And I would hope he ends up getting the win. I know his offense kind of hanging out to dry. Not there. Clayton Kershaw is jumping for joy in the dugout because Jock Peterson has just broken the deadlock and given the Dodgers a 2-0 lead.
Well, what a job right here by Jock Peterson. You can see that this pitch misses. The catcher wants that pitch inside. Instead, it comes out over the plate, and it's not a very difficult home run out there. Peterson turns on it, hands inside, and what do you know? The Dodgers all of a sudden have grabbed a 2-run lead, and 2 runs is big in this ballgame.
So now it's Gavin Lux. Dodgers leading 2-0, fouled away. 0-2. Lux was 0 for 3 last game. And he's 1 for 2 today with a double himself, and now strikes out for the second time tonight. Maybe not the best night for Gavin Lux, but Clayton Kershaw jumping for joy in that Dodger dugout. because the boys in blue have a lead.
Yeah, and Kershaw has the advantage of keeping the pitch count relatively low, a lot lower, at least, than Shohei Ohtani, who's now out of this game. And by the way, the run, or rather one of those runs, that's Justin Turner, actually gets charged to Ohtani. So his day is done after 5+ innings, and despite the 11 Ks and leaving with the game 0-0, he is going to be charged with 1, Aiden.
Yeah, that may end up meaning that he gets charged with the loss, because that run, technically, if the Dodgers win this game 2-0, that run gave him the lead. He may end up getting the loss, even though he really deserves a no decision at the very least. A ball and 2 strikes. Spurrier facing the 7-hitter Seager. Swing and a miss and a big strikeout to end the inning. So he strikes out back-to-back, but not after a tough at-bat with Jock Peterson deep into the blue sky. And it doesn't come down until it reaches the stands. 2-0 Dodgers on ML Bot Ball, and now the Angels, for the first time tonight, trailing, have to score some runs. Here's Mike Trout, the superstar for the Angels. EB actually noted this is a 2-game series, so the very best the Dodgers could do here is split. The Angels will be going for the sweep, but this is a 2-game series. One of those will play 2 at your place, 2 at ours. So there may be a few Dodgers that are either playing in or watching the Futures game tomorrow, because neither one of these teams have a game. It's just from this right to the All-Star break.
Yeah, that's right. We probably should have been a little bit more wise to that. Major League Baseball loves the city rivalries. They play every year, even though of the 6 teams rather who share a city, they are in different leagues, but they do play each other every year. The Mets and the Yankees with the Subway Series, that happens every year. Of course, the White Sox and Cubs, and now also our Freeway Series, which is in progress as we speak.
No balls and 1 strike to Anthony Rendon after Trout reached base to start his day. He struck out twice. Rendon struck out once and walked back into first. 0 for 1 today. Runner on first.
Nope,
and nobody out. Ball 1.
Yeah, Kershaw's got to be careful as well, because that pitch count, while it wasn't as high as Ohtani's starting the 6th, it's not low either. He's at 88. And so as good as these two guys have been, they've gotten in some count trouble. I doubt Kershaw will go much past the 6th, especially if this isn't an easy inning for him.
Two balls and 2 strikes, so Kershaw got him right where he wanted him after losing Trout. Wants to try and maybe get a ground ball to a double play. You see these keep the ball kind of low. Hoping for a ground ball here. Can't do it, though, and now they count 3-2.
Yeah, you can see Kershaw clearly pitching for the ground ball here, like you said. The question, though, will he be able to get it? Also, will they send Trout here on the 3-2?
Ball 4, that's up.
And he walks him, so now 2 reach base. Dave Roberts not the one to come out. Instead, it's the pitching coach, so Kershaw will stay in for now. But a tricky situation with the tying run now on first and the go-ahead run in Albert Pujols at the plate.
Well, this is what we like to call a time-killing visit, not an instructional visit. The pitching coach, Mark Pryor, only coming out there to give the bullpen some time to warm up because they may be needed a little bit earlier than they thought. See him walk very slowly out to the mound, very slowly back. This could be it for Kershaw.
Nobody out at 2 on. Bottom 6. Pujols v. Kershaw. Fouled away 0-1. Kershaw up to 93 pitches. This could be his last inning within these next 2-3 innings. Dodgers got to think about the bullpen. 0-1 with 2 on and nobody out, top 6. Fouled away now 0-2. This is a good spot to be in if you're Kershaw. You don't want to get behind the count too much, but he's well up right now and wants to finish out Pujols to get the big out. Maybe a ground ball, you get a double play. In the dirt, scoots by the catcher, but nothing going from either Trout or Rendon. Neither really fast enough to test those waters.
Give some credit to Will Smith there. Anticipates the curveball in the dirt. Textbook.
Ground ball, third base. They're going to go to second for 1, on to first, and turn a big double play. It'll move Trout to third, but Rendon is off the base paths, which is a big one for Kershaw. And now he's got 2 out and a runner on third as we get a look at this replay.
Well, Pujols hits it hard, but unfortunately right at Justin Turner. And you can't do it any better than this. Perfect throw to second, great turn by Lux. And Pujols does not move very well anymore. Wasn't even halfway down the line when that ball was in Muncie's glove.
Upton versus Kershaw. Upton's 1 for 2 today. I actually have him down for 2 strikeouts. I don't know what you have, Eddie.
I have him down for a strikeout and a base hit back in the 4th, which I believe was the Angels' first hit of the day.
Second, because Pujols hit a double right before that, but you were right. He is 1 for 2 today.
I have Pujols flying out before that, but you know what? We could both be wrong.
Either way, it's Upton, Simmons, and then Brian Goodwin.
2 balls, 1 strike.
2 and 1. 6, 7, and 8, the last of this Angel order, trying to bring home Trout and cut that deficit to just a run. Although 1 hit from Upton could tie this game.
Ooh.
Now 2 and 2.
High strike.
Two balls and 2 strikes. 2 out and Trout off third. Upton at the plate, looking to make it a 1-run game. And a shot that could have very well exited this ballpark, but goes foul.
He just missed that.
Fouled away again, so he's not going down without a fight.
Well, now let's see what Kershaw decides to do. I would trust Will Smith. Maybe spike something here. See if you can get him to chase.
Fouled away once again. He's continuing to fight it off, and he's putting the bat to the ball. Something's got to give here between Kershaw and Justin Upton. Kershaw now that 103 pitches. I would assume we'll see a Dodgers bullpen call within the next inning. Misses 3 and 2. You don't want to walk him here.
Well, if he walks him, it could very well be his last hitter. This will be 105 right here for Kershaw. It's his biggest pitch of the day.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Hit in the air to left field and down for a base hit. So he brings home Trout. What a big at-bat by Upton. And Kershaw gives up his first run of the night. He can still get the win if he just avoids letting Upton score.
Well, it's great hitting by Justin Upton, and it's a great at-bat. He fought off a couple of 1-2s and 2-2s, and finally Kershaw had to come to him because he didn't want to walk him. And Upton makes him pay, and the Angels are back in this thing.
First pitch, ball 1, 1-0. 2 outs, bottom 6. Fouled away, and now it's 1-1. This is a big inning for the Angels. With Kershaw
Honestly,
starting to diminish, the Dodger bullpen is going to need to hold strong when they come in.
this could be a mistake, Aiden. Kershaw starting to miss his spots. I think Dave Roberts may be going too long.
3 balls and 1 strike. No, 2 balls and 1 strike now. It's this. The only reason Kershaw is still in this game is because it's the bottom of the order. Simmons is 0 for 2 today with a pair of lineouts. He hasn't done much, and there's no reason to think he will. 2-1, runner on first. He's the tying run. Simmons at the plate. He's the go-ahead run with 2 out in the bottom of the 6th. Popped up left field. Curving toward the pole and foul. Oh, what kind of damage could that have done if it had been a little bit more straight?
Unless that was rhetorical, I would have said a lot.
2-2. Back up the middle, and now
Get
the
him out of
tying
there.
run to second. Everybody moves up a base, and the go-ahead run gets on.
Gotta get him out of there, Aiden. Again, he misses his spot. Simmons jumps all over it. They were fortunate that the last pitch wasn't a home run. This is hit hard. Oh, Dave Roberts, what are we doing? This is too long, Aiden. Too long.
Now Brian Goodwin, he would be insurance if he could cross the plate. Ball 1. This is a good Angels crowd. Well, it's interesting to see if this is just a bunch of tourists that are in that are kind of neutral, or if this is a really pro-Angels crowd, because, again, we can't hear the crowd sound, but you would assume this is a very pro-Angel crowd that's really excited that they could beat their crosstown rivals 2 in a row. That one outside, but he gets it 1-1. Blake Trinan and Adam Kolarek, likely within the next 1-2 batters, will come into this game.
Well, let's see if Dave Roberts can prove me wrong, but you know what I think, Aiden. Clayton Kershaw should not be in this ballgame. Not anymore.
Well, he's behind in the count. 2-1. This is a big, big inning. Bottom 6, and the offenses on both ends have started to wake up. After Kershaw and Ohtani both threw just gems to start this game. Here's the 2-1, and a swing, a late swing from Goodwin. He just gave Kershaw that pitch.
Oh, that's a killer. That is a killer. Difference between 3-1 and 2-2.
It was a panic swing, and the 2-2 is bounced right back to him. Kershaw gets out of it, and he could still get the win. What a way to work out of a jam. We go to the 7th in LA, and the Angels behind, but only by a run. With Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank on ML Botball. What a blast this has been. Eddie, we're going to call games for some of the featuring some of the best players in all of Botball over the next 4, 5, 6 days. This might be the best one so far.
Well, it's one of the best ones so far, Aiden, because in those games where the best players are going to be featured, these two teams have a lot of those guys. Of course, the Angels, they have the Mike Trouts and the Anthony Rendones, and the Dodgers, where do you even start with their lineup and how packed with offensive abilities it is? And then you can't forget about the bullpen. Kenley Jansen's out there, the starting rotation. Walker Buehler, who's having another terrific year. Clayton Kershaw. Both these teams are loaded.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Berea remaining in this game. He's kind of a long-form reliever. Remember, we've seen him start so far this year, so he's the guy you would want to get you through the 7th and 8th and maybe even close in the 9th, depending on how things go. Checked his swing. No, he did not go, so he stays alive in the count now, 2-2. And now it's 3-2. That's strike, or potential strike, meaning a lot right now. It's mentioned by EB that we're going to see these two teams play one more time. They'll play a 2-game series at Dodger Stadium on August 25th and 26th. that should be even better than this because it's going to mean a lot more as they head into September. Popped him up. It is the shortstop Simmons on the lip of the outfield grass. And 3 straight Dodgers have been retired, Eddie. Very good start for Jaime Barria.
Well done by Barria. And again, his job, Aiden, is really just to keep the lead where it is and give these Angels bats, which really have not woken up yet today, give them a chance to try and put them back in the lead, or rather take the lead, I should say.
He gets Chris Taylor to fly out to center where Trout waits and makes the catch. Taylor's actually DHing tonight. Be interesting to see if that stays true when the real Dodgers start to play. It'll be interesting to see who they go with as a DH because we are doing universal DH in this 60-game MLB season. I know there's talk about them potentially signing Puig back, but be interesting to see. They have good bats off the bench, and whoever they pick as the DH certainly will be looked at. Maybe if they go back to playing on the bench, if we switch back to the pitchers hitting, they certainly could be looked at by a team like the Angels who use a DH no matter what.
My guess will be Jock Peterson. I think Chris Taylor's glove is too valuable, and he's got too much speed to keep him out of that outfield. Peterson is a good outfielder, but he's a terrific hitter. And so I would say that at least if I'm Dave Roberts, I would DH Peterson just to keep his bat in the lineup every day.
No balls and 2 strikes. Barria deals to Betts. Now 1-2. Bases are empty. He threw in a slider there at 83, took a little bit off it. Betts obviously one of the larger offseason acquisitions for the Dodgers. Came over from a struggling Red Sox team, going from pretender to contender, and hits one in the air to deep left field. Upton is going to be there in front of the warning track. Tell you, there's been balls out there that have really could have gone, but hey, the Dodgers lead at 2-1. We're mid-7 stretch time in LA.
Your attention, please.
Kenny McCarthy, Aiden Blank, and Blake Trinan coming in for the Dodgers. First reliever out of the pen. Hey, a very quality start for Clayton Kershaw. He's going to get he was just an inning short of the quality start. Still, Eddie, he can get the win, and he would be in line for it here.
Is he short the quality start? Is it 7 or 6? I always confuse this.
I'll have to look it up, but believe it is 7. If it was 6, he got the quality start. Good for him.
I'm gonna say that it's 6. You could be right.
Now 2 balls and no strikes. Either way, Blake Trinan comes in. Good decision for the Dodgers. Their pen's certainly not getting a lot of recognition just because the arms in their starting lineup. Just see their starters are just so good, but their pen is usually pretty solid.
According to Major League Baseball, a quality start occurs when a pitcher pitches at least 6 innings and allows 3 earned runs or fewer.
All right, so it is a quality start for Kershaw. And hey, regardless of that, we would both think it's a quality start, even if it wasn't officially in the book. 2-1 to Alex Jackson. And now it's 2-2.
I'll send you a Venmo request tomorrow.
Jackson's 0 for 2 today. Still looking for that first career Major League hit. 3-2.
Well, it would be a very good time to collect it. Angels in need of base runners. Especially with the top of the lineup due up.
3 balls and 2 strikes. From the stretch. And Trinan's first batter is going to pop it into foul territory where Muncy waits and makes the catch for out number 1.
Well, the youngster just missed that one, Aiden. I know it looks like a foul ball just by the first base coach's box, but he just missed, really putting a number on that ball and knocking it into the gap. So good sign for Jackson. You know, we love to talk about the instant success stories. Aristides Aquino, to name one last year, what he did took everybody by surprise, the way he took the big leagues by a storm. But sometimes it takes a little longer, and for guys like Alex Jackson, that's what it's taking. He'll get there.
1 ball, no strikes. Fouled away, now 1-1. Gets through the hole on the left side, so a good little hit for Listella, his second of the day. He's got a base every at-bat, walked twice, back in the first and third, and now base hits in the 5th and 7th.
Just Turner a little bit slow to that ball, and you have to wonder, Turner coming off that torn hamstring, which is a very tough injury, especially for a baseball player with the grind that is the baseball season. Obviously, Turner coming back because they believe that he's fit and ready to play. That does not, though, Aiden, necessarily mean 100%. He's probably going to be fighting that for the rest of the year.
1-0 to David Fletcher, with a runner on and 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. First inning for Blake Trinan, and now the count 2-0. Upstairs now 3-0. So he's behind the count, and with Trout on deck, you don't want to put multiple runners on base. Trout has scored this game's only run.
I'd expect Fletcher to be taking here.
3-0, in for a strike, 3-1, so he does it there. Now he's got to do it 2 more times if he wants to avoid putting multiple runners on base for the big slugger from LA.
Trinan looking for a ground ball here. That would be most helpful for him. Have to be hit pretty hard, though. Fletcher does run fairly well.
3-1. 1 on, 1 out. Bottom 7 and misses. Ball 4. So now 2 on for Trout. And this is a big situation that Trinan's got to work out of. See if they end up rejuvenating that bullpen again.
And for the Dodgers, it's really pick your poison, because it's not like past years where you can pitch around Trout, because right behind him is Anthony Rendon. So you're going to have to come to one of them. Man, he's getting squeezed.
He certainly is, and that strike zone is not tightened up one bit. It's wide when you need it to be tight, and it's tight when you need it to be wide. That's kind of been the death of both Ohtani, Kershaw, and now Blake Trinan, and Berea as well. Bouncing ball, third base. They're going to try to turn 2. They did it last inning to get out of that big situation, and they do it again. Back-to-back innings where the Dodgers get into trouble, but the double play bails them out. It's Turner to Lux to Muncy, and we go to the 8th.
Your attention, please. Now
Back to the bullpen for the Angels, and Joe Madden goes to Brian Buckner. Believe that. If we need pronunciations, jump into that pronunciations channel if we're getting that wrong. But believe it's Brian Buckner, and either way, he'll face 2, 3, 4 for this Dodger lineup.
I think is it Ryan? I think it's Ryan. I could be wrong.
Yes, you're right. My screen was way too grainy for that, but hey, we'll deal with it. 41,535. I have to check the stadium capacity, but again, close to a sellout. To first base, it was a fair ball. And Listella takes it himself for the first out.
Justin Turner.
Nicely done by Tommy Listella over there at first base. That's where he's had to play here in Los Angeles.
So the show may have had a little glitch, because I'm showing that 40. Oh, never mind. I read it wrong. Thought it was saying 45,000 or 40,050. It's actually 45,050 the capacity. So about 4,000 away from a sellout. A good crowd for a team that's below 500.
Well, there's a difference between being below 500 in this division and being below 500 in, let's say, a division like the AL Central. At below 500 in the West, that's good enough for third place, and the Angels are only 7 out. And with all the talent on their roster, all they have to do is make a run. They have the capabilities to do so. They have the talent. Now we just have to see if they can put it together. But on the other hand, if you're below 500 in that stacked AL Central, you can kiss your playoff hopes goodbye.
Middleton and Anderson both up in that Angel bullpen. And again, I would like to believe that most of those 41,500 or so today are in town for the All-Star game and are not necessarily Angels fans. I would assume this would probably be as close to a neutral crowd as you'll have in this building all season. But hey, they'll take the fans anyway. They're paying the same whether they're in town for the All-Star game or not. Popped up, and it's a long pop-up that may end up clearing it in right field. It certainly does. A big shot for Bellinger. Only his 17th of the season, but the bat's starting to heat up for the Dodgers, and they lead it 3-1.
That is a killer, Aiden, for the Angels. That is the one spot you just cannot, and I mean cannot, go to Cody Bellinger. He gets the arms extended, and when that happens, forget about it. Didn't even have to do much work. He's so strong that all he had to do was get the barrel of the bat on it, and the bat did the rest of the work for him. You see the reaction from Buchter. He knows he missed his spot, and that's a big insurance run here for the Dodgers.
Well, the good news is that it's only a 2-run game, and the Angels were able to squeak a run by a few innings back. No, I was wrong. In the 6th, so 2 innings ago. Hopefully they can do it again. Joe Maddock got to be shaking his head in the dugout. This Dodger team just scoring just enough runs to do it, and they owe a lot of these thanks for Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, Kershaw was very, very good, and he had to be because Ohtani was, Ohtani was the more impressive pitcher as far as statistics are concerned, because Ohtani was striking him out left and right, but Kershaw was a little bit more economical, which allowed him to stay in this game a little bit longer, and it's paid off.
0-2, 2 out, top 8. Fouled away once again. Jock Peterson was in the home run derby last year and made it to that final round. We'll see if he's in the derby this year as well. Swing and a miss, a big strikeout there to end the inning. But hey, Cody Bellinger saying, I love LA, doesn't matter which ballpark. A big fly for him and a 2-run lead for the Dodgers.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And now Pedro Baez. We'll see if he comes in. At this point, it is a save situation for the Dodgers. We'll just see if Baez is the one to do it or if they call on Kenley Jansen. A very tough part of the order for the Angels, though. We had Trout last inning, so this inning it's Rendon, Pujols, Justin Upton. Not the 3 guys you want to face when it's only a 2-run lead.
You can see you can see Jansen is getting up. Pedro Baez is only going to be in there as long as Dave Roberts feels comfortable. The moment that it looks like Baez is getting into trouble, he's going to Kenley Jansen, because remember, they have the day off tomorrow. You can afford to use Jansen for a 5-6 out save if you have to.
Jansen may be another Dodger that's going to play in his home ballpark on Wednesday night, or on Tuesday night, pardon. I know he's certainly been an all-star multiple times in his career. Anthony Rendon may be one of the guys that's close to an all-star position. 2 balls and 1 strike to him. Going to see a lot of LA players, at least 2 from each side in the all-star game. Dodgers will likely have multiple on both ends, defensive and offensive. Or as pitchers and hitters, fouled away 2-2.
Let me tell you something, Rendon just missed that. Anytime that you see a foul ball that is ticked directly back into the screen, for a pitcher, that tells you I do not want to go there again, because if I do, I'm not getting that ball back.
Fouled away, 2-2. Reminder, All-Star Weekend festivities begin tomorrow, 9 p.m. It is the Futures game. There will be a regular season game right after between the White Sox and Diamondbacks, but Futures game coming your way at 9 from Dodgers Stadium. A big strikeout from Pedro Baez to begin the inning as Rendon goes down on strikes. Eddie, anybody you're particularly looking forward to see in the Futures game? I know we haven't really done a ton of prep for that, but any young stars in the major leagues that you're looking forward to seeing in that Futures game?
You know, Aiden, you are really putting me on the spot here, and well, the plain answer is no. I have not been on top of my minor league baseball as I should be. So we'll take a look tomorrow. I believe we're gonna have that one, and I think Zoe is gonna be with us as well.
She will.
Right? Nope. So we'll have a 3-person booth. First time I've been a part of one of those on Bot Ball, with the exception of when the Great Shark Shavery comes in for the 7th inning stretch.
Me too, and I think it'll be Zoe's first 3-person booth. So if we're a little rough to start the game, we're each going to take about 3 innings of play-by-play. Although I don't really expect much play-by-play to be done, because it really is just kind of going to be one running conversation with a play-by-play guy or gal bringing us to and from commercial.
Yeah, it's
really
more
just going
of
to
a
kind of be
talk
like
show.
one giant conversation.
Yeah, it's more of a talk show. Gary Cohn, the play-by-play guy for the Mets, I think phrases it best. It's like a spring training game where it's a 3-hour talk show around the game, or in Botball's case, more like an hour and a half.
It is a walk. Nothing they could do as it got by the catcher, Smith.
The left fielder, number 8.
Pujols goes to first, 1 out, and now Justin Upton. He represents the tying run. Simmons, go-ahead run waiting on deck.
Here's the one guy who's been able to deliver some clutch hitting today. Aiden. Knocked in a run with that base hit in the 6th. It was a great at-bat. And the Angels could use some more of that right here. They've had their fair share of base runners. They've just been lacking that big hit to knock them in, with the exception of this man right here.
Fouled away, now 1-1. Away, now 2-1.
Well, we've seen that you're not even going to get that strike if it kisses the corner. No way you're going to get that pitching.
Swing and a miss, and now he's up 2-2. You mentioned that Dave Roberts is going to that bullpen at the first sign of trouble. He may not be ready to do that quite yet.
No, Baez has been strong. Can't complain about his outing so far. But if he walks Upton, or Upton gets on, then the skip's going to have some tough choices to make, to say the least.
It'll be a 3-2. Fouled away. We'll do it again.
Yeah, that's the tough part here for Baez, because there's only so much you can do on 3-2. You don't want to walk him. So he kind of has to come to Upton.
He gets a big strikeout, his second of the inning. Pujols remains on first, but Upton down on strikes.
Well, that's a big out for Baez right there, and there's nothing fancy about that. There's no movement on it. That's Baez saying to Upton, then I'm going to give you everything that I got, and if you can hit it, great. And Upton was just behind it. Gutsy move by Baez.
Ball, extra tag.
Two balls and no strikes. Baez versus Andrelton Simmons represents the tying run. Pujols on first.
Ball 3. Come on, Angel, let's go.
3-0. 3-1. Now it's full. And a big pitch coming. 3-2. A runner on first. 2 out, bottom 8th.
Important to get a good jump here if you're Pujols. Gap ball should score one.
Winds and deals and flied out to center. Bellinger underneath it, and another big inning for the Dodger defense, which is really held strong tonight. We go to the 9th? No, the 9th. And the Dodgers on top 3-1.
Aiden, I'm no doctor, but this is a pretty easy diagnosis. As far as what the Angels' problem has been, they have stranded 9 here tonight. They've had their chances, but they have just come up empty at the biggest spots.
Buchter versus Lux, and now the count 1-1. Gonna be Lux, Seager, and Smith. Over to first, easy play for La Stella. First out of the inning for the Angels. Like you said, Eddie, just avoid giving up a run. The
Well, that's
Dodger offense,
easier said than done. Then again, the Dodgers do have the best closer in the business in Kenley Jansen. To my mind, he's the best closer in the business. The numbers may indicate otherwise this year. I know Nick Anderson is doing some pretty incredible things down in Tampa Bay. But in all likelihood, we're going to see Kenley Jansen. I'd be shocked if we didn't in the 9th.
0-1, a 3-1 Dodger lead, and Seager swings and misses, now down 0-2. Hey, Buchter's been pretty solid. Coming in a very tough situation when your offense just can't get anything for you. But he's been very good. The 1-2 is fouled away. We'll do it again. And away again. He just can't finish off this batter now. 2-2 as we look at the beautiful Angels Stadium. One of the more interesting stadiums in all of baseball. They just usually don't really get a lot of credit. Angels Stadium, one of my favorite stadiums.
Yeah, that rock/waterfall setup that they have, I think it's in left center. Yeah, left center field is really beautiful.
Popped out to left center and caught by Trout.
Up next for the Dodgers, the catcher, Will.
So 2 out in the inning, and Buchter looking to get this final out. Hey, it's not out of reach. The Angel offense has been good a lot today. They just need to start bringing some runs home.
Not out of reach, Aiden, but it is unlikely. Kenley Jansen not known for blowing saves. And the Angels will have 8, 9, and 1 next inning.
Down the line and a fair ball. A close play at second. Oh, they just missed him. What a throw from Goodwin out and right. Simmons nearly put the tag out at second, but just missed on a double for Will Smith.
Well, good eye, Aiden. This is an unbelievable play by Brian Goodwin. He takes the ball, bare hands it, doesn't even take time to set his feet, just fires that in. It's a strike to Simmons. And I'm wondering if maybe there were challenges in the show that we could have utilized one right there. I would have liked to see that one more time.
Ground ball to third, barehanded across the diamond. What a play by Rendon. A couple of great defensive efforts from the Angels. We head to the last of the ninth. Can the Angels send themselves into the All-Star break with a walk-off? How great would that be? The Dodgers, with only 4 hits as opposed to the Angels 6, Dodgers have actually gotten less hits than the Angels, but the Angels have they're not able to score. This is Kenley Jansen to come in, as you mentioned, and close things. A good chance we'll see him in the All-Star game.
Yeah, this guy has for a long time been one of the best closers in the game, and the Dodgers owe a huge debt of thanks to whatever scout or whatever coach in their farm system had the brilliant idea to one day decide to convert Jansen from a catcher into a pitcher, because Aiden, I'd say the move has paid off.
Absolutely, no doubt. 2 balls and no strikes. Jansen has been an All-Star before, likely one again this year in his home ballpark. He's had his struggles, and he's like any other closer, really. He's had his moments, and he's had his low points. But I think in general, overall, he's been very successful for the Dodgers and a great addition to their bullpen. 2 balls and 1 strike now. Now 2-2, a good start to the inning for Jansen. Brian Goodwin, 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Angels, trying to send them into the All-Star break with a crazy walk-off.
Good job
and
staying
now
alive.
The count remains 2-2. From the stretch. Ground ball third base by the diving third baseman. They go to first, not in time. Turner couldn't get it at third. If he had, he probably would have thrown him out. But it was Seager from the backhand who had to back him up.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Justin Turner coming off of that torn hamstring. The jump that he's going to get on the ball is not going to be up to the standard that we're used to seeing him at. Granted, that would have been a great play, but I'm questioning his jump right there. Only chance the Dodgers have to convert that is if the third baseman makes the play. Once it got to Seager, it was just too deep in the hole for them to have a chance.
Bottom of the ninth. Jansen against Alex Jackson. Be a great time for his first career major league hit.
Well, I said his last at-bat, he popped up to the right side to Muncy, but I said he didn't miss it by much, just got under it. Let's see if he can put all the pieces together now.
Low strike 0-2, and how much different would this game look if he had hit that over the wall or off the wall to bring in a run? 0-2. Ooh, he bit at what could have been strike 3, but could have also been ball 1.
Well, tough spot for the youngster, Jackson. Just got to try and shorten up and put something in play here.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1-2.
So now Jansen goes low on the off speed. Let's see if he wants to raise the eye level. Try and dial it up eye level.
Fouled away. We'll do it again. Strike 3 outside corner. What a big strikeout for Kenley Jansen to get his first out of the inning.
Aiden, I'm confused. Where has that pitch been? This game has now been going on for a little bit under 2 hours. Where has that pitch been the rest of this ballgame?
Again, the umpire has it's bad umpiring. I know we're not supposed to criticize the umpires, but it's bad umpiring. As an umpire myself for a very short amount of time, I can tell you, you have to set a zone and stick to it if it's gonna be more conducive, a zone that's more conducive to a hitter, great. If it's gonna be more conducive to the pitcher, great. You just have to set one and stick to it. It's unfair to just change it as we go along. Ball and a strike with a 1 out, bottom 9.
I think Aiden's gonna fix his mic here for a second. Rough time to have technical difficulties, but I'm sure he'll be back soon. 1-2, 1 out in the 9th, Tommy LaStella, who's had a very successful day. On base all 4 times he's been up. Behind 1-2. Grounded foul right side, and we'll do the 1-2 again. Ryan Goodwin started off the inning with the base hit. Alex Jackson just struck out, and now Tommy LaStella, who's in the leadoff spot, trying to extend. 1-2. And he'll stay alive once again, and you'll gotta give the Angels at least this. They certainly are making Kenley Jansen work for it. Another 1-2. Not biting is LaStella, and now the count is 2-2. David Fletcher would be next, although this game could end on a ground ball.
All right,
that is what Jansen is shooting for.
My computer's randomly overheating.
Aiden's mic still a little bit choppy. I think he came back for a second,
Yeah,
now
my
we lost
computer's
again.
kind of overheating for no reason.
Full count LaStella, and he'll foul that one off. 3-2 again. Tommy LaStella walked both times in the 1st and the 3rd, and then a base hit in the 5th and the 7th. Now up in the 9th. Full count. Outside ball 4, and the winning run will come to the plate in the 9th in the form of David Fletcher. And you can see Dave Roberts starting to get a little bit nervous in that Philly dugout. The guy who is the rock in that bullpen, Kenley Jansen, now running into some trouble. LaStella at first, Goodwin is at second, Fletcher at the plate with 1 out in the 9th. Strike 1. Good start by Jansen. Kenley Jansen,
All right, you should be able to hear me again.
Oh, there we
I think
go.
my computer was randomly overheating. It's done that a few times, but happened at the biggest moment of the game. A ball inside 1-1 with runners on 1st and 2nd. Didn't miss much.
I know. I'm sitting here saying, "Oh, I hate to steal your thunder right here. This is the exciting time of the game."
1-1, 1 out, bottom 9 with runners on 1st and 2nd. And Jansen deals fouled away. Ooh, that ball had been straightened out a little bit more. Fletcher at the plate. Runners on 1st and 2nd. Swing and a miss for the 2nd out of the inning. Oh, what a big strikeout for Kenley Jansen.
That's not fair. That is just not fair. That pitch starts when it's 10 feet away from the plate. It looks like it's right over the heart, and by the time it's in Will Smith's glove, it's on the edge of the line of the other batter's box. Unbelievable from Jansen.
Trout is 0 for 3. Uncharacteristic of him today. But you know what? It would be a great time to start to heat up.
to get a
Ball
good
one,
jump.
1-1. That was not a message to my laptop. That was a message to Mike Trout, not to my laptop. It would be a bad time for my laptop to start heating up.
Remember, you're going to be running on contact. La Stella at first has to get a good jump. You need to score on a ball in the gap.
Base hit, back up. No, it's flipped to second to end the game. My screen froze for a second, but it was snapped by the shortstop, Seager, and the Dodgers manage a split with the Angels, although it came right down to the wire.
Yeah, well, this was not an easy win for the Dodgers on any front. You'd still like them to score a little bit more and rely on the long ball a little bit less. Their only offense today, the 2-run home run from Jock Peterson, who had a big day. He's my pick for player of the game with a 2-run home run and a double. And then the only other offense, Cody Bellinger, that solo shot in the 8th. And then Clayton Kershaw and friends will take them the rest of the way. So this is a team who goes limping into the All-Star break, but at least they get to go in with a win.
Here now is our final line score this afternoon.
And as suspected, Jock Peterson, our player of the game. And Aiden, I think we're gonna see some highlights. So I don't know if we want to split these or we can walk through them, whatever we want to do.
Whatever you want to do. We did get a good start from Ohtani. He struck out a whole lot of batters. 4 of his first 5 in this game.
Ohtani would strike out 4 of his first 5 and then 6 of his first 9. He would end up with 11 on the day. Here's another one to Chris Taylor. This is in the top of the 5th, mind you. And yeah, Shohei Ohtani was rolling, no other way to put it. He would not actually give up a run himself, but right here he would be charged with one. Jock Peterson, the 2-run shot, one would be charged to Trinan, the other would be one would be charged to Berea, the other to Trinan. That would put the Dodgers up 2-0, but then they'd come back a little bit.
Yeah, BJ Upton lining to left for a single, and then Trout ending what could have been a big inning for them into a double play. The Dodgers had back-to-back innings where double plays ended what could have been disastrous situations. And the lead was still 2-1. Cody Bellinger made it 3-1. He might have been my runner-up for player of the game. A big home run to right, even though Peterson was the one that really, without his hit, the Dodgers wouldn't have won the game. But Bellinger added that insurance that really gave the Dodgers some confidence. Kenley Jansen ran into some problems late, but he does get a strikeout in the 9th. And then a batter later, Trout nearly made it a 1-run game. But Seager was playing a little bit further to the left, to his right, but to our left than usual, and was able to make a play. So Peterson, the player of the game. Clayton Kershaw gets the win. Shohei Ohtani, a very tough loss. Didn't really deserve it. And Kenley Jansen, the save. Brother Beard, Matt Price, not sure you guys will be able to. You got 2 very tough acts to follow between the Diamondbacks and White Sox and now the All-LA matchup. You think your game can live up to the hype?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you've been paying attention to this series so far, but Seattle's been able to pull out 2 victories against these Athletics in the first couple of games of this set. I'm excited for this one. You know, we're going to see... What are they putting in the water over there in Oakland, Brother Beard? The Mariners 2 in a row? Well, we're in Seattle, and the water is filtered by the rainforest in which we are surrounded by on the regular. And I don't know if you know this, but it rains in Seattle quite a bit.
Yeah.
It rains a lot here, so you know, we're all set on water.
Hey, I'll tell you, this is like typical A's. They always seem to tense up and fail in the biggest moments possible. Usually that's the playoffs, but the A's had like a multiple like a 10 or something game lead early in the regular season, and it's just slowly diminished. And the Angels lost today. That's a good sign for Oakland, but still, it's just the Astros are hot on their tail. This seems like typical A baseball.
That's the thing, though, Aiden, is that when you think about it, just like every player goes through a tough stretch, every team at some point or two will go through a tough stretch as well. Now, today, Oakland does have their ace on the mound, and that is Mike Fiers. He could be the guy that could get Oakland at least back on track for the night and maybe start something new. Right now, the A's, they're just going through a rough patch, but as long as they're able to continue providing the offense and just get the pitching that they've needed over the past couple of games, then they'll be back to extending their lead in the AL West. Right now, obviously, they are in first place, looking to really extend their separation with the Angels and Astros.
Well, hey, we're going to hand it off to you guys, but a really good win for the Dodgers. They take it 3-1. They'll head back across the freeway, probably check out the Futures game, and then start the All-Star festivities tomorrow. For Eddie McCarthy, I'm Aiden Blank. Dodgers win it 3-1 in the finale of a 2-game series. They split that series, and we will send you to another series. This one still on the West Coast. We'll just go up a bit. The Oakland Athletics and the Mariners. Brother Beard, Matt Price, enjoy.
Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, Eddie. Another wonderful call as we get ready for Game 3 here in Seattle. It's going to be the Mariners and the Athletics. Marco Gonzales is going to get his 20th start on the season, looking to turn around a poor performance in his last few outings. A 6-9 record to his name across those 19 starts. ERA sitting about 4.09 across about 106 innings of work. Looking for a good outing here today against these Athletics. Hopefully with plenty of run support from the lineup and his offense behind him. First pitch is going to get across here at 7:59 here at T-Mobile Park. Strike one on Marcus Semien.
And 10:59 here in New York.
Quickly 0-2 here from Marco Gonzales. Of course, Marco, known about the clubhouse as the foundational building blocks in which they're building this rotation around. He induces the ground ball here to get the first out on Semien, one away. And you know, when you think about about that fact in particular, and realize that Marco Gonzales only has 3 years experience pitching at the major league level. This is such a young team, and there's so much raw talent and desire to grow and be the best, that it's going to be exciting to see this team grow up over the next couple of years.
I totally agree with that. And look, in my view, the Seattle Mariners do have promise. They have promise in them. They've got great talent. I will never forget the team they had a couple years ago when they won 60 games in the first half of the season. Obviously, that team was unable to make the playoffs after a terrible second half of the year. But this is a Seattle team that does have a good farm system and is able to really make some noise no matter what part of the year it is. And this is a team that can also play spoiler, in my view. Obviously, they played spoiler so far in this series, winning the first 2 games over the first place A's. So again, this team has some promise in them. And so far, when it comes to Marco Gonzales, 3 years experience, so far he's off to a pretty decent start, getting the leadoff hitter Semien.
2-2 pitch here to Mark Hanna gets him swinging through. That's going to be Marco's first strikeout of the ball game.
That is third.
A good breaking ball over the outside corner here. Gets him to chase it. No way he's going to get good contact on that. And he doesn't even come close. There's 2 away here to start off this ball game. That's going to bring up Chris Davis. And the home plate umpire is going to call that ball 1.
Very questionable call in that first pitch of the at-bat.
Well, he gets this one over to even the count at 1 now.
And this is the batter Gonzales wants to retire. That way he could have a very quick first inning. Chris Davis right now 5th in the AL in home runs with 25 on the year. One of the most feared hitters in the American League, if not in the entire MLB.
So this is something, or this is a batter who you really, really want to get out and just make sure that you're off to a decent start.
We'll see a 2-1 pitch here from Marco now. Fouled off to even the count. You say Davis at 5th in home runs is sitting at 25. There's a couple of other guys on this lineup in particular with not much less. Canna, Olsen, and Chapman all sitting with over 20 home runs on the season. This whole lineup can hit, when they're not striking out, as he does right here. A quick inning from Marco Gonzales to start off this appearance. We'll go to the bottom of the first, and Mike Fiers getting his 20th appearance here in Seattle. A 2.39 ERA with a 10-6 record. This guy has been an absolute workhorse and is doing something special here this season for Oakland.
And look at where he's at right now. His whip is just fantastic, a 1.23, not to mention 4 strikeouts away from 100 on the year. This pitcher, Mike Fiers, has not only become the ace of the A's, he's become one of the best pitchers in all of baseball during his time with Milwaukee, during his time with Houston, and now during his time with the A's. Spectacular numbers on the mound. He's also obviously a good teammate off the field as well. And right now he's trying to help pick up where Oakland left off before entering Seattle.
The 1-1 pitch here. Malik Smith is going to foul it off. And, you talk about guys that are really excelling in their role for their team. Mike Fiers is one of them. Malik Smith is another, leading the entire major leagues in stolen bases.
And this is not the guy you want on base, even if he's leading off an inning, because if he's on base, he will cause trouble on the base paths.
Well, Mike Fiers lucks out here, or rather does good work getting Malik Smith to strike out here to lead off the bottom of the first. It's going to bring in Kyle Lewis. This young guy's got a lot of power and a lot of pop off that bat.
Count 1-0.
Lewis, 13 home runs on the year, batting at .266. He is having a lot of fun here in 2020.
The 1-0 pitch in there for strike one. And Lewis got off to a really hot start in the first couple of months of this season, recording a 3.50, 3.60 ERA. I'm sorry, not ERA. Batting average, and it's cooled off since. As you can see, it's come down quite a bit, but he has definitely got a lot of potential in that bat of his. He strikes out swinging, chasing the ball outside. Try and say a nice thing about him, and he goes and makes me a liar.
And look, I mean, as we mentioned just now with Aiden Blank and Eddie McCarthy, your players are going to go through tough breaks. They're going to go through bad stretches. And obviously, Kyle Lewis is a guy with that strikeout there, is continuing to have a bit of a bad stretch. But, don't count him out. They're going to turn it around.
Oh, yeah. As I continue to lean on, this is a very young team, which is obviously not expecting to contend this year. We're sitting in the bottom of the division. We're having fun. We're winning some ball games. Only 41 wins on the season. As Mitch Haniger goes down, looking here to end the inning. Mike Fiers on a roll. This is a young ball club that's looking to build in the next couple of years. You talk about the real strength of this Seattle Mariners team. It's in the farm system. It's in the development. It's in that, it's in that prospect list. Matt Chapman's going to lead it off here for the A's. It's going to be a hard hit ball over to the third baseman. Kyle Seager's going to cut it off. An easy throw over to White. for the first out.
Batting fifth,
Marco
the first
Gonzales off to a good
Matt
start here in the second. 1 pitch, 1 out.
4 up and 4 down for Marco Gonzales. He's already feeling very comfortable on the mound. Only 14 pitches in, and so far, no harm, no foul.
You see there the defense over in the shift here to the first base side for the big lefty Olsen. Strike one here on Matt Olsen, hitting .264 so far this season. Big first baseman's having plenty of success at the plate. He's going to ground into the shift here. Austin Nola playing second base today, making the play. Two-way here in the top of the second.
The right fielder, number 18, Chad Pinder.
And that's the kind of start to the inning you want to have if you're the lefty Marco Gonzales, facing 2 powerful hitters in Chapman and Olsen. 2 up and 2 down. Not that many pitches in.
First pitch here to Chad Pinder is going to miss low, ball 1. This is the matchup that Chad Pinder is very familiar with. The 4 for 19 in his matchup against Marco Gonzales. Gonzales comes set. Delivers the 2-0 pitch. It's a high fastball. Strike 1. 2-1 is the count.
And Pinder did not like that call, but big pitch for Gonzales to get back into the count.
Swing and a miss. He's way out in front of this off-speed pitch. The 2-2 here to Pinder is going to be inside. Count is now full, 3-2.
Nope.
And he loses him here for the first time in the ball game. Chad Pinder draws the first base on balls against Marco Gonzales today. It's going to bring up Robbie Grossman.
My apologies, Beardy. Just want to say that was a great job by Chad Pinder to stay patient after Gonzales was able to fight back after getting behind the count 2-0, laying off on those breaking pitches that were inside the zone. And just like that, A's have a 2-out base runner.
Counts even now on Grossman at 1. Runner on first. Marco delivers this one, gets him to swing over it. Pulled the string on the changeup there, 1-2. 1-2 now. It's going to be fouled off. We'll see another. One-two here from Marco Gonzales. A hard hit ball up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. So a walk and now a base hit. Can Marco get out of this?
Now spectacular hitting by Robbie Grossman. And my apologies. Beardy Grossman able to just stay patient and just not able to lunge for that breaking ball thrown by Gonzales. That's the thing about Gonzales. His command can really fool hitters and get them off balance. But for Grossman, he was lucky to get a pitch that was able to hang up just enough to line a single up the middle and keep the rally going for Oakland.
Absolutely. He waited for a good pitch there. And, you know, the simplest way you can put it is he put it where they ain't. A ground ball up the middle is just as good as a ground ball down the line, is just as good as beating out an infield single. A hit's a hit's a hit. And now Oakland has 2 runners on here in the second, trying to put a rally together. Catcher Austin Allen's going to hit this one And that's going to get through for a base hit. Runner's going to round third and come home to score. The throw in is going to be late. And so that persistence by the Oakland Athletics here in the second inning gets Austin Allen an RBI single. Again, that ground ball up the middle.
And once again, another pitch. That was a breaking pitch. It was off speed, and it's the second straight A's hitter to lay off, well, not lay off on it, but wait patiently for it to hang in there just long enough to get a good read on it, hit it back up the middle, and Austin Allen picking up where he left off last night. A home run in the previous game, now an RBI single to start the scoring. All of this with 2 outs.
Yeah, the Athletics kicking in early here. Marco got off to a good start with the first inning. Got the first 2 outs here in the second inning as well, and has had trouble since, giving up the 1 run. We'll see a fastball in there, strike 2. This is the same sort of situation. He's given up the hits, the last 2 hits. A ground ball. This time he's got Evan White to back him up over there on the first base side. That superb defensive glove for the Mariners here. Able to get him out of the inning, but they do end up scoring the 1. As we'll go to the bottom of the second. Mariners still looking for their first hit of the day.
Leading off for the Mariners, the third baseman, Kyle.
It's going to bring up Kyle Seager to lead off the second inning here.
And Kyle Seager right now having a career year, coming into this game 5th in the AL All-Star voting in the second base position. He has just, or excuse me, the third base position. He's just having a phenomenal year, over 20 home runs, batting just below 300, having one of his best years as a major leaguer.
Kyle Seager hitting against the shift here. A fly ball hanging up out there in left field.
The designated hitter.
That's going to be an easy first out. Well, a little less than easy, but nonetheless. That's going to bring up the big bat of Carlos Gonzales, designated hitter for the night. Mike Fiers is going to start with a fastball outside, ball 1. Swung on here, 1-1.
Carlos Gonzales, known for his... My apologies, Beardy. First of all, I apologize if I've talked over you a couple times. I'm having a little bit of a connection problem with my computer, so maybe that's why everything's all laggy. But I was just going to say, when it comes to Carlos Gonzales, really well known for his tenure with the Colorado Rockies, one of the best home run hitters in the game. Obviously, he has been on a bit of a rough tear as of late. However, he is still known for being one of the best home run hitters in the game, and it seems he still has some pop left in him.
Yeah, Carlos looking for another shot at a major league season here in Seattle. Of course, here in the Botball universe, he gets a shot in real life. Of course, you no longer with the Mariners ball club, going for a significantly younger approach. 0-1 here to, well, a perfect example of that. Evan White, one of the top 100 prospects in the major leagues, here getting the start over at first base, the 24-year-old Evan White. Of course, sitting at number 56 on the official MLB prospect rankings. Of course, I would be remiss to not mention our top 2 prospects of Jared Kelenic and Julio Rodriguez, a couple of young outfielders, 20 years old and 19 years old respectively, that are, well, they're just looking fantastic. Excited to see them populate that outfield in the next couple of years. We'll go to we're through the second inning here. Seattle's still hitless. Going back to the top of the third.
Leading off for the Athletics, the shortstop, Marcus.
Hey, who are
And
those guys?
congratulations to Mike Fiers getting his 100th strikeout of the season with that strikeout of Evan White.
We're back to the top of the order here. Marcus Semien going to lead it. Swung on and fouled off 0-1. This one's lifted out into right center field. There, taking a couple of steps over is going to be Mitch Haniger. He'll make the catch for the first out. Take a look at the American League West standings. Seattle in the bottom at the cellar, 42 and 54. Just about opposite of their opponents here today. The Athletics 53 and 42, leading the division.
And even though the Mariners are in last place, they have been able to still put up quite a fight. Trying to get back into the single digits under 500 for the time being. As for the Oakland A's, have been on a rough stretch as of late, obviously losing the first 2 games of this series, but still doing whatever they can and getting the help they need to stay atop the American League West.
You know, and you make a good point. It is very possible for this Mariners organization to go into the All-Star break, under 10 games back if they win tonight and tomorrow. Sitting at 11.5 games back right now.
I got the count 1 and 2.
And of course,
And that's the great thing about baseball. Anything can happen.
yeah. It brings to mind, of course, the heroic run of a arguably much more talented 1995 Mariners ball club. Not even a comparison between the two, but they did pull off a historic come from 13 games back to overtake the California Angels and win the division.
And then they pulled off the upset by stunning the Yankees in the division series. That was the Ken Griffey Jr. and Edgar Martinez team. Very talented, young, and great group of players way back when.
And ultimately, the very reason why you have a Brother Beard in the booth with you here tonight, if it wasn't for that particular year in baseball, I probably wouldn't have as much love for these Mariners as I do, and ultimately wouldn't be here calling Mariner games.
Even when Ichiro made his debut in 2001 and he's played all this time in the majors, you probably think 1995 was the year that really changed it for you?
Well, yes, because and this is, if you've ever watched any of the specials that have been done on the Mariners, going to be a base hit into the outfield. Boy, those ground balls up the middle are sure kryptonite here for Marco Gonzales tonight. Another one, Chris Davis recording this one, a ground ball dribbler right back at the pitcher. And the reason that 95 season is so crucial is because, essentially baseball in Seattle was on the line. If they hadn't pulled that off in 95, there very well may not have been an Ichiro to in Seattle. Ichiro probably would have came to the majors anyways, but it very likely could have been not in Seattle. Well, Matt Chapman is going to put one into the bullpen here. A 2-run shot here puts Oakland up by 3 now. That's going to be his 15th home run of the season.
Well, what a nightmare for Marco Gonzales. We'll get back to your point in just a sec, Beardy, but that was a hanging slider that was right down the heart of the plate, and Matt Chapman able to hit it just out of the leaping try of Kyle Lewis. And this is the kind of start you want to have if you're the Oakland Athletics. 3-0, just like that, and we're only in the third inning.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is exactly the sort of outing that Marco Gonzales did not want to have here today. He needs to get it back under control and start striking some guys out and getting inducing weak contact, and not, more specifically, not leaving them over the plate like he has been. You know, he gives up the big hits and those big ground balls every time. Here we go, another one. Kyle Lewis not able to get there in time to corral it, so that'll drop in for a base hit.
Well, after getting retired in order 1, 2, 3, the Oakland A's, 2 straight innings, 2 straight 2-out rallies. You had the 3 straight batters reach base, Chad Pinder the walk, Robbie Grossman with the single, and then Austin Allen an RBI single in the second, and now here in the third, after 2 straight outs, single, homer, single.
Yeah, the pitching coach coming out to talk to Marco, trying to get things under control here in the third.
So anyway, back to your point. I see your point when it comes to the 1995 Mariners team and how, yes, Ichiro probably would have made it to the majors. You know what, I'll continue the point in the bottom of the inning.
Of course, that's going to be the third out here, but the damage is done. The big 2-run shot by Matt Chapman puts this moonshot over the wall, and the Athletics are up 3-0 here in Seattle. Yeah, that 95 season definitely, and further to the point, it was, I was 7 years old at the time, so it was very much a formative sort of a memory for me.
Sure. Also, let's also not forget that even though, yes, baseball was on the line in Seattle, as you say, the Mariners, there were still Mariners teams after that year that still made the playoffs. You go back to the 97 team, you go back to the team in, I think the 96 team made the playoffs too, correct? That was the team that played the Orioles. Or no, it was Mariners
I don't have it off
Orioles
the
in
top
the
of my head.
97. I got them mixed up.
Yeah, the 97 team is the one that won the division.
Correct, yes. It was 97, and then you have, I don't believe they made it in 98, but you had the Mariners team in 99, you had the Mariners team in 2000, you had the Mariners team in 2001, and by the way, those Mariners teams in 2000 and 2001 made the ALCS.
Yeah, and we're never able to put it together. Even winning 116 games in a season, still not able to put together a playoff victory. It was disheartening, and it's been a case of rebuilding ever since. There was a lot of really good baseball in there. From a lot of different guys. Ichiro spent a lot of really good, played a lot of really good baseball in Seattle, and single-handedly, I might add, revitalized a love in this franchise for a lot of people in the area. When Ken Griffey Jr. left, when Ken Griffey Jr. said, "I want to go home. I'm sick of playing in Seattle," that hurt a lot of fans. Myself included, a lot of people, whether right or wrong, developed, an emotional attachment to this team and the players on it, and the fact that Ken Griffey Jr. was our superstar. He's still the most sold Mariners jersey of all time. This is a guy that changed baseball in Seattle, and when he left, that had a lot of traumatizing feelings that came with it, and watching this team try and rebuild over and over and over again ever since has been tough, but also has given us a sense of, you know what? There will always be baseball in Seattle, and they're always going to be trying to put together a team of young kids. You know, I've come to accept that just because of the nature of how baseball markets play out. But you know, this is looking like a really promising team moving forward, and I'm excited to see where it goes in the future.
And just back to Griffey for 1 second, when you think about it, you know, what you said about how he wanted to go home, he wanted to go to he wanted to go somewhere, and in the end he went to Cincinnati. And the first time that he came back to Seattle in a Cincinnati Reds uniform, despite what he said about the Mariners and how disheartening it was to the fans, he still got a standing ovation when he came back. And in his first series back in Seattle since leaving the Mariners, he had 2 home runs in that series.
Yeah,
it was
and
like
the
old
crowd
times.
went crazy, and the stadium was full for every game that Ken Griffey Jr. was in the stadium. Was here, like it's whatever other feelings we have about it. Anytime we get a chance to see Ken Griffey Jr. play baseball in Seattle, oh, you better believe we're going to pack that stadium and
it's something special.
It is. That's exactly the right word. It's special. Much like this double play here turned 5-4-3 as we ignore the baseball game in front of us to talk about nostalgia. Seattle still hitless here through 3. We'll go to the top of the 4th. Oakland looking to pad their lead here.
So as we welcome in our sideline reporter, Heidi Watney. Yeah, it's very unfortunate during ML Bot Ball that we can't hear her voice, because I keep on saying that she does a great job with MLB Network, and even during MLB The Show and ML Bot Ball, she does a great job. But to continue our conversation, then you have to look at the team that I mentioned just a couple years ago, and also look at the team last year. So both of those teams had promising starts. In 2018, that Mariners team had 60 wins, 60 throughout the first half of the season, and then just had nothing going in the second half. They ended up finishing over 500, but ended up losing out on a potential not just division title, but also potential wild card berth. And then you look at the team last year, 1 year later, they began 15-2, and were homering in every single game, and then they just flat out lost it. And it didn't even matter who they played. They even took 3 of 4 from the Red Sox to start the season, the defending world champion Red Sox. And they just lost it after the 15-2 or 17-2 start. It was so mind-boggling.
Well, and let's not forget that in that 18 season, Robinson Cano went down for 80 games for a PED suspension. That really took a lot of wind out of the sails. This last iteration of the Mariners ball club, the Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, Robinson Cano,
Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, that incarnation of the Mariners, they took a shot at it, man. They definitely took a shot, and they made a huge splash bringing in Robinson Cano and building a team to win around him. They just weren't able to pull it off. Like you said, they were able to win 60 games through the first half of the season, and that was something special. That I believe that was the 18 season, right? That was also the year that Mitch Haniger went to the All-Star game.
Yes, that's right.
It was also the last healthy season he's had.
Right. As obviously we have the first 2 A's retired here in the 4th. You also have to think about the teams that came before that 2018 and 19 teams. You got to go back to how in, I think, 2 or 3 years straight, the Mariners were in the wild card hunt. They were at around 1 game shy, 1 win shy, with help needed, of course, to make their first playoff spot or clinch a playoff berth for the first time since 2001. And they just even if they won on the last day of the season, they were just unable to get the help they needed, or if they didn't win, they were just unable to get the wins that they needed.
Yeah, I remember watching that game in which they were waiting to see how a couple of other games would play out, and you know, they had gotten hot at the end of the season, so they were doing their part for the most part. I would say like 75% of their part to put themselves in the right position. You know, they definitely could have done more to get themselves into a playoff spot.
Absolutely.
But they were also looking for a lot of help. And I forget exactly which team it was, if it was Oakland or if it was the Angels. They were looking for them to lose, and they just weren't. It just wasn't happening. You know,
But I have to go back. I remember in 2014, and this was when the Royals made the World Series, first of 2 straight World Series for them. When it came to the last game of the season that year, there was a potential opportunity for 3 Game 163s. 3 of them. You would have had Pirates Cardinals in the Central. You would have had A's Mariners possibly for the second AL wildcard spot. Obviously, Oakland was able to get that second wildcard spot. And you had another potential wildcard opportunity. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I think it was somewhere in the West, maybe the Giants and the Dodgers. But anyway, you know, the Mariners, they had a shot. They had a shot, and they were just not able to get it. And that's the sad thing, is that, you know, the Mariners, it seems they have enough. But you know the old saying, so close and so far? Well, I feel like it could be a vice versa. So far, yet so close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been so much talent that has come through this Mariners organization. And for one reason or another, as much success as they have on the ball field, they are not able to put it together, you know, and take and actually win a season. You know, I think about like the Jack Zarenzik years, which include that 2014 season you're thinking about, and I think about a team that tried so hard to build around the likes of Kyle Seager and Dustin Ackley and Felix Hernandez, you know, and I see a team that just came short so many times for many different reasons, whether it be injuries, whether it be unwillingness or inability to go out and get the pieces needed to actually make a push. You know, the inability to recognize when it's not working, you know, that sort of a thing. And they've gotten a lot better about that sort of a thing now. Like they've taken a whole new approach with it. And you know, the best thing that's happened to this Mariners organization in recent years, in my opinion, is getting rid of Jack Zarenzik. You know, he had a very antiquated approach. And when we brought in Jerry DiPoto, it became more of a new baseball approach, as opposed to, you know, the quote unquote old way of doing things. Well, we've reached the end of the 4th inning, and these Mariners are still hitless.
We're heading into the 5th inning already? I'm enjoying this conversation.
It's going to go the whole way at this rate. Oakland doesn't even have to do anything for the rest of the game. We could just sit here and talk about, you know, failed Mariners. What else is new, right?
Well, I mean, we got to try and stay objective as much as possible, so I wouldn't say failed Mariners.
Well, I mean, have they won the World Series?
No,
have they won a playoff series?
Well, yes, they have won a playoff series. They've won playoff series. They just haven't been to or have won a World Series. That's one of the last steps they need to take to fully be complete, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely the only professional world championship that is missing from a Seattle sports organization.
Yeah.
You know, we've got an NBA championship from the Sonics. We've got an NFL. We've got a Super Bowl championship with the Seahawks. You know, we've got a WNBA championship with the Storm. We've got Marcus Semien drawing the walk. He's going to be on first base.
And the Sounders have an MLS title, right?
Yep, the Sounders also have an MLS title. And if you want to really dig into the Seattle history, the Seattle Metropolitans were, fun fact, the first American team to win Lord Stanley's Cup back in 1919.
Oh, really? You know what?
Yeah.
As someone who hasn't really watched a lot of hockey but does follow it at times, I've never heard of the Seattle Metropolitans. Thank you for providing me and our viewers with history.
Ooh, a hard hit ball right at Evan White at first base.
That's a double play. He tagged him.
Yeah, that's a bang bang play. I wish we could get a replay of that. Evan White positioned correctly right in front of the runner. The ball hit basically right at his glove. Just moves his hand back a little bit and gets the tag. Double play.
And
nicely done.
I have two things to say about that play. As we see Davis hit one down the right field line. You know, that's not only going to be on Sports Center, that could also be a Capital One premier play when it comes to MLB Network. That was just brilliant baseball by the first baseman Evan White. Just quick reflexes after catching that ball.
Yeah, and this is this is exactly the Evan White that the Seattle Mariners brought in. This guy is a fantastic first baseman. Probably the best option they've had defensively at first base since John Olerud. This kid just does everything right and is always in the right position. You know, he always makes those plays. Speaking of making a play, this is going to be a big double out into left center field. Oakland's going to put another one on the board. Matt Chapman with his third RBI of the day.
That was a beautiful pitch that he swung at. That was a fastball heading towards the inner part of the zone. 3 RBIs now for Matt Chapman. The second ball that he's hit to that part of the ballpark, or at least somewhere similar to that. And not only did he succeed in giving the A's a 4-0 lead, he just succeeded in getting Gonzales out of the game early.
Yeah. Marco's going to be done for the night. That's going to bring in Nestor Cortez Jr., the long relief guy, making his 24th appearance here on the season. 3.62 ERA across 37 innings of work. They'll look to get a couple of innings out of the young left-hander. And from what I've seen of him so far this season, he can do it.
He can do it. It was so much fun, and I apologize, Beardy. It was so much fun to watch him during his first big league year with the New York Yankees. As someone who watches both New York teams, he was just a great reliever to watch. Look, he doesn't throw that fast. Can he throw fast? Yes, but he doesn't do it often, and he's able to fool hitters every single time he's out there on the mound, and he's continued to do that here on the West Coast.
Yeah, Nestor Cortez and Justice Sheffield both coming over from New York, both paying dividends here for the Mariners. Good pitching out of both of them. The damage is done here in the top of the 5th. Athletics extending their lead, perhaps taking revenge for dropping the first 2 here. Seattle trying to get something going here. Still without a hit, I might add. Not happy about that.
Well, if Fiers is able to retire the A's without allowing a hit, then we can finally say no hitter watch. He's only allowed one base runner, and that base runner was declined to continue on the base paths because of the double play just an inning ago.
Leading off for the Mariners,
Or 2 innings ago, I should say.
Kyle Seager.
Well, we're going to see Kyle Seager dig in here. Of course, that whole no-hitter bit means he's 0 for 1 on the day. Fouls off the first pitch. And Kyle, with a couple of more years here in Seattle, at least on this contract, you know, they're committed to sticking with him for this season, and next at least, until they can develop some of their infield prospects.
Kyle Seager's basically Seattle's franchise player. When you think about it, he's been with the team since the very beginning of his career, and he's stuck by this team in the Pacific Northwest every single day of every single season, and the Mariners have not given up on him, no matter how good or how bad the team does.
Oh, without a doubt. Kyle Seager, drafted in the 3rd round back in 2009, coming out of a championship season at North Carolina, was a very highly touted prospect, making his way to the major leagues quickly. You know, he's already a seasoned veteran at 32 years of age now, making his debut only 2 years after getting drafted, coming up in right about this time in 2011, July 7th.
Amazing how time flies.
It really is, and you just think like Kyle really is kind of the only leftover from the Jack Zarenzik era of Mariners baseball, and you know this organization, like you said, has built this team around Kyle because he's proven that he deserves to play at the major leagues. You know, he's an excellent defensive third baseman. He's an average to above average hitter, and he's definitely taken more of a power swing over the last couple of years, trying to rack up those home runs. Evan White's going to dig in, take on Mike Fiers here once more. Fiers gets a strike over to even the count, 1-1.
Of course, with that big defensive play in the top half of the inning. And keep in mind, if he's not able to get the double play, it could probably be 5-0 Oakland by now. Instead, it's only 4-0.
Strike 2 here on Evan White. And you know, I talk about the defensive capabilities of Evan White, but he's also got the batting acumen as well. You know, he goes down looking here, but this guy has got all of the tools. He's got a good approach at the plate. He's got an easy, repeatable swing. You know, he's everything that they're looking for in a franchise first baseman.
Absolutely. Got the defense. He even has offense in him. He's had great numbers so far during his short time with the Mariners and the big leagues so far. Doing everything he can to at least help his team try to win some ball games.
The center fielder, number 8, Robbie.
Well, that's going to be...
Oh, go ahead.
That's going to be the first out here. It's going to bring up Robbie Grossman.
And with that said, just want to remind everyone who's still watching or is going to be watching, we are raising money this week for NYMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NYMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to providing advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. So please, on behalf of Brother Beard and myself, Matt Price, and everyone here at Major League Baseball, please donate. This is a very good organization, and just helping spread awareness and helping the cause can help all of us become better people and help everyone who's fighting mental illness to become better people as well.
Well, the second out's going to be recorded on a line drive over to Kyle Seager at third base, showing off that defensive glove, snagging that liner. We'll see Austin Allen dig in here with 2 away now. Nestor delivers the 1-0 pitch. That's going to get fouled off. 1-1 now.
I feel like we're watching a tiny episode of 30 for 30 here. Number 30, Austin Allen against number 30, Nestor Cortez Jr.
Ground ball back up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. Man, I feel like I'm having deja vu here with these ground balls up the middle.
Franklin Barreto.
And Austin Allen beating the shift. He had 3 infielders on the right side. The only one on the left side was the third baseman for the Mariners, Kyle Seager, and he was in the shortstop hole, and somehow, some way, Allen was able to beat the shift and get himself on base once again, and another 2-out base runner for these Oakland Athletics, who are just having one heck of a night.
Yeah, definitely turned it around here tonight. Plenty of help from their starting pitching as well. Mike Fiers is on fire. I waited until the 6th inning to pull that one out. Have you know?
Well, the question is, can he stay on fire in the next half inning? I mean, for those who are just tuning in, we've got a no-hitter watch officially because we're past 5 innings. Mike Fiers has only allowed 1 base runner, and that base runner was erased on a double play. So he's faced the minimum so far.
Nestor Cortez is going to give up a walk here. Now there's going to be 2 runners on here in the top of the 6th.
And you want to be careful because now coming up is one of the best shortstops and one of the best infield hitters in the game right now, Marcus Semien. Hits really well with runners in scoring position.
0-1 here on Semien.
Batting over 400 in that stat is Marcus Semien. So this is the batter Cortez really needs to retire if he wants to at least keep his team in this game. It's already a 4-run deficit.
Well, he's off to a good start here, at least in this at-bat. 0-2. Nestor delivers. It's going to be a broken bat over to first base, and Evan White gets the 3 unassisted to end the inning. He gets out of the jam on the broken bat. I guess that'd be a ground ball out to first base.
Yes, it would be a 3 unassisted.
Yeah. JP Crawford is going to lead off here for the Mariners. Getting his third at bat.
No, this is his second at bat.
Wow. Yeah, he's faced the minimum all right.
And Crawford does not have a hit in his career against Mike Fiers.
No balls, 2 strikes.
0-2 quickly here after that changeup.
Yep, that ball went out.
A waste pitch outside, 1-2.
Yeah, Fiers knew he just missed his location there.
It's the nicest pitch of the ball game, a ground ball over to third base. The throw over in time by Canna. There's 1 away here in the bottom of the 6th.
And even though the next pitch will be Fiers' 70th of the night, he's really done a great job controlling his pitches and keeping his pitch count low. He has been able to fight off Mariner after Mariner, just like what we saw there against JP Crawford.
Well, Tom Murphy back in the lineup tonight, behind the dish once more.
0-1.
Gonna look at strike one over the outside there.
That changeup's been working for Mike Fiers all night long, just like that.
Comes back with the slider on the outside corner, but it means the same thing. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, a waste outside, 1-2.
Fiers already with 8 strikeouts tonight, looking for a 9th.
Tom Murphy fouls this one off. We'll get another 1-2. You know, and you talk about Mike Fiers being efficient throughout this ball game. He gets the strikeout on Tom Murphy, my one and only strikeout king. Does it again here in the 6th. You know, you talk about Mike Fiers being efficient with his pitches.
I was thinking the same thing. I was just about to say that.
You talk about these Mariners having success at the plate comes with, you know, making these pitchers throw a lot of pitches. If they can't chase the pitcher early in the ball game, they end up having trouble. They usually end up losing, and they usually end up having outings like this where they go 6 full innings without a base hit. It's become a pattern, really, is what it is. You know,
it's a trend.
When they have good games, they're doing all of the things right. You know, their pitching is good, their hitting is solid, their approach is solid. When they're getting their butts kicked like they are tonight, they end up striking out a lot. They end up going after the first pitch a lot.
Or grounding out.
Yeah, you know, weak contact. You know, they're facing off a guy in Mike Fiers who's just doing something special here tonight. Hitless through 6 already, as we are going to the top of the 7th. You know, but this is exactly what you don't want to see as a Mariners fan.
And look, flirting with a no-hitter. Are they fun to watch? Absolutely. But if you're the home team, that's the last thing you want to see if you're a fan of that team. I mean, Mike Fiers facing the minimum. He's already faced 18 batters, one of them hitting into a double play. Right now, all I can say to all the people watching right now, you may want to buckle your seatbelts because this is getting pretty interesting as we see Carl Edwards Jr., the former hard-throwing right-hander for the Chicago Cubs, and Taylor Williams warming up in the Mariners bullpen.
And the shift comes back to bite him again.